transcending into a world of high martial arts. Inheriting the family legacy, Qin Xiaoyao becomes a member of the Imperial Guard of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Subsequently, he discovers that expending his lifespan to infuse martial arts not only allows for rapid comprehension, but also facilitates the elevation of these skills. From the foundational techniques to the supreme pure yang art, and then to the innate one chi formula. From the iron sand palm to the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and onto the great desolate sky-blocking hand. From the iron cloth shirt to the indestructible vajra technique, culminating in the immortal golden body. Initially believing this to be a rather unfortunate ability, he unexpectedly finds that his lifespan increases with each use. Having heard that this realm is rife with numerous dynasties, and that demons and monsters are afoot, it is said that a single formidable beast may possess a lifespan of 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Thus, I have come forth, with a blade in my hand, to vanquish the demons of the world and to validate my path to immortality. Chapter 1. The Lifespan System. In the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, within the Imperial Guard, Little Qin, are you truly willing to accept this mission? You must understand that Tian Hongguang possesses the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement. Moreover, he has long lingered on the edge of life and death, with exceedingly rich combat experience. Are you certain you will not encounter difficulties in facing him? Considering your father's standing, why not select a different task? Old Yang, at the Mission Dispatch Center, earnestly persuaded him. No, this one will suffice. I happen to know Tian Hongguang's current whereabouts. If I were to choose another mission, I would have to expend considerable time on preliminary investigations, which is not worthwhile. Furthermore, my own prowess is not inferior to his. Additionally, I have heard he sustained injuries recently, making this the optimal moment for his capture. I shall not yield, Qin Xiaoyao declared with unwavering confidence. Today marks the 2nd year since Qin Xiaoyao joined the Imperial Guard. The Qin family has been part of the Imperial Guard for generations, from his great-grandfather to his grandfather, and then to his father. Thus, Qin Xiaoyao naturally follows in their footsteps, joining the ranks of the Imperial Guard. Given the hereditary nature of this position, Qin Xiaoyao's entry into the Imperial Guard a year ago required little effort. However, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a worthy soldier. Having joined the Imperial Guard, Qin Xiaoyao naturally wishes to ascend the ranks. After fulfilling his year of service, he applied for a promotion assessment at headquarters. Should he pass the assessment, his rank would elevate to that of a small flag officer within the Imperial Guard. The hierarchy of the Imperial Guard of the Great Zhou Dynasty comprises Commanding General, Deputy Commanding General, Pacification Officer, 1,000 House Leader, 100 House Leader, Major Flag, and Minor Flag. Most new members of the Imperial Guard initially hold no rank. To become a Minor Flag, 2 criteria must be met. The first being that one's cultivation must reach the 9th layer of body refinement. The second condition necessitates the completion of the promotion assessment task issued by the Imperial Guard. This is a realm where martial prowess is revered and the strong abound. Body refinement martial artists hone their entire being, with perfected body refinement practitioners possessing immense strength capable of shattering walls with a single punch. Acquired martial artists generate internal energy that flows throughout the body's 12 meridians, possessing the might of 10,000 jun. Innate martial artists project their internal energy externally, able to manifest protective vital energy and sever heads from 100 meters away, exhibiting formidable power. Master martial artists transform internal energy into true chi, enabling them to traverse the skies and elude the earth. Grandmaster martial artists condense their essence, spirit, and energy into the 3 flowers. Once these 3 flowers converge at the crown, a single palm strike can obliterate mountains and cleave through peaks effortlessly. A celestial-level martial artist, capable of plucking stars from the heavens, can alter the very fabric of existence with a mere flick of their wrist, influencing celestial phenomena. While grandmasters are not difficult to find, true celestial beings are exceedingly rare. It is worth noting that the commander of the Jinyui is merely a grandmaster. Yet, this commander stands as one of the mightiest figures within the Great Zhou Dynasty. The only individuals who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him are the divine captains of the 6 doors and the leaders of the Eastern and Western workshops. Very well, since you are insistent, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, there is one thing you must remember. Exercise utmost caution. If you find yourself unable to match your opponent, do not persist stubbornly. Preserving your life is of paramount importance. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Old Yang earnestly imparted this advice. He shared a good rapport with Qin Xiaoyao's father, Qin Hansheng, and thus took great care of him. Understood, Uncle Yang. I shall take my leave. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly and departed from the town's garrison. Ding, task acquisition detected. The strongest life-leeching system is officially activated. However, the moment Qin Xiaoyao accepted the task, a chilling electronic voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. This initially startled him, but soon filled him with uncontainable joy. A golden finger is indeed a golden finger. After 17 years of waiting, my golden finger has finally arrived. Qin Xiaoyao harbored a secret. He was reincarnated into this realm with memories from his past life. He had originally believed that as a time traveler, he should possess some extraordinary attributes, such as a system or other forms of golden finger. Alas, after scrutinizing himself 1,000 times, Qin Xiaoyao despaired and ultimately relinquished hope. Little did he expect that after 17 years of obscurity, the system would finally manifest. System, what functions do you offer? Qin Xiaoyao struggled to contain his excitement and could not help but inquire. Ding, this system can consume the host's lifespan, allowing rapid comprehension of martial arts and facilitating their enhancement. See consume lifespan? This. Upon hearing the system's capabilities, Qin Xiaoyao could not help but twitch his lips. He had assumed that his golden finger would be immensely powerful, and that upon acquiring the system, he would undoubtedly dominate all. However, he never anticipated that this system would demand a toll on his life force. This is utterly absurd. How many years of lifespan does a human possess in a lifetime? If too much of his lifespan were consumed, would he not be left with only a few years to live? For heaven's sake, at least a monetary system would suffice. At the very least, the currency consumed would only be material wealth. But to sacrifice one's life, does that not equate to sacrificing one's very existence? Setting aside how much lifespan he currently possesses, even if he had a millennium, it would still be insufficient for multiple sacrifices. Ding, the attributes panel has been issued. Please check host. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was left speechless, a phantom panel materialized before him. Looking up, he found it contained detailed information about himself. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, 9th level of body refinement. Martial arts, child skill, acquired level skill, currently at the 3rd layer. Iron sand palm, acquired level martial technique, currently at minor success. Iron cloth shirt, acquired level martial technique, currently at entry level. Remaining lifespan, 80 years. I still have 80 years of lifespan remaining. This means that barring any unforeseen circumstances, I can expect to live to around 100. This lifespan should represent the limit for an acquired martial artist. Qin Xiaoyao glanced at the attributes panel, his expression darkening. He had come to realize a rather unsettling fact. That is, if all goes according to plan, he would only be destined to live the life of an acquired martial artist. Ascending to the innate realm would be beyond his reach. This was evident from the remaining lifespan. For the lifespan of an innate martial artist begins at 200 years. Of course, Qin Xiaoyao also understood that this was calculated based on his current circumstances. Should he encounter a significant opportunity along the way, breaking through to the innate realm should not pose a problem. Once he achieves that breakthrough, his lifespan would extend to 200 years. However, even if he were granted a lifespan of 200 years, what would it matter if he had no means to extend that lifespan? His golden finger would merely be a decorative object. Unless one finds themselves in an utterly desperate situation, Qin Xiaoyao would never willingly risk his life for the sake of spending money extravagantly. Chapter 2. Betrayed in the capital city, within the commoner's district, Qin Xiaoyao treaded cautiously along the dimly lit streets. His current assignment was to eliminate a man named Tian Hongguang, a criminal recently placed on the wanted list by the Imperial Guard. Possessing the same formidable strength as Qin Xiaoyao, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement. However, intelligence indicated that he was injured and currently hiding in a workshop within the commoner's area. Help! Murder! As Qin Xiaoyao advanced with utmost vigilance, a terrified scream echoed from ahead, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Without hesitation, he surged forward, knowing that the source of the cry must be Tian Hongguang's hiding place. Stop! Within mere moments, Qin Xiaoyao found himself inside the workshop, where he beheld a man in his 30s wielding a knife, poised to commit murder. This individual was indeed his target, Tian Hongguang. Without a second thought, Qin Xiaoyao leaped into action, employing his minor mastery of the iron sand palm to strike at the man from behind. Imperial Guard? Damn it. I didn't expect to attract these hounds. Fortunately, there was only one of them, and his cultivation was not particularly high. If he could eliminate him, there would be no risk of his whereabouts being exposed. Yet, he knew he must flee immediately afterward. The capital no longer held a place for him. Tian Hongguang glanced at Qin Xiaoyao, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the Imperial Guard standing within the Great Zhou Dynasty. Those were the Emperor's personal guards. They dared to intervene in matters others would not. And they executed those whom others feared to confront. With the Emperor's authority behind them, they acted with impunity. Once someone killed an Imperial Guard, they would face relentless pursuit. However, if he did not eliminate Qin Xiaoyao, he would surely be captured by the Imperial Guard himself. Faced with such a dilemma, he resolved to fight rather than surrender meekly. With that thought, Tian Hongguang turned and swung his knife towards Qin Xiaoyao. Employing his signature martial art, the 13 Styles of the Wild Wind, a postnatal level blade technique that he had perfected over many years. What? Qin Xiaoyao's pupils constricted as he faced Tian Hongguang's counterattack. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of his opponent's assault. A palpable sense of lethal threat enveloped him. He sensed that if he were struck even once, a relentless barrage of attacks would follow. Instinctively, he executed a roll to evade the deadly blow. Boom. With its intended target gone, Tian Hongguang's blade struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Are you not injured? After narrowly escaping the fatal strike, Qin Xiaoyao's gaze darkened as he regarded Tian Hongguang. He felt utterly deceived. Where were the serious injuries he had been told of? That blow had nearly cleaved him in two, and yet this man was supposed to be wounded? Most alarmingly, Qin Xiaoyao realized that the man before him was not at the 9th level of body refinement as reported, but rather at the 11th level, 2 full realms above him. Body refiners are categorized into 12 levels. The first 3 are the early stage, focusing on skin. The next 3 constitute the mid-stage, concentrating on muscle. The following 3 represent the late stage, honing bones, and the final 4 levels, 10 through 12, signify completion, emphasizing blood refinement. Once a body refiner reaches the 10th level, they gain the ability to harness vital energy, which nourishes the entire body, significantly enhancing strength. In stark contrast to those below the 10th level, the difference is monumental. If a 9th level body refiner possesses 100 June of strength, then a 10th level body refiner wields 300, and an 11th level body refiner boasts 600. As for the 12th level, that would yield 1,000 June of power. The gulf between the 9th and 12th levels was immense. Tian Hongguang, at the 11th level, possessed at least 600 June of strength, twice that of Qin Xiaoyao. The disparity in their power rendered any direct confrontation utterly futile. Flee. I must escape. Otherwise, today will be my last. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao abandoned his mission. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, he made his choice. The old saying holds true. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Preserving his life was paramount. Planning to escape? Did you consult me first? Tian Hongguang's keen perception detected Qin Xiaoyao's intentions, and a sinister smile spread across his face. He swiftly employed his agile footwork to pursue Qin Xiaoyao. Alongside his formidable blade technique, he had also mastered a swift postnatal lightness skill known as grass on the wind. Achieving a minor level of proficiency, his gaze was sharp enough to discern that Qin Xiaoyao had not cultivated any lightness skill, instilling him with confidence that Qin Xiaoyao could not evade him. Boom. Indeed, within mere moments, Tian Hongguang closed the distance, delivering a vicious strike to Qin Xiaoyao's back. Puff. The blow injured Qin Xiaoyao and left a deep gash on his back. Had he not instinctively dodged at the critical moment, that strike could have claimed his life. Even though he had evaded a fatal blow, the injury was grave enough to render him incapable of further combat. Moreover, the difference in strength between a 9th level and an 11th level body refiner, between 100 June and 600, was a staggering 6-fold. He was no match for Tian Hongguang. Ha ha ha. You managed to evade the first strike, but can you dodge the second? Tian Hongguang taunted as he approached Qin Xiaoyao step by step. His murderous intent unmasked. Words spoken without intent, yet heard with keen ears. The implications of Tian Hongguang's words caused a pallor to wash over Qin Xiaoyao's face. Indeed, how could the Imperial Guard, as the Emperor's personal guards, have such flawed intelligence? They had declared him to be at the 9th level of body refinement when he was truly at the 11th. Furthermore, the reports of Tian Hongguang's severe injuries were evidently erroneous. However, the current Tian Hongguang exhibited no signs of injury whatsoever. As a personal guard of the Emperor, how could the intelligence of the Jinyui be so gravely mistaken? The only plausible explanation is that he had been deceived. Chapter 3, The 12 Levels of Body Refinement. Damn it, am I truly destined to perish here? No, I absolutely cannot meet my end in this place. Since you seek my life, let us see who will ultimately prevail. System, I demand a life sacrifice. In the face of Tian Hongguang's relentless pursuit, Qin Xiaoyao resolved to fight back with all his might. Rather than await his fate passively, he chose to expend his lifespan to enhance his strength in a counterattack. Though sacrificing his life force would significantly diminish his remaining years, it was far better than dying instantly. Ding. Please select the martial arts to infuse and the amount of lifespan to expend. As Qin Xiaoyao embraced desperation, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Infuse me with Tongzi Gong, consuming 10 years of lifespan. With death looming, and with a blade poised to strike him at any moment, Qin Xiaoyao did not hesitate. Directly sacrificing 10 years of his life, he selected Tongzi Gong precisely because it was a technique. Only through the breakthrough of this technique could his cultivation experience rapid advancement. At present, he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, while Tian Hongguang had already reached the 11th level, a staggering disparity. Without elevating his cultivation, even if he perfected his iron sand palm, he would likely still fall short against Tian Hongguang. Ding. Infusion commencing. In the very moment Qin Xiaoyao made his choice, his lifespan plummeted drastically, 80 years, 76 years, 73 years, finally halting at a mere 70 years remaining. After diligently practicing Tongzi Gong, you finally breached the 4th layer in your 2nd year, elevating your cultivation to the 10th level of body refinement. You continued to train, and by the 4th year, Your proficiency in Tongzi Gong advanced, reaching the 11th level of body refinement. 3 years later, in the 7th year, your Tongzi Gong achieved perfection at the 4th layer. And your cultivation ascended to the 12th level of body refinement. With 3 years remaining, you persist in comprehending Tongzi Gong. Now just a step away from grasping the 5th layer, yet your lifespan is insufficient to continue your training. Ding. Elevation complete. Feedback commencing. As the elevation concluded, a surge of terrifying energy began to pour into Qin Xiaoyao's body. Simultaneously, his Tongzi Gong commenced its rapid operation. Previously, during training, it took him 2 hours to circulate through 9 cycles, but now, in just a breath, his Tongzi Gong traversed thousands, even tens of thousands of cycles. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation experienced a breakthrough. 10th level, 11th level, 12th level of body refinement, within a mere 3 breaths. Qin Xiaoyao's cultivation soared like a rocket to the 12th level. At that instant, Qin Xiaoyao felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Upon entering the 10th level of body refinement, a potent force of vitality surged within him, continuously refining his body and augmenting his power. Furthermore, as this force purified his physique, it also healed his wounds. Now, Qin Xiaoyao's strength had reached a staggering level of 1,000 jun. Even an elephant before him could be obliterated with a single punch. Death. At that moment, Tian Hongguang's attack arrived. The one who would die is you. Faced with life and death, Qin Xiaoyao had no time for contemplation and unleashed his full strength. The power of the 12th level of body refinement, combined with his proficient iron cloth technique, surpassed even Tian Hongguang's previous strike. Boom. Qin Xiaoyao's assault struck Tian Hongguang first. In the next second, Tian Hongguang was propelled backward like a cannonball. Having reached the 12th level of body refinement, Qin Xiaoyao's strength exceeded Tian Hongguang's by 400 jun. Moreover, given the stakes of life and death, he held nothing back, exerting all his might. Tian Hongguang, having underestimated Qin Xiaoyao, a mere 9th level body refiner, believed he posed no threat, and thus fell prey to Qin Xiaoyao's devastating blow, sustaining serious injuries. You've been hiding your strength. At this moment, Tian Hongguang's expression turned ghastly pale. He had initially thought he faced an easy prey, yet he never anticipated that this lamb would possess such formidable power. Now, grievously injured and with his strength depleted, he realized his escape was unlikely. Correct, but alas, there are no rewards. It is time for you to depart. Qin Xiaoyao offered no explanation. After all, the notion of ascending from the 9th to the 12th level of body refinement in a mere instant was utterly astonishing. He had no desire for his secret to be revealed. Even a dying man would not receive his words. Please, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I can reveal a monumental secret, one that could elevate you to innate strength. I'm afraid I have no interest in your secret. With a swift movement, as Qin Xiaoyao approached, Tian Hongguang hastily prepared to leverage a great secret to save his life. However, to his dismay, Qin Xiaoyao paid him no heed and delivered a fatal punch, ending his life. As a transmigrator, Qin Xiaoyao was acutely aware of the perils of dying from excessive chatter. Setting aside the veracity of Tian Hongguang's secret, even if it were true, Qin Xiaoyao would not gamble his life on it. After all, if one could genuinely become an innate warrior, why was Tian Hongguang's current strength so abysmally low? It defied logic. Thus, this was the very reason Qin Xiaoyao acted without hesitation in dispatching him. Moreover, he feared that this might be a ruse by Tian Hongguang to buy time for a lethal strike against him. Hence, Qin Xiaoyao opted to avoid any unnecessary risks. Alas, how regrettable it was that in slaying this wretch, a quarter of his lifespan was sacrificed. Qin Xiaoyao sighed, and then reopened his attribute panel. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, 12th level of body refinement. Martial arts, Tongzi Gong, acquired technique, current 4th layer. Iron sand palm, acquired technique, current minor achievement. Iron cloth, acquired technique. Current entry level. Remaining lifespan, 118 years. What on earth is this remaining lifespan of 118 years? If memory serves, his previous lifespan was 80 years. After expending 10 years, he should have been left with 70 years. Yet now, he finds himself with 118 years, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that lifespan can actually increase with use? No, that is absolutely impossible. There must be something he has yet to uncover. At once, Qin Xiaoyao began to scrutinize the details closely. Soon, he discovered a pertinent piece of information. Body refinement warriors have a total lifespan of 80 years, remaining 48 years absorbed. Upon gazing at the information before him, Qin Xiaoyao finally comprehended the reason behind his extended lifespan of 118 years. The root cause lay within this very revelation. To his astonishment, he discovered that by extinguishing the lives of others, he could absorb their remaining vitality. This realization led him to ponder. Would this not liberate him from the apprehension of exhausting his own lifespan? By vanquishing those criminals, he could acquire their life force. Moreover, as a member of the Jinyui, he could dispatch these malefactors without arousing suspicion. With this thought, Qin Xiaoyao envisioned a grand path unfurling before him. His future appeared boundlessly promising. He set a modest initial goal, to become a congenital warrior. Chapter 4. Unresolvable Grievances in the Imperial Capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Jinyue comprised 4 regional offices of pacification, representing the 4 cardinal directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Each office was led by a chief pacification officer, supported by 2 deputy officers, all possessing mastery-level prowess. Qin Xiaoyao belonged to the southern office. After receiving his assignment, the elderly Yang leisurely indulged in tea, a ritual that extended throughout the day. As a deputy officer of the Jinyue, Yang had once been a prominent figure within the organization. However, having aged, he now preferred a more relaxed role in the task hall, aiming to work until retirement. In the Great Zhou, the pension for Jinyue officers was notably generous, particularly for someone of his rank. Yang Lao, there's a serious error in the intelligence regarding Tian Hongguang. Here is the latest information. You must replace it promptly. Just as Yang was about to conclude his day, a young Jinyue officer approached him with a grave expression, presenting a dossier. What did you say? The intelligence department made an error? Let me see that. Upon hearing this, Yang's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly snatched the document from the young officer's hands and began to peruse it urgently. Damn it. Tian Hongguang possesses the cultivation of the 11th layer of body refinement, and the news of his injuries is a fabrication. What is the intelligence officer doing? Allowing such misinformation to circulate? This could endanger young Qin. He slammed the document onto the table, his eyes blazing with fury, resembling a predatory beast. Yang Tiansheng, known as Yang Lao, shared a profound bond with Qin Xiaoyao's father, Qin Hanqing. They were sworn brothers who had saved each other's lives, forging a brotherhood that transcended blood ties. As such, upon discovering the erroneous intelligence, his anger was palpable. What would he say to Hanqing should anything befall young Qin? Yes, it was Zhao Wenbin, the chief officer. The young officer hesitated, then confessed. Zhao Wenbin. It's him. Yang Tiansheng's expression darkened, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. He was acquainted with Zhao Wenbin, and both he and Qin Hanqing bore a significant grudge against him. No, young Qin must not come to harm. I promised Hanqing I would look after him. The immediate priority is to locate Qin Xiaoyao. Otherwise, if the boy encounters Tian Hongguang, it could spell disaster. As for Zhao Wenbin, he can wait. Clatter, clatter. Deputy Officer Yang, where are you headed? Just as Yang Tiansheng prepared to rescue Qin Xiaoyao, he was intercepted by an individual entering the task hall. It was Zhao Wenbin. Zhao Wenbin, I have no time for your games. Step aside. Yang Tiansheng replied coldly. Deputy Officer Yang, I apologize, but I have a task to hand in. Moreover, Officer Zhang is awaiting me. Please, postpone your matters until I conclude my duty. Zhao Wenbin was aware of Yang Tiansheng's intentions and had chosen this moment to obstruct him. You're doing this on purpose. Do not think that your connection with Officer Zhang can intimidate me. I demand you step aside immediately. Yang Tiansheng's laughter was tinged with fury, each word enunciated with deliberate intensity. In that instant, the aura of a congenital warrior surged forth from him. Confronted with the formidable presence of a congenital expert, even Zhao Wenbin found himself retreating a few steps. He was merely at the 12th layer of postnatal cultivation, while Yang Tiansheng stood as a congenital master. The disparity between postnatal and congenital was one of qualitative difference. Deputy Officer Yang, do you dare to act within the office of pacification? Zhao Wenbin retorted, his voice sharp. What do I have to fear? Zhao Wenbin, do not presume that your underhanded tactics can elude my scrutiny. And do not think that with Officer Zhang backing you, you can act with impunity within the Jinyue. I will ask you once more, will you move, or will you not? Yang Tiansheng's aura reached its zenith, poised for action should Zhao Wenbin dare to impede him further. Zhao Wenbin could hardly fathom Yang Tiansheng's unwavering resolve. He contemplated delaying further. Yet the fear of Yang Tiansheng unleashing his wrath loomed large. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and relented. Very well, preserving my life is paramount. After all, Qin Xiaoyao has already engaged with Tian Hongguang. Even if I were to intervene now, it may be too late. Clatter, clatter. At that moment of escalating tension, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. It was none other than Qin Xiaoyao returning. Yang Lao, what is happening here? Qin Xiaoyao asked, momentarily taken aback by the charged atmosphere, filled with curiosity. Little Qin, you're safe. You didn't seek out Tian Hongguang? Yang Tiansheng initially froze, then was instantly filled with relief upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao return unharmed. In stark contrast, Zhao Wenbin's expression darkened ominously. What is going on? I distinctly received intelligence indicating that this lad had already encountered Tian Hongguang and engaged in combat. Zhao Wenbin's frustration peaked. It was precisely due to this information that he had relayed the latest intelligence regarding Tian Hongguang. Errors in Jinyue intelligence were rare, but not unheard of. Initially, Yang Tiansheng had intended to manipulate the information regarding Tian Hongguang's status, purposefully downgrading him to the 9th layer of body refinement and fabricating injuries. He had hoped to lead Qin Xiaoyao to undertake this assignment, believing that given the circumstances, the young man would be inclined to accept the task. The outcome aligned with his expectations, as Qin Xiaoyao did choose this mission. Though providing deceptive intelligence would incur penalties, Yang Tiansheng had swiftly submitted the correct information upon realizing the error, thus positioning it as a self-reporting act. Moreover, he had recently achieved a significant merit, intending to leverage this accomplishment to mitigate his impending punishment. The ultimate consequence would undoubtedly be less severe. He deemed it worthwhile to exchange a mere pittance for Qin Xiaoyao's life. The reason behind his desire to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao was, of course, the irreconcilable enmity he held with Qin Xiaoyao's father, Qin Hanqing. Indeed, I have found him. Behold, within this box lies the corpse of Tian Hongwang, Qin Xiaoyao proclaimed, shaking the box in his hand with a beaming smile. Impossible. This cannot be. Tian Hongwang is clearly at the 11th level of body refinement. How could you have slain him? Zhao Wenbin instinctively retorted upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's words. Yet, the moment the words escaped his lips, he became acutely aware of his folly. Some truths should remain unspoken in the presence of others. How do you know that Tian Hongwang was at the 11th level of body refinement? Indeed, the next moment, Qin Xiaoyao's icy voice resonated throughout the mission hall. Chapter 5. A gentleman's revenge is never late. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao exuded a chilling calmness. On his return journey, he had been contemplating who might have deliberately concocted false intelligence to ensnare him. After all, he had not offended anyone in over a year. Now, upon hearing Zhao Wenbin's words, he instantly recognized that the one who sought to frame him was none other than the man before him. Although lacking concrete evidence, Qin Xiaoyao felt certain that his intuition was not flawed. Ah, you must be the colleague tasked with apprehending Tian Hongwang. My apologies. The misinformation was an oversight on my part. Thankfully, you seem unharmed. How about this, to make amends? Allow me to treat you to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Having spent many years in the Jinhui, Zhao Wenbin understood what actions were prudent and which were not. Since Qin Xiaoyao had survived, he needed to maintain a facade of civility. After all, as a chief flag officer, he still had opportunities to eliminate him in the future. My apologies, I must return home early due to family matters. I merely hope Chief Zhao will take greater care in the future and avoid further misinformation. Qin Xiaoyao cast a penetrating glance at Zhao Wenbin. A gentleman's revenge is never late. At present, both his own strength and the backing he possessed were insufficient to contend with Zhao Wenbin. Rather than confront him openly, it would be wiser to bide his time. With the life reward system at his disposal, Qin Xiaoyao believed his strength would soon experience a rapid ascent. Once he attained the innate realm, a mere Zhao Wenbin would be as fragile as a leaf in his grasp. Though he was uncertain of Zhao Wenbin's current cultivation level, Qin Xiaoyao was confident that the latter had not yet reached the innate realm. Once a member of the Jinhui attained the innate level, they could apply for the position of Deputy 100 Households. Since Zhao Wenbin remained a chief flag officer, it indicated that he had not yet cultivated to that level. Rest assured, I will not err again next time, Zhao Wenbin replied, casting a lingering glance at Qin Xiaoyao before turning to leave. To think that a practitioner at the 11th level of body refinement could not kill this young man. It appears he is far more formidable than he appears. To have slain someone at the 11th level, his cultivation must have already reached the 12th level of body refinement. Next time, I must ensure I do not engage a mere body refiner. At the very least, I should seek out those who have reached the innate level, specifically those who have opened at least 4 meridians. No, even a practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm might not be reliable. It is best if I handle this personally. Only by doing so can I ensure 100% certainty of eliminating him. Once this young man is dead, I can only imagine the anguish it would bring to that old fool, Qin Hanqing. Let us hope so. As Qin Xiaoyao watched Zhao Wenbin's departing figure, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his mind. He would show no mercy to those who sought to harm him. Once his strength grew formidable, he would undoubtedly exact his vengeance for today's grievances. What a remarkable young man. To think he truly possesses the head of Tian Hongwang, a practitioner at the 11th level of body refinement. How did you manage to kill him? Upon returning to the mission hall, Qin Xiaoyao began the handover of tasks with Yang Tianxing. After confirming that Qin Xiaoyao had completed his mission, Yang Tianxing felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Uncle Yang, in truth, my cultivation has already reached the 12th level of body refinement. Qin Xiaoyao hesitated briefly before speaking half in jest. Ah, I see. You have been quite adept at concealing your true abilities, leaving me to worry for you unnecessarily. Very well, since you have completed the assessment task, you may return home and await further news. In approximately 3 days, you should receive information regarding your promotion. Yang Tianxing nodded in realization. No wonder this young man could slay a practitioner at the 11th level of body refinement. It turns out he had already attained the 12th level. Speaking of which, this young man is remarkably cautious. While others were applying for promotions at the 9th level of body refinement, he chose to do so only after reaching the 12th level. This is quite prudent. Had he not been so careful, he might have faltered during this task. What Yang Tianxing did not realize was that had it not been for the life reward system, Qin Xiaoyao might have indeed met with failure this time. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him. In his moment of peril, Qin Xiaoyao was willing to take the risk and even uncovered a path of infinite life rewards. It could be said that he turned misfortune into fortune. Understood, Uncle Yang, Qin Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod, indicating his comprehension. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao engaged in further discussions with Yang Tianxing, gaining insights into why Zhao Wenbin sought to harm him, as well as other relevant information. The backstory was rather dramatic. The animosity between Zhao Wenbin and his father stemmed from an incident a decade ago. At that time, his father and Zhao Wenbin had teamed up to execute a mission. During the operation, they unexpectedly acquired an innate pill. Given that Qin Hansheng was then powerful and held a higher position than Zhao Wenbin, and had also been the one to first discover the innate pill, it was thus taken by Qin Hansheng. Naturally, although he had taken the pill, Qin Hansheng did offer some compensation to Zhao Wenbin. However, to Zhao Wenbin, such compensation paled in comparison to the value of the innate pill. After all, the innate pill could enable a postnatal practitioner to break through to the innate level. Comparatively, the trivial compensation seemed utterly insignificant. This was the root of Zhao Wenbin's hatred towards Qin Hansheng. I'm back. Qin Xiaoyao's home was not far from the Nanzhenfu, approximately 1,000 meters in a straight line. With his speed, he returned home in less than 10 minutes. Son, how did the promotion assessment go? Did you pass? Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao's return, Qin Hansheng immediately inquired. Yes, I passed. Now we await the higher-up's approval. Qin Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod. He chose not to mention Zhao Wenbin's scheme against him. He was reluctant to cause his father any worry. Moreover, as he departed, he entrusted Yang Shensheng with the request to remain silent as well. After all, he was merely a practitioner at the 12th level of the acquired realm. Even with 100 households as his backing, Qin Xiaoyao regarded him with indifference. Given time, he would inevitably become a congenital master, or perhaps even transcend that realm to achieve the status of a grandmaster. After all, he possessed the life-draining system. If he were willing to be a bit ruthless with himself, his strength would undoubtedly rise at an astonishing pace. Really? Haha, that would be splendid. Son, strive to become 100 households of the Jinyui within your lifetime. That has been my lifelong aspiration. Upon hearing that his son had passed the assessment, Qin Hansheng was filled with immense joy. Having spent decades within the Jinyui, he had ultimately only managed to attain the rank of Deputy 100 households. 2 years prior, he had sustained grave injuries during a mission, and now he could only retire at home, harboring a tinge of regret. Chapter 6. Perfecting the child's skill. 12th level of the acquired realm. Rest assured, Father, not only will I become 100 households, but I am confident in achieving the rank of 1,000 households as well. Qin Xiaoyao declared with a face full of confidence. The rank of 1,000 households was merely an understated estimation from Qin Xiaoyao. He feared that speaking too highly might lead his father to think he was boasting. With the advantages he had, he need not aim for a commander's position. A deputy commander's rank should be within reach, and at the very least, he could aspire to be a town pacifier. The rank of 1,000 households was merely the minimum requirement. Son, should you truly become 1,000 households, our Qin family would indeed shine with glory, Qin Hansheng replied, unimpressed by Qin Xiaoyao's words. He was acutely aware of his son's limitations. In his lifetime, without the assistance of a congenital pill, it was likely that reaching the 12th level of the acquired realm would be the pinnacle of his achievements. Furthermore, a single congenital pill was exorbitantly priced, amounting to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. In contrast, the salary of a Jinyui without a position was a mere 20 taels per month, and a small flag bearer might earn 50 taels. A chief flag bearer could earn a maximum of 100 taels per month, while a deputy 100 households earned a starting salary of 500 taels. However, to become a deputy 100 households, one needed to attain the congenital realm. Thus, those aspiring to purchase a congenital pill were typically in the position of a chief flag bearer, who earned 100 taels a month, totaling only 1,200 taels a year. To amass 100,000 taels, one would need to forego food and drink for over a century. Of course, the salary of the Jinyui was not limited to these figures. Successful captures of criminals also yielded rewards, and any valuables seized from the criminals would belong to the captor. With a stroke of luck, one could stumble upon a wealthy target, potentially acquiring several thousand or even tens of thousands of taels of silver. Naturally, fortune could also be unkind, leading one to encounter a pauper with nothing of value to offer. Then let us see what unfolds, Father, Qin Xiaoyao chuckled. With the life-draining system at his disposal, he was confident that, in 3 to 5 years at most, he would ascend to the rank of 1,000 households. The minimum requirement for that rank was to achieve the 7th level of the congenital realm. The congenital realm consists of 9 levels. To become a deputy 100 households in the Jinyui, one needed only to reach the 1st level of the congenital realm, while attaining the rank of 100 households required a 4th level. To become a deputy 1,000 households necessitated reaching the 7th level, and to be 1,000 households, one must attain the pinnacle of the congenital realm, the 9th level. This was a stringent requirement regarding cultivation. In addition to cultivation, one must also achieve merits. Without sufficient accomplishments, even a perfected congenital master could not ascend to the rank of 1,000 households. As for the ranks above that, such as deputy town pacifiers and town pacifiers, only those of grandmaster caliber could serve. The grandmaster realm felt too distant for Qin Xiaoyao at present. His immediate goal was to reach the congenital realm and become 100 households, in addition to eliminating Zhao Wenbin, the one who had nearly cost him his life. Qin Xiaoyao believed this time would not be far off. Now, you have just completed the assessment task, you should rest. Qin Hansheng, a former member of the Jinyue, understood that his son must have endured a fierce battle. Thus, he did not wish to hinder his rest. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly, offering his father a respectful farewell before departing. My current lifespan stands at 118 years. I can expend 117 years of it. To be prudent, I should reserve 8 years of life. The remaining 110 years will be devoted entirely to enhancing my strength. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Xiaoyao prepared to utilize the life-draining system once more. Having experienced the exhilaration of enhancing his strength before, coupled with the resolution of the lifespan issue, he was eager to elevate his capabilities. After all, he had a formidable adversary in Zhao Wenbin, who was still lurking menacingly. If this individual had failed to eliminate him, he was bound to make another move. Only by increasing his strength could he confront this threat with confidence and even eliminate him. System, I wish to utilize my lifespan. Ding. Please select the lifespan to be consumed and the martial arts to be infused. Utilize all my lifespan to cultivate the child's skill until I can no longer do so. Qin Xiaoyao contemplated and resolved to continue elevating his cultivation. The 12th level of the body refining stage was still too low. The next time Zhao Wenbin sought to confront him, he would undoubtedly dispatch practitioners of the acquired realm. Therefore, he too must reach the acquired realm. This time, he aimed to refine the child's skill to its utmost, achieving the state of perfection. The perfected child's skill should elevate his cultivation to the very limits of the acquired realm, the 12th level. Ding. Infusion commencing. As Qin Xiaoyao confirmed his selection, 30 years of his lifespan vanished in an instant, leaving him with 80 years remaining. Through diligent practice of the child's skill, you finally broke through to the 5th level during your first year, achieving the status of an acquired practitioner. After becoming an acquired practitioner, you continued your rigorous training. And by the 6th year, your child's skill reached the 6th level, with your cultivation successfully attaining the 4th level of the acquired realm. In the 10th year, your child's skill broke through to the 7th level, elevating your cultivation to the 7th level of the acquired realm. After 37 years of relentless effort, your child's skill has finally reached perfection, and your cultivation has correspondingly ascended to the 12th level of the acquired realm. Ding. The child's skill can no longer be improved. This infusion has concluded, and cultivation feedback is commencing. This infusion was of little concern to Qin Xiaoyao regarding the consumption of his lifespan. After expending 37 years, his child's skill had finally reached a state of completion. The next step was to accept the cultivation results. As the infusion began, an even greater surge of energy entered Qin Xiaoyao's body. Simultaneously, his child's skill activated swiftly, rapidly refining this energy. In that instant, his cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Boom! In less than a breath's time, Qin Xiaoyao officially stepped into the realm of postnatal cultivation, and his rank continued to ascend, from the 4th layer to the 7th, then the 10th, and finally reaching the 12th layer of postnatal cultivation. His prowess only ceased to grow after that. Remarkably, this entire process of enhancement took a mere 10 breaths. This illustrates just how swiftly Qin Xiaoyao's strength escalated. However, this elevation in power came at a cost, consuming 47 years of his lifespan. Now, at 118 years, he has only 71 years remaining. It must be said that the innate quality of this body is quite lacking. It took a full 47 years to progress from the 9th level of body refinement to the 12th level of postnatal cultivation. If it were a person of exceptional talent, it would likely take merely a few years to ascend from the 12th level of body refinement to the 12th level of postnatal cultivation. Of course, the primary factor is that this infusion of lifespan was a grueling process of cultivation. Had it been in reality, with various miraculous elixirs to assist in the training, it undoubtedly would not have taken such a lengthy duration. Chapter 7. Frantically trading life for power, strength source. Now, I have reached the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, matching Zhao Wenbin in prowess. Yet, despite this elevation, I remain no match for him. After all, this fellow has undoubtedly mastered several postnatal level martial techniques, and his proficiency in them is far from low. He may have even dabbled in innate level techniques. Thus, for the sake of prudence, I must grasp several postnatal level martial arts and cultivate them to mastery, or even perfection. Gazing upon the remaining 71 years of my lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao silently made a decision. One's strength is not solely determined by the realm of cultivation, but also by the martial arts one commands. Currently, he possesses knowledge of only 2 martial techniques, the iron sand palm, an offensive technique, and the iron cloth shirt, a defensive technique. Both are classified as postnatal level martial arts. After some contemplation, Qin Xiaoyao resolved to first cultivate the iron sand palm. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao continued to infuse his lifespan into the iron sand palm. After diligently practicing the iron sand palm, in the 5th year, your iron sand palm reached the realm of mastery. Though you are not satisfied with the mastery of the iron sand palm, you continue to train diligently, and finally, After 12 years, you have cultivated the iron sand palm to perfection. Ding! The iron sand palm has reached the level of perfection, remaining lifespan insufficient to continue progression. Enhancement ends, feedback begins. As the feedback commenced, a torrent of cultivation experiences related to the iron sand palm surged into Qin Xiaoyao's mind. In that instant, his comprehension of the iron sand palm surged exponentially. The iron sand palm, belonging to the category of hard techniques, is a martial art of a masculine nature. When cultivated to perfection, a single strike can not only obliterate a person's body, but also allow one to catch a blade with bare hands. Ordinary weapons cannot inflict any injury upon these hands. Testing the power of the perfected iron sand palm, Qin Xiaoyao stepped out of his chamber and into his small courtyard. The Qin family has served in the Imperial Guard for generations, thus amassing considerable wealth. Both Qin Hanqing and Qin Xiaoyao possess their own independent courtyards, complete with specially constructed training grounds. Whenever they practice, they do so in the training grounds, which is situated in the center of Qin Xiaoyao's courtyard. There lies a massive stone, a force-measuring stone. Both body refinement and postnatal cultivators utilize it. After attaining the postnatal realm, Qin Xiaoyao's internal energy had already manifested within him. Although his cultivation was rapidly achieved through the system, the depth of his internal energy is not inferior to that of an average person. In fact, it is subtly superior. Qin Xiaoyao slowly began to circulate his internal energy, condensing it upon his palm. In the next moment, a powerful force struck the force-measuring stone, leaving a distinct palm imprint upon it. The depth of the imprint measured approximately 1 inch and 6/10, indicating that after employing the perfected iron sand palm, he possessed a strength of 16,000 Jun. Observing the palm imprint on the force-measuring stone, Qin Xiaoyao reflected silently. The stone is incredibly hard. If one can leave a 1-inch deep mark, it signifies a strength of 10,000 Jun. 1 inch and 6/10 equates to 16,000 Jun. Now, Qin Xiaoyao stands at the 12th level of postnatal cultivation. The foundational strength at this level is 10,000 Jun. The additional 6,000 Jun of strength is attributed to the perfected iron sand palm. This is quite commendable. However, the 10,000 Jun of strength is not my limit. The iron sand palm only consumed 17 years of my lifespan. Currently, I have 54 years of lifespan remaining, which means I can also elevate the level of the iron cloth shirt. In addition to bolstering my defensive capabilities, the iron cloth shirt can also enhance my strength. If cultivated to perfection, it should significantly augment my power. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, Qin Xiaoyao resolutely began to enhance his proficiency in the iron cloth shirt. You commence rigorous training in the iron cloth shirt, repeatedly striking against the stone wall to bolster your defense. After 2 years, your iron cloth shirt reaches the minor mastery level. Once the iron cloth shirt reaches minor mastery, striking the stone wall can no longer enhance your defense. You must have someone whip you with a rattan stick. After 8 years, your iron cloth shirt finally attains the level of mastery. Ordinary rattan sticks can no longer satisfy you, so you replace them with iron whips. After 20 years of relentless strikes day and night, you have finally cultivated the iron cloth shirt to perfection. Ding! The iron cloth shirt has reached the level of perfection. Remaining lifespan insufficient to continue progression. Enhancement ends. Feedback begins. Boom! A surge of unique energy manifested within Qin Xiaoyao, commencing the fortification of his physical form. Evidently, his body grew significantly stronger, and his inherent power intensified. It must be noted that cultivating the iron cloth shirt is considerably more challenging than the iron sand palm. It consumed a full 30 years of Qin Xiaoyao's lifespan to progress from the entry level to minor mastery. After another 30 years, Qin Xiaoyao now finds his remaining lifespan reduced to 24 years. This enhancement has finally concluded. Testing his newfound strength, Qin Xiaoyao discovered that after cultivating the iron cloth shirt to perfection, he could leave a mark of 1 inch and 3/10 on the force measuring stone without employing the iron sand palm, indicating that the perfected iron cloth shirt provided him with an additional 3,000 Jun of strength. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao once more unleashed the perfected iron sand palm. This time, he left a mark of just over 2 inches, slightly less than 2 inches and 1/10, on the force measuring stone. This signifies that Qin Xiaoyao's full-powered strike has exceeded 20,000 Jun. This strength is sufficient to sweep away the vast majority of postnatal level 12 warriors. However, I wonder how formidable Zhao Wenbin has become. Has his strength reached 20,000 Jun? Qin Xiaoyao resolved that after resting, he would seek out old Yang to inquire. To know oneself and know one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao glanced at his attribute panel and was astonished to discover a significant transformation. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, postnatal 12 levels. Martial arts, Tongzi Gong, postnatal cultivation method, currently perfected at the 9th level. Taisha Zhang, postnatal martial technique, currently perfected. Taibushin, postnatal martial technique, currently perfected. Remaining lifespan, 24 years. Chapter 8. The 2 paths to breakthrough to innate. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, postnatal 12 levels. Martial arts. Tongzi Gong, postnatal cultivation method. Currently perfected at the 9th level. Taisha Zhang, postnatal martial technique. Currently perfected. Taibushin, postnatal martial technique. Currently perfected. Remaining lifespan, 24 years. What does this upgradable mean? Perhaps. Upon a closer inspection of his attribute panel, Qin Xiaoyao noticed that there was an upward arrow next to Tongzi Gong, as well as Taibushin and Taisha Zhang. Upon clicking the arrow, a prompt appeared indicating that it was upgradable. This revelation startled Qin Xiaoyao. Could it be that these martial arts could still be upgraded? It seemed so. He recalled that the system had indeed mentioned that consuming lifespan would not only allow him to swiftly comprehend the martial arts he had learned, but also enable their upgrades. Initially, Qin Xiaoyao found it peculiar how martial arts could be upgraded. Now it appeared that one must cultivate the current martial arts to perfection before an upgrade could be initiated. After contemplating, Qin Xiaoyao clicked the upgrade button for Tongzi Gong. Ding. Insufficient lifespan of 1,000 years. Upgrade not possible. Staring blankly at the system's notification, Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that enhancing Tongzi Gong would require a staggering 1,000 years of lifespan. This was no trivial amount. He would need to eliminate approximately 20 Tian Hongwangs to gather this 1,000 years of lifespan. The requirement for upgrading martial arts was much higher than he had imagined. The thought of needing 1,000 years startled Qin Xiaoyao. 1,000 years. That was the combined lifespan of 10 postnatal warriors. How many individuals would he need to slay to gather such a sum? Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyao had his principles, otherwise, he might have resorted to indiscriminately killing innocents in his quest for strength. He wondered how much lifespan would be required for upgrading Taibushin and Taisha Zhang. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao clicked the upgrade buttons for Taibushin and Taisha Zhang. Ding. Insufficient lifespan of 500 years. Upgrade not possible. Ding. Insufficient lifespan of 500 years. Upgrade not possible. To Qin Xiaoyao's relief, while the lifespan costs for the two martial techniques were still substantial, each only required 500 years of lifespan, unlike Tongzi Gong, which demanded 1,000 years. It seemed that martial techniques were half as expensive as cultivation methods. It was clear that during these 3 days of rest, he could not remain idle at home. He must promptly pursue criminals. Only by eliminating wrongdoers could he accrue more lifespan. Tomorrow morning, he would head to the town protector's office to accept a mission. Qin Xiaoyao resolutely made his decision. What could be more fulfilling than enhancing one's strength through action? Completing more tasks and accumulating achievements would also serve as preparation for future promotions. He had not forgotten the promise he made to his father, to become a Qianhu. Zhao Wenbin, do you not know your crime? While Qin Xiaoyao fervently expended his lifespan to enhance his power, Zhao Wenbin was enduring a difficult time. At that moment, he was being reprimanded by his superior, Zhang Baihu. My lord, I did not. Zhao Wenbin knew precisely what Zhang Baihu was referring to and wished to explain. Humph, do you still wish to quibble? Zhao Wenbin, you have greatly disappointed me. If you had managed to eliminate that Qin Xiaoyao, things would not have become so troublesome. Yet now, not only is Qin Xiaoyao alive and well, he has even passed the assessment. Currently, he is a small flag in the Jinyue. After so many years in the Jinyue, you should understand the vast difference between those with official positions and those without. Furthermore, with Yang Tianxing's meddling, he has garnered the attention of the Qianhu. Do you realize that I was severely reprimanded by the Qianhu because of this matter? If you continue to act so recklessly, do not expect to remain under my wing. Zhang Baihu had just returned from a meeting with his superior. A Qianhu commands 5 Baihus and 10 vice Baihus. He and Yang Tianxing both serve under the same Qianhu. Being a close confidant of Qin Hanxing, Yang Tianxing would certainly not allow Qin Xiaoyao to fall victim once more. Thus, after Qin Xiaoyao departed, he promptly reported the events of the day to the Qianhu. Upon learning of this, the Qianhu summoned Zhang Baihu and delivered a stern reprimand. Internal strife among one's own ranks could provide fodder for ridicule from other Qianhus. My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. Zhao Wenbin lowered his head, his demeanor grim. This is all that Qin Xiaoyao's fault. If he had obediently perished, I would have been content even if reprimanded. Instead, I have now found myself in a position where my efforts have backfired. The frustration he felt was palpable. Enough, let this be the last time. I have managed to suppress this incident for you. But should it happen again, do not expect any leniency. Furthermore, your achievements have been reset to 0. The Qianhu stated that this serves as a lesson for you. Zhang Baihu waved his hand impatiently. If not for Zhao Wenbin's relatively good standing with him, and the fact that he had often bestowed gifts, Zhang Baihu would have had little interest in this trivial matter, were it not for his intervention. The consequences would have been far more severe than merely resetting achievements to 0. Understood. Zhao Wenbin clenched his fists, his hatred for the Qin family intensifying. This was the hard-earned merit he had accumulated, which he had intended to exchange for an innate pill. Now, due to Qin Xiaoyao, it had all been wiped clean. One could only imagine the extent of Zhao Wenbin's fury. This is the second time, Qin family. This is my second missed opportunity for the innate pill. I vow not to rest until I have avenged myself. In his mind, Zhao Wenbin raged. 10 years ago, had Qin Hanxing bestowed the innate pill upon him, he would have broken through to the innate realm 5 years prior. Perhaps now, he would have even risen to the rank of Baihu. 10 years later, he was now a mere tenth away from the merits needed to exchange for the innate pill. Yet, in an instant, it had all been reset to zero, shattering his aspirations of breaking through to the innate realm once more. Furthermore, this time, the hope was utterly extinguished, for his age was no longer on his side. He could no longer wait for the next innate pill. To break through to the innate realm, there were two paths available. The first path was through the innate pill. The innate pill contained a trace of innate energy. Once the martial artist of the 12th layer of the acquired realm absorbs this strand of innate energy, they can step into the innate realm. The second condition is the possession of a technique of innate-level internal martial arts. Such a technique encompasses methods to absorb innate energy from the cosmos, allowing one to enter the innate realm without relying on innate elixirs. However, compared to the innate elixirs, these techniques are significantly more expensive. The value of an innate-level technique is a staggering tenfold that of an innate elixir. With Zhao Wenbin's financial means, he could scarcely gather enough for even a single innate elixir, let alone an innate-level technique. This is also the reason for his deep-seated animosity towards the Qin family. Given the opportunity, Zhao Wenbin would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate the father and son of the Qin family. Similarly, if Qin Xiaoyao had the chance, he would not shy away from doing away with Zhao Wenbin. However, both individuals belong to the Jinyue, and it is not as simple as wishing to kill at any moment. A suitable opportunity is required. The crime of murdering a colleague is exceedingly grave. Chapter 9. Suppressing bandits. Early the next morning, as Qin Xiaoyao munched on a meat bun, he made his way to the southern town protectorate, contemplating the level of tasks he should undertake. He was now at the 12th layer of the acquired realm. Logically, he could accept any task that fell within the acquired realm. With his current strength of 20,000 Jun, he might not sweep through all acquired martial artists, but he was undoubtedly one of the strongest among them. However, if he accepted and completed these tasks, his strength within the acquired realm would become evident. Once Zhao Wenbin learned of his cultivation, it was likely that he would think twice before making a move. This was not what Qin Xiaoyao wished to see. He wanted to resolve the matter with the ever-watchful Zhao Wenbin as quickly as possible. Perhaps it would be better to accept tasks at the body refining level. After all, his primary goal was longevity. Achievements, at this point, held little significance for him. As long as he secured sufficient longevity, his strength could continue to rise indefinitely. This was far more beneficial than merely accumulating achievements. As for amassing achievements, he could take his time. After all, he was not in a hurry for promotion. After much contemplation, Qin Xiaoyao reached a decision, driven by two reasons. First, although he had attained the 12th layer of the acquired realm, his skills were acquired through systematic instruction, and he currently lacked combat experience. To ensure prudence, it would be wise to begin with tasks at the body refining level and gradually ascend, serving as a form of training. Second, he aimed to mislead Zhao Wenbin. After the failure of this recent scheme directed at him, it was highly likely that Zhao Wenbin would attempt to take matters into his own hands next time. Once he did, Qin Xiaoyao would not hesitate to eliminate him. Xiao Qin, didn't you have a 3-day holiday? Why are you back at the office? Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao at the protectorate, Yang Tianxing was slightly taken aback. Uncle Yang, I have come to accept the task. I wish to accumulate more achievements before the general flag assessment. Qin Xiaoyao replied earnestly, without a hint of jest. Go on. You just want to make a fool of your Uncle Yang. To participate in the general flag assessment, you must at least be at the 9th layer of the acquired realm. You are only at the 12th layer of body refining. You are still far from the 9th layer of the acquired realm. At your current rate of cultivation, it will take at least a decade or more to reach the 9th layer of the acquired realm. Isn't it a bit premature to think about the general flag assessment? Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes in disbelief. Fine, since you're not interested in resting, I happen to have a bandit suppression task for you, Yang Tianxing said, handing Qin Xiaoyao a task order. Bandit suppression task? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the 6 doors? Why is it falling to us, the Jinyue? Qin Xiaoyao inquired. Slightly taken aback. The duty of the Jinyue is to safeguard the capital's security. They can undertake any case related to the capital. However, outside the capital, it typically falls under the jurisdiction of the 6 doors, which is generally tasked with dealing with those in the martial world and cases beyond the capital. Of course, this is not absolute. Sometimes, in the absence of personnel, the 2 departments collaborate on cases as they both serve the court. Recently, a significant event occurred in the martial world, prompting the 6 doors to attend to it, resulting in a shortage of personnel. Additionally, these bandits have gathered not far from the capital, hence the task has been assigned to the Jinyue, Yang Tianxing explained briefly. Nodding in understanding, Qin Xiaoyao took the task order, which contained all the information about the bandits. They were a small gang comprising 10 individuals. The leader possessed the strength of the 10th layer of body refining, while the second in command was at the 9th layer. The remaining bandits were mostly at the 5th or 6th layers of body refining. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, they were adept at picking their targets. They would avoid those who appeared strong or formidable and would only strike at the weak or civilians. This is precisely why they managed to thrive outside the capital. Unfortunately, those who roam the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. This time, They finally encountered a fierce adversary who reported their activities to the court, prompting the court to take action against these bandits. Who do you plan to partner with for this task? Yang Tianqing inquired, believing that with Qin Xiaoyao's current 12th layer of body refining strength, handling these individuals should not pose a problem. Moreover, Jinhui operatives below the rank of lieutenant typically worked in pairs. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaoyao ultimately chose not to disclose his intentions for this bandit suppression task. He did not plan to team up with anyone. He intended to tackle it solo. With his current strength at the 12th layer of the acquired realm, dealing with these body-refining martial artists would be exceedingly simple. He could easily dispatch a large number of them. His strength of 20,000 Jun was his confidence. All right. Yang Tianqing thought little of it. He could not possibly imagine that Qin Xiaoyao intended to undertake the task alone. Had he known, he would have certainly attempted to dissuade him. After all, even though Qin Xiaoyao was a 12th layer body-refining martial artist, facing the onslaught of numerous body-refining warriors could still be perilous. This task has a time constraint. It is best to complete it within 3 days. Yang Tianqing reminded as Qin Xiaoyao prepared to leave. I understand. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly, and then departed from the protectorate. After leaving, Qin Xiaoyao returned home directly. Since he was heading out of the city to suppress bandits, he needed to prepare the necessary supplies, such as provisions, water, and silver. Fortunately, although the Qin family is not a household of immense wealth, they do possess a few servants. After all, they are a lineage that has been rooted for 4 generations in the prestigious Jinhui. Such matters can simply be entrusted to the servants for preparation. Son, are you preparing for a journey far from home? Qin Hanqing inquired curiously upon hearing the news. Not far. Merely a trip outside the city to undertake a bandit suppression mission, Qin Xiaoyao replied, shaking the task order slightly as he provided a brief explanation. Did you not just complete your assessment? You have 3 days of rest ahead of you. Why are you taking on another task so soon? You are truly diligent, Qin Hanqing remarked, taken aback by his son's unexpected commitment to such a dangerous endeavor. In the past, this lad had never displayed such industriousness during paid leave. He would never have dreamed of working overtime. Well, I simply wish to fulfill your aspirations more swiftly, father, and become 100 households leader sooner rather than later. While I am still young, it is prudent to accumulate a bit more merit, Qin Xiaoyao replied, half-jokingly. Haha, splendid. I am truly pleased to see your diligence. Qin Hanqing responded, a smile of satisfaction brightening his face. His son has grown and matured, no longer the little one who required his constant concern. Young master, everything is packed and ready, a servant announced, having completed the preparations during the father-son conversation. Father, I must take my leave now. Once I complete my task, we shall converse further. Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand and, after ensuring that all his belongings were in order, bid farewell to Qin Hanqing and departed from the Qin residence. What did you say? Qin Xiaoyao has accepted a bandit suppression mission and left the capital alone? Are you certain this information is accurate? As Qin Xiaoyao departed the Qin family, Zhao Wenbin received the news. Yes, boss. I have had someone shadowing him all day, and I also inquired at the mission hall. Zhao Wenbin's subordinate affirmed with a series of nods. All right, I understand. You may leave. Zhao Wenbin waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to depart without further inquiry. This young man dares to venture outside the city alone to confront bandits. Truly a case of a young bull not fearing the tiger. However, his reckless actions provide me with a golden opportunity. Should I take advantage of his absence? After his subordinates left, Zhao Wenbin found himself torn with indecision. Undoubtedly, Qin Xiaoyao's solitary journey outside the city presents an excellent opportunity for his demise. In these times, there are indeed instances of bandit suppression missions failing, with the unfortunate fate of being overwhelmed and killed by bandits. He could easily masquerade as a bandit and eliminate Qin Xiaoyao, then return to the capital without a trace. This way, he would not need to worry about the exposure of his crime against a colleague. With this thought, Zhao Wenbin's resolve solidified. He could not let this rare opportunity slip by. However, before venturing outside the city, he needed to make some preparations. At the very least, he must disguise himself, ensuring that no one would suspect he had left home. He had already devised a plausible excuse, a brief retreat for a few days. Qin Xiaoyao, I shall grant you one more day of life. Once I am ready, it will be your end. Zhao Wenbin glanced towards the city gates of the capital and commenced his disguise. Chapter 10. The Eldest Princess, Ji Jinghua. Clop, clop, clop. On the official road several kilometers from the capital, a luxurious carriage was making its slow way towards the city, flanked by dozens of armed guards. Ji Yuan, have you thoroughly investigated the situation within the Jinhui? Are there any individuals who could be of use to me? A clear and spirited voice emanated from within the carriage. Your Highness, I have gathered all the necessary information. Here is a suitable list. The woman known as Ji Yuan respectfully presented a document to the eldest princess. For those familiar with her, it would be immediately recognizable. This is none other than the eldest princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty, along with her personal maid, Ji Yuan. The eldest princess, Ji Jinghua, is the eldest daughter of Emperor Ji Wei, having exhibited exceptional martial talent from a young age. She began her training at the age of 8, became a postnatal warrior by 11, reached the innate level by 16, and at the age of 25, she has already attained the 7th level of mastery. In the entire capital, there is no one who can match her talent. Even the current crown prince, Ji Haotzin, pales in comparison to Ji Jingyue's prowess. It is safe to say that Ji Jingyue is the undisputed jewel of the Great Zhou capital. Such extraordinary talent has naturally won her the favor of Ji Wei, who has directly appointed her to the Jinyue, intending for her to take command. With her current mastery, she could assume the position of the pacification envoy immediately. The commander and 2 deputy commanders above her require the status of Grand Masters. One can only imagine that once Ji Jingyue reaches the Grand Master realm, the Jinyue will have a 3rd deputy commander. As for achievements, being the eldest princess of the Great Zhou, does Ji Jingyue truly require such trivial accolades? With a mere imperial decree, she could ascend to the highest commander of the Jinyue, even without any accomplishments. However, Ji Jingyue has chosen not to pursue this route. Instead, she has opted for the position of pacification envoy, believing that her abilities will earn her the respect and obedience of the Jinyue personnel in due course. Glancing at the information on the list, Ji Jingyue's brow furrowed slightly. Having just entered the Jinyue, she naturally seeks to surround herself with exceptional talents. Yet, the list provided by Ji Yuan, while not devoid of innate level experts, contains no one with the mastery of a Grand Master. Furthermore, the innate level individuals listed do not possess particularly high talent, with none having broken through to the innate level before the age of 20. The most talented among them only achieved this at the age of 25. In the Great Zhou Dynasty and other factions, those who break through to the innate level before 20 are regarded as prodigies. Individuals like Ji Jingyue, who achieved this at 16, are considered true anomalies. Princess, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Ji Yuan immediately prostrated herself, seeking to take responsibility upon hearing Ji Jingyue's remarks. It is not your fault. After all, the Jinyue serves as my father's personal guard, and its internal dynamics are quite intricate. Your ability to find individuals willing to join my ranks is commendable, Ji Jingyue reassured her. Although she has just joined the Jinyue and assumed the role of a pacification envoy, she is well aware that the talented individuals within the organization have long been claimed by others. It is indeed a challenging task to entice such talents to serve under her banner. Moreover, such actions can easily offend others. Despite Ji Jingyue's remarkable talents and her esteemed position as the princess of the Great Zhou, the most favored daughter of the current emperor, and her unparalleled strength among her peers, she does not take these privileges for granted to indiscriminately offend others. After all, the members of the Jinyue are all subjects of the Great Zhou. Respect must be accorded where it is due. Princess, should I seek out a prodigious talent for you? Suggested Ji Yuan, her attendant. As a local pacification officer, it is imperative to have an exceptional individual under her command. To have only mediocre subordinates would be a disgrace to the royal family. Furthermore, as the foremost of the younger generation in the Great Zhou, if she lacked capable subordinates, it would not only tarnish the royal family's reputation, but also her own. Very well. Ji Yuan, come with me. Ji Jingyue was about to nod in agreement to send her maid to scout for a talented individual when her expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, without uttering a word, she soared into the sky, taking Ji Yuan along with her in a specific direction. Time rewinds to a little over an hour ago. The Great Wilderness Mountain Range is the largest mountain range within the Great Zhou Dynasty, stretching several 100,000 kilometers from east to west. Even though the Great Zhou's territory is vast, it occupies only a small portion of this mountain range. Not only does the range conceal abundant resources for cultivation, but it is also home to countless demons and monsters, making it an excellent training ground. Many martial artists from the imperial capital venture into the Great Wilderness Mountain Range for honing their skills. At the entrance of the mountain range, Qin Xiaoyao had traversed over 10 kilometers and finally arrived. According to the intel on the Jinyue mission report, the gang of thieves lurked near the entrance. After all, they are merely body refinement practitioners who dare not wander far into the depths of the mountain range. Encountering a demon of postnatal level could spell disaster for their entire crew. Seems like they are around here. I still need to search. Qin Xiaoyao murmured as he prepared to look around. After nearly an hour of searching, he grew perplexed. Where could these thieves have vanished? He furrowed his brow, realizing that what he initially thought would be a straightforward task had turned into a conundrum. There's a village ahead. Perhaps I should inquire there. Qin Xiaoyao observed the surroundings from a vantage point. Upon spotting a village, he dashed toward it. Wait, something feels amiss. As he approached the village, a grave expression crossed his face. The stench of blood wafted through the air, an unmistakably potent scent. What had transpired in this village? Gritting his teeth, he cautiously advanced. In the next moment, his eyes glinted with cold light. He beheld over 10 thieves rampaging through the village, mercilessly slaughtering innocents, sparing not even the children. Even more vile, some were brazenly assaulting women in broad daylight, committing unspeakable acts. It was indeed a case of finding the answer without seeking it. To his astonishment, these brigands had forsaken robbing travelers and instead descended upon the village, engaging in such heinous acts that elicited outrage from both gods and men. They deserved death. At that moment, The village resembled a hellscape. In his heart, Qin Xiaoyao had already passed judgment upon these miscreants. They must die? Chapter 11, A Wild Prodigy? In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiaoyao vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the thieves, a mere 5th-level body refinement practitioner. With a surge of internal energy coalescing in his right hand, he allowed no chance for the thief to react. A terrifying force struck the thief's back. With a resounding thud, flesh and blood erupted, and the thief's hardened bones shattered under the impact of Qin Xiaoyao's fist. Just how formidable was Qin Xiaoyao's strength? Even without exerting his full power, he was far beyond what a 5th-level body refinement practitioner could withstand. With just a single punch, the brigand, who was committing atrocities, was sent flying, soaring through the air for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Faced with a 12th-level postnatal martial artist, even a 12th-level body refinement practitioner would meet the same explosive fate against Qin Xiaoyao. Who dares? The commotion drew the attention of the other thieves, who began to converge from all directions. Jinui. Qin Xiaoyao had donned his uniform today, rather than civilian attire, making his identity immediately recognizable. Upon realizing this, the thieves' expressions shifted dramatically. They never anticipated such misfortune, encountering the Jinui on this day. Big brother, what do we do? The second-in-command thief looked anxiously at the leader. The Jinui, as the personal guards of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, were not to be trifled with. Yet, surrendering did not sit well with him. We can't just give up. If we do, our past crimes are enough to earn us death. The leader, assessing Qin Xiaoyao's youthful appearance, no more than 16 or 17, concluded that his strength couldn't be that formidable. If we kill him, we can flee into the great wilderness mountain range, skirting the edges away from the imperial capital and live freely elsewhere. The leader decisively made his choice. Regardless of their past crimes, today's attack on the village was a death sentence in itself. Rather than be captured by the Jinui, it would be better to eliminate him and escape, seizing every moment to survive. With a stroke of luck, they might even evade the Jinui's pursuit. All right, I'll follow your lead. The second-in-command understood the gravity of their situation and immediately concurred. Not only he but the other thieves also agreed. One by one, they approached Qin Xiaoyao with murderous intent. Had they witnessed Qin Xiaoyao in action, they would have fled at the first opportunity. You wish to kill me? Perfect. I too desire to stretch my muscles, Qin Xiaoyao remarked with a sinister smile. In the next instant, he sprang into action, akin to a tiger among sheep, unleashing his fury upon the thieves. Qin Xiaoyao held back slightly, employing only a fraction of his strength, equivalent to that of a 4th-level postnatal martial artist. Having already vented much of his anger with that earlier punch, he saw no need to exert himself to the utmost against the remaining foes. Run. Upon realizing Qin Xiaoyao's overwhelming power and postnatal prowess, the remaining thieves scrambled to escape. The chief immediately cried out and swiftly turned to flee. If he were merely a practitioner of the 12th layer of body refinement, or even a martial artist of the 1st or 2nd layer of the acquired realm, they might have attempted to surround him. However, it was evident that Qin Xiaoyao was far beyond that. He was at least a martial artist of the 4th layer of the acquired realm. The chief and his men were merely at the body refinement level. Faced with someone of the 4th layer or higher, their only option was to run. Whoosh. Yet, just as he turned and took a few steps, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed behind him. In the next instant, a long blade pierced through his body, impaling him completely. It turned out that Qin Xiaoyao, seeing the chief's intent to escape, had casually picked up a long knife from the ground and, with pinpoint accuracy, thrown it towards him, delivering a fatal blow from afar. Lowering his head, the chief glanced at the blade protruding from his chest, and then turned to see Qin Xiaoyao standing several dozen meters away. He wished to utter something, but ultimately, as life ebbed away, he collapsed to the ground, stiff and lifeless. The terror etched on his face in those final moments spoke volumes of his desperate desire to cling to life. Alas, his fate had been sealed the moment he chose the path of a bandit. With the chief dispatched, the remaining bandits posed little threat. Within merely the span of a tea's brewing time, those who had once wreaked havoc in the village lay dead at Qin Xiaoyao's hands. It was his first time taking so many lives. On a hillside outside the village, Ji Jingwei and Ji Yuan quietly observed the unfolding events. Before Qin Xiaoyao's arrival, Ji Jingwei had already perceived the dire situation. As the esteemed princess of the Great Zhou, she could not allow these bandits to massacre her people with impunity. However, as soon as she arrived with Ji Yuan, she witnessed the moment when Qin Xiaoyao obliterated a bandit with a single punch. The Imperial Guards, judging by his appearance, he should only be around 17 or 18 years old. Not only had he attained the 12th layer of the acquired realm, but he had also perfected a martial technique to its utmost level. A prodigy, without a doubt. Ji Yuan, do you have any information on this individual? After merely a brief observation, Ji Jingwei felt she had grasped Qin Xiaoyao's situation thoroughly. After all, she was a master-level martial artist. It would be quite disappointing if she couldn't see through an acquired realm practitioner. Of course, what intrigued her most was Qin Xiaoyao's innate talent. A 17 or 18-year-old with the 12th layer of the acquired realm has the potential to break through to the innate realm before turning 20. Those who achieve such a feat can indeed be regarded as extraordinary talents. Such a person would be a valuable asset under Ji Jingyue's command. The only question remained, had this talent already been discovered by others? If so, her hopes would be dashed. Your Highness, I have investigated all the talented individuals within the Imperial Guards, and I have no recollection of this person. As Ji Jingyue's close attendant, Ji Yuan had meticulously scrutinized all the talented figures in the Imperial Guards. This particular individual, however, left her with no impressions. Could it be that she had overlooked something? No, that was impossible. She was quite confident that her investigations had been thorough. No impressions? That is indeed good news. Ji Yuan, within a day? I want all the detailed information on this Imperial Guard. Upon hearing this, Ji Jingyue was somewhat taken aback. She was well aware of her attendant's capabilities. It was utterly implausible for there to be any oversight. The only explanation was that this 17 or 18-year-old practitioner of the 12th layer of the acquired realm had yet to be recognized by others. Or perhaps he simply had not yet made a name for himself. A hidden genius. If such a talent could fall under her command, it would be a remarkable gain. Of course, even if he did not join her, she would not press the matter. After all, she, Ji Jingyue, was the greatest talent of the Great Zhou. Yes, Your Highness, what Ji Jingyue could conceive, Ji Yuan could certainly fathom as well. If such a prodigious individual could become the Long Princess's subordinate, it would greatly benefit her standing within the Imperial Guards. Ah, another has arrived. Another practitioner of the 12th layer of the acquired realm. It seemed that a spectacle was about to unfold. Ji Jingyue cast a glance towards the village's outskirts, a playful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 12, Zhao Wenbin's arrival. Body refinement practitioner, total lifespan 80 years, remaining 41 years, absorption complete. Body refinement practitioner, total lifespan 80 years, remaining 53 years, absorption complete. Body refinement practitioner, total lifespan 80 years, remaining 37 years, absorption complete. On the other side, after Qin Xiaoyao had slain all the bandits, he had absorbed the entirety of their remaining lifespans. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, 12th layer of the acquired realm. Martial arts, Tongzi Gong, acquired realm technique, currently perfected at the 9th layer. Taisha Palm, acquired realm martial skill, currently perfected. Iron cloth shirt, acquired realm martial skill, currently perfected. Remaining lifespan, 427 years. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, he discovered that after absorbing the lifespans of these dozen or so individuals, he now possessed a total lifespan of 427 years. This meant that these bandits had provided Qin Xiaoyao with a staggering 403 years of life. For Qin Xiaoyao, it was a veritable windfall. Unfortunately, he was still more than halfway away from the 1,000 years of lifespan required to upgrade Tongzi Gong. Additionally, both Taisha Palm and Iron Cloth Shirt required a cumulative 1,000 years of lifespan for their upgrades. Furthermore, the most crucial question lingered. Would the upgraded martial arts belong to the entry level, or would they be perfected outright? Based on Qin Xiaoyao's conjecture, they would likely be more inclined towards the entry level. It was improbable that they would be perfected immediately. Thus, he needed to continue striving. The 2,000 years of required lifespan was indeed a daunting challenge. Clatter, clatter. Just as Qin Xiaoyao lamented over when he would manage to gather 2,000 years of lifespan, a series of footsteps approached from outside the village. This prompted the battle-hardened Qin Xiaoyao to immediately become vigilant. After 3 breaths, he finally laid eyes on the newcomer. Upon seeing this person, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Zhao Wenbin. How could it be him? What brought him here? Zhao Wenbin, upon observing the situation in the village, was equally taken aback. He was well aware of the details surrounding this bandit extermination mission. Not only did it involve a chief of the 11th layer of body refinement, but the second-in-command strength was formidable as well. Coupled with the support of other body refinement practitioners, even if Qin Xiaoyao had reached the 12th layer of the acquired realm, it was inconceivable that he could have slain them all. Acquired realm. This lad was undoubtedly of the acquired realm. What a cunning fellow. Despite his impressive cultivation, he had feigned being merely at the 9th layer of body refinement. Thankfully, he had personally come to handle the matter. Otherwise, he might have allowed this little rascal to slip away once more. Little Qin, I never expected it would be you undertaking this task. I was wondering who it could be. By the way, have you dealt with all these bandits? Casting a glance at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Zhao Wenbin suddenly broke into a fervent smile. As he laughed, he approached Qin Xiaoyao. The flag has been resolved, General Zhao. What brings you here? Observing Zhao Wenbin's enthusiastic demeanor, Qin Xiaoyao's vigilance surged to its peak. No one offers undue kindness without ulterior motives. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyao was acutely aware of the deep-seated animosity Zhao Wenbin harbored towards him. Such fervor could not possibly be genuine. While Qin Xiaoyao spoke, Zhao Wenbin had already closed the distance between them to less than 5 meters and continued to advance. Of course, I'm here to kill you. When the space between Zhao Wenbin and Qin Xiaoyao diminished to under 3 meters, Zhao Wenbin struck. His attack was executed with all his might. The perfected thunderclap technique surged forth with lightning speed towards Qin Xiaoyao. Zhao Wenbin's cultivation had reached the 12th level of the acquired realm, granting him immense strength. Coupled with the perfected thunderclap, the force of this strike reached an astonishing 14,000 June. The perfected thunderclap could amplify one's strength by 40%. This cunning old fox harbors malicious intent towards me. Fortunately, my guard has not lowered. Coincidentally, I wish to eliminate you as well. Anticipating Zhao Wenbin's sudden assault, Qin Xiaoyao was well prepared. As Zhao Wenbin approached, he had already concentrated his internal energy into his hands. In tandem with Zhao Wenbin's offensive, Qin Xiaoyao launched his own counterattack. Iron Sand Palm. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao did not hold back. A force of 20,000 June erupted forth. Boom. Bang. In the next instant, their attacks collided. Against the 20,000 June of power, Zhao Wenbin's 14,000 June was utterly insufficient to withstand it. The sheer force propelled Zhao Wenbin backward several paces, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. Puff. After finally halting his retreat, Zhao Wenbin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He then raised his head. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Qin Xiaoyao. Impossible. How could your cultivation have also reached the 12th level of the acquired realm? And how can your strength surpass mine? You are merely a youth. Injured by Qin Xiaoyao's strike, Zhao Wenbin's heart was tumultuous, akin to raging waves, unable to calm. This brat is merely 17. How could he injure me head-on? I am a practitioner of the 12th level of the acquired realm. If given a few more years, he could very well step into the innate realm. If he reaches the innate realm before turning 20, he would undoubtedly receive significant cultivation from the Jinyui, along with various exceptional privileges. The mere thought of this sent Zhao Wenbin into a frenzy of jealousy. Why? Why does Qin Hanxing's son possess such exceptional martial talent? I, Zhao Wenbin, refuse to accept this. Humph, nothing is impossible. Zhao Wenbin, I was still contemplating how to find you, yet you have come knocking at my door. Today, I shall beat you to death, so you may learn that framing me comes with a price. Having spoken, Qin Xiaoyao did not afford Zhao Wenbin an opportunity to retort and surge forward again. Zhao Wenbin was already injured. Take advantage of his plight to claim his life. Qin Xiaoyao was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Lacking lightness martial skills, he understood that he must eliminate Zhao Wenbin before he could react. Otherwise, should he escape, this opportunity would slip away. No, you cannot kill me. Killing a colleague is a grave crime. If you kill me, you can forget about remaining in the Jinyui. Zhao Wenbin, upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao advancing once more, was gripped by fear, his face contorted in terror as he threatened. Humph, your very presence here, and your immediate intent to kill me, indicates you have meticulously prepared for this moment. After eliminating me, no one would suspect you. Thank you for your preparations. Qin Xiaoyao replied coldly, and in the midst of his words, he had already reached Zhao Wenbin's front. With a perfected iron sand palm, he struck down fiercely upon Zhao Wenbin. Chapter 13. This guy is too cunning. This lad's intellect is astonishing. He quickly deduced that my appearance here was no mere coincidence, but rather a well-laid plan for retreat. However, even if your strength surpasses mine, you shall not succeed in killing me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenbin's heart jolted in shock. He never anticipated that in such a short span, Qin Xiaoyao would uncover all his schemes. Truly, he is exceedingly clever. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenbin was resolute. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao intended to strike him down without mercy, he too would not sit idly by. Channeling his internal energy into his hands, he unleashed his most formidable martial skill, the thunderclap. He did not evade Qin Xiaoyao's attack. Clearly, he intended to trade injury for injury, life for life. As a member of the Jinyui, accustomed to dealing with desperate individuals, Zhao Wenbin was certainly not one to scream for help at the slightest injury. His ascent to the position of general was earned through his own efforts. Although he aimed to trade injuries, Zhao Wenbin was not foolish enough to allow Qin Xiaoyao's assault to land unopposed. After all, he had already realized that Qin Xiaoyao's strength exceeded his own. In the next moment, his internal energy surged and enveloped his skin. In addition to the thunderclap technique, he had also mastered a defensive martial skill of the acquired realm. After years of cultivation, it had reached a minor completion stage. This was precisely why Zhao Wenbin opted for an injury-for-injury approach. In his view, possessing a defensive martial skill at a minor completion stage meant that any injury Qin Xiaoyao inflicted upon him would be far more severe than his own. Regrettably, Zhao Wenbin underestimated Qin Xiaoyao. In the blink of an eye, both their attacks collided with one another. Zhao Wenbin was once again sent flying by the tremendous force, soaring several meters away. Bang! Conversely, after being propelled backward 3 meters, Qin Xiaoyao landed steadily on the ground. Brushing off his clothes and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Xiaoyao continued to advance toward Zhao Wenbin. Just as he initiated his assault, Qin Xiaoyao had not forgotten to activate his perfected iron cloth. It was precisely due to this perfected defensive martial skill that he was able to withstand Zhao Wenbin's strike with only minor injuries. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyao observed that not only had he practiced a defensive martial skill, but Zhao Wenbin had as well. However, his defensive technique was merely at the minor completion stage. Compared to Qin Xiaoyao's perfected skill, the disparity was vast. Thus, this fellow's injuries were far more severe than his own. After all, this confrontation was unlike the previous ones. Cough, cough. Impossible. Why are your injuries so light? Though my strength may not rival yours, it is only reasonable that you should have sustained injuries in this unguarded state. Zhao Wenbin bore an expression akin to encountering a specter. He had initially believed that ambushing Qin Xiaoyao would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet, to his astonishment, this young man had concealed his true capabilities to such an extent, possessing the cultivation of the 12th level of postnatal refinement and an impressive might exceeding his own. He had deceptively masqueraded as merely a practitioner of the 9th level of body refinement. Such duplicity was utterly outrageous. In that moment, Zhao Wenbin was engulfed by profound regret. He lamented provoking Qin Xiaoyao. With such talent, the latter's future was undeniably boundless. Even if he managed to escape today, his fate would likely be grim. It was all this rascal's fault for being so cunning. Had he revealed his true cultivation earlier, even my resentment towards Qin Hansheng would have deterred me from attempting to harm him. Humph, you have trained in defensive martial skills. Do you believe I have not? Well then, I have said all that needs to be said, and now it is time for you to depart. With that, Qin Xiaoyao once more surged towards Zhao Wenbin, unleashing the iron sand palm upon him. No, this cannot be. At such a tender age, achieving perfection in one postnatal martial skill was already remarkable, but to have honed another defensive skill to the same level? Zhao Wenbin was utterly flabbergasted. He had already sensed during their previous skirmish that Qin Xiaoyao's iron sand palm had reached perfection. But who could have imagined that he had also perfected a defensive martial skill? This was simply incredible. It is known that defensive martial skills are far more arduous to master than offensive ones, requiring not only insight but also relentless practice, which often entails enduring blows. As for Zhao Wenbin's inquiry, Qin Xiaoyao offered no response. Instead, he met the challenge with his perfected iron sand palm. If you wish for my demise, then do not expect to survive yourself. Thunderbolt hand. At that moment, Zhao Wenbin displayed a fierce countenance. Since escape was futile, he would take someone down with him. If he could drag such a prodigy into the abyss alongside him, it would be a death well earned. You are overestimating yourself. Qin Xiaoyao scoffed, deftly evading Zhao Wenbin's thunderbolt hand with a feint. Before Zhao Wenbin could react, a resounding slap struck his head. Boom. The force of Qin Xiaoyao was formidable. With that blow, Zhao Wenbin's skull was obliterated. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyao had dodged in time to avoid being splattered with blood, or he would have been nauseated for a long while. The previous strike had already left Zhao Wenbin grievously injured, rendering his reflexes exceedingly sluggish. This was precisely why Qin Xiaoyao could shatter his head with a single slap. Postnatal warriors have a lifespan of 100 years, remaining 63 years. Absorb. Upon eliminating Zhao Wenbin, Qin Xiaoyao gained an additional 63 years of life. At 37 years old, still at the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, Zhao Wenbin's potential was rather unimpressive. If he could not break through to the innate level by 40, his prospects in this life appeared bleak. It was all this rascal's fault for being so elusive. With the acquisition of these 63 years, Qin Xiaoyao's total lifespan surged to 490 years. Only 10 years remained until he reached 500 years. He was finally nearing the halfway mark. This young man's martial talent was astonishingly formidable. It seemed I had previously underestimated him. At such a tender age, not only had he attained the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, but he had also perfected 2 postnatal martial skills. His aptitude was certainly on par with my own. Witnessing Qin Xiaoyao's prowess firsthand, Ji Jingwei was equally astounded by his talents. Although she had broken through to the innate level at 16, she was the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou. The resources she had received since childhood were incomparable to those accessible to this Brocade Guard. Had her training resources been bestowed upon him, he would have likely already achieved innate status. Even if he fell short of her, he surely would not be far behind. Reflecting on this, Ji Jingyue's attitude towards Qin Xiaoyao shifted from indifference to intrigue. A talent whose potential rivaled her own was certainly worth cultivating. Should he join her ranks, Ji Jingyue would not hesitate to invest substantial resources in his development. After all, due to her father's favoritism, she had accumulated an abundance of training resources throughout her life. Ji Qian, we must return to the imperial capital at once. Investigate this individual thoroughly. Moreover, the one he just killed was likely another Brocade Guard. Uncover the nature of their grievances. While talent is paramount, character holds equal importance. Ji Jingyue, having recognized Qin Xiaoyao's gift, did not rush to recruit him. Instead, she intended to ascertain his character upon their return to the capital before making any decisions. She had no desire to cultivate a talent who might ultimately prove to be a treacherous wolf. Yes, Your Highness. Ji Qian nodded respectfully, understanding Ji Jingyue's intent. After all, the one in the imperial capital often resorted to unscrupulous means to seize the talents cultivated by the princess. If a person lacked integrity, no matter how great their talent, the princess would not be interested. Chapter 14. The ultimate version of the sixth child. In the imperial capital, at the Grand Princess's residence. Upon returning to her estate, Ji Jingyue commenced her training. Her current accomplishments were deeply intertwined with her daily diligent practice. At this moment, Ji Jingyue was practicing a sword technique known as the Haoyue Divine Sword Technique, a martial art of Grandmaster level. It was one of the most powerful martial arts of the royal family. Across the entirety of the Great Zhou, aside from the royal lineage, only a handful of individuals could practice the Haoyue Divine Sword. These individuals were all those who had rendered significant contributions to the Great Zhou. After all, Grandmaster-level martial arts could be deemed the highest publicly recognized martial discipline of the Great Zhou. Common folk would consider themselves fortunate to obtain a martial art of innate level, let alone aspire to a Grandmaster-level technique. While Ji Jingyue was immersed in her practice of the Haoyue Divine Sword Technique, Ji Qian hurriedly entered through the door. Casting a glance at the diligently practicing Ji Jingyue, she silently awaited her turn. The world may be vast, but the princess's training took precedence. Unless it was a decree from the emperor of the Great Zhou, all matters were secondary to the princess's practice, even if the crown prince arrived. This wait lasted nearly half an hour. This Haoyue Divine Sword Technique truly lives up to its reputation as one of the strongest martial arts of the Ji clan. The difficulty of training is indeed unparalleled in my experience. After half an hour, Ji Jingyue concluded her practice, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Your Highness, your Haoyue Divine Sword Technique is becoming increasingly formidable. Upon seeing Ji Jingyue finish her training, Ji Qian promptly approached, offering her a towel. Cease the flattery. I have possessed this sword technique for 3 years, yet I am still merely at the entry stage. I am far from achieving any semblance of proficiency. Where do you get this notion of growing stronger? Have you managed to ascertain the matter I asked you to investigate? Ji Jingyue inquired eagerly after wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Clearly, he held a significant regard for Qin Xiaoyao, considering him a rare talent. Such individuals are hard to come by, especially now that he had recently joined the Jinui, albeit merely as a town protector. He aspired to establish his own faction. For one must recognize that in the Great Zhou, a town protector occupies a prestigious position, ranking as a 4th-grade official. The commander of the guards holds a 3rd-grade rank, while the chief commander is also a 3rd-grade official. Your Highness, I have uncovered the details. The Jinui we encountered in the Great Wilderness Mountains is known as Qin Xiaoyao. The Qin family has served in the Jinui for 4 generations, dating back to his great-grandfather, thus boasting an impeccable lineage. Interestingly, this Qin Xiaoyao's recorded cultivation level is not the 12th layer of the postnatal realm, but rather the 9th layer of body refinement. At this point, Ji Yuan couldn't help but express her disbelief. This fellow is being excessively cautious. He clearly possesses the cultivation of the postnatal realm, but pretends to be at the 9th layer of body refinement. The entire Jinui has been deceived by him. However, it is precisely because of his subterfuge that he has evaded detection by others. Your Highness, having just joined the Jinui, you are in need of such talent. Ji Jingyue was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ji Yuan's words. To disguise the 12th layer of the postnatal realm as the 9th layer of body refinement. This is more than just caution. If I were a person of the modern age, I would undoubtedly exclaim that this is the ultimate form of cunning. Qin Xiaoyao protested. I did not. I am not. Please do not speak recklessly. As for the Jinui member he had slain today, his name was Zhao Wenbin. The enmity between them stemmed from a matter involving Qin Xiaoyao's father. Your Highness, this is the information I have gathered. Once you review it, you will understand. Ji Yuan said, handing a note to Ji Jingyue. Upon examining it, Ji Jingyue quickly grasped the situation and comprehended why Qin Xiaoyao felt compelled to kill Zhao Wenbin. It was unexpected that such an incident would occur before her return to the capital. Fabricating false intelligence to harm a colleague is utterly intolerable. Had I remained ignorant, it would have been one thing, but now that I am aware, the Jinui must undergo a thorough reorganization. Let us begin with that Zhang Baihu. The next morning at the Southern Town Protector's office, Qin Xiaoyao arrived to hand over his mission after a night of rest. You reckless lad, venturing alone to eradicate bandits. What if something had gone awry? How would I explain that to your father? You are far too impulsive. Thankfully, you returned unscathed and accomplished your task. Do not let such arrogance dictate your actions again. Yang Tianxing cast a disapproving glance at Qin Xiaoyao. This young man was indeed reckless. It was a gang of over 10 bandits. Even if your cultivation surpasses theirs, you should not take such risks alone. At that moment, Yang Tianxing remained oblivious to the fact that while he chastised Qin Xiaoyao for his recklessness, yesterday, the princess was criticizing him for being overly cautious. Rest assured, Uncle Yang, I am well aware of my limits. There is no danger, Qin Xiaoyao replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He understood Yang Tianxing's concerns, but had no intention of revealing his true cultivation level. Although Zhao Wenbin was now deceased, he knew that Zhao's superior, a Baihu, would not let the matter rest easily. The disappearance of a subordinate would undoubtedly prompt an investigation that could lead back to him. If he were to reveal his postnatal 12th layer cultivation, Zhang Baihu would surely suspect him of having killed Zhao Wenbin. By maintaining the facade of being at the 9th layer of body refinement, he hoped to avoid suspicion. Very well, since you have completed your mission, return home and rest. Just refrain from being so reckless in the future. Yang Tianxing waved his hand, wishing to avoid further aggravation. This young man seemed completely impervious to his words. What limits? You are but a child. What wisdom could you possibly possess? Understood, Uncle Yang. I shall take my leave. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly and exited the mission hall. Oh, I had intended to take on another task, but it appears Uncle Yang will not assign me one now. Very well. I shall treat the next 2 days as a time for rest. As he contemplated this, Qin Xiaoyao was preparing to return home when a strikingly beautiful young lady approached him, blocking his path. She was none other than Ji Yuan, the personal maid of Ji Jinghua. Who is your mistress? Do I know her? Qin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. His life had been quite simple over the years, and he was certain he had not forged any connections with any young women. He was perplexed as to who sought to meet him. Young master, just follow me and you will find out, Ji Yuan replied, turning without looking back and leading the way. After a moment's consideration, Qin Xiaoyao decided to follow her. His curiosity piqued about who wished to see him. Chapter 15. Acceptance in the capital at the Tianshang residence. The Tianshang residence is the most renowned tavern in the capital. The patrons who frequent this establishment are either affluent or noble. The common folk cannot afford to dine here. Furthermore, access to the second floor of Tianshang residence is restricted. Only those of royal or noble lineage may ascend. Upon arriving at Tianshang residence, Qin Xiaoyao followed Ji Yuan directly to a private room on the second floor. Once inside, he beheld a stunning silhouette. Her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her figure was exquisitely graceful, evoking a multitude of fantasies. However, he was left wondering what her face looked like. He hoped she was not one of those who only possessed beauty from behind. I am Qin Xiaoyao, honored to meet you, Mississippi. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Qin Xiaoyao was the first to break the silence. Ji Jinghua slowly turned to face him. Upon seeing her countenance, Qin Xiaoyao's breath hitched. She was a vision of beauty. Her exquisite and unparalleled features resembled a celestial being descended from a painting, leaving one hesitant to approach. Her skin was as fair as jade, delicate and flawless. Her lips, tender and inviting, were impossible to resist. Coupled with her enchanting brows and clear, luminous eyes, she exuded an ethereal allure. Qin Xiaoyao vowed that she was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had ever laid eyes upon in his 2 lifetimes. I am Ji Jinghua, the newly appointed town protector of the Jinyue. I have summoned you to inquire whether you would be willing to join my ranks. Ji Jinghua stated directly, as she favored straightforwardness over circumlocution. Ji Jinghua, you are Her Highness, the Princess. Qin Xiaoyao, a native of the capital, was well aware of the illustrious reputation of Ji Jinghua. She was the foremost martial genius of the Great Zhou and its most beautiful maiden. She is also the most cherished daughter of the current emperor, adorned with numerous accolades. One could say that Ji Jinghua is the goddess of all men in the entire Dezhou imperial city, to everyone's astonishment. This esteemed princess intends to join the Jinyue, and she is coming in as the chief inspector. The Jinyue originally had 4 chief inspectors, each overseeing one of the 4 chief inspector offices. However, not long ago, the chief inspector of the southern office met with an unexpected demise, leaving the position vacant for quite some time. It was generally assumed that a promotion would be made from one of the deputy inspectors. Yet, to everyone's surprise, it was none other than the princess herself who was parachuting in. Indeed, it is I. Ji Jinghua nodded slightly. Your Highness, I wonder what qualities I possess that have caught your attention enough for you to personally extend this invitation. My talents are hardly noteworthy. After confirming her identity, Qin Xiaoyao inquired with a hint of confusion. He had only recently joined the Jinyue, and his performance had not been particularly impressive. Moreover, his documented cultivation level was merely at the 9th stage of body refinement. Currently, his abilities had only slightly improved to the 12th stage. At 17 years of age, possessing a mere 12th stage of body refinement, even Qin Xiaoyao himself felt somewhat mediocre. Without his fortunate circumstances, he would likely lead an ordinary life. 12th stage of body refinement. Huh, young Master Qin, you may fool others, but you cannot deceive me. I witnessed your prowess in the Dahuang mountain range yesterday, where you wreaked havoc. Ji Jinghua smiled subtly, delivering a statement that caught Qin Xiaoyao off guard. You were present yesterday. His expression shifted. If Ji Jinghua had been there, did that mean the matter of him slaying Zhao Wenbin had been exposed? It must be so. With this thought, Qin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. However, he felt little burden in his heart. He understood that since this esteemed princess sought to recruit him, she likely did not take the events of yesterday to heart. Besides, Zhao Wenbin had been the aggressor. He had merely acted in self-defense. I am well aware of the enmity between you and Zhao Wenbin. I will assist you in resolving the matter of his death. Furthermore, I will ensure that the 100 households behind him will not dare to harass you. Additionally, I can offer you 3 innate pills. Once you reach the innate realm, I can also provide you with a technique of innate martial arts. What say you? Would you consider joining my ranks? Ji Jinghua laid her cards on the table. To ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must ensure it is well fed. Having decided to recruit Qin Xiaoyao, she was not one to withhold rewards. Innate pills and innate martial arts techniques. Such treasures are unattainable even with vast wealth. Although the Jinyue allows for the exchange of merits, the amount required for such items is astronomical. The innate pills are somewhat manageable, yet the innate martial techniques are exceedingly rare. Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition. If you do not find me unworthy, I am willing to serve you. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Xiaoyao made his decision. In the Jinhui, having a powerful patron makes an immense difference. Without a patron, one might find themselves burdened with all the dirty work, and the resources available would be pitifully scarce. With a patron, one could effortlessly acquire coveted cultivation resources. Though Qin Xiaoyao could enhance his cultivation through sheer effort, there are certain matters that cannot be resolved solely through personal sacrifice. Seeking a formidable protector before one's own strength is established is entirely reasonable. Moreover, this esteemed princess displayed such sincerity. Not only would she help him with the Zhao Wenbin incident, but she also offered him 3 innate pills and a technique of innate martial arts. Such treatment is indeed unparalleled. Consider how much effort Zhao Wenbin exerted merely to obtain a single innate pill. It is evident how valuable the items Ji Jingwei is offering truly are. Even if he chooses not to use the 3 innate pills, selling them could fetch upwards of 300,000 taels of silver, coupled with an innate martial technique. The total value would undoubtedly exceed 1 million taels. Furthermore, since he is already a member of the Jinhui, choosing to ally with Ji Jingwei would not alter his position. In light of maintaining his current role, while gaining a powerful ally and resources worth over 1 million taels, it would be folly to refuse. This is precisely why Qin Xiaoyao agreed. You have agreed? That is splendid. Rest assured, the resources promised to you will be delivered by tomorrow. By the way, what type of innate martial arts technique do you wish to select? Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's agreement, Ji Jingwei's spirit soared. As she embarked on her journey within the Jinhui, she had finally established her own foundation. Though it consists of merely one individual for now, Ji Jingwei felt no urgency. With Qin Xiaoyao's addition, others would surely follow. Moreover, prior to joining the Jinhui, Ji Jingwei had not been without allies. However, those individuals were presently occupied elsewhere and could not join her in the immediate future. This was also a reason why she sought to build a foundation within the Jinhui. As for the innate martial arts technique, I shall choose one related to lightness skills. I lack such techniques. After some consideration, Qin Xiaoyao made his choice. Chapter 16. I also have connections. The reason for selecting an innate martial arts technique related to lightness skills is that Qin Xiaoyao currently lacks any skills in this area. He possesses internal cultivation methods, such as the Tongzi Gong. He has offensive techniques and defensive techniques, like the iron sandpalm and iron cloth shirt. Yet, he is notably deficient in lightness skills. Although all these martial arts are of the postnatal level, Qin Xiaoyao has an advantage. With sufficient longevity, he can elevate these techniques to the innate level. Previously, whether facing Tian Hongguang or Zhao Wenbin, he achieved victory by catching them off guard. Should he encounter an adversary familiar with his abilities next time, his lack of lightness skills would become his greatest vulnerability. Thus, it is imperative that he acquires a technique in this area. Since the esteemed princess has granted him the choice, he naturally opts for a lightness skill. Lightness skills, you say? Very well, I understand. Ji Jingwei's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, she had assumed Qin Xiaoyao would opt for an innate martial arts technique related to internal cultivation methods, as they are generally more valuable. Moreover, upon advancing to the innate realm, one must possess innate level cultivation methods to further enhance their abilities. Without such techniques, one might remain indefinitely at the first level of the innate realm, and even with favorable circumstances, they might only reach the 3rd level at best. The 4th level would be utterly unattainable. However, since Qin Xiaoyao made his choice, Ji Jingwei would not voice any objections. He clearly possesses wisdom, having made this choice. There must be his own rationale behind it. Her role now is to respect his decision. The two continued their conversation for a while longer before departing from the Tianshang residence. After leaving, Qin Xiaoyao returned home at once. Upon arriving, he felt a lingering sense of incredulity. To my astonishment, I have inadvertently found myself aligned with the faction of the Grand Princess. This occurrence, in some respects, possesses an air of the fantastical. My fortune over these past few days has been remarkably auspicious. Not only have I unlocked my latent potential, but I have also garnered the favor of the Grand Princess. If I continue to practice diligently, a meteoric rise to success is surely within my grasp. What did you say? Zhao Wenbin is dead. How could that be? Was he not in seclusion? Who could have possibly taken his life? Upon Qin Xiaoyao's return home, the news of Zhao Wenbin's demise finally reached the ears of Captain Zhang. It must be said that Qin Xiaoyao had been somewhat careless. After vanquishing the bandits and Zhao Wenbin, he departed without disposing of their remains. Upon returning to the Jinhui and completing his mission, the Jinhui naturally dispatched someone to verify the information. The individual tasked with this verification happened to be one of Captain Zhang's subordinates, who fortuitously discovered that Zhao Wenbin had perished alongside the bandits. It is worth noting that Zhao Wenbin was a high-ranking officer within the Jinhui. His death in the wilderness could not be overlooked. Captain, after my investigation, it appears that Zhao Wenbin's death is linked to Qin Xiaoyao. The Jinhui officer hesitated briefly but ultimately divulged his findings. The wounds on Zhao Wenbin's body bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted upon the bandits, indicating the same assailant was responsible. Furthermore, this mission was assigned to Qin Xiaoyao, and given the known enmity between him and Zhao Wenbin, suspicions naturally fell upon him. Most crucially, he had spoken with survivors from the village. Through these individuals, it was confirmed that Zhao Wenbin had indeed been slain by Qin Xiaoyao, and in a direct confrontation, without the use of any underhanded tactics. This revelation left him bewildered. How could Qin Xiaoyao, who was merely at the 12th level of body refinement, have so decisively defeated Zhao Wenbin? This was a question that eluded his understanding. Is it truly related to Qin Xiaoyao? Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang furrowed his brow, doubting his subordinate's assertions. What level of cultivation does Qin Xiaoyao possess? He is merely a practitioner of body refinement. Zhao Wenbin was on the cusp of attaining innate mastery, a martial artist of extraordinary capability. To put it bluntly, a casual strike from Zhao Wenbin could easily dispatch dozens of Qin Xiaoyao. Captain, while it may seem implausible, I assure you of my findings. The Jinhui officer proceeded to lay out his investigative results. By the heavens, this young man is certainly no ordinary practitioner of body refinement. He must have reached the 12th level of postnatal cultivation to have maintained such dominance over Zhao Wenbin. Captain Zhang, with his wealth of experience, deduced the true nature of the situation merely from his subordinate's account. Yet, upon realizing this, his expression grew more solemn. For if this young man had indeed attained the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, it would signify that he was an unequivocal martial genius. The Jinhui has always placed great emphasis on such prodigious talent. Given his capabilities, should the news of Zhao Wenbin's death come to light, it might be brushed aside. Particularly since Zhao Wenbin was the architect of his own demise, and Qin Xiaoyao was compelled to retaliate. Captain, what course of action shall we pursue? Shall we apprehend him? The Jinhui officer inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang fell into a contemplative silence. He was now caught in a dilemma. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate this young man before his talents were recognized? Or should he feign ignorance and seek to reconcile with him? Perhaps it is best to tread lightly. This young man has concealed his abilities so adeptly. One cannot discount the possibility of unforeseen contingencies. I have no desire to follow in Zhao Wenbin's ill-fated footsteps. Moreover, the Grand Princess is soon to take her post in the Southern Command. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Let this matter remain buried, not to be mentioned to anyone. After careful consideration, Captain Zhang ultimately relinquished any thoughts of avenging Zhao Wenbin. He and Zhao Wenbin were not closely associated, and there was no need to provoke a martial genius like Qin Xiaoyao over a deceased individual. Of course, he did not forget to issue a warning to his subordinate. He had no intention of finding himself embroiled in complications later. Yes, the subordinate understands. The Jinhui officer nodded vigorously. Given that his superior had decided to drop the matter, he, as a subordinate, would naturally refrain from pursuing it further. After all, Zhao Wenbin was a high-ranking officer, one whose position surpassed his own. If even he had fallen to Qin Xiaoyao's hand, what chance did he stand? Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao remained blissfully unaware that his actions had come to light, and that Captain Zhang was privy to the truth. However, even if he were informed, he would bear no psychological burden. After all, he too was a member of the Jinhui, backed by powerful allies. A mere captain would think twice before challenging him, considering the Grand Princess's endorsement. Having such support is indeed empowering. Chapter 17. Qin Hansheng was perplexed. The following morning, Qin Xiaoyao was still lost in slumber. Son, wake up. The sun is already high in the sky, and you are still asleep. Qin Hansheng hurriedly burst into Qin Xiaoyao's room, yanking him from his dreams. What are you doing, father? I finally have a day off. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Rubbing his disheveled hair, Qin Xiaoyao expressed his surprise. His father had never concerned himself with when he rose in the morning. Was today a most unusual day? Enough of this. The Grand Princess's envoy has arrived. We must go greet them at once. Qin Hansheng said with urgency. This is the Grand Princess, the Emperor's most cherished daughter, and the most gifted martial artist of the younger generation in the Great Zhou. Though I know not why she has sent an envoy to our home. Her presence is a tremendous honor for me. The Grand Princess's envoy? Very well, I understand, Qin Xiaoyao replied, initially taken aback before nodding thoughtfully. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely that the Grand Princess had fulfilled her promise regarding his training resources. 3 innate pills and a technique of innate level lightness skill awaited him. After a brief moment of tidying up, he joined his father in the reception hall. Indeed, there awaited the long-anticipated Lady Zhiqiu. Young Master Qin, here are the items that the Grand Princess has promised you. Please accept them. Additionally, Lady Zhiqiu had a message from the Grand Princess. Should he break into the innate realm within 3 months, she would advocate for his promotion to the rank of captain in the Jinhui, regardless of his prior accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao's heart stirred. He was already at the 12th level of postnatal cultivation. All that remained was the right opportunity for his breakthrough into the innate realm. In this pivotal moment, Qin Xiaoyao perceived that the opportunity would likely be centered around the enhancement of his Tidagong, child skill. Once the Tidagong ascended to the innate realm, a slight consumption of his lifespan should enable him to smoothly reach the innate stage. Presently, he had accumulated 490 years of lifespan. still needing an additional 1,500 years to successfully amass the requisite 2,000 years for the Didagong upgrade. 3 months' time to gather over 1,500 years of lifespan seemed more than ample. This 100 household was as good as his. Qin Hanqing. The exchange between the two left Qin Hanqing utterly flabbergasted. He felt as though he could not keep pace with their line of thought. What did the princess's envoy mean? Asking my son to break through to the innate realm within 3 months. How could that be possible? His son was merely a body refinement warrior at this moment. Achieving a breakthrough to the postnatal realm in 3 months was already uncertain, let alone advancing to the innate stage. Was this not an unreasonable expectation? Well, no wonder he is the one favored by His Highness. We shall await your good news. By the way, the princess also mentioned that you should visit the town protector's office today. Your promotion review has already been approved. Observing Qin Xiaoyao's unwavering confidence, Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Since Qin Xiaoyao had joined under His Highness's banner, the stronger he became, the more he could assist in the future. Please convey my gratitude to His Highness. Miss Ji Yuan. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He understood that the swift approval of his promotion review was undoubtedly due to the princess's intervention. Otherwise, he might not even have passed, and even if he did, it would have taken a day or two. I will certainly convey your words. Farewell, Ji Yuan remarked. Departing from the Qin residence, Qin Xiaoyao personally escorted her to the door before returning. Son, what transpired? Upon Qin Xiaoyao's return, the still dazed Qin Hanqing finally regained his composure and inquired, perplexed. How shall I put it? My cultivation has reached the 12th level of the postnatal realm. While executing a mission, I happened to encounter the princess outside the imperial capital. She recognized my extraordinary talent and potential, thus sought to recruit me. Yes, that is the gist of it. Qin Xiaoyao provided a succinct explanation. However, these seemingly simple words struck Qin Hanqing's ears quite differently. My son Xiaoyao possesses celestial potential. Moreover, his current cultivation has already reached the 12th level of the postnatal realm, not the 9th level of body refinement. How does this sound so fantastical? Wait a moment. Let me process this. Are you saying that your cultivation is not at the 9th level of body refinement, but rather at the 12th level of the postnatal realm? Qin Hanqing rubbed his temples and scrutinized Qin Xiaoyao closely. Is this truly my son? Is he not an impostor? Indeed. Qin Xiaoyao was aware that his father found it hard to believe. But what could he say? He was simply living an extraordinary life that required no explanations. When did you break through to the postnatal realm? Furthermore, since you have already reached the 12th level of the postnatal realm, why have you been pretending to be at the 9th? At this point, Qin Hanqing was still unaware that his son's recorded cultivation at the Jinyue was actually at the 12th level of body refinement. It has been several years. As for pretending to be at the 9th level of body refinement, it was merely to maintain a prudent approach. After all, one must always guard against others. Qin Xiaoyao replied with a blend of truth and fabrication. Qin Hanqing gave his son a speechless glance. Is this prudence? You are simply being overly cautious. He had encountered many who were cautious, but none to such an extent. Pretending to be at the 9th level of body refinement while being at the 12th level of the postnatal realm. Was this even possible? Never mind. I shall not criticize you further. As long as you are content, that is what matters. After much internal conflict, Qin Hanqing could only sigh in resignation. If his son was cautious, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Were he too reckless, it would only lead to concerns about his untimely demise. In truth, an untimely demise was not entirely problematic, provided a grandson was left behind to carry on the Qin lineage. If Qin Xiaoyao were aware of his father's thoughts, he would surely spit blood in disbelief. He could not possibly be his biological father. Son, what gifts did the princess bestow upon you? Subsequently, Qin Hanqing glanced at the jade vial on the table, brimming with curiosity. Nothing of great significance. Merely 3 innate elixirs and a book on innate martial arts. Qin Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. Oh, just 3 innate elixirs, you say? Initially, Qin Hanqing did not grasp the magnitude of the statement. However, once he comprehended, he swiftly transformed into an arrow, darting toward the innate elixirs and the martial arts book. His hands trembled as they cautiously approached the innate elixirs. Eager to pick one up and verify its authenticity, yet fearful that his shaky hands might drop it, ruining the precious elixir. Chapter 18, The Carefree Steps. Father. It's really not that significant. It's merely 3 innate elixirs. Observing his father's exaggerated caution, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. What do you understand? These are innate elixirs. Your father endured countless hardships for them. To suddenly acquire 3 is akin to receiving my lifeline, Qin Hanqing exclaimed, reverently caressing the jade vial as though it were the exquisite leg of an unparalleled beauty. Qin Xiaoyao looked at his father incredulously. Is it really that serious? Hadn't you obtained innate elixirs before? Well, if father wishes to indulge, let him do so. As long as he doesn't handle it too roughly and ruin the vial, it would be fine. Ignoring his father's infatuated gaze, Qin Xiaoyao picked up the book to examine it, curious about the lightness technique the princess had gifted him. Carefree Steps. An innate level lightness technique that emphasizes speed, with spatial movement as an auxiliary. Once perfected, it allows one to traverse hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, nearly reaching the speed of sound. The princess has shown great thoughtfulness. This lightness technique is among the finest even within the same realm. After reviewing the description of carefree steps, Qin Xiaoyao felt a newfound appreciation for Princess Ji Jinghua. If one treats me with sincerity, I shall not disappoint them. Ding. A new martial skill has been detected. Would you like to spend lifespan to directly learn it? Just as Qin Xiaoyao finished reading about carefree steps, the system's prompt suddenly resonated. This surprised him. He had not anticipated the system possessed such a function. If so, as long as my lifespan is sufficient, I could instantly learn any martial art. This feature is truly remarkable. Thus, even when confronted with the most challenging martial skills in the future, I need not fret over the initial learning phase. Yes, without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyao opted for affirmation. The prospect of swiftly acquiring an innate-level martial skill was not something he would contemplate delaying. Year 1. You perused carefree steps hundreds of times, grasping only a superficial understanding. Year 3. Through your unwavering spirit, you finally comprehend carefree steps and begin your attempts at cultivation. After 2 years of arduous training, your carefree step has finally reached a rudimentary level. The initiation is complete. Commence feedback. As 5 years of lifespan faded away, a torrent of knowledge pertaining to the carefree step flooded into Qin Xiaoyao's mind. Simultaneously, his body involuntarily began to execute the carefree step. In the blink of an eye, phantoms appeared in the living room. Even at a rudimentary level, the speed of the carefree step was astonishing. Once the knowledge had fully integrated, Qin Xiaoyao ceased his demonstration. Truly, as a martial art of the innate level, its speed was remarkable, albeit with considerable consumption. Indeed, utilizing an innate-level martial technique with a postnatal cultivation was somewhat strenuous. Before stepping into the innate realm, it would be prudent to reserve the carefree step as a trump card. After gauging the internal energy within his body, Qin Xiaoyao could not help but reveal a wry smile. In merely a few minutes, his internal energy had diminished by a third, illustrating the immense toll the carefree step exacted on postnatal practitioners. Father, the innate elixir is in your hands. Whether to sell it for silver or to keep it for future use is entirely up to you. Furthermore, please safeguard this carefree step. It can serve as our family's treasured legacy. I shall make a trip to the town defense office. After entrusting the records of the carefree step to Qin Hanxing, Qin Xiaoyao departed from the Qin residence. Since the review had been approved, there was no need for him to linger at home. It would be wise to visit the mission hall early to identify suitable tasks and swiftly accumulate 2,000 years of lifespan, preparing for his entrance into the innate realm. This young man has truly provided me with a tremendous surprise. Despite the efforts of 3 generations of the Qin family, my grandfather, father, and myself, we had never acquired an innate martial skill. Yet, this lad, having joined the Imperial Guard for merely a year, accomplished what we could not over many years. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Nonetheless, regardless of how gifted he may be, he is still the offspring of Qin Hanxing, and the future glory of the Qin family will rest upon his shoulders. Observing Qin Xiaoyao's departing figure, Qin Hanxing wore a proud smile. With a child like him, what more could one desire? At the Southtown Defense Office, upon arriving, Qin Xiaoyao was promptly informed that Captain Qian wished to see him. The title of captain is already the second highest position within the town defense office, with only 5 captains in total. Captain Qian, known as Qian Lei, ranks 3rd among the 5 captains, having attained the pinnacle of the innate 9th level, just a step away from the Master Realm. The 1st and 2nd captains have already entered the Master Realm. Greetings, Captain. Upon entering Qian Lei's chamber, Qin Xiaoyao clasped his fists in salute. Within the town defense office, only captains possess private chambers, which serve to summon subordinates or for personal respite. You are Qin Xiaoyao? Upon seeing the youthful boy before him, Qian Lei was momentarily taken aback. His knowledge of Qin Xiaoyao was scant. Aside from the name, he was unaware of anything else. His reason for meeting Qin Xiaoyao was, of course, at the behest of the Grand Princess. Reporting, my lord. That is indeed I. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss? Qin Xiaoyao responded with poise. Had it been before, he would have been exceedingly cautious in the presence of someone like Qian Lei. However, the situation had changed. Not only had his cultivation surged following the acquisition of the system, but with the backing of the Grand Princess, he could now hold his head high, no longer needing to bow and scrape before others. What of a captain? Given time, he was confident he could surpass even the town defense commissioner. Your promotion assessment has passed the review. Here is your new badge. Qian Lei presented a badge representing the Imperial Guard's insignia to Qin Xiaoyao. Out of curiosity, he also inquired about Qin Xiaoyao's cultivation level. Thank you, my lord. My cultivation is at the 12th level of the postnatal realm. Qin Xiaoyao accepted the badge with gratitude and disclosed his cultivation level. With the Grand Princess as his patron, he felt no need to conceal his prowess. Instead, it was in his best interest to excel, ensuring greater investment from the Grand Princess. 12th level of the postnatal realm. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's self-disclosure, even Qian Lei, having weathered countless storms, could not help but be taken aback. After scrutinizing the remarkably youthful visage of Qin Xiaoyao, He finally comprehended why the Grand Princess had personally sent someone to bestow a badge upon such a novice. A 17-year-old at the 12th level of the postnatal realm. This young man's talent is somewhat terrifying. If he can break through to the innate realm before the age of 20, it would be nothing short of remarkable. No wonder the Grand Princess specifically requested he be looked after. Chapter 19. How could I possibly be the sixth? Young Qin, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Upon learning of Qin Xiaoyao's prodigious talent, Qianlei's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his smile radiating warmth as if he were Qin Xiaoyao's own father. Thank you, my lord. Qin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this captain was extending an olive branch. The reasoning was evident to him. Please, just call me big brother. I am but a few years your senior. Qianlei said warmly. As a seasoned veteran within the Imperial Guard, he understood that this young man before him had an extraordinarily promising future. Talent is one aspect, but being favored by the Grand Princess is another. In short, investing in this young man would undoubtedly yield returns. Qin Xiaoyao had not anticipated Captain Qian to be so familiar, leaving him momentarily uncertain about how to respond. Enough of the formalities, it's settled then. From now on, you will call me big brother, and I shall refer to you as little brother, Qianlei declared decisively with a wave of his hand. Then I shall thank you, big brother. Qin Xiaoyao shook his head helplessly, not wanting to offend Qianlei's goodwill. The warmth of his hospitality was undeniable. Haha, that's more like it, little brother. I still have matters to attend to. I shall be busy for the next few days. How about this? I invite you to a meal at the Heavenly Restaurant 5 days from now. You must come, Qianlei said earnestly. Although he had learned of Qin Xiaoyao's existence through the Grand Princess, his desire to befriend him was genuine. It was the best opportunity to forge a connection with such an extraordinary talent before he fully ascends. Waiting until he has taken flight would be too late. All right. I shall heed your invitation, big brother. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly, acquiescing to the proposal. Given the respect shown by Qianlei, he felt obliged to accept, whether for the sake of camaraderie or hierarchy. Haha, excellent. I shall not keep you any longer. Brother, I have matters to attend to as well, Qianlei remarked as he stood up. Upon noticing this, Qin Xiaoyao hastily followed Qianlei out. After agreeing to meet 5 days later in the evening at Tianshangju, they parted ways. Uncle Yang, I am here to accept my assignment. Upon entering the task hall, Qin Xiaoyao approached Yang Tianxing directly. You finally come, lad. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming a minor flag bearer. Here, take this task list and choose for yourself, Yang Tianxing said with a smile, presenting a stack of task sheets for Qin Xiaoyao to peruse. As Qin Xiaoyao examined the sheets, he discovered that they primarily consisted of tasks suited for body-refining martial artists, all of which were solo missions rather than the multi-person operations he found most valuable. For Qin Xiaoyao at this stage, multi-person missions were paramount, as the more individuals involved, the greater the potential for him to accrue additional lifespan. The notion of seeking out targets one by one was far too cumbersome. Just like the previous bandit extermination mission, that single task had granted him over 400 years of lifespan. If he were to take tasks individually, how many would he need to complete to accumulate 2,000 years of lifespan? Uncle Yang, do you have any tasks involving a larger number of criminals? After reviewing all the task sheets, Qin Xiaoyao inquired once more, clearly dissatisfied with the offerings. Indeed, there are some, but those are reserved for postnatal level martial artists. As a body-refining practitioner, it would be best for you to refrain from meddling in such affairs. The previous bandit task is not available every time. Yang Tiansheng replied slowly. Can I take a look? Upon hearing that these tasks were for postnatal martial artists, Qin Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. As long as the tasks were not exclusively for innate martial artists, he was more than willing to consider them. Why are you so curious? Tasks meant for postnatal martial artists are not within your reach at present. Nevertheless, Yang Tianxing showed Qin Xiaoyao the tasks he had previously mentioned that involved more participants. After glancing at them, Qin Xiaoyao frowned. Although this task had a greater number of criminals, their crimes were relatively minor, merely requiring a few days of confinement before their release. It was inconceivable for Qin Xiaoyao to execute them all, even as a member of the Jinhui. Indiscriminate killing of the innocent was not an option. The bandits from before had committed heinous acts, which justified his ruthless approach. It appeared that tasks were not as straightforward as he had hoped. Setting the task sheet down, he rubbed his temples in frustration. Obtaining a substantial amount of lifespan quickly was proving to be quite the challenge. Uncle Yang, could you show me all the tasks available for postnatal level martial artists? Preferably those that allow for immediate strikes, Qin Xiaoyao pondered, ready to settle for less. Since there were no tasks akin to the previous bandit extermination, he would take them one at a time. What are you planning, lad? Postnatal assassination tasks? Surely you do not intend to take on such assignments? Yang Tianxing frowned, beginning to offer earnest advice. Little Qin, one must tread step by step and savor each bite. The principle that haste does not yield hot tofu is one you must grasp, especially as a Jinhui, where caution is of the utmost importance. Otherwise, you may find your name erased one day. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxing's brow furrowed further as he began to impart his wisdom to Qin Xiaoyao. Uncle, my cultivation has already reached the 12th level of postnatal training. Qin Xiaoyao understood that Yang Tiansheng was looking out for him. However, to progress, he needed to undertake tasks. Random acts of violence would lead nowhere, so he had to accept legitimate assignments to eliminate the most heinous criminals. Furthermore, with the support of the Grand Princess, he no longer needed to conceal his cultivation level. Even if you have reached the postnatal realm, you jest. Have you truly attained the 12th level? Yang Tiansheng, though not well educated, was astounded. He suddenly realized that Qin Xiaoyao was not claiming to be merely a first-level postnatal martial artist, but rather had actually reached the 12th level. This lad must be jesting. How could one possibly make such an unbelievable claim? I am not deceiving you, uncle, Qin Xiaoyao exclaimed, amused that his honesty was met with disbelief. In the next moment, he unleashed his internal energy, revealing his true cultivation level of the 12th stage of postnatal training. Good heavens, you've concealed your abilities far too well. To possess the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, yet masquerade as a mere 9th level body refining martial artist. Little Qin, I've come to realize you are the most talented among us. Yang Tiansheng scrutinized Qin Xiaoyao for a moment before uttering words that left him speechless. I am a person of utmost integrity. How could I be deemed the most cunning? Qin Xiaoyao retorted. If you wish to label me a fraud, I could accept that. But to call me cunning? I cannot abide by such an accusation. Chapter 20. The provocation of the 6 doors on the streets outside the imperial capital. Qin Xiaoyao rode swiftly on horseback toward his destination. His objective was a county named Pingyang, located 100 miles from the capital. Recently, Pingyang had been troubled by a flower thief who had assaulted several women. The county magistrate had gathered a considerable number of personnel and set a trap. But the thief's exceptional lightness of foot allowed him to evade capture. As a county, Pingyang's strongest martial artist barely reached the 10th level of postnatal cultivation. Although their cultivation surpassed that of the flower thief, the difference was marginal. The thief, being merely a 9th level martial artist, relied on his remarkable agility to outmaneuver even the most skilled 10th level practitioners, as they were not adept in lightness techniques. Consequently, the flower thief treated their efforts with utter disdain, coming and going as he pleased. To prevent further victimization, the county magistrate sought assistance from the imperial capital. This task was assigned to both the 6 doors and the Jinui, with credit going to whichever party succeeded first in apprehending the flower thief. Covering the distance of over 100 miles, Qin Xiaoyao arrived in less than half a day, riding at full speed. Esteemed sir, please enter. Our county magistrate has been awaiting your arrival, a constable informed him as he led Qin Xiaoyao into the county office. Upon meeting the magistrate, Qin Xiaoyao noticed 3 other individuals present, all of whom were members of the 6 doors. Is it just you from the Jinui? And at the rank of a minor flag bearer, no less? How ridiculous. In this day and age, even the most unremarkable individuals are assigned to tasks. You dare approach a 9th level flower thief alone? Is the Jinui sending you to your demise? The 6 doors members, upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao arrive solo, immediately began to mock him. Although both the Jinui and 6 doors served the court, their competitive rivalry bred mutual disdain. They seized every opportunity to deride one another. County magistrate, do you have any leads on the flower thief's whereabouts? In the face of the mockery from the 6 doors, Qin Xiaoyao did not even cast a glance in their direction. He was intent on swiftly completing his task, eager to return for the next assignment. In the grand scheme of things, the accumulation of longevity outweighed all else. A gaggle of buffoons barking at him was hardly worth his attention. Of course, should these fellows overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Hey, you brat, what do you mean by that? Our leader is addressing you, and you dare to remain silent? Is it that the imperial guards have grown so arrogant that they look down on us from the 6 doors? The blatant disregard displayed by Qin Xiaoyao incited the ire of the 3 men. One of them stepped forward, adopting a sarcastic tone directed at him. Qin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow slightly. He had come to apprehend a flower thief, not to engage in a quarrel. After glancing at the man, he recognized him as a 2nd-tier copper badge officer and promptly chose to ignore him. Within the 6 doors, there were 4 ranks of officers: gold, silver, copper, and iron. Iron badge officers were body-refining warriors, copper badge officers were postnatal warriors, silver badge officers were innate warriors, and gold badge officers were master warriors. Above the gold badge officers were the capturing gods, each a formidable master at the pinnacle of their craft. Moreover, the copper badge officers were further divided into 3 sublevels. Those with cultivation levels from 1 to 4 were 3rd-tier officers, those from 5 to 8 were 2nd-tier, and those from 9 to 12 were 1st-tier. The one who had initially mocked Qin Xiaoyao was a 1st-tier copper badge officer, with cultivation likely between the 9th and 12th levels of postnatal refinement. The remaining 2 were both 2nd-tier copper badge officers. Seeking death, since your imperial guards are so full of themselves, allow us from the 6 doors to teach you a lesson in respect. The 2nd-tier copper badge officer felt his anger ignite as Qin Xiaoyao merely glanced at him before choosing to disregard him. In their experience, wherever the 6 doors went, they were met with respect. Yet now, a mere flag officer from the imperial guards dared to ignore and even belittle them. If they failed to properly reprimand this insolent brat, they would surely become the laughingstock of their peers within the 6 doors. This insignificant flag officer was not worth their concern. After all, the Imperial Guard's flag officers were merely postnatal warriors of the 9th level or above. They were not even the chief flag officer. Thus, they were confident that any one of them could easily handle this youth. Without hesitation, the second-tier copper badge officer launched an attack on Qin Xiaoyao. Clamor. Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback by the excessive prattle from the 6 doors, and even more so by their audacity to strike at him. He decided not to hold back. Before the officer's attack could land, his iron sand palm struck first, connecting squarely with the officer's face. With the cultivation of the carefree steps, while Qin Xiaoyao could not claim invincibility among postnatal warriors, he was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere second-tier copper badge officer. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a resounding slap that not only stunned the assailant, but also left the other 2 officers in shock, especially the first-tier copper badge officer, who, as the strongest among them, was horrified to realize he had not even seen how the attack had been executed. The speed was simply too swift. This youth's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. How infuriating that such a skilled individual held only a flag officer's position. He should, at the very least, be a chief flag officer. Moreover, given the youth's apparent age, merely 17 or 18 years, he was clearly a martial arts prodigy. At that moment, the 3 officers from the 6 doors found it hard to comprehend how someone so young could possess such formidable strength, yet remain merely a flag officer. Could it be that he was being suppressed by others? It must be so. Other than that, they could not fathom why Qin Xiaoyao, with such strength, was only a flag officer. May I inquire who you are? I beg your pardon for any misunderstandings earlier. The first-tier copper badge officer, being a person of flexibility, recognized that Qin Xiaoyao's strength exceeded his own and, acknowledging the youth's talent, was compelled to concede. In the Southern Town Patrol, I am Qin Xiaoyao. Might I request any leads on the flower thief? After apprehending that scoundrel, I must return to the Imperial Guards to report. After offering his name, Qin Xiaoyao turned his attention back to the county magistrate. Very well, please follow me. County Magistrate Wang glanced at the 3 officers from the 6 doors, realizing that the apprehension of the flower thief would hinge on Qin Xiaoyao's expertise. Thus, he dared not delay. Although he was the head of the county and held a rank higher than Qin Xiaoyao's, he did not underestimate him. Officials from the capital inherently held a higher status than those from local governance. Furthermore, as the Imperial Guards were the personal protectors of the emperor, they were not to be trifled with. Hence, even though Magistrate Wang's rank surpassed Qin Xiaoyao's by 2 levels, he dared not show any disrespect. Chapter 21. Waiting for a rabbit by the stump. As night blanketed Pingyang County, the streets lay in eerie silence, devoid of any presence save for the sound of the night watchman. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared atop the rooftops. Upon closer inspection, it was a cloaked figure clad in black. His steps were remarkably light. Despite moving swiftly, he made no sound, a testament to his remarkable lightness of foot. This individual was none other than the flower thief of Pingyang County, Yun Tianhe. I have now cultivated the art of enchanting women to the 8th level. In recent days, I have gathered considerable primal yin. I am on the brink of advancing to the 9th level. Once I reach that pinnacle, my strength shall vastly increase. However, tonight marked his final evening in Pingyang County. After collecting one last woman's primal yin, he intended to leave this place and venture elsewhere. Lost in thought, Yun Tianhe reflected on his primary cultivation method, a postnatal technique known as the art of enchanting women. This technique revolved around the principle of gathering yin to replenish yang. With an ample supply of women, his cultivation could ascend rapidly. Since he began practicing the art of enchanting women a mere 5 years ago, he had progressed from the 1st to the 9th level of postnatal refinement, a pace extraordinary for an ordinary individual. Humph, that wretched county magistrate thwarted my plans last time. This time, I shall pay a visit to his daughter. He would never suspect my return. Before long, Yun Tianhe arrived at the magistrate's residence, where the county magistrate's family resided. He glanced at the entrance, then stealthily infiltrated the compound. This time, he was far more cautious than before. His prior discovery was due to his own arrogance. He had underestimated the county's officers, resulting in premature commotion that nearly led to his capture. Fortunately, his exceptional lightness of foot had allowed him to escape before the officers could surround him. Otherwise, he feared he would have spent his days languishing in prison. Having learned from his previous misstep, Yun Tianhe resolved to maintain complete silence this time. He even prepared a cloud of smoke, intending to render the county magistrate's daughter unconscious. His plan was to brazenly tarnish her reputation within the confines of the county office. By the time dawn broke and the magistrate's daughter awoke to the loss of her innocence, it promised to be quite the spectacle. One could only imagine the expression on the magistrate's face upon discovering that his daughter had been sullied by none other than himself. The anticipation was palpable. This was the price to be paid for crossing me. Suppressing his thoughts, Yun Tianhe stealthily approached the location of the magistrate's daughter. Inside the magistrate's residence, in the room of the magistrate's daughter, Qin Xiaoyao quietly sipped his tea. Young Master Qin, this marks the 3rd night we have been lying in wait. Are you certain that the flower thief will return to the county office? Magistrate Wang cast a skeptical glance at Qin Xiaoyao, harboring doubts about the investigative prowess of the Jinyue. On the day Qin Xiaoyao arrived, He had provided him with all the relevant documents concerning the flower thief. After reviewing the files, Qin Xiaoyao made the decision to lie in wait. Although he had never encountered the flower thief, the documents revealed that this individual was exceedingly confident. Such self-assuredness often harbors a fatal flaw. Those who fail in one place tend to rise again in the same location. Given that Magistrate Wang had nearly ensnared the thief in a trap, it was likely that this flower thief would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Thus, there existed a significant probability that the thief would make another attempt at the county office. Magistrate Wang, please place your trust in me. With my professional acumen, I am confident that the thief will return within 3 days, Qin Xiaoyao asserted with unwavering assurance. After all, in his previous life, he had consumed countless episodes of a certain detective series. Moreover, he had indulged in various detective novels and crime dramas. The fusion of his 2 lifetimes had enhanced his cognitive faculties considerably, making him adept at understanding human psychology and unraveling mysteries. This was precisely why he chose to join the Jinhui. Very well, Magistrate Wang conceded, nodding in acceptance of Qin Xiaoyao's confidence. After all, today marked the 3rd day. If the flower thief failed to appear, he would no longer indulge Qin Xiaoyao's whims. Elsewhere, on the streets of Pingyang County, 3 members of the Six Doors organization were also awake. Over the past 3 days, they had conducted inquiries throughout Pingyang County, gathering those women of more attractive countenance and confining them for observation. With such a multitude of women present, they were certain the flower thief would make an appearance. Boss, do you think that Qin Xiaoyao is merely jesting? Instead of searching for the flower thief outside, he chooses to wait at the county office. Truly believing that the thief would be foolish enough to fall for the same ruse twice, remarked a bronze-ranked 2nd-level constable, a smirk of derision gracing his features. He still bore the grudge of being soundly chastised by Qin Xiaoyao. Regrettably, he lacked the strength to retaliate. Regardless, as long as we capture the flower thief first, this task will be deemed a success for Six Doors. When the Jinhui learns that he was outperformed by us, they will surely not treat him kindly. The bronze-ranked 1st-level constable chimed in, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. In terms of cultivation, I cannot compete with you. However, when it comes to solving cases, you remain quite inexperienced, he added with a chuckle. I genuinely wish to see that fellow ridiculed by his own colleagues in the Jinhui. Enough with the carelessness. We must remain vigilant. If the flower thief manages to abduct someone right under our noses, we will become the laughingstock, the bronze-ranked 1st-level constable admonished, his tone turning serious. This mission involved the Jinhui, and they had to treat it with the utmost gravity. Should they fail to apprehend the flower thief and allow their charge to be taken, that would be the ultimate disgrace. Moreover, despite their earlier bravado, if the flower thief were captured by Qin Xiaoyao, the ridicule would ultimately fall upon them. After all, they were 3 seasoned veterans, yet they would be embarrassed to lose to a relatively young Qin Xiaoyao. Therefore, they were determined to succeed in capturing the flower thief and ensure that Qin Xiaoyao did not. Understood, boss. The 2 bronze-ranked 2nd-level constables replied in unison, sharpening their focus as they scanned their surroundings. The moment the flower thief made an appearance, they would unleash a thunderous strike. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the trio from Six Doors, Yun Tianhe had already infiltrated the county office. Their covert surveillance was destined to fail. Chapter 22. The initial mastery of the leisurely step, he has arrived. Though Yun Tianhe's footsteps were light, they were hardly imperceptible to Qin Xiaoyao, whose prowess surpassed Yun Tianhe's by 3 minor levels. Furthermore, he had honed a form of innate lightness skill. In comparison, Yun Tianhe's agility was akin to a novice displaying their skills before a master. Indeed, he has come. Magistrate Wang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Xiaoyao's deductions would prove so astute. How could someone so young possess such a profound understanding of human nature, even predicting the flower thief's intentions? At that moment, both Qin Xiaoyao and Magistrate Wang noticed a bamboo tube inserted into the window, from which tendrils of white smoke began to emanate. What audacity! He even prepared smoke to obscure his intentions. It seems he has come well prepared. Alas, you have encountered me. Otherwise, you might have truly succeeded, Qin Xiaoyao sneered, before leaping through the broken window. Who are you? Why are you in the magistrate's daughter's chamber? Came Yun Tianhe's panicked voice as he realized his cover had been blown. Your captor, Qin Xiaoyao retorted with a cold snort, unleashing his perfected iron sand palm technique. Dream on. Recognizing that his cover had been compromised, Yun Tianhe understood that lingering here was no longer wise. Moreover, he had discerned the attire of Qin Xiaoyao, realizing that he was affiliated with the Jinhui. The reputation of the Jinhui in the Great Zhou Dynasty was formidable. They possessed the authority to execute first and report later, a privilege even Six Doors lacked. What a close call. Thank goodness I heeded Qin Xiaoyao's advice. Otherwise, my daughter might have faced dire consequences, Magistrate Wang thought, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had it not been for Qin Xiaoyao, his daughter would likely have been in grave danger. He was relieved to have chosen to trust Qin Xiaoyao. Otherwise, the subsequent scenes were simply too horrifying to contemplate. Boom. As Magistrate Wang wrestled with his fears, the battle outside had already commenced. Hastily, he exited the room to investigate, discovering that Qin Xiaoyao and the flower thief were already locked in combat. Bang! Bang, bang. Between the two combatants, each movement was imbued with vigor and force. However, even though County Magistrate Wang's cultivation was not particularly high, it was evident that the flower-picking thief was at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. The only reason he could endure for so long was due to his exceptional lightness skill, which allowed him to evade danger at critical moments. Otherwise, even a single strike from Qin Xiaoyao would have inflicted considerable injury upon him. After all, there existed a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, one at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, the other at the 12th, a full 3 minor realms apart. Darn it. This member of the Qin Yiwei is merely a minor flag, yet possesses such formidable strength. Have the Qin Yiwei become so lavish as to employ a 12th level warrior as a minor flag? It seems almost malicious. Yun Tianhe found himself increasingly alarmed as the battle wore on, simultaneously regretting his earlier decisions. Initially, upon realizing his movements had been exposed, he had dismissed the insignia of the minor flag hanging from Qin Xiaoyao's waist. Little did he anticipate that after engaging in combat, he would discover the alarming prowess of this minor flag from the Qin Yiwei. Not only was he being pressured in the fight, but he was also in mortal peril. This was untenable. He had to flee. If he delayed any longer, and others converged on him, escape would become impossible. Although their skirmish had lasted less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yun Tianhe understood unequivocally that he was no match for Qin Xiaoyao. He feigned a strike and swiftly retreated, summoning every ounce of strength to make his escape from the county office. Strangely enough, after days of consuming ample nourishment, his speed had seen a slight improvement. As he executed his lightness skill, he found himself moving marginally faster than before. Did he think he could escape? A mere fantasy. Had this been earlier, Qin Xiaoyao might have been helpless to watch Yun Tianhe flee. At that time, he lacked any skills in lightness techniques. Not even a rudimentary postnatal lightness skill was within his grasp. But now, the situation had changed. He had acquired a foundational innate level lightness technique and had begun to master it. With the potency of an innate level lightness skill, even at the entry level, it surpassed the proficiency of a fully realized postnatal technique by a considerable margin. With a swift motion, the two exited the government office. Racing toward the city gates of Pingyang County, Yun Tianhe dashed ahead, while Qin Xiaoyao pursued closely behind. Darn it! How could this fellow's lightness skill be so formidable? His speed was hardly inferior to mine. This was undoubtedly not a postnatal technique, but rather an innate one. As he fled, Yun Tianhe glanced back and was astounded to see Qin Xiaoyao trailing him within mere 10 paces. He nearly shuddered, almost releasing a few drops of life essence in terror. He couldn't shake him off. It seemed this man's mastery of lightness was indeed impressive. No wonder so many had failed to capture him. Alas, he had encountered someone with extraordinary prowess. System, I must sacrifice my life essence. After a prolonged pursuit without success, Qin Xiaoyao decided to take drastic measures. Ding! Please select the martial arts to enhance. The melodious voice of the system echoed forth. He chose to elevate the skill of Xiaoyao step to the minor accomplishment level. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyao made his selection. Ding! The simulation begins. In the first year, through diligent training, you have stabilized your foundational understanding of the Xiaoyao step. In the subsequent 3 years, you practice daily with the sole aim of advancing the proficiency of the Xiaoyao step. Finally, in the 6th year, an epiphany struck, leading you to a profound understanding of the Xiaoyao step, which has now reached a minor level of proficiency. Simulation concluded, knowledge infusion commencing. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Xiaoyao's sacrifice to enhance his martial arts was complete. Waves of knowledge surged into his mind, while simultaneously, his body adapted to the heightened proficiency of the Xiaoyao step. Success. The system's infusion of knowledge was swift. Soon, Qin Xiaoyao's Xiaoyao step reached the minor accomplishment level, enhancing his speed by approximately 30%. However, this came at a cost. His lifespan diminished by another 6 years. Previously, he had expended 5 years, and with this latest 6, he had sacrificed a total of 11 years of his life essence for the Xiaoyao step. And this was merely the foundational and minor accomplishment levels. To advance to the major accomplishment or perfection levels, the time required would likely far exceed 11 years, at least 3 or 4 times that. After all, the entry level was straightforward, and the minor level manageable. The true challenge lay in the major accomplishment and perfection levels, where many spent their entire lives without attaining them. Whoosh! With the enhancement of the Xiaoyao step, Qin Xiaoyao unleashed his full power, gradually closing the distance between himself and Yun Tianhe. By the heavens! How has this fellow's speed suddenly surged so dramatically? This is impossible. The panicked Yun Tianhe exclaimed as he glanced back once more, shocked to find Qin Xiaoyao now less than 10 meters behind him. His fleeing pace faltered ever so slightly. A golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiaoyao immediately pushed his speed to the maximum. In an instant, he closed the gap between them to a mere 3 meters. Tisajong. Iron Sandpalm. This postnatal martial technique had long been perfected by Qin Xiaoyao. When unleashed, it flowed effortlessly from him. Boom. A terrifying pressure emanated from Qin Xiaoyao's hand. Not good. Yun Tianhe's face paled as he cursed himself for being so foolish as to let his guard down at such a critical juncture. Now, He had allowed his adversary to seize the opportunity. There was no dodging this strike. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to minimize the damage and brace for the impact. Sensing the overwhelming force radiating from Qin Xiaoyao, Yun Tianhe swiftly tilted his body, bracing his shoulder to absorb the blow from the iron sand palm. Boom. Just how powerful was Qin Xiaoyao's strength? Especially when exerting his full might, it reached an astonishing 20,000 June. Were it not for Yun Tianhe also being a postnatal warrior, his physique having been tempered through internal cultivation, he would have been no match for such an assault. This single strike could have easily claimed his life. Whoosh. After being struck by Qin Xiaoyao's palm, Yun Tianhe, though injured, managed to widen the distance between them. Just then, they found themselves near the city gates, with Yun Tianhe leaping onto the city wall and swiftly escaping from Pingyang County. This fellow truly possessed remarkable skills in fleeing. Few could manage such a desperate act of cutting ties. Yet the more ruthless he became with himself, the less Qin Xiaoyao was willing to let him go. Most would have halted their pursuit at this juncture, for the individual had already escaped the city. No one knew whether Yun Tianhe had allies waiting outside. If he did, continuing the chase could prove perilous. However, Qin Xiaoyao would not relent. Without a moment's hesitation, he too leapt onto the city wall and continued his pursuit of Yun Tianhe. After all, he had sacrificed 6 years of his lifespan today in chasing Yun Tianhe, and he was determined to reclaim it from this man. Moreover, this fellow is injured. Even though a considerable distance has been temporarily established, should Qin Xiaoyao pursue relentlessly, he could undoubtedly catch up within a mere moment. Goodness, this individual is simply tenacious beyond measure. I've already left the city, yet he continues to hound me with fervor. Have I disturbed your ancestral grave, or pilfered something of yours? What could possibly warrant such relentless pursuit? Upon exiting the city, Yun Tianhe initially felt a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao leap down from the city wall, he immediately let out a shriek and fled once more. As he ran, his mind was filled with incessant curses. Alas, despite his vehement maledictions, they bore no fruit. In a state of uninjured health, he found it impossible to shake off Qin Xiaoyao's chase, let alone in his current wounded condition. Indeed, it wasn't long before Qin Xiaoyao caught up with Yun Tianhe once more, launching an all-out strike upon him. The minor mastery of the carefree steps simply could not compare to the prowess of innate martial arts. Even if Yun Tianhe were to achieve perfection in his training, it would avail him little. This exemplifies the stark disparity between acquired and innate martial techniques. Die, bang, against Qin Xiaoyao's forceful blow. Yun Tianhe was utterly unable to withstand the impact, being sent flying once again. After sustaining injuries on 2 occasions, even with his impressive cultivation, Yun Tianhe now found himself gravely wounded. Coughing, he lamented, Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? I can pay you. I can give you an abundance of riches. I implore you, grant me a chance at life. As he pleaded for mercy, he cast a hopeful glance backward, yearning to find something that could momentarily impede Qin Xiaoyao's advance. Before you defiled those girls, did they not plead similarly? Did you grant them a chance? Step by step, Qin Xiaoyao approached Yun Tianhe. Despite Yun Tianhe's severe injuries, Qin Xiaoyao maintained his vigilance, refusing to lower his guard simply because his opponent was wounded. Having watched numerous dramas, he understood that some individuals could deliver terrifying counterattacks in their final moments. He had no desire to suffer an unforeseen downfall. My lord, I possess an innate level martial art. Should you spare my life, I would willingly present it to you. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao was unwilling to relent, Yun Tianhe once again dangled a tantalizing offer. The allure of an innate level martial art was something that all coveted. Its market value alone soared to over 1 million taels of silver, far exceeding that of an innate elixir. Innate level martial arts? Humph. Killing you would still yield the same. Qin Xiaoyao remained unmoved. No, you cannot kill me. The innate martial art does not reside within me. Should you take my life, you shall never uncover its secrets. Yun Tianhe insisted again. He was convinced that for the sake of obtaining an innate level technique, Qin Xiaoyao would not take his life. After all, he was well aware of how irresistible such a martial art could be. Whether it resides within you is not for you to decide. You may as well die. Regrettably, despite Yun Tianhe's clever stratagem, he was confronted by Qin Xiaoyao. For others, acquiring innate level martial arts was a formidable challenge. However, for him, it was not far off from being a trivial endeavor. After all, he had perfected his foundational skills. With merely 1,000 years of lifespan, he could attain an innate level martial art. A millennium of life could be gathered by eliminating just a handful of individuals. As a member of the Jinyue, it was entirely commonplace to eliminate criminals during their pursuits. Tasks such as the recent bandit suppression required only a few such encounters for Qin Xiaoyao to amass the necessary lifespan. Boom. Moments later, Qin Xiaoyao stood before Yun Tianhe, his iron sand palm aimed at him, while simultaneously unleashing the perfected iron cloth technique. This was to ensure that he would not suffer a reversal at the last moment. No, you cannot kill me. I am of the Qinyan sect. As a voice filled with despair echoed, Qin Xiaoyao struck down with a palm, ending Yun Tianhe's life. The anticipated desperate counterattack never materialized. As for the mention of the Qingyun sect before his demise, Qin Xiaoyao paid it no heed. Having committed the act, what further thoughts were necessary? An acquired martial artist has a lifespan of 100 years, currently possessing 71 years remaining. Absorption complete. In the instant Qin Xiaoyao dispatched Yun Tianhe, he gained 71 years of lifespan. The enhancement of the carefree steps to a minor mastery had consumed 11 years. Now, with the acquisition of 71 years, he had a remaining lifespan of 60 years. Coupled with the original 490 years, Qin Xiaoyao's lifespan finally surpassed 500 years, reaching 550 years. Chapter 24. Qingyun Sect. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, acquired 12-fold. Martial arts, foundation skill, acquired level technique, currently perfected 9th layer. Iron sand palm, acquired level technique, currently perfected. Iron cloth, acquired level technique, currently perfected. Carefree steps, innate martial art, currently minor mastery. Current remaining lifespan, 550 years. After slaying Yun Tianhe, he glanced at his attributes. Indeed, his lifespan had accumulated to 550 years. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao approached Yun Tianhe's body once more, commencing a search. Such a flower thief might possess valuable items. It was essential to conduct a thorough examination of the corpse. After all, the primary supplementary income for the Jinyui came from such endeavors. Numerous Jinyui had been fortunate enough to amass decades of effort in a single sweep. Reflecting on this, Qin Xiaoyao felt a pang of regret. When he had earlier slain Zhao Wenbin and those bandits, he neglected to search their corpses. Had he known that the princess was watching from the shadows and had developed feelings for him, he would have seized the opportunity to profit from the deceased. This fellow has quite a few possessions. 3,000 taels in silver notes, along with dozens of taels in loose silver. In addition, there were numerous jars and bottles. Oh, what is this? He even has a letter. After rifling through the belongings, Qin Xiaoyao was pleasantly surprised to discover a letter. Curious, he opened it. 3 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyao gently set the letter down, a grave expression gracing his features. He had perused the contents and discovered that it was a summons. From the letter, he learned of Yun Tianhe's identity, an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, there were 4 major first-rate sects: Qingyun sect, Bodhi Temple, Xinghua sect, and Piaomiao Palace. Each of these sects held one or several grandmaster-level experts in residence. Qingyun sect ranked first among these 4, boasting 3 grandmaster-level experts. Even the court would not easily offend the Qingyun sect. Now, having killed a disciple of the Qingyun sect, even if he were merely an outer disciple, it amounted to offending the sect. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant revelation from the letter was that there were numerous flower thieves within the Qingyun sect. All of this was due to the alluring allure of the art of females. It is difficult to fathom that one of the foundational techniques of a righteous sect could harbor such nefarious practices as the yin-yang absorption technique. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the art of enchanting women is indeed formidable. Through this technique, Yun Tianhe has, in a mere 5 years, ascended from the initial stage of the acquired realm to the 9th stage, and he nearly achieved a breakthrough into the 10th stage of the acquired realm. This progression is akin to surmounting 2 minor realms each year. Given Yun Tianhe's innate aptitude, a leap from the 1st to the 3rd stage within 5 years would have been a cause for immense gratitude, let alone reaching the 9th stage. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaoyao has come to understand the meaning behind Yun Tianhe's dying words, "I am Qin Yun." In his final moments, he likely intended to unveil his true identity, only to be silenced by Qin Xiaoyao's decisive strike, leaving his revelation unspoken. His solemnity stems from the fact that this matter pertains to the Qingyun sect. Moreover, he has gleaned from a correspondence that the outer disciples of the Qingyun sect will convene for a gathering on the night of the acquired realm. Those attending this assembly are practitioners of the art of enchanting women, implying that they have wronged numerous virtuous women. According to the laws of the court, Qin Xiaoyao is entitled to enact justice on the spot. However, what troubles Qin Xiaoyao is the information gleaned from the letter indicating that individuals of innate realm might also be present at this gathering. If only those of the acquired realm were to attend, Qin Xiaoyao would not be concerned. Given his prowess, he could evade even a multitude of adversaries. Yet, should there be a presence of innate realm experts, escape would be impossible. Innate realm practitioners possess the ability to project their inner strength over considerable distances, launching attacks from afar. Furthermore, the intensity of their inner strength vastly surpasses that of acquired realm martial artists. If the strength of an innate expert's inner force is rated at 10, then that of an acquired practitioner is merely 1. An entire 10-fold disparity. Faced with such a monumental gap, even with his advantages, Qin Xiaoyao would not stand a chance. Of course, the primary concern remains that Qin Xiaoyao has recently acquired his extraordinary abilities, having only received the life-draining system mere days ago. In this short span, he has remarkably advanced through the 9th stage of body refinement to the 12th stage of the acquired realm, which is already an impressive feat. However, to contend with innate realm practitioners from the acquired realm is a pursuit fraught with impossibility. Unless Qin Xiaoyao is willing to linger in the acquired realm for an additional year, allowing him to elevate all his acquired martial arts to innate levels with complete mastery. It is highly improbable he could reverse the odds. At that point, he might stand a chance against innate foes. Nonetheless, such a delay seems unnecessary. Why would Qin Xiaoyao choose to remain in the acquired realm for the sake of mere accolades? Achieving a breakthrough to the innate realm sooner would enable him to undertake more formidable tasks, ultimately granting him a lifespan far beyond what the acquired realm could offer. If the lifespan gained from an early breakthrough to the innate realm resembles a snowball effect, growing ever larger, then the acquired realm is akin to a snail's crawl, progressing slowly but distinctly, yet incomparable to the accumulation of a snowball. Returning to the matter at hand, it appears that I must enlist the assistance of Brother Qian. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the day I am scheduled to visit the celestial residence with him. I shall see if he is willing to accompany me. After careful contemplation, Qin Xiaoyao reached a resolution, setting aside the potential appearance of innate-level experts at this opportunity. The involvement of the Qin sect in this case is not something he can undertake lightly. As fate would have it, he had previously arranged to meet with Qian Lai tomorrow evening. If the discussions proceed favorably, he would still have ample time to reach the gathering, as it is set for the night of the acquired realm. Following his meeting with Qian Lai, he would have a full day to journey, thus ensuring he arrives in time. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao's ears perked up. He swiftly concealed the items he had obtained from Yun Tian'e. It was prudent to keep this matter from the Six Doors. Although the Six Doors are tasked with handling affairs related to martial factions, it does not imply that the Jinyue cannot intervene. In the Great Zhou, the Jinyue, as the emperor's personal guards, enjoy a privileged status. They possess the authority to intervene in any case occurring within the realm. In summary, what the Six Doors can manage, the Jinyue can also handle. And what the Six Doors cannot address, the Jinyue are equally capable of dealing with, as long as evidence is sufficient. The imperial privilege of strike first and report later is not merely a jest. Chapter 25. The ingenious utilization of Jinyue achievements. This is a flower thief. How infuriating. We have arrived too late. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of the masked figure beneath Qin Xiaoyao's feet, the three bronze badge constables from the Six Doors bore expressions of profound dismay. This signified that in the contest between the Jinyue and the Six Doors, the former had emerged victorious, capturing and dispatching the flower thief single-handedly. They, on the other hand, had sent 3 operatives. It is easy to imagine the ridicule they will endure upon their return, taunts about how 3 of them could not match a single individual, and suggestions that they would be better off tending to the fields. The thought of such humiliation weighed heavily upon the 3. Qin Xiaoyao glanced at them, uttering not a word, as he dragged the flower thief's corpse toward Pingyang County. The distance to Pingyang County was merely about 1,000 meters. His indifference further provoked the trio, each wearing a scowl, itching to unleash their frustrations and curses. Alas, given the vast difference in strength, they dared not speak out against Qin Xiaoyao, for he had proven himself a formidable opponent. They vividly recalled the earlier encounter with his overwhelming prowess. Thus, even in their resentment, they could do nothing but watch as he departed. Exchanging glances with one another, they ultimately chose to leave Pingyang County, with the flower thief apprehended. Their presence here was rendered unnecessary. County Magistrate Wang, I have fulfilled my duty. Qin Xiaoyao presented the flower thief's remains to County Magistrate Wang, who then noted the completion of the task on the assignment sheet. Many thanks, young Master Qin, for your invaluable assistance. This scourge upon Pingyang County has finally been subdued. County Magistrate Wang's heart swelled with joy at the capture of the flower thief. With his apprehension, it would be a boon not only for his daughter, but for all the young ladies of Pingyang County. As for whether the flower thief lived or died, the magistrate was indifferent. The Jinyue and the Six Doors typically resolved matters with lethal finality. Exceptions were made only for crucial witnesses or cases involving high-ranking officials or affluent families. For lesser criminals, execution was often the expedient solution. The court had neither the time nor the obligation to sustain such wrongdoers. No matter, I acted solely in the interest of the mission, Qin Xiaoyao said dismissively, waving his hand nonchalantly. After the county magistrate Wang finished his seal, Qin Xiaoyao prepared to take his leave. Despite Magistrate Wang's repeated attempts to retain him, Qin Xiaoyao was resolute in his decision to depart. After all, he had a dinner engagement with Qian Lai. Sleep had eluded him for the past few days, and he intended to journey back to the capital that very night, indulge in a refreshing slumber at home, and then meet Qian Lai. More than 2 hours later, Qin Xiaoyao arrived outside the city gates of the capital. At this early hour, dawn had just broken, and many early rising citizens were bustling about. He entered the city with ease and then hurriedly made his way to the southern town guard. This task would earn him 100 merit points. With this addition, over the past year, he had accumulated a total of 1,000 merit points. Just another 1,000 points. And he could apply for a promotion to Chief of the Guard. Would he consider it then? Upon completing the task, Qin Xiaoyao gained a considerable amount of merit. The resources offered by the Imperial Guards were more valuable than gold. Not only could they be exchanged for various cultivation resources, but they also enabled the higher-ups of the Imperial Guards to assist him. As long as one possessed sufficient merit, almost anything could be accomplished. To ascend to the position of chief, one must not only possess a cultivation level above the 9th layer of postnatal, but also accumulate over 2,000 merit points. Of course, this promotion was calculated based on the total merit earned since joining the Imperial Guards and did not consider any remaining merit points. Qin Xiaoyao remained silent. The position of chief was not his ambition. He aspired to be a 100-man captain. The Grand Princess had stated that if he could break through to the innate realm within 3 months, he could leapfrog the chief position and become a 100-man captain directly from a small captain. Although it was not quite a meteoric rise, it was close enough. Despite the large number of personnel within the Imperial Guards, the number of 100-man captains was limited to just over 100. Once Qin Xiaoyao achieved this rank, he would be considered a significant figure within the Imperial Guards. However, he did not intend to share this information with Yang Tianqing just yet, as it could easily be misconstrued as favoritism. He feared that if he disclosed it to Yang Tianqing, it might reach the Grand Princess, leading her to perceive him as one who relished in boasting, which would be counterproductive. Well, I look forward to the day you become chief, Yang Tianqing chuckled. His gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao filled with growing satisfaction. It was a pity that he did not have a daughter. Otherwise, given the rapport he shared with old Qin, arranging a betrothal would have been a matter of course. So, will you rest now, or continue taking on tasks? He inquired once more. I shall rest first. I haven't had proper sleep for several days due to this task, Qin Xiaoyao replied. Uncle Yang, I will take my leave now. He had the case involving the Qin Yun sect awaiting him, and he lacked the energy to take on further assignments. While harvesting lifespan to enhance his strength was crucial, maintaining optimal mental acuity for completing tasks was of even greater importance. Undertaking tasks in a state of mental fatigue would be irresponsible toward his own life. Very well, I shan't disturb you any longer. Once you return home, please send my regards to your father, and let him know to visit my home when he has the time. Yang Tianqing advised with a smile. Since Qin Hanqing's departure from the Imperial Guards, their opportunities to gather had diminished significantly. Yang Tianqing understood this was a source of inner turmoil for Qin Hanqing. After all, transitioning from a formidable innate master to a low-ranking postnatal warrior was a difficult pill for anyone to swallow. Regrettably, Qin Hanqing's injuries had been severe, and at that time, both of their merits were insufficient, leading to delays. Now, attempting to restore Qin Hanqing to his former glory would be far more challenging than before. Understood, Uncle Yang. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly before exiting the task hall. Upon returning home and greeting his father, he retreated to his room. After a brief wash, he flopped onto his bed, utterly exhausted. The past few days had taken a toll on him. He had been vigilantly awaiting Yun Tian's apprehension at the government office every night and had scarcely rested during the day. Even with his postnatal 12-layer physique, he found it increasingly difficult to cope. Regrettably, he had yet to reach the innate realm, were he to attain it. He could easily forego sleep for 10 days and nights without issue. Chapter 26. A good dog does not block the road. In the capital, at the Tianshangju. After a refreshing nap, Qin Xiaoyao arrived here in high spirits. After a brief exchange with the waiter, he was guided to a private room on the 2nd floor. As a 1,000-man captain of the Imperial Guards, Qian Lei was quite a prominent figure in the capital. Thus, he had the privilege to host a meal on the 2nd floor of Tianshangju. Were he merely a 100-man captain, he might not have had such an opportunity, for access to the 2nd floor was reserved for those of a certain status. It's you. However, as soon as Qin Xiaoyao reached the 2nd floor, he encountered a few familiar faces, 3 members of the 6 doors he had previously met in Pingyang County. Yet, the trio now appeared to be subordinates, standing before a lavishly dressed young man who seemed to be only a few years older than Qin Xiaoyao, likely around 23 or 24. Presumably, the 4 were gathered under this young man's leadership. Do you know him? Who is he? While Qin Xiaoyao observed the young man, the latter was also curious about his identity. Young master, this fellow is the one who snatched our task in Pingyang County. One of the trio spoke up. So it's him. Upon hearing this, the young man, who had previously shown indifference, now regarded Qin Xiaoyao with an unkind expression. This was the person who had caused his subordinates to be ridiculed by their peers. The humiliation faced by his subordinates was tantamount to a slap on his own face. I am Lian Shun, son of Lian Su, a gold medal constable of the 6 doors. And you are? Although displeased that Qin Xiaoyao had taken his subordinate's task, he still sought to ascertain Qin Xiaoyao's background. If the latter's connections were not substantial, he planned to make things difficult for him. For allowing his subordinates to be mocked was a blow to his own reputation. If he didn't reclaim his dignity, how could he continue to hold his ground in the 6 doors? Qin Xiaoyao cast a dismissive glance at Lian Shun. Faced with the latter's hostile gaze and inquiries, he couldn't be bothered to respond. The son of a gold medal constable was merely the child of a master. In the past, Qin Xiaoyao would have treated such a figure with respect. However, at present, he stood behind the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou. Lian Shun was just the son of a master. Did he warrant any deference? Given his own innate talent, he was confident that he could reach the master realm in a mere 3 to 5 years, or at most 7 to 8. Thus, he had little regard for Lian Shun. As for whether the 6 doors would seek to trouble him, did they truly think the Imperial Guards were a pushover? As a personal guard of the Emperor, Qin Xiaoyao had never heard of anyone from the Qin Yiwei being bullied by those from other departments. In the Zhou Dynasty, especially within the capital, the Qin Yiwei naturally held a rank above Lushan men. How audacious! This fellow was exceedingly arrogant. Infuriated by Qin Xiaoyao's disregard, Lian Shun was beside himself with rage. As the son of a renowned constable, he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Though he had encountered others from the Qin Yiwei, they had always afforded him some semblance of respect out of deference to his father. Yet this individual before him treated him as though he were invisible. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Tianshangju, Lian Shun would have taken it upon himself to teach this impudent fellow a lesson. Being the son of a master, he practiced master-level techniques and possessed several innate martial skills. At the age of 23, Lian Shun had already attained the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, with hopes of reaching the innate realm before he turned 25. Thus, he did not regard Qin Xiaoyao as a worthy opponent, for he was well aware of those in the capital who could challenge him, and it was clear that Qin Xiaoyao did not belong to that list. Stop right there. Did I permit you to pass? The more he thought about it, the angrier Lian Shun became, swiftly positioning himself in front of Qin Xiaoyao. Although the Tianshangju forbade physical confrontations, it did not imply that Lian Shun was unable to humiliate Qin Xiaoyao. Step aside, you cur. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. While Qin Xiaoyao preferred to avoid making too many enemies, he could not turn a blind eye to the provocation laid before him. How dare you call me a dog? Listen here, if you do not bow and apologize today, you shall not leave the Tianshangju. Lian Shun's expression darkened considerably. His gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao laced with murderous intent. In his entire life, he had never encountered anyone who dared to insult him so brazenly. For Lian Shun, this was an unbearable affront. As for Qin Xiaoyao's background, he could not be bothered to inquire. As the son of a renowned constable, he was acutely aware of who was worthy of his respect and who was not. Clearly, Qin Xiaoyao did not fall into the latter category. Oh, is that so? Since when has Lushan men become so formidable that they can prevent us from Qin Yiwei from leaving the Tianshangju? Even Master Lian Su would hesitate to utter such words. Lian Shun's voice had barely faded when a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated from nearby. Qin Xiaoyao turned to find that it was none other than Qian Lai, the esteemed Qin Xianhu. Upon seeing Qian Lai, Lian Shun's brows furrowed. Clearly recognizing him and aware of his prowess as an innate 9th-level expert, merely a step away from becoming a master. While Lian Shun's father was a master, that was his father, not him. Faced with an innate 9th-level expert, especially one of Qin Yiwei, even Lian Shun dared not be overly arrogant. After all, the Qin Yiwei boasted 3 Grand Masters, 1 commander and 2 deputy commanders, all of whom were Grand Masters. In contrast, Lushan men had only 2 divine captains. Brother, what trouble have you stirred up with this fellow? Despite his cultivation being on par with yours at the 12th level of postnatal, he is backed by a father who is a 5th-level master and is quite protective of his own. While we in Qin Yiwei are not intimidated by Lushan men, we must be cautious of this old fox's potential underhanded tactics. Qian Lai stated earnestly as they entered the private room. Outside, he could not afford to diminish the Qin Yiwei's prestige, but in the absence of outsiders, he felt compelled to caution Qin Xiaoyao. One must always be wary of potential threats. After all, a 5th-level master could very well pose a problem for Qin Xiaoyao unless the Grand Princess intervened personally. However, it remained uncertain how crucial Qin Xiaoyao was in the Grand Princess's eyes and whether she would warn a master on his behalf. Brother Qian, I understand your concerns. You need not worry, Qin Xiaoyao reassured him. He was well aware of Qian Lai's apprehensions, but believed that as long as he demonstrated sufficient talent, the Grand Princess would not permit anyone to harm him, not even a master. It seemed he needed to put forth greater effort. The Grand Princess had granted him a 3-month deadline, and he could not afford to dawdle in completing his task. If he could break through to the innate realm a month or 2 ahead of schedule, he believed the Grand Princess would take even greater notice of him. At that point, not only would the Golden Badge captains from Lushan men think twice before causing him trouble, but even the Divine captains would have to consider the Grand Princess's stance. Very well, as long as you are aware. Now, tell me, having just completed a task, what would you like to eat? Today, you may indulge. I will cover the expenses, Qian Lai offered, handing over the menu. As Qin Xiaoyao perused the menu, he was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. Truly, this was the finest establishment in the capital. Even a simple dish cost more than 5 taels of silver, while the signature specialties could command dozens or even hundreds of taels each. The steep prices illustrated just how lavish Tianshangju's offerings were, not to mention those dishes costing over 100 taels. Even 5 taels could afford a splendid meal elsewhere. Ultimately, Qin Xiaoyao selected 2 dishes that were relatively affordable, totaling no more than 20 taels. Though it was Qian Lai treating him, he had only met Qian Lai twice and did not wish to order anything overly extravagant. Brother, you are being too frugal on my behalf. Never mind, I shall order a few items myself. Qian Lai realized that Qin Xiaoyao had only ordered 2 dishes, both rather inexpensive, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, he was a 1,000 household official. If he were to treat someone to a meal and only select the cheapest items on the menu, what would people think of him? it would indeed tarnish his reputation. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper insight into Qin Xiaoyao's character, discerning that this young man was not one to take advantage of others. Such a person, he surmised, would not be petty over trivial matters in their interactions. Subsequently, Qianlai ordered 5 or 6 more dishes, each priced in the dozens of taels. Both men were martial artists, and it was a certainty that they could consume several times that amount. Brother, there is a matter on which I seek your counsel. After placing the order, Qin Xiaoyao intended to discuss the affairs related to the Qin sect with Qianlai. What is it, my younger brother? Noticing the serious expression on Qin Xiaoyao's face, Qianlai understood that the matter at hand was of significant gravity. It concerns the disciples of the Qin sect. Qin Xiaoyao divulged the situation regarding Yun Tianhe and the sect to Qianlai. What? The disciples of the Qin sect dare to engage in such heinous acts in secret? Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's words, a grave expression overtook Qianlai's countenance. After all, the Qin sect was the most formidable sect within the Great Zhou Dynasty, boasting 3 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. The sect leader, in particular, was a 9th-level Grandmaster, a rarity in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Achieving the 9th level of Grandmaster was no small feat. Advancing further would lead one to the Celestial Realm, a realm where its practitioners were few and far between, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess. Each of them embodied the strongest foundation of a dynasty or sect, seldom emerging into the world. Indeed, I acquired a letter from an outer disciple of the Qin sect. The letter reveals that there are numerous disciples within the sect practicing the female conquest technique. This implies that these sect disciples have already harmed a significant number of innocent young women over the years. As Qin Xiaoyao spoke, a flicker of anger crossed his face. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for such flower-picking ruffians. If one desires companionship, they could simply visit a brothel. Why must they ruin the lives of those sheltered young women? Once a girl's purity is tarnished, it could lead to her despair, and those who can bear the burden must endure a lifetime of scorn and judgment. After all, ancient customs held a woman's virtue in higher regard than her very life. Unlike some modern women who have bedded dozens of men, only to seek a high price for themselves, millions for houses or cars, it's simply outrageous. Humph, it is surprising that the Qin sect, as a righteous sect, would condone such atrocious actions by its disciples. This is a matter that we, the Jinyui, must address. The letter also hinted at the possibility of the emergence of innate-level experts. My brother, I shall accompany you on this endeavor. As a member of the Jinyui, Qianlai had always held a dismissive view of those sect disciples, perceiving them as a malignant tumor. Therefore, upon learning of the Qin sect disciples' misdeeds, he promptly decided to accompany Qin Xiaoyao without hesitation. With you by my side, it shall indeed be a tremendous advantage. We will undoubtedly capture all of these Qin sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao was elated. Although he was uncertain about the number of disciples that would gather from the Qin sect, he anticipated that it would not be a small number. Moreover, since they were all outer disciples, their ages would likely be relatively young, most being in their 20s or 30s. As long as he could eliminate a few, he would instantly gain several hundred years of lifespan. His demands were modest. He sought merely to accumulate 1,000 years of lifespan during this expedition. Once he achieved this, he could upgrade his cultivation technique. With a technique of innate level caliber, his ascension to the innate realm would become considerably more attainable. I am close. Just over 400 years of lifespan remains to reach a millennium. Haha, it is but a trivial matter. We all serve the court. And when faced with these scourges of the populace, it is our duty as the Jinyui to intervene. As a 1,000-household official of the Jinyui, Qianlai maintained a clear perspective on matters of great significance. Brother, should we not inform the 6 doors? After all, the Qin sect falls under the category of Jianghu sections. Qin Xiaoyao subsequently inquired. The primary duty of the 6 doors was to liaise with Jianghu sections. Unless they were short-staffed, such matters were typically entrusted to them. While the Jinyui had the authority to oversee all affairs, their primary jurisdiction was within the imperial capital. What need is there for such notification? This matter was discovered by our Jinyui. Naturally, it is our responsibility to handle it. Without a moment's thought, Qianlai responded. Tasks like these often came with significant merits, and he had no intention of relinquishing them to the 6 doors. Qin Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, nodded contemplatively. It seemed that this elder brother harbored little fondness for the 6 doors. Otherwise, he would not have withheld this task from them. Just then, a voice rang from outside, announcing, "Your dishes are ready, esteemed guests. Come in." Qianlai gestured to Qin Xiaoyao and then spoke, clearly indicating that this matter was not suitable for outsiders. Even for the waiter, Qin Xiaoyao understood this principle well. Thereafter, the two refrained from further discussing the Qin sect's case and instead indulged in the delectable offerings of Tianshangju. It was undeniable that the dishes, each casually priced at dozens of taels, were indeed exquisite. The ingredients used were exceptionally rare, providing significant benefits for martial practitioners in their training. They were truly nourishing delicacies. Qin Xiaoyao selected the most expensive dish, took a piece of meat, and consumed it. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The meat transformed into a unique energy within his body, accelerating the flow of his inner strength. No wonder it commanded such a high price. Spending dozens of taels was justified given its effects. To put it in perspective, an ordinary family of 3 would spend merely 5 taels in a year. This one dish represented the living expenses of a typical household for over a decade, highlighting its exorbitance. Of course, beyond its special properties. The taste of Tianshangju was also remarkable. Without a doubt, whether in his previous life or this one, this meal was the finest Qin Xiaoyao had ever experienced. After relishing the meal and agreeing to set off the following noon, Qin Xiaoyao and Qian Lai parted ways. "Father, I am home." Upon returning, Qin Xiaoyao found his father waiting in the courtyard, evidently anticipating his arrival. "My son, you have finally returned. How was your time with the 1,000 household official?" As soon as he saw Qin Xiaoyao, Qin Hansheng eagerly inquired. Upon discovering that his son was dining with a 1,000 household officer and referring to each other as brothers, Qin Hansheng felt as though he were in a dream. The social network of his son had developed at an astonishing pace. He recalled that when he first entered the innate realm, becoming the deputy 100 household of the Jinui, he would never have dared to address a 1,000 household officer in such a familiar manner. Their interactions had been quite pleasant. Brother Qian was a very amiable individual. Qin Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and then spoke. He was not lying. Brother Qian indeed treated him well. That's good. Your father has no hope of rejoining the Jinui in this lifetime. You must serve the Grand Princess diligently and strive to become 1,000 household officers soon. That way, your old father can bask in a bit of glory as well." Upon learning that his son had caught the eye of the Grand Princess and possessed such remarkable martial talent, Qin Hansheng understood that the position of merely 100 household officer was no longer a challenge for his son. The 1,000 household role was now his son's objective. And given his son's exceptional gifts, it was not impossible for him to become the pacification envoy of the Jinui in the future. As for the positions of commanding officer or assistant commander, Qin Hansheng did not dare to harbor such extravagant hopes. After all, those were positions reserved for grandmasters. Although his son was talented, becoming a grandmaster was likely no easy feat. "Father, who says you will never have the chance to rejoin the Jinui in this lifetime? Your son is a genius now, and while the elixir to heal you is exorbitantly priced, I assure you that within 2 to 3 years, or at most 4 to 5, I will have enough merits to exchange for it for you to consume. Once you recover, you can regain your innate realm cultivation. In that case, you could once again become the deputy 100 household of the Jinui." Qin Xiaoyao was acutely aware of his father's injuries and understood well the high-grade elixirs required for his recovery. Before acquiring the system, he would have never dared to hope for such things, nor would he have had any means. However, circumstances had changed. With his rapid advancement and the connections with the Grand Princess, obtaining an elixir for his father should not pose a significant problem. He had looked into that elixir, which required a staggering 50,000 merit points for exchange. Such a colossal amount of merit was beyond the reach of a mere 100 household officer. Even 1,000 household officer would find it challenging to accumulate that much. Only someone of the rank of pacification envoy could possibly amass 50,000 merit points. That little rascal is quite filial. However, there's no need for that. Your future is far more important than my crippled body, Qin Hansheng said. Feeling a sense of gratitude wash over him at his son's words, it was evident that raising his son had not been in vain. Nevertheless, he was not so foolish as to lose sight of priorities. He cared far more about his son's prospects than his own recovery. The 50,000 merit points could provide enough cultivation resources to elevate someone to the Grandmaster realm. There was no need to squander such wealth on a mere innate realm practitioner like himself. He believed that with those 50,000 merit points, his son could undoubtedly step into the realm of Grandmasters. "Father," Qin Xiaoyao hesitated before swallowing his words. In that moment, he felt deeply the weight of his father's aspirations for him. No matter what he said, it seemed his father would not permit him to expend 50,000 merit points on an elixir. Well, since arguing now is futile, I suppose I'll just have to execute my plan without prior notice. Once I secure the elixir, it won't matter how unwilling my father might be. Enough of this sentimentality. Your father awaits your success in bringing glory to the Qin family. The hour is late. You should return and rest, Qin Hansheng said cheerfully. All right. Then, by the way, father, I need to go out on a mission tomorrow afternoon. It may take a few days, so please take care of yourself at home. Qin Xiaoyao did not mention that he would be working alongside Qian Lei, as the involvement of 1,000 household officer in the case indicated its seriousness and potential danger. He did not wish to worry his father. You've been quite active lately, haven't you? Very well, go rest. I will have the servants prepare your supplies for the journey. Yes, I will take my leave to rest now. Chapter 29. Yin Tianqing in Qingzhou, Qingping County, Shanghai County. The Great Zhou Dynasty comprises 9 provinces. With the imperial capital situated in Zhongzhou, Qingzhou borders Zhongzhou, and Shanghai County lies over 1,000 miles from the imperial capital. For an ordinary person to travel from the capital to Shanghai County, it would take at least half a month. However, for the Jinui, such a distance could be covered in merely half a day, thanks to their specialized mount, the Night God Steed. The Night God Steed is a legendary horse capable of traveling 2,000 miles in a day, making it the best mount for the Jinui on their missions. Whenever a task location exceeds 500 miles from the capital, Jinui members can request a night god steed for their journey. This time, Qin Xiaoyao and Qianlei had each requested a night god steed, which is why they could reach Shanghai County in just half a day despite the considerable distance. From the letter, Qin Xiaoyao learned that the disciples of the Qingyun sect were to meet outside a forest near Shanghai County, which was only a little over 1,000 meters away from the county. At the third watch, around 7 or 8 in the evening, a group of over a dozen individuals gathered in the forest outside Shanghai County. These individuals were disciples of the Qingyun sect. Where's Yun Tianhe? It's been about half an hour. Should we be concerned? One of the disciples voiced his impatience. Surely nothing has happened to him. His cultivation is at the 9th level, and he excels in lightness skill. Unless it's a master of the innate realm or someone with comparable lightness skill at a high proficiency, no one else could capture him, another disciple replied. Let's hope nothing has gone awry. You know, Yun Tianhe's brother is the inner sect's senior brother, Yun Tianqing. If anything were to happen, senior brother Yun Tianqing would undoubtedly be furious. Ah, what a pity. Senior brother Yun Tianqing possesses such exceptional talent, while his brother's aptitude is rather lacking. It's unfortunate he has to rely on the womanizing skill to quickly elevate his cultivation. Shoo, be careful with your words. Don't forget that our current cultivation level is largely thanks to Yun Tianhe teaching us the womanizing skill. The disciples of the Qingyun sect exchanged words, revealing that this womanizing skill had indeed been imparted by the inner sect's senior brother, Yun Tianqing, to his brother, Yun Tianhe. In a bid to gain allies, Yun Tianhe had shared this technique. They would gather periodically to discuss their cultivation insights, as they all practiced the same technique. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals were eavesdropping on their conversation from above. These two were Qin Xiaoyao and Qianlei. They had been waiting there long before the group of Qingyun sect disciples arrived. With the assistance of Qianlei, a 9th level innate expert, they had no fear of being detected by the Qingyun disciples. Unexpectedly, this matter had drawn in Yun Tianqing, the eldest disciple of the Qingyun sect, complicating matters significantly. Listening to the conversation below, Qianlei's expression grew increasingly grave. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it is indeed a fact. Brother Qian, is this Yun Tianqing truly formidable? Qin Xiaoyao was not particularly well acquainted with the circumstances of the Qingyun sect. Indeed, this fellow possesses an innate cultivation level of the 9th realm and serves as the inner sect's eldest senior brother. The mere mention of Yun Tianqing causes even Qianlei to feel a twinge of concern. Although he too is at the 9th realm of innate cultivation, he is unequivocally no match for Yun Tianqing in terms of strength. Moreover, he is acutely aware of Yun Tianqing's esteemed position within the Qingyun sect. In the Qingyun sect, there exist 3 primary ranks of disciples: the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. The miscellaneous disciples are primarily body refiners, the outer disciples are acquired martial artists, while the inner disciples are innate martial artists. As the inner sect's eldest senior brother, Yun Tianqing has achieved the 9th realm of innate cultivation at the tender age of 23. His martial arts talent is considered unparalleled within the Qingyun sect. Consequently, should he break through to the master realm, he is poised to become the future sect leader. Given his prodigious talent, it is entirely plausible that he will reach the master realm before the age of 25. It can be said that Yun Tianqing is the most valued disciple of the Qingyun sect, destined to be the successor of the future sect leader. Now that Qin Xiaoyao has killed his brother, if Yun Tianqing learns of this, given his affection for Yun Tianhe, a relentless vendetta against Qin Xiaoyao is all but guaranteed. Contemplating this, Qianlei cast a worried glance at Qin Xiaoyao. He harbored no fear of the Qingyun sect confronting Qin Xiaoyao openly. Rather, he feared the covert repercussions. After all, the Jinui operate without the notion of safeguarding their paths while executing missions. What of the inner sect's eldest senior brother? His brother has violated the laws of the Great Zhou and must face justice. If he were to cause me trouble over this matter, I would not hesitate to detain even the future sect leader of the Qingyun sect. What Qianlei was concerned about, Qin Xiaoyao understood well, and he felt deeply moved. This kind-hearted brother, despite his motivations stemming from the crown princess, still showed him great kindness. However, Qin Xiaoyao was acutely aware that there is no altruism without cause in this world. He and Qianlei are not related by blood. Yet Qianlei's willingness to accompany him on this journey is already a significant favor, not to mention the 10 or so disciples of the Qingyun sect below, most of whom appeared to be quite young, with the majority not exceeding 30 years of age. Considering the lifespan of an acquired martial artist is around 100 years, these individuals have approximately 70 years remaining. Should he vanquish them all, his own lifespan could undoubtedly exceed 1,000 years, even more so. This younger brother possesses great ambition. With your talent, you might indeed be able to achieve that. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words, Qianlei was momentarily taken aback. Had it been anyone else speaking, he would have scoffed at the notion. After all, Yun Tianqing's talent is undeniably formidable. Having broken through to the innate realm at 18, he now stands at the 9th realm at 23, with a strong likelihood of entering the master realm before 25. Such a paragon is not easily matched. However, since it was Qin Xiaoyao who uttered these words, the situation is markedly different. After all, his younger brother currently possesses a cultivation level of the 12th realm of acquired martial arts, and should he achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm within a year, his age at that point would match that of Yun Tianqing. What remains paramount is that the resources available to his younger brother vastly differ from those afforded to Yun Tianqing. As the intersect's eldest senior brother, Yun Tianqing has exhibited exceptional aptitude since childhood and has thus received early training from the Qin sect. Conversely, his younger brother had no such resources before encountering the crown princess. He has relied solely on his own efforts to reach this stage. Therefore, in Qin Xiaoyao's view, his younger brother's talent surpasses that of Yun Tianqing, which is why he holds such faith in him. Chapter 30. In a single breath. 2 kills. Thank you for your trust, brother. However, I fear it will take me some time to catch up to this Yun Tianqing. Thus, I have a humble request. I hope you can assist me. Qin Xiaoyao glanced at the Qin Yun sect disciples, a fleeting glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Knowing that Yun Tianhe has a highly gifted and fiercely protective elder brother, Qin Xiaoyao would not remain idle. He intends to eradicate all the disciples of the Qin Yun sect. The reasoning is quite simple. Since these disciples are capable of communicating with Yun Tianhe, it indicates they maintain regular contact. Should Yun Tianhe fail to appear tonight, they are bound to grow suspicious. When they cannot locate him, they will undoubtedly report the matter. Upon discovering his younger brother's disappearance, Yun Tianqing, as the inner sect's eldest senior brother, will not rest until he uncovers the truth. Though the Qin Yun sect's influence may not rival that of the Great Zhou Dynasty, tracking down Yun Tianhe's whereabouts and uncovering the circumstances of his demise should not prove overly difficult. After all, they are the mightiest sect in the Great Zhou. Should Yun Tianqing discover that it was he who killed his brother, the Qin Yun sect may not overtly retaliate. But they will certainly not let him off the hook in secret. This, Qin Xiaoyao is fully aware of. Given his current prowess, he is undoubtedly no match for Yun Tianqing. Once he leaves the imperial capital, he may very well face assassination attempts from Yun Tianqing or other formidable experts of the Qin Yun sect. Therefore, all these individuals must perish tonight. After all, these disciples have practiced the art of seduction and undoubtedly bear numerous sins. To put it dramatically, each of them has likely sullied the honor of at least 10, if not 20, young women over the years. Thus, Qin Xiaoyao harbors no remorse in slaying them. They deserve their fate. Furthermore, once he eliminates them, Yun Tianqing will not learn of his brother's death for a considerable time. This window will provide Qin Xiaoyao with the opportunity he needs to grow stronger. He is currently at the 9th realm of acquired martial arts. As long as he is granted sufficient lifespan, he is confident he can swiftly break through to the innate realm and traverse a significant distance within it. By that time, even if Yun Tianqing discovers his brother's disappearance and traces it back to him, Qin Xiaoyao will no longer fear the consequences. However, with so many individuals present, it is unlikely he can eliminate them all single-handedly. Some will inevitably escape. Of course, this assumes Qian Lai remains uninvolved. Should Qian Lai intervene, none here would escape. Does my younger brother wish for me to eliminate all these individuals? As a 1,000-household commander of the Jinyue, Qian Lai is naturally astute. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's words, he immediately grasped his intent. That is approximately the idea. However, my proposal is for you to assist me in the fray while I take responsibility for their elimination. Consider it an exercise to hone my combat skills. As for those who attempt to flee, I kindly request that you discreetly intercept them, ensuring they are unable to escape, so I may deal with them. Qin Xiaoyao spoke slowly. The reasoning behind this is clear. If Qin Xiaoyao wishes to absorb the lifespan of these individuals, he must personally deal the fatal blows. Otherwise, their lifespan will not be collected. This is a fact he has long since confirmed. When Qin Xiaoyao first learned that the system could harvest the remaining lifespans of the deceased, he took a stroll through the execution grounds. After all, the execution ground witnesses death almost daily. After a day of exploration, Qin Xiaoyao discovered that the demise of others did not grant him any longevity. Thus, he realized that to acquire lifespan, it must be through his own hand. This understanding prompted Qin Xiaoyao to convey his intentions to Qian Lei. Having finally stumbled upon a substantial opportunity to gain longevity, he could not afford to let it slip away. Whether he could elevate his innate skills depended on the ability to eliminate these individuals. No problem, Qian Lei replied, momentarily taken aback. Although he sensed something amiss, he could not pinpoint it. Nonetheless, he acquiesced. But be cautious. The letter mentioned the potential emergence of an innate master. As of now, I have yet to detect this master. Therefore, you must act swiftly, just in case. Qian Lei reminded him. For his purpose in this location was to confront the possibly appearing innate master. All right, my good brother Qian, I will resolve this conflict as quickly as possible. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In the next instant, he descended upon the nearest disciple of the Qin Yun sect, launching an immediate and full-force attack. The overwhelming strength of 20,000 Jun struck the disciple squarely on the head. Bang! The sheer terror of 20,000 Jun was unfathomable. That formidable power instantaneously obliterated the Qin Yun disciple's head. Who dares? The sudden appearance of Qin Xiaoyao left the numerous Qin Yun disciples aghast. They had never anticipated that someone would lie in wait at their gathering place, striking down their kin with such ferocity. Without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, Qin Xiaoyao executed another attack with his iron sand palm on a nearby disciple. Bang! With this strike, yet another startled Qingyun disciple was dispatched. In less than a breath's time, Qin Xiaoyao had killed 2 individuals. Heavenly Martial Artist, total lifespan of 100 years, currently remaining lifespan, 73 years. Heavenly Martial Artist, total lifespan of 100 years, currently remaining lifespan, 71 years. Glancing at the system, a subtle smile graced Qin Xiaoyao's lips. A total of 144 years of lifespan had been secured, adding to the previous 550 years. His accumulated lifespan had now soared to 694 years, tantalizingly close to 700. Thus, casting his gaze upon the remaining disciples of the Qingyun sect, his eyes gleamed with desire. These were living embodiments of lifespan. Boom. Without affording the Qingyun disciples any time to react, Qin Xiaoyao propelled himself off the ground, unleashing a tempestuous force that created a small crater beneath him. When he reappeared, it was before another disciple of the Qingyun sect. Damn it, whoever you are. Killing 2 of my Qingyun disciples, you shall not leave here alive. A more powerful disciple bellowed, rallying his fellow disciples. Qin Xiaoyao's target this time was the strongest among them, whose cultivation had reached the 10th level of the heavenly martial artist realm. He had discerned that Qin Xiaoyao was also a heavenly martial artist, yet he had not transcended to the innate level. An ordinary heavenly martial artist. I refuse to believe that we cannot subdue him with our numbers. Boom. In response, Qin Xiaoyao unleashed an overwhelmingly forceful punch. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, Qin Xiaoyao's fist landed squarely on his chest. In a split second, the disciple was sent careening backward, soaring 30 meters through the air before crashing to the ground. Hiss! Such immense power caused the remaining disciples of the Qingyun sect to collectively gasp in shock. What kind of monster had they encountered? The strength was unfathomably overwhelming. Chapter 31, 1400 Years of Lifespan. My brother's prowess is extraordinary, Qianlei mused. At the tender age of 17, not only had he elevated his cultivation to the 12th level of the heavenly martial artist realm, he had also perfected 2 of the sect's martial arts to their pinnacle. On top of mastering a technique of innate level, achieving minor success, he was indeed a prodigious talent. Above, Qianlei watched in awe as Qin Xiaoyao dispatched 2 more foes, his astonishment beyond words. When Qin Xiaoyao refrained from action, it was inconspicuous, but once he engaged, his true capabilities became evident. Yun Tianqing, the genius of the Qingyun sect, pales in comparison to my brother, he thought. Recalling that Yun Tianqing had not perfected his martial arts to the same extent during his heavenly martial artist phase, he was merely at a high level. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyao had achieved perfection in 2 techniques, one of which, if he was not mistaken, was the iron cloth shirt, a defensive martial art notoriously more challenging to cultivate than offensive techniques, requiring double the time and effort. Additionally, while Yun Tianqing had dabbled in innate techniques, he had only barely scratched the surface. Being the future junior master of the Qingyun sect, he had received extensive guidance from esteemed mentors, whereas Qin Xiaoyao's accomplishments stemmed solely from his own comprehension. Thus, in comparison, Yun Tianqing fell considerably short. This innate talent, it seemed, could rival even that of the crown princess. At that moment, a thought struck Qianlei. If his brother had received the same treatment as the crown princess since childhood, would he not surpass her in brilliance by now? It was hard to say. Bang, bang, bang. While Qianlei marveled at Qin Xiaoyao's talent, the latter had once again dispatched 2 more opponents. In a brief span of time, the Qingyun sect had suffered 4 deaths and 1 injury. Beyond these 5 individuals, only 7 disciples remained. The intact 7 gazed at Qin Xiaoyao with palpable dread. He was simply too strong. Undeniably too strong. This individual, who appeared to be merely a heavenly martial artist like themselves, possessed an extraordinary power. They were also heavenly martial artists, their strength reaching thousands of jun. The most formidable among them could unleash a force exceeding 10,000 jun. Yet, they were no match for the individual before them. Who exactly are you? What grievances do you hold against our Qingyun sect? Why pursue a total extermination? The injured disciple, at the 10th level of the heavenly martial artist realm, glared at Qin Xiaoyao with a dark expression. He could not recall any offense they had committed against such a monstrous being. This fellow appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, yet his strength was formidable beyond measure, leaving them perplexed regarding his origins. I am Li Shun of the 6 Gates, Qin Xiaoyao replied, casting a glance at the other disciple before revealing an alias. Since he and Qianlei were in plain clothes and not adorned in the attire of the genie Wei, he felt free to say whatever he wished. Conveniently, he recalled that the scoundrel Li Shun had wronged him some time ago. Although this operation should not attract attention, he was prepared for any eventuality. However, just to be on the safe side, it is prudent to leave behind the names of others. Conveniently, the 6 Doors is an institution dedicated to handling matters of the martial world. It is only reasonable to let them take the blame. Hidden among the trees, Qianlei heard Qin Xiaoyao's words and nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling from his perch. Wow, my younger brother, who usually appears so honest and just, now seems rather cunning. The mention of the 6 doors sent a chill down the spine of the disciple, who turned pale at the thought. Without hesitation, he urged the remaining disciples to flee immediately. The 6 doors, an organization specifically established by the Great Zhou Dynasty to deal with martial sects, had a notorious reputation. These individuals had caused considerable harm to innocent young women while cultivating their skills. The mere presence of the 6 doors here indicated that they had uncovered something significant. Given the 6 doors' modus operandi, it was certain that they had not come alone. There might well be others lurking in the shadows. If one Qin Xiaoyao was already this terrifying, the arrival of additional members would surely spell doom for them. Coming to this realization, the disciple loudly warned his fellow sect members before fleeing without looking back. The others, upon hearing this, were seized by panic. Faced with the pursuit of the 6 doors, they, as outer disciples, had only one path left: death. Their only hope for survival lay in returning to their sect and relying on its protection. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred just as they prepared to escape. A terrifying pressure descended from above, followed by a powerful wave of internal force sweeping toward them. Those who attempted to flee found themselves forcefully propelled backward by this overwhelming energy. It was Qianlai, acting in the shadows. The externalization of internal force. This was the hallmark of a congenital master. My life is forfeit. In the face of this dire situation, the disciples of Qin Yun sect quickly realized the peril they were in. The force enveloping them was undeniably internal energy. Only a martial artist of congenital caliber could achieve such a feat. Those of acquired stage could not. No sooner had the disciple voiced his thoughts than Qin Xiaoyao appeared behind him, delivering a single, fatal punch. This blow claimed his life. Acquired martial artist. Total lifespan 100 years. Remaining lifespan 72 years. Absorption complete. Another 72 years of life added. How delightful. Following the elimination of this individual, Qin Xiaoyao was filled with elation and immediately turned his attention to the others. In the face of Qin Xiaoyao's relentless pursuit, the remaining disciples stood no chance of resistance. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Approximately a cup of tea's time later, Qin Xiaoyao had dispatched all 12 disciples of Qin Yun sect present. He took a deep breath. To swiftly eliminate these foes, he had exerted himself to the utmost with every strike. Despite his considerable prowess, even Qin Xiaoyao felt fatigued after such prolonged, intense combat. Subsequently, he glanced at his attributes panel, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, acquired stage, 12th level. Martial arts, Tongzi skill, acquired level technique. Currently perfected to 9th level. Iron sand palm, acquired level martial skill, currently perfected. Iron cloth shirt, acquired level martial skill, currently perfected. Carefree steps, congenital martial skill. Currently minor success. Remaining lifespan, 1,414 years. Chapter 32, Pure Yang skill. Over 1,000 years of lifespan. Finally, it is complete. The Tongzi skill is finally ready for an upgrade. Seeing his lifespan surpass 1,000 years and reach 1,400, Qin Xiaoyao trembled with excitement. Once upgraded, the Tongzi skill would ascend to the level of congenital techniques. With a congenital technique, he could swiftly break through to the congenital realm. However, he was grateful to the disciples of Qin Yun sect for enabling him to gather sufficient lifespan so quickly. In gratitude, Qin Xiaoyao resolved to send more disciples from Qin Yun sect down in the future to keep them company. Ah, indeed, I am too kind-hearted, always considering others, he mused. My younger brother, you truly have impressed me. Qianlai admired Qin Xiaoyao's clean and decisive combat style. Facing 12 disciples from Qin Yun sect, he exhibited no fear and instead displayed an aura of invincibility, overwhelming them all. When he had been at the 12th level of the acquired stage, he could not have matched Qin Xiaoyao's prowess. This is all thanks to you for covering me. Qin Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude. Without Qianlai, such a formidable ally, he would not have dared to descend into battle. All right, since we have dealt with these individuals, let us leave swiftly. With so many disciples of Qin Yun sect dead, it is unwise to linger here. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyao readily agreed. He was eager to find a quiet place to upgrade his Tongzi skill. Nonetheless, a lingering doubt occupied his mind. The congenital master mentioned in the letter had not appeared. He wondered why that was. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. What does it matter? If they don't show up, they don't show up. My mission has already been more than accomplished. To Qin Xiaoyao, the absence of this congenital master was, in fact, a blessing, for he could not personally slay them. Without the opportunity for personal conquest, he could not gain lifespan. It was far better for them to remain absent than to encounter any unforeseen complications. Next, Qin Xiaoyao and Qianlai tidied the scene before cremating all the Qin Yun sect disciples and departing. Their reasoning was clear. They wished to delay Qin Yun sect's notice of the disciples' disappearance. Should the bodies be discovered, it would inevitably alert Qin Yun sect. Although Qin Xiaoyao had no fear of the sect, trouble would still arise. With the corpses disposed of, Qin Yun sect would remain oblivious for a while. By the time they realized the disciples were missing and sought answers, the trail would have long since gone cold. Even if they did uncover something, by then, Qin Xiaoyao's strength would have increased significantly. allowing him to face any pressure from Qin Yuan's sect with confidence. In a tavern in Shanghai County, after parting ways, Qin Xiaoyao returned to his room, with nightfall upon them. They planned to rest for the night and set out for the imperial capital in the morning. This was precisely what Qin Xiaoyao desired. Once in his room, he took a deep breath and gazed at the upgrade arrow beside the Tongzi skill. With a mere thought, a notification sounded. Ding. Sufficient lifespan available. Would you like to upgrade the Tongzi skill? Yes. Ding. Upgrade commencing. Please wait, host. As the Tongzi skill began its upgrade, a progress bar appeared on its panel, advancing at a surprisingly swift pace. 10%, 30%, 70%. Within the mere span of a single incense stick, it had already surpassed 90%. Quite rapid indeed. I had initially anticipated it would take a day, or even several days. Now it seems, in just a minute or two more, it shall be complete. Observing the progress bar's swift advancement, Qin Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the wait was not too long. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host. The child's skill has ascended to the pure yang skill. After much anticipation, Qin Xiaoyao finally witnessed the upgrade of the child's skill. Pure yang skill. To his astonishment, upon evolving into an innate technique, the name itself had transformed. He wondered just how formidable this pure yang skill truly was. With excitement illuminating his features, Qin Xiaoyao exclaimed. Just as his words faded, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. The pure yang skill, a technique of the yang attribute, cultivates internal energy that is both supremely rigid and yang, serving as the nemesis to all malevolent techniques. Once fully mastered, it grants practitioners a significant probability of breaking through to the master realm. It can be said that among innate level techniques, the pure yang skill stands at the pinnacle. Even among other innate techniques, a hierarchy of strength exists. If the weakest innate technique yields an internal energy strength of 1, then the pure yang skill produces a strength of 3, an impressive threefold difference. One cannot help but commend the quality that the system provides. Although merely an innate level technique, it cannot be compared to master or grandmaster level techniques, yet within its own realm, the pure yang skill reigns supreme. The pure yang skill is divided into 9 layers. With each layer completed, a substantial enhancement to one's cultivation is achieved. However, the first 3 layers correspond to body refinement and the acquired realm. It is not until the 4th layer that one enters the innate realm. Innate techniques can ultimately reach the master realm, but only those of exceptional caliber can do so, such as the pure yang skill. Cultivating. I still possess over 400 years of lifespan. With such abundant longevity, I shall surely step into the innate realm. Now that I have the technique, all that remains for Qin Xiaoyao is to break through to the innate system. I wish to cultivate the pure yang skill, channeling all my lifespan into it until my remaining years can no longer elevate me to the next realm, at which point I shall cease to expend my lifespan. Qin Xiaoyao stated resolutely. Cultivation, after all, is of utmost importance. You have diligently comprehended the pure yang skill. In the 3rd year, you finally grasped the entirety of the technique. You commenced your cultivation of the pure yang skill. In the 10th year, you completed the cultivation of the first 3 layers, converting all your child's skill internal energy into pure yang internal energy. In the 28th year, you successfully cultivated the pure yang skill to the 4th layer, and simultaneously, you entered the innate realm. In the 63rd year, you perfected the 4th layer of the pure yang skill, and at last, you ascended to the 2nd level of the innate realm. In the 175th year, you advanced the pure yang skill to the 5th layer and entered the 3rd level of the innate realm. In the 365th year, you perfected the 5th layer of the pure yang skill and entered the 4th level of the innate realm, remaining lifespan insufficient to continue cultivation. Ding. The simulation has concluded. Feedback begins. Chapter 33, Breaking Through to the Innate Realm. Good heavens, nearly 4 centuries of lifespan, and I have only reached the 4th level of the innate realm. My aptitude is truly lacking. Upon witnessing the simulation process, Qin Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, he felt a profound sense of exasperation regarding his mediocre talent. Were it not for the fortuitous acquisition of the golden finger, it is likely he would never have broken through to the innate realm in this lifetime. Boom. As Qin Xiaoyao pondered, a tremendous wave of knowledge flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy manifested within his body. With the emergence of this energy, Qin Xiaoyao instinctively began to circulate his internal energy according to the operational route of the pure yang skill. To transcend from the acquired realm to the innate realm, a practitioner must open the 2 bridges of heaven and earth, known as the Run and Du meridians. Once these bridges are unblocked, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. The reason innate masters can project their internal energy outward is due to the fusion of their internal energy with the spiritual energy of the cosmos. In the acquired realm, practitioners are still in the phase of refining essence into energy. The energy within Qin Xiaoyao was nothing short of terrifying. Were it not for the system's control, he might have perished from the sheer intensity of this energy upon its emergence. Rumbling. The surging energy continuously circulated within Qin Xiaoyao's being. Even from a distance, One could hear the sound of internal energy flowing within him. Thanks to the system's feedback, Qin Xiaoyao's pace in circulating his internal energy was remarkably swift. In scarcely 3 breaths, he sensed the bottleneck of the innate realm. Ordinarily, when faced with such a bottleneck, it could take an individual 3 to 5 years, or even a decade or more, to break through. Some may never surpass it in their lifetime. Yet, in the face of the system's power, this bottleneck crumbled like paper, shattering at the slightest push. With the bottleneck broken, Qin Xiaoyao's run and due meridians were officially opened. In that moment, an endless tide of spiritual energy from the cosmos surged towards him. Someone is breaking through to the innate realm. It's my dear brother Qin. Meanwhile, Qianlei had just finished washing up and was preparing to cultivate under the cover of night. Suddenly, he sensed the tumult of spiritual energy. Having experienced similar phenomena before, he instantly recognized it as someone breaking through, and not just any breakthrough, but from the acquired to the innate realm. Upon checking the direction of the spiritual energy upheaval, he discovered it was emanating from the adjacent room, leaving Qianlei utterly astonished. Qin Xiaoyao is only 17 years old, isn't a 17-year-old innate martial artist. This age of entry into the innate realm is merely a year behind the crown princess. However, how can Qin Xiaoyao be compared to the crown princess? As the most cherished daughter of the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, she has been enveloped in adoration since childhood. She began her cultivation with techniques of grandmaster level, enjoying resources beyond imagination, accompanied by countless masters to guide her. Thus, she entered the innate realm at the age of 16. In stark contrast, what about my brother Qin? He cultivates an acquired technique, and the resources available to him are far inferior, even when compared to ordinary noble families. Yet, he has entered the innate realm at the age of 17. When one considers this, Qin Xiaoyao's innate talent may even surpass that of the crown princess. With the talent displayed by Qin Xiaoyao, he is destined to achieve the grandmaster realm in the future. Does this mean I have secured a promising alliance ahead of time? Qianlei understood that with his own talent, the pinnacle of his achievements in this lifetime would likely be the master realm. Whether he could reach the 9th level of the master realm was uncertain, let alone the grandmaster realm. If he could cultivate a friendship with a prodigy of Qin Xiaoyao's caliber, he might even aspire to the grandmaster realm in the future. With these thoughts, Qianlei quietly rejoiced, grateful for the fortuitous connection he made with Qin Xiaoyao during his humble beginnings. Given Qin Xiaoyao's character, he was certain that his unwavering support now would be repaid in kind in the future. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted? Someone is breaking through, transitioning from the acquired to the innate. A sense of envy envelopes the atmosphere as someone prepares to enter the realm of the innate. Indeed, once a martial artist transcends to this level, not only can they unleash their internal energy, but their lifespan also doubles to an impressive 200 years, effectively granting them an additional lifetime compared to mortal practitioners. Hurry, let us discover which esteemed individual has achieved this breakthrough, so that we may forge an acquaintance. The commotion surrounding Qin Xiaoyao's advancement is considerable, given that the very essence of the world seems to be in turmoil. Every martial artist, even those of acquired prowess, can sense the disturbance. Instinctively, they flock toward the chamber where Qin Xiaoyao resides. Step back. No one is permitted within 10 paces of the chamber, or face dire consequences. Just as the throng surged toward Qin Xiaoyao's room, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Qianlei stood resolutely at the entrance, akin to a guardian deity, an innate expert. The appearance of Qianlei startled the crowd, prompting them to hastily retreat. Who are you? Are you probing into my affairs? And no, I dare not. One martial artist of the first stage of innate from Shanghai County stammered, as they recognized Qianlei's imposing presence. Although Shanghai County is modest in size, it boasts several innate warriors. However, before Qianlei, their prowess pales in comparison. A mere glance from him sent the innate practitioner reeling in fear. Despite sharing the same innate realm, the gulf between the 9th and 1st stages of innate is vast. A casual strike from an innate 9th stage could easily overwhelm a 1st stage warrior. If you dare not approach, then retreat. Qianlai's thunderous command sent the onlookers into a frenzy, as they scurried away, fearing they might fall victim to his wrath. As Qianlei cleared the disturbances for Qin Xiaoyao, the latter's breakthrough was reaching its climax. Contrary to the expectations of others, Qin Xiaoyao surged directly from the 12th stage of acquired into the 4th stage of innate. It was not merely a transition to the 1st stage of innate. Fortunately, the immense disturbance caused by his breakthrough concealed the fact that he had reached the 4th stage. At last, the breakthrough is complete. How formidable! At the 4th stage of innate, I am far beyond the 100 previous versions of myself. With just a casual wave of my hand, I could crush all of them. Is this the chasm that separates the innate from the acquired? Qin Xiaoyao reveled in his newfound strength. With this power now at his disposal, the pressure from Yun Tianqing has significantly lessened. Yet, Qin Xiaoyao remains vigilant. Despite his ascendance to the 4th stage of innate, he understands the considerable distance still separating him from Yun Tianqing. Not to mention, In terms of martial techniques and skills, the disparity between himself and Yun Tianqing is monumental. However, these challenges are not insurmountable. Given enough time, the martial arts and techniques he will master will undoubtedly surpass those of Yun Tianqing. When that day arrives, Yun Tianqing will no longer pose a threat to him. Chapter 34. A reunion with the princess. Thank you, my brother, for guarding me. After his breakthrough, Qin Xiaoyao stepped out of his chamber. Although he had been focused on his advancement, he was aware of the situation outside and recognized that Qian Lai had been safeguarding him. Regardless, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Haha. It is but my duty as your elder brother. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your ascension to the innate realm, Qian Lai remarked, a trace of envy gracing his features. 17 years old and already an innate master. If this news reaches the imperial capital, it shall undoubtedly cause a sensation. After all, the eldest princess herself only achieved this at the age of 16. Since her breakthrough, no one has matched that age for such an achievement. The closest contender was 18 years old upon reaching the innate realm. Moreover, those who attained such feats at a young age had exceptionally powerful backgrounds, replete with abundant training resources, superior martial techniques, and guidance that is beyond the reach of the average practitioner. For Qin Xiaoyao, coming from an ordinary family background and achieving this at 17 is nothing short of extraordinary. Just a stroke of luck, Qin Xiaoyao humbly smiled, refusing to let pride consume him. Only those who grow into their talents can truly be considered geniuses. Those who burn out early are but mere shadows of greatness. Therefore, despite my current remarkable abilities, I remain grounded. He is acutely aware of the adage that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Haha, are you being overly modest? Qian Lai teased. Now, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow, upon our return to the capital, we shall celebrate. A celebration tomorrow it is. I fear that once news of your breakthrough spreads, many will seek to treat you to a feast. As a captain of the Imperial Guard, I might find myself at the end of the line. Qian Lai chuckled, with a resigned shake of his head. Qin Xiaoyao engaged in further conversation before they both retreated to their quarters for the night. The following morning, they departed Shanghai County and returned to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, at the residence of the eldest princess, booms of terrifying true energy wreak havoc within the courtyard. Each surge of energy crashing against the artificial mountains reduces them to rubble. Had Qin Xiaoyao been present, he would undoubtedly realize that even a single surge of the princess's true energy could claim his life. The strength of a master is indeed formidable. After approximately half an hour, the violent energies finally subsided, signaling the end of Ji Jingwe's training. One cannot overlook that her current prowess is a testament to her unwavering diligence. With exceptional martial talent and relentless effort, it is no wonder that at merely 25 years of age, Ji Jingwe has reached the 7th stage of mastery, with hopes of attaining the Grandmaster level before 30. Your Highness, Qin Xiaoyao seeks an audience. Ji Jingwe's attendant, Ji Yuan, reported after the completion of her training. In truth, Qin Xiaoyao had arrived earlier, but his timing coincided with Ji Jingwe's practice, necessitating his wait outside until she finished. Qin Xiaoyao wishes to see me? Could it be that he has encountered difficulties? Let him enter, Ji Jingwe replied, momentarily taken aback but harboring no ulterior thoughts. Since Qin Xiaoyao had joined her ranks, it is only natural for him to seek her assistance in times of need. As long as it is not an unreasonable request, she intends to offer her aid. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Soon, Qin Xiaoyao stood before Ji Jingwe. Master Qin, you have come to see me? Have you broken through to the innate realm? Ji Jingwe was about to inquire about the purpose of his visit when her expression shifted dramatically upon sensing his newfound strength, which was unmistakably evident to her seasoned perception. Indeed, not long ago, while carrying out a mission, I experienced a moment of enlightenment and fortuitously stepped into the realm of innate mastery. Qin Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The purpose of his visit to the Grand Princess was to inform her of his breakthrough into this advanced state. He had not forgotten that the Grand Princess had previously sent a paper kite to convey that if he could achieve this breakthrough within 3 months, he would be exempt from performance-related requirements and could directly attain the rank of 100 households. Now, not to mention 3 months. He had barely spent 10 days on this journey to transcend. It could be said that he had exceeded the expectations set by the Grand Princess. The position of 100 households was something Qin Xiaoyao coveted greatly. Typically, those who have just entered the innate realm would only qualify for the position of deputy 100 households. To become a full 100 households, one must possess at least a 4th level innate cultivation and sufficient merits. However, upon his breakthrough, Qin Xiaoyao had reached the 4th level of innate mastery. His cultivation was indeed sufficient. You are barely 17, are you not? The Grand Princess's previously calm heart suddenly surged with tumultuous waves upon receiving Qin Xiaoyao's confirmation. When he had just turned 16, he joined the Jinyui, and now, merely a year later, he had just recently celebrated his 17th birthday. With at least 10 months remaining until he turns 18, she recalled her own breakthrough at the age of 16, albeit well past the halfway mark. This meant that the prodigy before her had only lagged behind her by half a year in achieving innate mastery. What a treasure he was! to progress so swiftly without any cultivation resources. Imagine how much faster he could advance with proper resources. Such a genius was worth her utmost investment in development. To be candid, when she initially set the 3-month deadline, it was merely to apply a bit of pressure on Qin Xiaoyao, providing him with a goal to strive toward and preventing him from becoming complacent. Yet, deep down, she did not truly believe he could achieve innate mastery within 3 months. She had observed his cultivation when he had just recently reached the 12th level of postnatal mastery. Given his circumstances at the time, a breakthrough to innate mastery would likely take at least a year, if not more. After all, it was a significant realm shift, not something easily accomplished. Countless individuals remained stuck at the 12th level of postnatal mastery without ever breaking through to innate. However, she had never anticipated that Qin Xiaoyao, whom she had presumed would require at least a year, would accomplish this feat in a mere 10 days. This was indeed beyond her expectations. She understood all too well that he must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity during this time. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would be inconceivable. As for the specifics of his opportunity, Ji Jingwei refrained from inquiring. Each individual has their own unique fortunes, and everyone possesses their own secrets. Indeed, it had only been 2 months since Qin Xiaoyao's 17th birthday. He nodded slightly in affirmation. This information was documented, and he could not conceal it even if he wished to. Moreover, he had no desire to hide it. Now that he had entered the service of the Grand Princess, he understood that demonstrating exceptional talent would earn him greater privileges and benefits. Excellent, splendid. I had initially thought your talent merely above average, yet it appears you surpass even my expectations. Ji Jingyue's gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao transformed significantly. From the moment she began her martial journey, her own talent shone like a full moon, uniquely exceptional. No one, be it her elder brother, the current crown prince, or any other gifted individuals or the strongest disciples of various sects, could compare to her. This had often left her feeling isolated in her brilliance. Now at last, a martial genius had emerged who could stand alongside her in talent. Furthermore, this prodigy might even surpass her and was under her command. This was a delightful surprise for Ji Jingwei. Nay, how could I, a humble subordinate, dare to compare myself with the Grand Princess? Qin Xiaoyao gently shook his head. While he believed that, given time, it was only a matter of time before he would surpass the Grand Princess, he was cautious not to appear overly ostentatious before her. After all, in terms of both strength and status, he was far from her equal. Moreover, the Grand Princess had shown him kindness. Although she had provided him with only a manual for an innate level lightness skill, seemingly little else, the significance of this gift was profound. Without this manual, he would have never caught up to Yun Tianhe, and without that pursuit, he would not have learned of the Qingyun sect. Consequently, he would not have been able to efficiently eliminate so many adversaries or gain as many years of life. Additionally, it was thanks to the Grand Princess that Qian Lei, the 1,000 households, regarded him with newfound respect and assisted him at crucial moments. All of these blessings were bestowed upon him by the Grand Princess. Thus he could never show her any disrespect. Enough with your modesty. Since you have achieved innate mastery, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Within 3 days, news of your promotion to 100 households will be delivered. Furthermore, I shall provide additional rewards, which I will arrange for Paper Kite to present to you. Ji Jingyue's gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao grew increasingly approving. His remarkable talent, combined with his courteous demeanor, devoid of arrogance, made him a truly admirable individual. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Xiaoyao felt a surge of joy at her words. It had not been an easy journey, but he was finally on the path to becoming 100 households. Although he currently possessed an advantage, he would not relinquish his identity within the Jinui. Moreover, he would not abandon the pursuit of merits. With the life-draining system at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about his martial pursuits. However, other necessities remained. For instance, healing elixirs would be immensely beneficial to him. After all, he could only gain life by defeating others. Thus, he would undoubtedly engage in numerous battles. And those encounters would not always be devoid of peril. Hence, possessing some life-saving healing elixirs was indispensable. Additionally, elevating his status within the Jinui would afford him the ability to command others and even participate in significant cases. The criminals involved in such major cases would undoubtedly be numerous, and eliminating a few grievous offenders would yield immeasurable life in return. No need for thanks. This is your due reward. Now, you may take a few days to rest. After a few days, once you are 100 households, I have a task I wish to assign to you. Ji Jingyue cast a glance at Qin Xiaoyao, and a sudden decision formed in her heart. She wanted to test Qin Xiaoyao's abilities. Given his current cultivation, he should be perfectly capable. She was curious if, beyond his extraordinary martial talent, his ability to execute tasks was equally impressive. Understood, my subordinate will comply. Qin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the Grand Princess intended to assess his capabilities. He silently resolved to prove himself. This was the first time serving the eldest princess, and it was imperative to make a splendid impression, ensuring she would not be disappointed. By the way, Your Highness, there is another matter I wish to discuss, Qin Xiaoyao remarked once more. He had 2 objectives in approaching the eldest princess. The first, naturally, was to inform her of his recent breakthrough to the innate stage. The second was to convey information regarding a case related to the Qin sect. Speak. The eldest princess urged attentively, aware that Qin Xiaoyao's solemn demeanor indicated the gravity of the matter. Your Highness, some time ago, I undertook a mission to Pingyang County to apprehend a flower thief. Qin Xiaoyao recounted in detail the crimes committed by Yuan Tianhe and the outer disciples of the Qin sect. Boom. As soon as Qin Xiaoyao finished speaking, the eldest princess slammed her palm down, shattering the table before her. How dare the Qin sect condone such abhorrent acts? Do they truly believe the court of the Great Zhou is a mere facade? This matter cannot be overlooked. Although she was the eldest princess, she was first and foremost a woman. The outrage she felt upon hearing of so many innocent young women harmed by the disciples of the Qin sect was palpable. As for that Yuan Tianqing, what of his status as the future young master of the Qin sect? Dare he violate the laws of the Great Zhou? It mattered not if he were a young master, or even the sect master. The Great Zhou would bring him to justice. The eldest princess spoke with a fierce determination that left Qin Xiaoyao momentarily stunned. It was his first time witnessing such an impressive display of wrath from her, adding an extra layer of majesty to her already captivating beauty. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyao felt an unbidden flutter in his heart, an impulsive desire to embrace the girl before him. This sensation was indeed one of infatuation. How troubling. What was he thinking? After all, she was the eldest princess. Realizing his indiscretion, Qin Xiaoyao hastily averted his gaze, internally chanting, Amitabha, forgive my transgressions. How could I entertain such thoughts? Your Highness, what shall we do about this matter? Qin Xiaoyao hesitantly inquired. There is no rush. Let us take a moment. Once you have completed the tasks I assigned to you, we will address the Qin sect then. The eldest princess deliberated before ultimately deciding to prioritize Qin Xiaoyao's trial. Once that was complete, the issues regarding the Qin sect could be dealt with at any time. Understood. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Qin Xiaoyao respectfully nodded and took his leave. Go. Your rewards and tasks will be presented to you in 3 days by Ji Yuan. At that time, gather a few trustworthy individuals to accompany you. The eldest princess waved her hand, dismissing Qin Xiaoyao while contemplating what rewards would be fitting for someone of his exceptional talent. Without a doubt, she intended to cultivate him carefully. He would surely become a valuable ally in the near future. Chapter 36, Astonishing Rewards. Your Highness, with Qin Xiaoyao's extraordinary martial talent, what rewards do you intend to bestow upon him? Ji Yuan inquired curiously as soon as Qin Xiaoyao departed. Only she, as the eldest princess's personal maid, dared to ask such questions, as others would not. I have decided to grant him a master-level martial skill, a low-grade Earth-tier weapon, and a creation pill. The eldest princess concluded after careful consideration. What? Your Highness, is that not excessively generous? Ji Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. As the personal maid of the eldest princess, she was acutely aware of the value of these items. Each of these 3 items was worth a considerable fortune. A master-level martial skill typically commanded a market price of around 5 million taels of silver. Moreover, it was often in high demand, capable of fetching up to 6 million taels at auction. While a low-grade Earth-tier weapon may not be as precious as a master-level martial skill, it still held a value of over 100,000 taels of silver. In this realm, weapons and pills are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. A low-grade Earth-tier weapon starts at 100,000 taels of silver. With each grade increase, the price increases by over 100,000 taels. A top-grade Earth-tier weapon would surpass even a master-level martial skill in value. If the master-level martial skill and low-grade Earth-tier weapon were somewhat acceptable to Ji Yuan, the creation pill left her utterly astounded. After all, it was a miraculous life-saving elixir, capable of reviving the gravely injured. With just one creation pill, any injury could be fully healed. It was classified as a top-grade Earth-tier pill. Once, a single creation pill was auctioned for a staggering 10 million taels of silver. Thus, the total worth of the eldest princess's rewards exceeded 15 million taels of silver. Such a reward was simply extravagant. Yet, it is not excessive. In comparison to the cultivation resources I received, these items pale in significance. Moreover, do you know what realm he currently occupies? The eldest princess cast a glance at Ji Yuan before posing a question that left her bewildered. Your Highness, isn't he at the innate stage? Ji Yuan was somewhat perplexed by her mistress's statement. You only know he is at the innate stage, yet you are unaware that he has already reached the 4th level of the innate stage. Upon entering the innate stage, he achieved consecutive breakthroughs to attain the 4th level. Even I, at his age, had not attained such a level, the eldest princess replied, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Qin Xiaoyao had recently broken through, and lacking any hidden cultivation techniques, he was easily discerned by the eldest princess. However, Qin Xiaoyao had no intention of concealing anything. What? The 4th level of the innate stage? Your Highness, you cannot be mistaken. Ji Yuan was instantly taken aback. Your Highness, I do not doubt you. This matter is simply too astonishing. Even you, upon reaching the 4th level of the innate stage, were already over 17 years old. Yet, this Qin Xiaoyao has similarly achieved the 4th level at the same age. Does this not imply? Ji Yuan quickly gathered her thoughts and began to explain. Indeed, this indicates that his talent surpasses even mine. Now you understand why I have offered such a generous reward? The eldest princess remarked, revealing a trace of surprise. Evidently, Qin Xiaoyao's remarkable breakthrough had placed even her, who was typically confident, under a degree of pressure. Yes, I understand now. Ji Yuan nodded slightly. If Qin Xiaoyao truly possessed such extraordinary talent, he was indeed deserving of the eldest princess's nurturing. The only concern was his loyalty. Based on the current investigations, Qin Xiaoyao's character appeared commendable. All right, now I need you to assist me with a task. I wish to convene all the Qianhu and deputy town magistrates of the Southern Town Protectorate to discuss matters. As long as one is in the imperial capital, regardless of the circumstances, one must come forth. Initially, I believed that bestowing the position of captain to this individual would be a challenging endeavor. However, it now appears that his innate cultivation at the 4th level is more than sufficient. Subsequently, Ji Jinghua once again issued instructions to Ji Yuan. Yes, Ji Yuan will proceed immediately. Ji Yuan nodded slightly, and then made her way to the Southern Town Protectorate. In the Southern Town Protectorate's assembly hall, 4 of the 5 captains were present, alongside a deputy town protector. Old Qian, what summons does the Grand Princess have for us? Inquired one of the captains, surnamed Wang. Named Jianmin. Wang Jianmin was aware that Qian Lai had been bustling about since the Grand Princess joined the Imperial Guards. Thus, if the Grand Princess had any decisions to announce, Qian Lai would undoubtedly be the most informed. There must be something to declare, Qian Lai chuckled. He harbored a vague suspicion that the Grand Princess's summons related to Qin Laudi, a 17-year-old innate martial artist. It was certainly a qualification worthy of the Grand Princess's personal arrangements. What Qian Lai did not yet know was that Qin Xiaoyao was not merely an innate martial artist, but had also achieved the 4th level shortly after breaking through. Had he been aware of this, his astonishment would have been even greater. Old Qian, this is where you are mistaken. You have the most contact with the Grand Princess among us. How could you possibly not know? Wang Jianmin expressed his displeasure upon hearing this. Qian Lai was being rather ungracious, keeping secrets from them. Even though he had his own suspicions, they were still mere conjectures. What if he were wrong? That would be quite embarrassing. He would not engage in such foolishness. Wang Jianmin ground his teeth in frustration. The audacity of Qian Lai was infuriating. If not for the inappropriate setting, he would have gladly exchanged a few blows with him. Enough of this ruckus. Maintain some decorum. Once the Grand Princess arrives, we shall understand the purpose of this gathering, interjected the Deputy Town Protector, the highest-ranking official present. The Southern Town Protectorate had 2 Deputy Town Protectors, Zhao Gang and Chen Su. Zhao Gang, possessing a 5th level of mastery, was currently on a mission, leaving Chen Su at the 4th level as the one present. Yes, Master Chen. Wang Jianmin and Qian Lai exchanged glances, both huffing in annoyance. The atmosphere then fell into a tense silence. Chen Su closed his eyes in meditation, while Qian Lai and Wang Jianmin exchanged disdainful glances. The remaining 2 captains merely stared at each other, awaiting the Grand Princess's arrival. Her Highness the Grand Princess has arrived. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ji Jinghua finally made her entrance. Greetings, Grand Princess. Upon her arrival, those present quickly bowed. Even Chen Su was no exception. Setting aside the Grand Princess's extraordinary cultivation at the 7th level of mastery, her status alone surpassed that of anyone else in attendance. Disregarding her role in the Imperial Guards, Ji Jinghua was the Grand Princess, a sovereign, while they were mere court officials, subjects. There was no reason for subjects to show anything but respect to their sovereign. Please, no need for formalities. I have convened you all to discuss an important matter. I am considering promoting Qin Xiaoyao from our protectorate to the position of Deputy Captain of the Imperial Guards. What are your thoughts? Ji Jinghua spoke slowly. At her words, everyone present, except for Qian Lai, appeared utterly bewildered. Who was this Qin Xiaoyao? They had no recollection of him. Was he from the Southern Town Protectorate? It seemed unlikely. If he were, they certainly would have heard of him. Qian Lai, however, reacted differently. Upon hearing the Grand Princess's declaration, he was utterly stunned. What? Promoting Qin Laudi to deputy captain? Surely this is a jest. Although he recognized Qin Laudi's exceptional talent, it still seemed premature for such an elevation. In the Imperial Guards, only those at the 7th level or above could assume the role of deputy captain. Yet, Qin Laudi had only just achieved the innate stage. Not only was he unqualified for the position of deputy captain, even being appointed as a captain seemed beyond his reach. The Grand Princess was clearly showing favoritism towards Laudi. This was not merely an exception, it was akin to granting him a direct flight to the top. It appeared that Laudi held a higher standing in the Grand Princess's eyes than Qian Lai had imagined. Perhaps he had not clung tightly enough to this advantageous connection. Chapter 37, A Bombshell. Dare I ask, Grand Princess, who exactly is this Qin Xiaoyao? Wang Jianmin pondered momentarily before voicing his confusion. This was not only his query, but also that of the other captains and deputy town protectors, excluding Qian Lai. Ji Jinghua had only mentioned Qin Xiaoyao to Qian Lai previously, leaving the others completely unaware of his identity. He is a minor flag officer from our southern town protectorate. Ji Jingyue replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Hearing that this so-called Qin Xiaoyao was merely a minor flag officer left everyone in the room dumbfounded. What was a minor flag officer? One could apply for such a position with merely a 9th level of body refinement. At most, it was a post for someone of the postnatal realm. To appoint a martial artist of the postnatal realm, or even just one at the body refinement stage, as a deputy captain was an outrageous jest from the Grand Princess. For a moment, the attendees were at a loss for words. They were unsure whether the Grand Princess was joking or serious. If it were a jest, such a serious occasion would clearly not be the right setting for it. Yet, if she were serious, the favor she was showing was exceedingly excessive. It was one thing for Ji Jingyue to ascend to the role of town protector of the Southern Town Protectorate. Given her mastery at the 7th level and her status as Grand Princess, both of which were more than sufficient. However, for Qin Xiaoyao to become a deputy captain was utterly excessive. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite discontent among the ranks. Though there were not many captains and deputy captains in the Southern Town Protectorate, numbering in the dozens, each possessed innate cultivation. How could a minor flag officer of the postnatal realm, now elevated to a superior position solely due to the Grand Princess's connection, command their respect? If Qin Xiaoyao were a royal descendant, it might be more acceptable. Yet he was not. A royal descendant, bearing the surname Ji, would inherently rank above all present. Oh, by the way, although he is a minor flag officer, he has already entered the innate realm. Moreover, he is merely 17 years of age. Observing the incredulous expressions of those present, Ji Jingyue understood their thoughts. She then dropped another bombshell. What? A 17-year-old in the innate realm? This is impossible. Wang Jianmin exclaimed in shock. The other attendees, aside from Qian Laiyi, displayed expressions of incredulity. At just 17, possessing such innate talent, he was already ranked as the second most gifted in the entire Zhou Dynasty, surpassed only by the esteemed princess. It is no wonder that the princess intended to promote him beyond the usual standards, appointing him as a vice-captain. What? Do you doubt the veracity of my words? Ji Jingyue's indifferent gaze fell upon Wang Jianmin. That single glance sent a tremor through Wang Jianmin's body. As a master of the 7th realm, and the princess herself, even the simplest of looks from her could instill fear. I dare not. Wang Jianmin promptly lowered his head. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the matter I just proposed? Ji Jingyue averted her gaze from Wang Jianmin and directed it towards the others, particularly focusing on Qin Su. After all, as the deputy governor, Qin Su held the highest status among those present, second only to Ji Jingyue. Your Highness, while it is undeniable that Qin Xiaoyao possesses extraordinary talent, promoting him to vice-captain immediately upon his breakthrough into the innate realm seems rather exaggerated. I suggest we allow him to first attain the rank of captain, and once he reaches the 7th realm of the innate level, we can then consider promoting him to vice-captain. Qin Su pondered for a moment before voicing his opinion. He deliberately omitted any mention of achievements, knowing full well that the princess had personally appointed him. Such accomplishments were, of course, dispensable. That is a valid point. What say you all? Ji Jingyue inquired. Surveying the others. We have no objections. Under Ji Jingyue's scrutinizing gaze, all the captains present lowered their heads in unison. The intensity of the princess's glare was undeniably intimidating. They were not fools, and certainly did not wish to be the ones to take a stand. Very well, then it is settled. In the coming days, please make the necessary arrangements, but there is no need to rush. Tend to your current responsibilities first. Ji Jingyue remarked casually. Her original intention was to secure a captaincy for Qin Xiaoyao. She was well aware that the position of vice-captain was unattainable for him at this stage. Given that one needed to be at least at the 7th realm of the innate level to hold such a title, and Qin Xiaoyao was still at the 4th realm, making it difficult for him to command respect. However, achieving the rank of captain posed no such challenges. Those present were no fools. They understood that the princess's true aim was to elevate Qin Xiaoyao to the rank of captain, with the mention of vice-captain merely serving as a bargaining chip. Your commands shall be followed. Although they realized the princess's intentions, no one dared to voice dissent, not even Qin Su, who maintained an air of utmost respect. After all, Ji Jingyue's status was anything but ordinary. Were it any other governor, Qin Su would have undoubtedly disagreed, as it would have disrupted the established order. However, as the Grand Princess of the Zhou Dynasty, Ji Jingyue was the very architect of such rules. Furthermore, given her exceptional martial talent, no one would dare question whether she was breaking the rules. Moreover, if Qin Xiaoyao truly possessed the genius that the princess claimed, then an exception could indeed be warranted. Well then, now that I have made the trip to the governor's office, if there are any issues, let us address them while I am still here. Noticing the lack of opposition from the assembly, Ji Jingyue prepared to take her leave. Naturally, before departing, she intended to resolve any issues encountered by the southern governor's office. Considering she was, after all, the governor. Your Highness, there is nothing that cannot be resolved at present. Qin Su stepped forward and spoke slowly. With Ji Jingyue presiding over the southern governor's office, it would take considerable audacity for anyone to intentionally create difficulties. Very well, since there is nothing amiss, I shall return to my residence. Ji Jingyue declared, and without further ado, she departed. She seldom visited the southern governor's office, as her time was primarily devoted to cultivation. As for matters concerning the Imperial Guard, she typically delegated them through written correspondence. Ji Jingyue's current objective was unequivocal, to break through to the Grand Master realm before the age of 30. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she spent the majority of her time immersed in her training. We bid farewell to your highness. As Ji Jingyue prepared to leave, those present promptly rose to see her off. I say, old Qian, you must surely know this Qin Xiaoyao, correct? Once Ji Jingyue had departed, Wang Jianmin squinted his eyes. In the days since the princess's appointment to the southern governor's office, only Qian Laiyi had had any interaction with her. To suggest that Qian Laiyi did not know Qin Xiaoyao would be utterly implausible. Of course I know him. He is my junior. Moreover, I was the one who safeguarded him during his breakthrough into the innate realm. Qian Laiyi boasted proudly, revealing the extent of his relationship with Qin Xiaoyao. Old Qian, you have truly kept this under wraps. To have concealed such a prodigious talent until now is no small feat had it not been for the princess's mention. I would have remained oblivious to the presence of such a martial genius within our southern governor's office. Wang Jianmin gritted his teeth in frustration. At 17, how I wish I could encounter such talent myself. Sigh, when the princess first assumed her position, I should have shamelessly aligned myself with her, just like old Qian. Perhaps I could have forged a connection with such a martial prodigy. Alas, there are no what-ifs. In that moment, Wang Jianmin felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It is not that I have hidden it well. It is merely that our princess possesses an exceptional eye for talent. Had it not been for her directive, I would never have known that such a genius lurked within our southern governor's office. Qian Laiyi quickly clarified. He dared not take credit for the princess's discernment. Old Qian, enough with the pleasantries. Since you are so well acquainted with this Qin Xiaoyao, why not arrange a gathering so that we may meet him as well? We are all members of the southern governor's office. After all, it is only fitting we become acquainted. At this moment, Chen Su suddenly interjected. His suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from those present. Very well, I shall arrange a time to meet with my junior brother Qin, and I will inform you all then. Qian Laiyi replied, not one to object. With the princess having already revealed Qin Xiaoyao's talents, any attempt to obstruct this meeting would be futile. Chapter 38. Is it too much to ask for a master-level martial skill? On the bustling streets, amidst the ebb and flow of people, Qin Xiaoyao strolled leisurely with his hands behind his head. Having successfully advanced his child skill to the pure yang innate skill, he found no immediate urgency to further enhance his iron sandpalm or iron cloth shirt. During this period, he had been either occupied with tasks or traveling to complete them, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, having finally earned a moment of respite, he intended to indulge in some relaxation. Furthermore, he anticipated that the princess would soon assign him new tasks, and he wished to approach them with a refreshed mindset. I wonder what reward the princess will bestow upon me upon learning of my breakthrough into the innate realm. Previously, when I was at the acquired level, she granted me an innate martial skill. Now that I have ascended into the innate realm, is it too much to ask for a master-level martial skill? Certainly. This is merely a figment of Qin Xiaoyao's imagination, for he still believes it to be somewhat implausible. After all, a master-level martial technique is valued at several million taels of silver, even within the ranks of the Jinyue. It would require an immense amount of merit to exchange for such a treasure. Nevertheless, it is an exceedingly rare commodity. Alas, contemplating it further serves no purpose. In due time, the truth shall reveal itself. Previously, the Grand Princess had bestowed upon him 3 innate elixirs and a martial technique of innate caliber. The combined worth of these items is already approaching 1,000,000 taels of silver. This time, she should not be overly stingy with her rewards. It has been 2 days, and the bounty ought to be imminent. Anticipation fills the air. Just as Qin Xiaoyao mused about the potential rewards from the Grand Princess, a figure suddenly collided with him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a young beggar girl, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. This realization jolted Qin Xiaoyao, who had always been cautious in his upbringing. He silently admonished himself for the close call. This was merely a beggar. Had it been an assassin, he might have been caught off guard. He must not let his guard down again. Are you all right, little sister? Qin Xiaoyao inquired with concern. The young beggar shook her head, remaining silent as she rubbed her knee, evidently pained from the collision. Having cultivated his iron cloth shirt to perfection, Qin Xiaoyao's physical defenses were formidable. Colliding with him felt akin to crashing into a stone wall. Stop! Don't run! Just then, an exasperated voice called out from ahead. Qin Xiaoyao glanced up, momentarily taken aback. Fate had conspired to bring him face to face with those troublesome individuals once more. The young beggar's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing them, and she immediately attempted to flee. However, as she lifted her leg, she stumbled, nearly toppling over. Clearly, the impact had injured her leg. Tears brimmed in her eyes, for her speed was marginally better than that of her pursuers, but with her leg injured, capture was inevitable. Help me. In desperation, the young beggar turned her pleading gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao, her clear eyes reflecting a deep yearning for assistance. Struck by the purity of her gaze, Qin Xiaoyao hesitated, his heart softened. All right, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Yet, He soon realized his response had been somewhat rash. The innocence in the girl's eyes was disarming, making it difficult for him to refuse her plea. Upon receiving his affirmation, the young beggar's face brightened, and she swiftly darted behind him, peeking out with a frightened expression at the trio, intent on capturing her. Qin Xiaoyao. The trio, upon noticing the girl had taken refuge behind a man, stared in disbelief. These three were the same constables from the 6 doors that Qin Xiaoyao had encountered earlier. They found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. What misdeed had this young girl committed to warrant such a relentless pursuit? Although Qin Xiaoyao had promised to assist the girl, he was not one to act without understanding the situation. He needed to inquire further. Naturally, if the matter was not of great significance, his current status would allow him to intervene with little consequence. Surely, the 6 doors would not pursue a mere beggar to confront him. What crime has she committed that concerns you? He questioned. Qin Xiaoyao, this is a target designated by young Master Lian. You do not intend to shield her, do you? One of the constables, who had previously received a copper badge as a reward from Qin Xiaoyao, replied through gritted teeth, harboring deep resentment toward him. This constable had never been honored with such a reward before. Since she is someone young Master Lian wishes to capture, I am even less inclined to let you take her away. That is settled then. Upon hearing that the girl was a target of young Master Lian, Qin Xiaoyao paused momentarily before resolutely making his decision. This individual had sought trouble with him previously, and he could not allow him to have things too easy. He would protect the girl, especially since he suspected her alleged crime was minor, if she had committed any offense at all. Her bright, innocent eyes were hardly those of a wrongdoer. Are you provoking the 6 doors? One of the constables interjected, their faces pale with concern. And are you attempting to protect a criminal? Qin Xiaoyao's words sent a ripple of alarm through the 3 constables. This was a target specifically named by young Master Lian. If Qin Xiaoyao took her away, they would be deemed negligent. Should young Master Lian take issue with them, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. Provoking the 6 doors? Let us not misinterpret matters. I was the first to apprehend this young beggar. How we choose to handle her is a matter for the Jinui, not the 6 doors. Furthermore, if I am taking her back for questioning, how does that equate to protection? Are there individuals within the imperial capital that the Jinui cannot interrogate? Qin Xiaoyao stated calmly. Although he intended to save the young beggar, he would not openly declare his intentions. He needed to ascertain her circumstances first. Upon realizing Qin Xiaoyao was affiliated with the Jinui, the young beggar instinctively tightened her small hands, subconsciously wanting to flee. Qin Xiaoyao noticed her unease and gently patted her hand, assuring her with a comforting glance. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the young beggar felt a sense of relief. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose to trust him. The 3 constables were incensed. Just as they were about to capture their target, Qin Xiaoyao intervened. Yet, they found themselves powerless to act. They were all too aware of the extent of Qin Xiaoyao's strength, having witnessed it firsthand in Pingyang County. They were no match for him unless young Master Lian personally intervened. What do you mean, you? Next time, make your move sooner. Since I have apprehended her now. Regardless of the intricacies behind this case, the Jinui will take charge. I'm leaving. As Qin Xiaoyao spoke, he gestured for the young beggar to follow him. Without hesitation, she closely trailed behind him, for she had no other option. If she did not accompany Qin Xiaoyao, she would undoubtedly be captured by the 6 doors. Stop. However, just as Qin Xiaoyao was about to lead the young beggar away, an angry shout echoed from a distance. Qin Xiaoyao lifted his gaze and discerned a figure rapidly approaching from a distance. In scarcely 2 or 3 breaths, the figure stood before him. It was none other than Lian Shun. Upon the arrival of young Master Lian, the 3 constables were instantly elated. With Lian Shun present, there was no way Qin Xiaoyao could abscond with the little beggar. Although both parties were at the 12th level of postnatal cultivation, the constables were confident that Qin Xiaoyao was no match for Lian Shun. After all, Lian Shun was the son of a master. He had trained in master-level techniques from a young age, and his internal strength was rarely rivaled among his peers. In addition to his master-level techniques, Lian Shun had also practiced several innate martial arts and master martial skills. Neither the master-level nor innate martial arts were something a person like Qin Xiaoyao, lacking in background, could hope to attain. When Qin Xiaoyao had made his move that day, they had all sensed it. He was practicing the postnatal technique known as Tongzi Gong, typically associated with the Jin Yi Wei. If Qin Xiaoyao had any substantial background, how could he possibly be practicing such a rudimentary technique? At the very least, he should be cultivating at the innate level. Sir, this Qin Xiaoyao is about to ruin our plans again. Upon seeing Lian Shun's arrival, the 3 constables hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing their tale. Lian Shun's expression darkened immediately upon hearing their words. Qin Xiaoyao, last time I had no means to deal with you because of your wealth. But this time, you dare to seize someone from me? Are you sincerely seeking conflict with me? Do you truly believe that the 6 doors fear your Jin Yi Wei? Lian Shun ground his teeth, resolute in his intent to not let Qin Xiaoyao escape this time. Humph, as if a mere bronze badge constable could represent the entirety of the 6 doors. Lian Shun, your bravado is laughable. Today, I shall take this little beggar, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Qin Xiaoyao dismissed Lian Shun's threats with utter disdain. He felt no apprehension about the six doors seeking vengeance, for the relationship between the six doors and the Qin Yi was notoriously fraught, with both parties often competing for the same missions. This had occurred before, and it would not be the last time. To speak frankly, the higher-ups were indifferent to the squabbles of the lower ranks. They only cared about the outcomes. Whoever completed the task was of little consequence to them. This was precisely why Qin Xiaoyao felt emboldened to take the little beggar. Very well, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Today, you shall learn that as the son of a master, I am not someone you can provoke. Prepare yourself. With those words, Lien Shun propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Qin Xiaoyao with a speed akin to lightning, unleashing his years of training in the innate martial skill known as the Dragon Claw technique. The might of young Master Lien's Dragon Claw technique had grown immensely. Even from a distance, one could feel its formidable aura, truly a testament to innate level martial arts. Indeed, how enviable it is that young Master Lien can cultivate such profound martial skills. When will we ever have the chance? One of the constables mused. There's always a chance, as long as we serve young Master Lien. Perhaps one day he will graciously bestow upon us innate martial techniques, another replied. Look, Qin Xiaoyao is stunned. He must be intimidated by the innate martial arts. As Lien Shun made his move, the three bronze badge constables exchanged words, their excitement palpable at the sight of Qin Xiaoyao seemingly frozen in place before Lien Shun's assault. They believed he had been rendered speechless by Lien Shun's innate skill. However, to their astonishment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The Qin Xiaoyao they thought was paralyzed merely waved his hand casually. The next moment, Lien Shun was sent hurtling backward at an even more terrifying speed, directly toward them. Thud, thud, thud. Lien Shun collided with the three constables before they had a chance to react, and in an instant, they were all sent flying by a force that was impossible to withstand, simultaneously spewing blood into the air. Your internal strength is unleashed. You are an innate warrior. This is impossible. How old are you? How could you have reached the innate realm? I refuse to believe it. Lien Shun, now on the ground, stared at Qin Xiaoyao in terror. He could not fathom that Qin Xiaoyao had actually stepped into the innate level. The last time they had met, this fellow had still been at the postnatal stage. In this world, nothing is impossible. Your disbelief merely stems from your limited experience. Qin Xiaoyao declared, Lien Shun, I shall take this little beggar with me. If you have the capability, summon the six doors to retrieve her. He cast a scornful glance at Lien Shun. To be frank, he had never regarded Lien Shun as a true adversary, for he simply did not measure up. The only person worthy of his consideration was Lien Su, his father. What sort of man was Lien Su? Would he resort to unscrupulous means against a junior like him? Surely not. After all, he was soon to become a 100-man captain of the Qin Yi. If Lien Su dared to bully the weak, not only would the Qin Yi object, but the Grand Princess would also ensure he did not succeed. Next time we meet, remember to steer clear of my path. Otherwise, I may find myself unable to restrain my urge to teach you a lesson for your insolence. Qin Xiaoyao approached Lien Shun, gently patting his face before disdainfully departing with the little beggar in tow. Uffed. At the sound of Qin Xiaoyao's words and that humiliating gentle slap, Lien Shun could not contain himself and spat out blood once more, collapsing to the ground. He had been fainted by anger. There was no way around it. Although Qin Xiaoyao's light slap was not physically harmful, the insult was far too severe. How could someone as proud as Lien Shun possibly endure such indignity? He succumbed to rage and fainted. Young master. The three subordinates of Lien Shun rushed over, hastily lifting him as they made their way toward the six doors to seek medical attention. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao did not head toward the town protectoress office, but rather made his way home. Pray tell, what is your name and what is your background? Why did the six doors pursue you? After walking for a while, Qin Xiaoyao suddenly inquired. He was genuinely curious about the little girl's identity. Her eyes were so clear, clearly indicative of a pure-hearted individual. Though she was a beggar, her filthy exterior concealed skin that was soft and lustrous. It was likely that she was the daughter of a wealthy household. How had such a young heiress fallen to the depths of begging? And why did the six doors want to capture her? All of these questions piqued Qin Xiaoyao's interest. Chapter 40, A Delicate Situation. Please, young sir, save me and my family. If you would be so kind as to assist, I would be willing to serve you like a humble cow or horse in gratitude for your kindness. As soon as Qin Xiaoyao finished speaking, the little beggar knelt before him, her clear eyes brimming with tears. Clearly, she saw Qin Xiaoyao as her savior. Yet, from her words, Qin Xiaoyao sensed something amiss. The little beggar surely carries a tale of injustice. Rise now. This is not the place for words. Once we reach a secluded area, you may recount the events that have transpired. Initially, I believed it to be a simple case. Yet it appears that the plight of this young beggar is far more intricate than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, having encountered her, Qin Xiaoyao has no intention of turning a blind eye. As a member of the Qin Yi, it would be a disgrace to neglect any matter of unfairness that crosses his path. Thank you, young master. The little beggar exclaimed with a glimmer of hope in her heart, recognizing that this handsome young man intended to intervene. She immediately prostrated herself in gratitude. Since the upheaval in her family, she had sought aid from many, yet none had offered their assistance. Now, at long last, she had come upon someone willing to help. And moreover, a member of the Jinui, she felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. There is no need for such formality. Let us go, Qin Xiaoyao replied, observing the little beggar's fervent gratitude and earnest bowing. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He was particularly averse to the tears of young girls, especially those that flowed from such innocent and clear eyes. Since fate had brought them together, he resolved to lend his aid. Should he be unable to assist her, he could always seek the help of the Grand Princess. As the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty, it was likely that there was little she could not accomplish. After helping the little beggar to her feet, Qin Xiaoyao led her towards his home. Bang! Who did this? Which fool dares to harm my son in such a manner? Meanwhile, within the 6 doors, the renowned constable Lien Su was in a fit of rage. Lien Su was exceedingly protective of his son, Lien Shun, having indulged him since childhood. Furthermore, with Lien Shun's considerable talent, having reached the acquired realm at such a young age, Lien Su placed even greater value upon him. Thus, the sight of his beloved son being carried into the 6 doors left his expression darkened with fury, an unnamed wrath igniting within him. In the next moment, his lethal gaze fell upon the 3 bronze-ranked constables. Reporting to you, Master Lien, it was a minor officer from the Jinui, they stammered in fear. Sir, the Jinui have gone too far. Today the bronze-ranked constables, trembling before the imposing presence of a master, felt as if they could scarcely stand. Hence, they did not hesitate to reveal the truth. Moreover, they embellished the account, portraying Qin Xiaoyao as a brazen and arrogant individual who disregarded the authority of the 6 doors. The Jinui, once again, how audacious. Do they truly believe that their status as the emperor's personal guards grants them the right to treat the 6 doors with such disdain? And now they have injured my son. Lien Su's fury intensified upon hearing their report. Not only had his son been harmed, but the Jinui had also taken him away. Come with me. I intend to see what gives the Jinui such audacity. As a gold-ranked constable, Lien Su held a prominent position within the 6 doors. Ranking among the top 10, his status was comparable to that of a deputy commander within the Jinui. Within the 6 doors, only the 2 legendary constables and a few gold-ranked constables could rival his standing. Yes, Master Lien. The 3 bronze-ranked constables' faces lit up with excitement. Finally, they could take action against Qin Xiaoyao. With Master Lien personally intervening, that unconnected Qin Xiaoyao would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Qin Xiaoyao felt a headache coming on after listening to the little beggar's tale. He learned that her name was Qi, the daughter of a merchant family from Jiangzhou. Due to a conflict with the local governor, her family was unjustly accused and captured. The young beggar, Qi, had come to the capital because her beauty had caught the attention of the governor, who intended to send her to a prominent figure's son in the capital as a means of ingratiation. Upon entering the capital, Qi seized an opportunity and escaped during the night, but the guards quickly sought the assistance of the 6 doors to capture her. Cleverly, she disguised herself as a beggar, yet she underestimated the reach of the capital's institutions, particularly the pervasive influence of the 6 doors and the Jinui. Within just 2 days, the 6 doors had discovered her whereabouts and initiated a manhunt. Fortunately, the young girl possessed the strength of the 10th level of body refinement, and with Lien Shun's involvement, she had managed to evade capture initially. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Qin Xiaoyao recognized the predicament as Qi was to be delivered to the son of the Minister of Personnel, a position of significant authority within the Great Zhou Dynasty. The son of the Minister of Personnel was notorious for his debauchery, having taken 36 concubines, and it was rumored that their fates were dire, often ending in violence or being cast aside. In this era, the status of a concubine was akin to that of a servant, thus the outcome for Qi, should she be delivered to him, was all but assured. Most troubling was the fact that Qi had been relegated to a status of disgrace, leaving Qin Xiaoyao with no legitimate grounds to assist her. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, once someone was deemed of disgraceful status, they were effectively reduced to slavery, devoid of any human rights. Currently, she had been given to the son of the Minister of Personnel, marking her as his property. If the 6 doors arrived with the minister's son demanding her return, Qin Xiaoyao would have no choice but to comply, unless he could either clear her family's name or help her regain her status. However, Qi family was far away in Jiangzhou, and rectifying such matters was not a swift endeavor. During the time it took to resolve her family's plight, she would remain in a state of disgrace, vulnerable to the whims of the minister's son, who could harm her without consequence. As for the possibility of regaining her status, that was an even more arduous task, requiring connections that Qin Xiaoyao, as a mere minor officer of the Jinui, could not muster. Even if he were to become a captain in a few days, it would still be beyond his reach. It was precisely for these reasons that Qin Xiaoyao found himself in a quandary. He realized that relying solely on his influence would not suffice to protect this young girl. Only the intervention of the Grand Princess could change the tide. But would the Grand Princess truly intervene on behalf of a girl of disgraceful status, risking her position against the son of a third-rank official? Alas, what a conundrum. Son, the Grand Princess's maid has arrived. You must come and receive her. Just as Qin Xiaoyao grappled with how to safeguard Qi, his father, Qin Hanqing arrived. The paper kite maiden has come? Qin Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback before glancing at Kachichi. The arrival of the paper kite is indeed timely. I find myself at a loss regarding how to protect this young girl. It remains uncertain whether the princess would be willing to intervene. Nonetheless, I shall take a leap of faith and act as if this dying horse could still be a living one, rather than remaining idle. It is better to test my significance in the eyes of the princess. Chi-Chi, please freshen up and change your attire. It would be best to discard this beggar's garb. I instructed. I shall arrange for bathing water. With these thoughts, Qin Xiaoyao spoke to Kachichi before departing. After his exit, he directed a maid to prepare the bathwater and made his way to the hall in the front courtyard. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Paper Kite. Upon encountering her, Qin Xiaoyao offered a courteous bow. Although Paper Kite is but a maid, her position as the personal attendant of the princess demands respect, even from those of higher rank, such as the local magistrate. No need for concern. I have only just arrived myself, she replied. I am here to deliver the rewards promised to you by His Highness, as well as to convey the tasks entrusted to you. As she spoke, she produced 3 items, a jade vial, a book, and a longsword. With each item she presented, Qin Xiaoyao's astonishment grew. The rewards bestowed by the princess were simply too generous. Both the Taishu sword and the Yunxiao sword technique were treasures worth over 1,000,000 taels of silver. The Yunxiao sword technique, a master-level martial art, could fetch a price exceeding 5,000,000 taels. Regrettably, the princess had not provided a sword technique, which would be essential for a member of the Jinyue. It seems that I must find the time to acquire one myself, perhaps mastering both sword and blade in due course. However, the most staggering of all was the creation pill, a miraculous elixir. Possessing even a single creation pill is akin to holding another life in one's hands. Faced with these 3 rewards, Qin Xiaoyao felt a tremor of disbelief. He never anticipated the princess would value him so highly, granting such lavish rewards. Initially, he had merely hoped for a master-level martial technique, but it seems his aspirations were too modest. The combined worth of these items could purchase 3 master-level martial arts techniques. Thank you for your generous gifts, Your Highness, he expressed, concealing his astonishment as he bowed deeply towards the princess's residence. Such kindness from the princess deserved acknowledgement. Young Master Qin, His Highness is sincerely nurturing you. I hope you will not betray this trust, Paper Kite remarked, nodding with satisfaction at his solemn gesture. She did not forget to issue a gentle admonition as well. Rest assured, Miss Paper Kite, with such treatment from the princess, should I act against her interests, I would be no better than a beast, Qin Xiaoyao replied earnestly. He was a person of clear principles and would never forget his obligations. Now that you have received your rewards, I shall inform you of the task assigned by the princess. Paper Kite nodded slightly before producing a letter. Within it lay details of Qin Xiaoyao's mission, a test set forth by Ji Jinghua. Upon reading the letter, Qin Xiaoyao's expression shifted through various emotions, surprise, confusion, and finally, a smile. The task assigned to him bore a connection to Kachichi. A month prior, Ji Jinghua had received reports regarding numerous cases of missing young girls in Jiangzhou. Such matters would typically fall under the jurisdiction of the local magistrate. However, the Jiangzhou magistrate's handling of these disappearances was exceedingly peculiar, suppressing inquiries rather than investigating the cases. This unusual behavior prompted someone to escalate the matter to the capital, where it caught Ji Jinghua's attention. As the reigning princess, Ji Jinghua could not remain indifferent upon learning of this situation and personally journeyed to Jiangzhou. Unfortunately, after half a month of investigation, she returned empty-handed, realizing that the magistrate had likely anticipated her visit and preemptively concealed all traces of the crimes. The whistleblower had not appeared during her time there, likely having met with misfortune. Thus, to uncover the truth behind these disappearances, a fresh face was needed in Jiangzhou, making Qin Xiaoyao the perfect candidate. Though a member of the Jinyue, he had previously been inconspicuous, with few recognizing him even among his peers. The very lack of awareness regarding his existence underscored his unassuming presence. Previously, he had been deemed too weak to handle such a task, but now that he had reached the 4th level of the innate realm, he was deemed capable, albeit still facing risks. The princess would undoubtedly ensure he was not alone in his endeavors, secretly dispatching support to safeguard him, considering the formidable figures among the Jiangzhou magistrate's subordinates. Upon seeing his mission, Qin Xiaoyao immediately surmised that the cases of missing girls were intricately tied to the Jiangzhou magistrate. Coupled with the calamity that befell Kachichi's family, he felt a strong instinct that these incidents were interconnected. This realization brought him joy, for with Kachichi as a pivotal figure, he could approach the princess to secure her protection for her. After all, she was a crucial witness. This was why he felt elated. He had previously fretted over whether he could single-handedly ensure Kachichi's safety. Instead, the princess had fortuitously provided him with a solution. Truly, it was as if a pillow had arrived just as he had begun to feel drowsy. Miss Paper Kite, I must discuss an urgent matter with the princess directly. I would appreciate your assistance in relaying this. Time was of the essence. The son of the Minister of Personnel could arrive at any moment, accompanied by men from the 6 doors to demand the girl. Qin Xiaoyao needed to resolve the situation before they arrived, lest unforeseen complications arise. Certainly, when meeting the crown princess, Qin Xiaoyao must bring Kuchichi along. Otherwise, should he depart, the son of the Minister of Personnel might arrive with the men from the 6 doors, and his father would be powerless to stop them. If they were to take Kuchichi away, it would render his meeting with the crown princess utterly meaningless. Although he could request the crown princess to intervene and retrieve Kuchichi, the outcome might tragically be nothing more than a lifeless body. One must never underestimate the ruthless methods employed by the officials in the imperial capital. They are capable of the most heinous acts. Chapter 42. A calamity for the nation. A beauty that topples a kingdom. As Qin Xiaoyao escorted Kuchichi to meet the crown princess, tensions ran high at the entrance of the southern town protectorate. It turned out that Lien Su had brought the men from the 6 doors to demand the surrender of individuals. Lord Lien, why do you mobilize such forces to besiege my imperial guards? Should I interpret this as a provocation from your 6 doors? Chen Su observed Lien Su with an impassive expression. Despite their names sharing a common character, the relationship between Lien Su and Chen Su was anything but harmonious. Stop pretending to be eloquent with me, Chen Su. I shall make myself clear. If your imperial guards do not surrender the individuals to me today, do not blame me for causing a ruckus. I care not if the emperor himself lays blame at my feet. A glint of malice flickered in Lien Su's eyes as he thought of his critically injured son. Anyone who dared to harm his child would pay dearly, regardless of their identity. Though the imperial guards were the emperor's personal protectors, the 6 doors were nonetheless a significant institution within the court. Thus, Lien Su felt little trepidation about offending them, especially since they were in the right this time. Stop your theatrics, Lien Su, and clarify your intentions, Chen Su replied, his brow furrowing slightly, perplexed by Lien Su's words. Your men not only injured my son, but also abducted a target we were pursuing. You cannot claim ignorance. Lien Su spoke through gritted teeth. I genuinely was unaware, Chen Su responded, momentarily taken aback. He truly did not know. Given that Qin Xiaoyao had returned home directly without visiting the protectorate, despite his ignorance of the events, Chen Su silently commended this unnamed subordinate who had long harbored disdain for Lien Su, who flaunted his son's talents while deriding Chen Su for having no sons of his own. It was infuriating to think of his 3 daughters, yet no son. Enough of this idle chatter. Is there a man named Qin Xiaoyao in your southern town protectorate? Hand him over. Lien Su was no longer inclined to engage in further banter with Chen Su. The priority was to locate that wretched person and deliver him to the son of the Minister of Personnel. In addition, there was the matter of Qin Xiaoyao. Anyone who dared to injure his son must face retribution. Qin Xiaoyao. Chen Su was momentarily taken aback by Lien Su's words, casting him a strange glance. An expression of schadenfreude evident in his eyes. Who was Qin Xiaoyao? He was a prodigious martial artist who had broken through to the innate realm at the tender age of 17. And now he had caught the attention of the crown princess, being promoted to the position of 100 households in the imperial guards. Were it not for the intervention of Chen Su and his companions, he might have already ascended to the role of Deputy 1,000 Households. Disregarding the rank of Deputy 1,000 Households, even as 100 households, Qin Xiaoyao was the youngest ever in the history of the imperial guards. To think that you would ask me to surrender such an extraordinary talent? Even without the crown princess as protection, Chen Su would never consider relinquishing such a gifted individual. Lien Su, I advise you not to provoke Qin Xiaoyao. Otherwise, even if you are a master, you will find yourself in over your head, Chen Su warned. While he relished the idea of Lien Su facing humiliation in front of Qin Xiaoyao and the crown princess, he felt it necessary to issue a caution. Should Lien Su take any reckless action against Qin Xiaoyao, and should the crown princess learn that Chen Su had failed to warn him, he too would bear the consequences. What do you mean? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Lien Su hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. While he found Chen Su distasteful, he understood that the latter would not speak without reason. There must be some information he was unaware of. It seems you know only the name Qin Xiaoyao, but possess no further knowledge about him. I suggest you take the time to learn more about him before deciding whether to demand my compliance, Chen Su replied. Now, I have matters to attend to. I cannot waste any more time on you. Good day. With that, he turned away from Lien Su and strode into the protectorate. Lien Su, meanwhile, found himself in a quandary, pondering whether to heed Chen Su's words. He had to admit that Chen Su was correct. All he knew of Qin Xiaoyao was a name. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to return and investigate the situation surrounding Qin Xiaoyao before making any further plans. As for that wretched individual, he paid her no mind. After all, a mere servant girl would hardly concern the son of the Minister of Personnel. With that thought, Lien Su departed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao remained blissfully unaware that the calamity he had feared had not materialized. Although the 6 doors had come to demand individuals, they were swiftly dismissed by Chen Su's words. Even so, had he known, he would not have relaxed his vigilance. For he suspected that the affairs surrounding Kuchichi were inextricably linked to the case of the missing girls in Jiangzhou. If his suspicions were correct, the son of the Minister of Personnel would not easily let Kuchichi slip away. Though the men from the 6 doors had retreated, the son of the Minister of Personnel would undoubtedly return. Who would have thought your luck would be so fortuitous? Saving a mere individual, yet finding yourself entangled in the case of the missing girls from Jiangzhou at the Crown Princess's residence. Upon Qin Xiaoyao bringing Qu Qiqi before Ji Jingyue and recounting her experiences, Ji Jingyue could not help but marvel at Qin Xiaoyao's fortune. Initially, he had spent half a month in Jiangzhou in search of clues, only to return to the capital empty-handed. Yet here was Qin Xiaoyao, who had done nothing but, from 1,000 miles away in the capital, stumbled upon a lead. It was indeed serendipitous. Had Ji Jingyue not traveled to Jiangzhou, he might not have encountered Qin Xiaoyao on his return to the capital. Such coincidences were truly remarkable. You wish to take this young girl with you to Jiangzhou? Ji Jingyue inquired once more. Yes, with Qiqi as a witness, my investigation in Jiangzhou may yield unexpected results. I absolutely cannot leave Qiqi in the capital. At the very least, she cannot remain here before her family's case is resolved. If my conjecture holds true, the son of the Minister of Personnel would certainly not want Qiqi to have any ties to the Imperial Guards. After all, this matter involves the governor of Jiangzhou, and Qiqi is a gift from the governor to the son of the Minister of Personnel, coupled with the recent case of missing girls in Jiangzhou. The underlying intricacies remain unknown to anyone. However, at the very least, before the case is thoroughly investigated, Qin Xiaoyao would absolutely not relinquish Qiqi, regardless of her status. Even if she were not accredited, she must be regarded as such for the time being, for only in this manner could her life be preserved. Glancing at the anxious Qiqi beside him, Qin Xiaoyao felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that this girl, with eyes so clear and pure, would possess such striking beauty as well. To be candid, when he had seen Qiqi after her bath at home, he had been utterly captivated. She was merely 12 or 13 years old, yet already so exquisitely lovely. If she were to mature further in a few years, she would surely bring nations to ruin. Wait, bringing nations to ruin is a phrase reserved for enchantresses. This girl is so innocent, she should be described as a celestial beauty, capable of captivating an entire empire. By then, she would likely rival even the eldest princess in allure. No wonder the governor of Jiangzhou would present her as a gift to the son of the Minister of Personnel. After all, the Ministry of Personnel oversees the promotion of officials in the Great Zhou. Chapter 43, The Initial Mastery of the Cloud Sword Technique. What did you say? The woman sent by the governor of Jiangzhou was taken away by the Imperial Guards? What are those useless six doors doing? How could they let someone be snatched away by the Imperial Guards? Useless, they are all utterly useless. No wonder they have never been able to contend with the Imperial Guards. In the capital, within the estate of the Minister of Personnel, when Huang Yaowen, the son of the minister, learned that Qiqi had been taken away by Qin Xiaoyao, his expression changed dramatically. Others might consider it trivial that a lowly person had been taken, but Huang Yaowen understood all too well that this lowly individual must not fall into anyone else's hands, especially not into the hands of the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Yes, young master, just now, someone from Six Doors came and informed me of this news. What should we do next? Huang Yaowen's confidant spoke slowly. His confidant, Huang Jia, was the son of the steward of the Huang estate and had grown up alongside Huang Yaowen. Since coming of age, Huang Yaowen had entrusted many matters to Huang Jia. Thus, Huang Jia was well aware of why the governor of Jiangzhou had sent a woman to his young master. What else can we do? We must request the Imperial Guards to return her. The situation in Jiangzhou must remain concealed, or else I, and even my father, would be implicated. Huang Yaowen's countenance was exceedingly grim as he cursed the Imperial Guards in his heart. Why do you insist on snatching someone from Six Doors? And Six Doors themselves are useless, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Yes, young master. Subsequently, Huang Yaowen led a large contingent to the Imperial Guards to demand the return of the person. Half an hour later, Huang Yaowen returned to his estate in disgrace. When they reached the South Town Pacification Office, they happened to encounter the eldest princess. Against the Imperial Guards, he might have relied on his father's status to act arrogantly. But before Ji Jingyue, apologies, if he dared to exhibit any arrogance, he would not need the Imperial Guards to intervene. His father could discipline him thoroughly. Returning empty-handed, Huang Yaowen had no choice but to report the matter to his father. Upon learning that Qiqi had been taken back to the princess's residence, the Minister of Personnel's expression shifted. After a moment's hesitation, he penned a letter and sent it to a certain location. Not long after this letter was dispatched, a number of idle individuals gathered outside the princess's residence. In Jiangzhou, an unremarkable carriage was steadily moving forward. The driver was an elderly man, while two individuals, a man and a woman, sat within the carriage. This man and woman were none other than Qin Xiaoyao and Qiqi, who had departed the capital nearly 10 days prior. Jiangzhou was over 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, and a regular carriage naturally could not match the speed of the Imperial Guard's night steeds. The reason Qin Xiaoyao was not traveling on a night steed was directly related to this mission to Jiangzhou. After introducing Qiqi to Ji Jingyue that day, Ji Jingyue had instructed Qin Xiaoyao to travel discreetly to Jiangzhou to investigate the case. Concurrently, the matter of Qin Xiaoyao's promotion to 100 households was temporarily suppressed. If the Imperial Guards gained an additional 100 households, especially with a small banner being directly promoted to one, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention from various factions, which would not be conducive to Qin Xiaoyao's subsequent actions. If he remained merely a small banner, aside from those within the Imperial Guards who recognized him, others would not pay him much heed. Even if they did, they would not regard a mere small banner as particularly capable. Fortunately, the news of Qin Xiaoyao's promotion to 100 households had not yet been publicized. Currently, only a few thousand households and deputy pacification officers in the Southtown Pacification Office were aware. Therefore, aside from a handful of individuals who knew Qin Xiaoyao's true strength, the rest remained oblivious. Furthermore, Ji Jinghua had issued a gag order regarding Qin Xiaoyao. Anyone in the know was forbidden from divulging a single word. Moreover, Ji Jinghua had personally visited 6 doors to ensure that the father and son duo, Lian Su, along with the 3 bronze medal captains, kept silent. This was all to guarantee that Qin Xiaoyao's journey to Jiangzhou would proceed without interruption. Of course, although Qin Xiaoyao had entered the innate realm and was at the 4th level of the innate stage, the journey to Jiangzhou still posed certain dangers. Ji Jinghua did not wish for the talent she had taken a liking to encounter any unforeseen incidents due to a case. Thus, for this journey, she had dispatched a master of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm to accompany Qin Xiaoyao. The 9th level of the Grandmaster realm was already a rare breed in the world. In the absence of any Grandmasters, a 9th level Grandmaster was the strongest presence. This 9th level Grandmaster was the very driver of the carriage. Qin Xiaoyao, we have now reached the borders of Jiangzhou. In half a day's time, we shall arrive at the provincial capital, Linen. The elderly driver spoke slowly. All right, Wei Lao, I understand, Qin Xiaoyao replied, his eyes still perusing his book. The elder's name was Wei Chongqing, an elder from the princess's residence who had previously served as Ji Jinghua's protector. His presence here, dispatched by Ji Jinghua, underscored just how much she valued Qin Xiaoyao. The book in Qin Xiaoyao's hands was the Cloud Sword Technique, conferred upon him by Ji Jinghua. Over the past 10 days, he had taken it out to study whenever he had a moment. Although he had already mastered the Cloud Sword Technique, there was a need to maintain appearances. After all, during the 10 days spent in the carriage, idleness was not an option. Since I have entered the initial stages of the Cloud Sword Technique, my lifespan has significantly dwindled. This journey to Jiangzhou must yield some longevity to enhance my strength. Over the past 10 days, Qin Xiaoyao had indeed endeavored to cultivate diligently. However, the results had been somewhat disheartening. It was evident that his innate aptitude was lacking. Had it not been for the life-saving system, he would never have been able to break through to the innate realm in this lifetime. Reflecting on the system, Qin Xiaoyao glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, 4th level of innate. Martial arts, pure yang skill, innate level skill, currently at complete 5th level. Iron sand palm, postnatal level martial technique, currently complete. Iron cloth shirt, postnatal level martial technique, currently complete. Carefree steps, innate martial technique, currently at initial mastery. Cloud sword technique, master level martial technique, currently at initial mastery. Current remaining lifespan, 1 year. Upon witnessing the remaining year of his lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, this signified that he had but a solitary year left to live. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to absorb the lifespans of others, thus alleviating his concerns. This journey to Jiangzhou, if successful, should yield several hundred years of vitality. To be candid, Qin Xiaoyao was not overly concerned about the quantity of his remaining years. Rather, his focus lay on the consumption associated with the Yunxiao sword technique. Following the annihilation of all disciples from the Qingyun sect, he had accumulated a total of 1,414 years of lifespan. The enhancement of his pure yang art and his breakthrough to the innate 4th level had consumed 1,365 years, leaving him with a mere 49 years. Upon acquiring the Yunxiao sword technique, Qin Xiaoyao did not hesitate to invest his lifespan into mastering this martial art. After all, it was a skill of a grandmaster, far surpassing the capabilities of innate techniques. Once perfected, the Yunxiao sword technique would emerge as the most formidable martial skill within Qin Xiaoyao's arsenal. However, to his dismay, merely achieving minor mastery of the Yunxiao sword technique had already consumed 48 years of his lifespan. One can only imagine the terrifying amount of lifespan required to progress from minor mastery to full mastery, especially the proficiency needed to transition from great mastery to perfection, which would likely be an unfathomable figure for Qin Xiaoyao. It is evident that this grandmaster level martial skill demands a significantly greater expenditure of lifespan than innate techniques. Chapter 44. Finding the breakthrough as the capital of Jiangzhou, Linen boasts a population exceeding 1 million. The streets are bustling with life and vibrancy. At this moment, a stunning young lady, veiled and exquisite, was meandering through the thoroughfares. She glanced east and west, seemingly intrigued by everything around her. This individual was, in fact, Kuchichi. Despite her tender age of 12, she had matured early, blossoming into a graceful figure. In just 2 years, she would be of marrying age. Qin Xiaoyao, is your plan truly feasible? It has already been 3 days, yet we have yet to see anyone take action, remarked Wei Chongqing from the second floor of a nearby tavern, sipping his tea while addressing Qin Xiaoyao. After arriving in Linen, Qin Xiaoyao devised a strategy to lure the serpent from its den. With Kuchichi's beauty, even veiled, she would undoubtedly attract attention. The veil served to prevent recognition by acquaintances. Rest assured, I conducted a discreet investigation prior to our arrival. The day before we came to Linen, there was another case of a girl going missing. Thus, as long as we follow Chi-Chi, we are certain to apprehend the individual lurking in the shadows. Since their arrival, Qin Xiaoyao had gathered considerable information, the most significant being the recent disappearance of a girl just a day prior. He understood all too well what this implied. It seemed that the mastermind, after a brief period of inactivity, was poised to strike once more. For Qin Xiaoyao, this was a cause for excitement. After all, should the hidden figure vanish without a trace, his investigation would be far more challenging. Let us hope so, Wei Chongqing replied nonchalantly. His mission was to protect Qin Xiaoyao. The investigation was not his concern. As long as he cooperated with Qin Xiaoyao, he would fulfill his role. After a brief interval, Kuchichi ascended from the tavern below. Sister, are you tired from your stroll? If so, take a moment to rest and have some water, Qin Xiaoyao said with a warm smile. While speaking, he subtly glanced at Wei Chongqing, and upon seeing him shake his head, he sighed in resignation. It appeared that these individuals could indeed restrain their impulses. Despite the presence of such an extraordinary beauty wandering outside, they had yet to take action. Thankfully, Qin Xiaoyao, though frustrated, recognized the importance of patience. Brother, Linen is such a delightful place, Kuchichi exclaimed, adopting an innocent and whimsical demeanor as she approached Qin Xiaoyao. This was part of their prearranged scheme, to venture out periodically and then return to the tavern, allowing Wei Chongqing to ascertain whether they were being followed. Regrettably, after 3 days of exploration, she had yet to encounter anyone tailing her. As night falls, let us dine and then depart. Since today yielded no results, I do not wish to linger outside any longer, Qin Xiaoyao decided, planning to return home after their meal at the tavern to contemplate their next steps. He signaled to a waiter, requesting a selection of the tavern's specialty dishes. After all, as martial artists, their appetites were substantial. Waiter, is there something else? After placing his order, Qin Xiaoyao noticed the waiter lingering, appearing hesitant to leave, which prompted a frown from him. Esteemed guest, your sister is remarkably beautiful. It would be wise not to let her wander alone. Moreover, Linen is not a place for long stays. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best to leave promptly. Though Kuchichi was veiled, her striking beauty was evident, and the waiter, recalling his own unfortunate sister, decided to offer a warning before hastily departing, clearly anxious. Unbeknownst to the waiter, while he conversed with Qin Xiaoyao, a man at a nearby table had briefly revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. This waiter is intriguing. It seems I might have found a breakthrough, Qin Xiaoyao mused, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully as he observed the waiter's retreating figure. Wei Lao, please leave a trace of your aura on this waiter. I have a feeling he knows something. Though merely an instinct, Qin Xiaoyao believed he was not mistaken. This waiter surely held valuable information. Understood, Wei Chongqing replied, imprinting a strand of his aura onto the waiter. As long as this trace remained, he could locate the waiter at any time. As night descended, having completed his day's duties, Lu Xiaolu returned home, weary. He glanced at the adjacent room, a look of anguish crossing his face. Sister, you have been missing for nearly 2 months. Where could you possibly be? Have you, like those other girls, been captured and unable to return? Suddenly, as Lu Xiaolu entered his home, a figure burst through the door, a man exuding a menacing aura standing before him. This man, named Wu Kai, was a leader of the Haisha gang, boasting a cultivation level of innate 12th rank. Chapter 45. In the next life, remember not to meddle. Who are you? I do not understand what you are saying, Lu Xiaolu stammered, fear etched upon his face. He had merely cautioned those outsiders and had not anticipated such dire consequences. Though he had practiced martial arts, his strength was only at the 8th level of body refinement, rendering him no match for the evident innate warrior before him. Do not understand? Wu Kai scoffed coldly. Earlier that day, while dining in the tavern with 2 associates, he had overheard the waiter's warning to Qin Xiaoyao. However, he only heard those 2 cautionary remarks. Anything the innkeeper may have previously said to Qin Xiaoyao and the others remained unclear to him. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go, he stealthily followed Lu Xiaolu, intending to eliminate him to silence him. After dispatching Lu Xiaolu, he planned to investigate the identities of several outsiders. These were indeed extraordinary times, and every suspicious outsider was to be monitored discreetly. Since you are unaware of my identity, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Remember, in your next life, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. As he spoke, Wu Kai swiftly appeared before Lu Xiaolu, unleashing a tremendous force aimed directly at Lu Xiaoyao's chest. As a martial artist of the post-Heaven 12 realms, Wu Kai was confident that this punch would surely claim his opponent's life. My life is forfeit. Wu Kai's speed was astonishing, so rapid that Lu Xiaolu could hardly react. As he beheld the massive fist approaching, despair washed over him. and he instinctively shut his eyes, sensing the encroaching presence of death. Bang! Boom! Uft! Just as despair enveloped Lu Xiaolu, a muffled grunt emanated from in front of him. This compelled Lu Xiaolu to instinctively open his eyes. To his astonishment, the very person who had aimed to kill him now lay bloodied on the ground nearby. Who was it that attacked me? Wu Kai clutched his chest, his face stricken with horror. At the moment he prepared to strike Lu Xiaolu, an inexplicable, terrifying force had suddenly slammed into his chest. As a martial artist of the post-Heaven 12 realms, Wu Kai was well versed in such matters. He recognized this as an external release of internal energy. This meant that the assailant was a martial artist of the innate realm. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, footsteps echoed from a short distance away, and two figures emerged before Wu Kai and Lu Xiaolu. It was none other than Qin Xiaoyao and Keqiqi. It's him. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao's face, both Lu Xiaolu and Wu Kai changed their expressions dramatically. Lu Xiaolu was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the well-meaning patron from the tavern would turn out to be his savior. Wu Kai, on the other hand, was gripped by terror. He recognized the man, the very one who had spoken to Lu Xiaolu earlier that afternoon, prompting him to pursue him. Innkeeper, your warning this afternoon piqued my curiosity. What could possibly be occurring in Linen City that compelled you to advise me to leave promptly and to caution my sister against venturing out alone? If you possess any knowledge, feel free to share it. I assure you of your safety. Qin Xiaoyao gazed intently at Lu Xiaolu, choosing to momentarily disregard Wu Kai. He would inquire of this fellow after learning what Lu Xiaolu had to say. Savior. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's words, Lu Xiaolu hesitated, torn between the urge to speak and the fear of the consequences. Innkeeper, it would be prudent for you to refrain from uttering anything that should remain unsaid. Observing Lu Xiaolu's indecision, Wu Kai issued a threat. Although he was unaware of what Lu Xiaolu knew, he understood that Lu Xiaolu must be silenced at all costs. And you, no matter who you are, I suggest you refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall not live to see the day you leave Linen City. Then, Wu Kai turned his threats towards Qin Xiaoyao. Haha, what a grand jest. I wish to leave. Who could possibly stop me? Not even the governor of Jiangzhou could impede my departure. Qin Xiaoyao laughed heartily, but his expression soon turned serious as he spoke with unwavering confidence. With Wei Chongqing's protection, he would face no danger as long as no grandmaster emerged. Moreover, there were no grandmaster-level martial artists in Linen City. What? Who exactly are you that you dare to disregard the governor? Wu Kai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's self-assured tone, as though he had received a harrowing revelation. Lu Xiaolu, too, looked at Qin Xiaoyao with disbelief. Was this claim true? Did he genuinely fear no one, not even the governor of Jiangzhou, or was it merely bravado? In that moment, Lu Xiaolu found himself ensnared in a tumult of indecision, unsure whether to speak. To reveal the truth could mean his demise come dawn. Yet, to remain silent might extinguish the only hope he had of saving his sister. Cough, cough. Just as Lu Xiaolu was engulfed in turmoil, Wu Kai unexpectedly coughed several times. His grave injuries had caused him to spit up blood. Upon witnessing Wu Kai's condition, Lu Xiaolu suddenly came to a realization. What was he mulling over? From Wu Kai's previous actions, it was evident that even if he said nothing, Wu Kai would not let him off the hook. With that in mind, did he truly have any other options? Since he was destined for death regardless, he might as well take a chance. Chapter 46. I am of the Jinyui. Bang. I beseech you, noble sir, to save the women of Linen City and rescue my sister. Once Lu Xiaolu regained his composure, he immediately knelt before Qin Xiaoyao, bowing profoundly. Rise and speak. Tell me what you know, and I shall advocate for you. Qin Xiaoyao gently raised his hand, using his internal energy to lift Lu Xiaolu. Witnessing this display, Lu Xiaolu felt a surge of exhilaration. The external release of internal energy, it was the hallmark of an innate master. Furthermore, this young noble had achieved such prowess at a tender age, indicating an extraordinary background. Noble sir, before I divulge what I know, may I inquire about your identity? Although he suspected that this noble's background was significant, Lu Xiaolu wished for clarity. He feared that this noble might be unaware of the perils involved. Should he lose his life because of this, it would weigh heavily on Lu Xiaoyao's conscience. The waters of Linen City ran too deep. I am of the Jinyui. This gentleman is from the residence of the Grand Princess. I have come at her behest to investigate the case of the missing girls in Jiangzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaoyao revealed his true identity. He had discerned from Lu Xiaoyao's previous words that the information Lu Xiaolu was about to share would correlate with his status. The higher his rank, the more astonishing Lu Xiaoyao's revelations were likely to be. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's identity, Wu Kai's face paled instantaneously, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He had never anticipated that the individual before him was a member of the Jinyui. This was dire. Their Haisha gang was in grave trouble. Jinyui, Grand Princess. Although Lu Xiaolu had sensed that Qin Xiaoyao's identity was extraordinary, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his background. Not only was he a personal guard of the emperor, but he also acted on the orders of the Grand Princess. Each of these identities would command immense respect in Linen City, particularly the Grand Princess. She was the greatest martial talent of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the most cherished daughter of the current emperor, showered with unparalleled affection. Even from afar in Jiangzhou, Lu Xiaolu had heard whispers of her renown. Moreover, he was aware that not long ago, the Grand Princess had visited Linen City to investigate. Regrettably, at that time, the entirety of Linen City had been under tight control. All news pertaining to the case of the missing girls failed to reach the ears of the Grand Princess. In truth, during her time in Linen, there were indeed individuals who sought to report to her. Regrettably, before they could even approach her, they were thwarted by those lurking in the shadows. Some unfortunate souls were even killed on the spot. This explains why, despite the Grand Princess spending over half a month in Linen, she achieved nothing. However, the situation has changed. If this young Master Qin is indeed affiliated with the Grand Princess, then there is hope for the missing girls of Linen, and for Xiao Qi as well. Filled with fervor, he recounted everything he knew in detail. Through Lu Xiaoyao's narration, Qin Xiaoyao gleaned some information regarding the case of the missing girls. The disappearances began 2 to 3 years ago. Initially, the number of missing individuals was small, perhaps only 2 or 3 each month, and thus went largely unnoticed. With a population of 1 million in Linen, the occasional disappearance was deemed rather ordinary. After all, the number of deaths each month surpassed that of the missing. At first, the residents of Linen did not take these disappearances seriously. Yet, a year ago, the situation began to seem abnormal. As the monthly count of missing girls escalated from 2 or 3 to 20 or 30, this was decidedly unusual, for Linen had never experienced such occurrences before. Consequently, more and more families who had lost daughters began to report to the authorities. Initially, the governor of Linen would send officials to feign investigations into the cases of the missing girls. However, after a few months, the governor of Jiangzhou ceased to take any action. Even though reports continued to flood in daily, the only response received was a casual acknowledgement of their awareness, instructing them to await further news. As a result, the situation grew increasingly tumultuous. Many families of the missing began to protest, even escalating their grievances to the government office. Among them, Lu Xiaolu had once attempted to raise a ruckus himself, as his sister, Lu Xiaoqi, was among the disappeared. However, following a brutal suppression, all those who protested were silenced. Those who refused to comply had already met their end. Fortunately, Lu Xiaolu, being astute, had sensed the brewing trouble and taken flight early, thus preserving his life. This leads to the conclusion that the disappearances of these girls must be connected to the governor of Jiangzhou. After hearing Lu Xiaoyao's account, Qin Xiaoyao was convinced that the governor was undoubtedly involved in the disappearances, at the very least as a knowledgeable party. The next step was to find evidence. After all, the governor of Jiangzhou held a fourth-rank official position. Without sufficient proof, apprehending him would be impossible. Did not the Grand Princess herself leave Linen empty-handed after half a month? Additionally, had there been further cases of missing girls in Linen recently? Qin Xiaoyao suddenly recalled something and inquired of Lu Xiaolu once more. Although he had learned from other sources, he still sought confirmation from Lu Xiaolu. Indeed, during the Grand Princess's time in Linen and for over half a month after her departure, no additional cases of missing girls had occurred. However, just a few days prior, another girl had gone missing. Yet, in these past few days, only that one girl had disappeared, unlike before the Grand Princess's arrival, when there was nearly a daily occurrence. Lu Xiaolu nodded slightly. As a waiter at the tavern, he often overheard patrons discussing the latest news. The girl who went missing a few days ago was a detail he had gleaned from the conversations of customers frequenting the tavern. Only one girl had disappeared in recent days? Qin Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, silently pondering. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something extraordinary behind this girl's disappearance. Logically speaking, with the Grand Princess present, those who were secretly abducting girls should have laid low for a while, even if the Grand Princess had already left. How long had it been since her departure? No one could ascertain whether she had left any safeguards in Linen. To emerge and commit crimes now would be akin to courting disaster. Given their previous cautious demeanor, such reckless behavior seemed out of character. Unless, of course, they were compelled by dire circumstances or enticed by greater profits, forcing them to take the risk. If his conjecture was correct, the girl who went missing a few days ago was likely a test to see whether the Grand Princess had left any backup. Once they confirmed that she had not, they would surely spring into action. With this thought, a glimmer of insight sparked in Qin Xiaoyao's eyes. He felt that his suspicions were highly likely to be correct. Thus, his next course of action would be to draw the snake out of its hole and follow the trail to capture the mastermind. To lure the snake out, a suitably enticing bait would be required. Qin Xiaoyao glanced at Kachichi. Chapter 47. The time has come to act. Xiaolu, I have another question for you. In the period leading up to the Grand Princess's arrival in Linen, were there frequent instances of merchants being raided and exterminated? Moreover, the reasons behind such actions were often bizarre. After discussing the case of the missing girls, Qin Xiaoyao transitioned to inquiries concerning the matters related to Kachichi. He had a lingering sense that the raids on merchant families were intricately linked to the case of the missing girls. Perhaps the same malevolent force was behind both. Indeed, there were numerous such instances. Among them, the most notorious was the Ku family. It was said that the Ku family had a remarkably beautiful daughter named Kachichi. Allegedly, Despite being only 12 or 13 years old, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, and many who had beheld her claimed that in a few years, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful girl in linen. As such, the Ku family was quite renowned in the city. However, 2 to 3 months ago, the entire Ku family was imprisoned, accused of colluding with foreign enemies, Lu Xiaolu recounted slowly. Unbeknownst to him, when he mentioned the Ku family, Kachichi's expression shifted subtly. What, then, was the fate of the members of the Ku family now? Had they been executed publicly? Qin Xiaoyao cast a discreet glance at Kachichi before pressing further. Once the question was posed, Kachichi immediately tensed up. The matter concerned her father, leaving her no room for indifference. Not yet. Initially, after the Ku family was imprisoned, they were slated for execution a month later. However, at a critical moment, the Grand Princess arrived, and thus the execution was left in limbo. Lu Xiaolu added. Upon hearing this, Kachichi's tense body relaxed considerably. She realized that, for the time being, her parents were safe. The next step was to devise a plan to exonerate the Ku family. With this thought, Kachichi turned her gaze toward Qin Xiaoyao. Among the people she knew, only Qin Xiaoyao possessed the qualifications and capability to advocate for the Ku family. I see, I now know what to do. Thank you for the information. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyao's words, Qin Xiaoyao's conviction deepened. The puppeteer behind the scenes undoubtedly shared an inextricable connection with the governor of Jiangzhou, perhaps even being the man himself. And you? Do you have anything to say to me? After questioning Lu Xiaolu, Qin Xiaoyao's gaze shifted to Wu Kai. This individual had the audacity to trail Lu Xiaolu and even sought to eliminate him. Undoubtedly a knowledgeable party in the case of the missing girl. Humph. To think he could pry secrets from my lips. What a far-fetched dream. Wu Kai let out a cold chuckle, then crushed the poison hidden between his teeth. This toxin was extremely lethal, and in mere moments, blood trickled from his mouth. Damn it. I was careless. I hadn't anticipated that he would carry poison as well. Upon noticing Wu Kai's unusual behavior, Qin Xiaoyao immediately attempted to intervene, but alas, he was a step too late. He had intended to ascertain the man's identity and follow the trail to the mastermind behind it all. Regrettably, this man chose to end his own life. Furthermore, he could not publicly investigate the identity of this individual, for that would surely alarm the serpent in the grass. Indeed, the most vexing aspect was that this man's suicide meant he could not harvest his lifespan. Had he known, he should have acted more decisively, eliminating this man first to claim his lifespan. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Henceforth, he could only continue employing his previous strategies to lure out the unseen manipulator. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiaoyao glanced at Kachichi, hoping she could divert the attention of those lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, he would find himself at an impasse. After making this decision, Qin Xiaoyao concealed Wu Kai's body. Given the man's unique identity, he could not afford for the news of his death to leak. Brother, is this pretty? Brother, I want to eat this. Brother, I want to play over there. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, Qin Xiaoyao took Kachichi out for strolls each day, always masked to avoid revealing his true identity. After all, Kachichi was a well-known figure in Jiangzhou. If the governor were to discover her presence, it would spell disaster. At that point, even a fool would realize that the capital had sent someone to Jiangzhou to investigate. Additionally, Qin Xiaoyao noted that Lu Xiaolu was quite the clever individual, adeptly completing the tasks he assigned, a promising talent. As the days of leisurely wandering passed, Qin Xiaoyao realized that he and Kachichi were being watched. If he was not mistaken, those who had set their sights on them were likely the masterminds behind the missing girl case. However, Qin Xiaoyao chose to remain discreet, continuing to stroll with Kachichi each day, portraying the image of a brother joyously accompanying his sister. Thus, Qin Xiaoyao persisted in their outings for several more days until one particular afternoon arrived. Brother, please take me out to play. There are still so many fun places I haven't visited. Sister, I truly have matters to attend to this afternoon. Why don't you go play by yourself? No. Brother, just accompany me for one more day, please. Sister, it's not that I don't want to, but I genuinely have things to do today. How about tomorrow? I promise to accompany you then. Tomorrow, huh? All right then, tomorrow it is. But remember, you must keep your word. Rest assured, I would never deceive my precious little sister. Hee, then I shall go play by myself today. Goodbye, brother. I'll return before dark. Be safe on your way. At the entrance of an inn, Qin Xiaoyao and Kachichi were performing their little charade. He sensed the time was ripe. He had already discerned that someone was covertly tailing Kachichi. The moment had come. The unseen pursuers were growing restless, and it was time to set the bait in motion. Following this, it would be the season of harvest. Chapter 48, A Sleepless Night. On the bustling streets, voices clamored. Kachichi merrily strolled as usual, embodying the spirit of a playful young girl to perfection. Of course, in preparation for the night's operation, Kachichi had donned a different makeup style, wary of the possibility that one of the assailants might recognize her. After all, the case of the missing girl was tied to the governor of Jiangzhou, who was the mastermind behind the conspiracy against the Ku family. Thus, a measure of caution was warranted. With her altered appearance, Kachichi appeared somewhat different than before. Unless one was familiar with her, recognition would be elusive. However, as Kachichi joyfully meandered, Two individuals lurked not far behind, covertly following her. Should anyone acquainted with them be present, they would surely exclaim in shock. For these were two of the helmsmen of the Haisha gang in Linen. The Haisha gang was one of the three major factions in Linen, led by Lin Tianhai, who possessed the prowess of a first-level grandmaster, and beneath him were two enforcers with innate cultivation levels of 7. Below the enforcers were 4 hall masters, each ranging from 2nd to 4th levels of innate cultivation. Under the hall masters were 8 helmsmen, all possessing postnatal cultivation levels of 12. The two individuals trailing Kuchichi were none other than Sun Tao and Zheng Ming, both helmsmen among the 8. Wu Kai previously was also a helmsman of the Haisha gang. Who would have thought that such an exceptional girl would arrive here from afar in recent days? If we capture her and bring her back, our leader might reward us with an innate pill, Sun Tao mused, eyeing Kuchichi's alluring figure, unable to suppress a gulp. He had been surreptitiously observing her for days, and once, by a stroke of luck, he glimpsed her visage beneath the veil, momentarily lifted by a breeze. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it was enough to captivate him. Among those in the gang, no one was devoid of lustful inclinations. Yet Sun Tao was aware that a beauty of Kuchichi's caliber was not one he could hope to possess. Rather than risk incurring their leader's wrath over this girl, it would be wiser to present her to him in exchange for greater rewards. As for his younger brother, a visit to the Baihua Tower would suffice. For individuals of their postnatal level, the priority was to break through to innate cultivation. For once they achieved that, it would mean an extension of their lifespans by 100 years, granting them 2 centuries of life. At that point, they could have any woman they desired. An innate pill? That would depend on the beauty concealed beneath her veil. If she were sufficiently exceptional, there might still be a chance. Speaking of the innate pill, Zheng Ming couldn't help but display an expression of longing. Alas, innate pills were exorbitantly priced, with market rates soaring to 100,000 taels of silver each. As for the even more precious innate-level martial arts techniques, those were dreams too lofty to aspire to. Securing an innate pill was already a significant achievement. Enough of pondering her appearance. Just that figure and the eyes that are visible should indicate she is no ordinary woman, Sun Tao urged. We should make our move. Darkness is fast approaching. After his prompt, he edged closer to Kuchichi, with Zheng Ming nodding slightly and trailing behind him. Unbeknownst to the two individuals preparing to take action against Kuchichi, a mere several hundred meters away, 2 figures were intently observing them. Indeed, it was Qin Xiaoyao and Wei Chongqing. Young Qin, the bait is set, Wei Chongqing, a master of the 9th realm, remarked, his perceptive abilities extending far and wide. Not only could he sense Kuchichi's presence from a few hundred meters away, but even from thousands of meters, her existence would remain palpable to him. Once a martial artist transcends into the innate realm, their spiritual capabilities significantly enhance, granting them heightened perception. The higher the realm, the broader the scope of this awareness. This sensation bears a resemblance to the divine consciousness depicted in ancient cultivation novels, relying upon the power of the soul to probe the surroundings. Old Wei, once we locate the lair of these bandits, do not rush into action. Allow me to handle the minions. Only if a master or an expert of the 7th innate realm or above intervenes should you act. Otherwise, leave them to me, Qin Xiaoyao asserted, licking his lips, a fierce determination glinting in his eyes. The case of the missing girls had begun 3 years prior, with the number of vanished females in Linen City amounting to hundreds, if not thousands, over these years. The fate of these abducted girls likely oscillated between a living hell and the grim reality of becoming mere bones. Thus, Qin Xiaoyao bore no psychological burden in dealing with the masterminds behind these heinous acts. Coincidentally, he was in dire need of longevity. These scoundrels would serve as nourishment for his ascent in power. He wondered how much lifespan he could accrue after vanquishing them. At the very least, he anticipated an addition of 2,000 years to his lifespan. Rest assured, I am aware of when to strike, Wei Chongqing remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features as he observed the fierce resolve in Qin Xiaoyao's gaze. He was indeed a promising talent favored by the prince. Such ferocity was not commonly encountered. Were this the case for others, knowing they had a master of the 9th realm protecting them, they might not have the audacity to fight back. With exceptional martial talent coupled with such a fighting spirit, it was no wonder this young man reached the innate realm at the tender age of 17, achieving an immediate elevation to the 4th innate level upon his breakthrough. To have such a subordinate was indeed a blessing for the princess and a boon for the Great Zhou. Meanwhile, Kuchichi was leisurely strolling down the street when suddenly, a voice reached her ears. It was a telepathic communication from Wei Chongqing. Taking a deep breath, she began to make her way toward a less populated area, closely followed by Sun Tao and Zheng Ming. Eventually, in a deserted spot, the 2 men revealed their true colors and charged at Kuchichi. With her mere body refinement cultivation, and facing the attacks from 2 individuals at the 12th level of the acquired realm, her fate was all but sealed. In less than 3 breaths, she was knocked unconscious and subsequently abducted. Come, let us pursue them. Qin Xiaoyao and Wei Chongqing hastened to follow from several hundred meters away. With Wei Chongqing's mastery of the 9th realm, unless he chose to reveal himself, No one beneath the Grandmaster level could detect his presence. Under Wei Chongqing's guidance, Qin Xiaoyao could achieve the same stealth. The Haisha gang. How intriguing, he mused as he watched Ku Chichi being led into the den of the Haisha gang. Qin Xiaoyao had some knowledge of this organization, as he had made it a point to familiarize himself with relevant information concerning Linen while investigating the case. As night fell, shrouding the world in darkness, Qin Xiaoyao stood beneath a large tree, roughly 10 meters from the Haisha gang's stronghold, casting a thoughtful glance at the imposing structure. It was destined to be a sleepless night, a night of bloodshed. In the dim confines of a dungeon, around 20 to 30 young girls were gathered. These were the missing girls. The dungeon was vast, spanning approximately 700 to 800 square meters. Among them, Kuchichi had just been brought in. Slowly regaining consciousness, her first instinct was to scan her surroundings with caution. Upon spotting the other girls nearby, she was momentarily taken aback. Surely, they were the captives. Little sister, you're awake? I'm Lu Xiaoqi, what is your name? How did you end up here? One of the girls immediately inquired upon noticing Kuchichi's awakening. You are Lu Xiaoqi. Kuchichi's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the girl's name. She had encountered Lu Xiaolu before, thus the name Lu Xiaoqi was not unfamiliar to her. Do you know me? Lu Xiaoqi, around 15 or 16, was intrigued, having never met Kuchichi before. I don't know you. Kuchichi hesitated, initially wanting to mention her acquaintance with Lu Xiaolu, but reconsidered. They were in the enemy's lair, and revealing too much could jeopardize Qin Xiaoyao's plan. Lu Xiaoqi blinked her large eyes, nodding thoughtfully. She understood that the girl was likely being cautious. If her assumptions were correct, Kuchichi had probably heard of her name through her brother, Lu Xiaolu. One could not help but admire Lu Xiaoqi's intelligence. She was no less astute than her brother. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the dungeon. Is the new girl as beautiful as you said? Reporting to the hall master, she truly is stunning. I dare say she is the most beautiful among the hundreds of girls we have kidnapped over the years. Excellent. If that's the case, I shall petition the gang leader to reward you handsomely. The voices belonged to 3 individuals, 2 of whom were Sun Tao and Zheng Ming, the 2 subordinates, while the third was Bloodslaughter, one of the 4 hall masters of the Haisha gang. The 4 hall masters of the Haisha gang were known as Heifeng, Xuesha, Kuangyao, and Wugo. Bloodslaughter ranked second among them, possessing a cultivation of the 3rd innate level, just below Heifeng, who was at the 4th innate level. Hall master, this is the girl. Upon entering the dungeon, Sun Tao eagerly pointed at Kuchichi. They had already removed the girl's veil, and compared to the fleeting glimpse they had caught earlier, her beauty was now unmistakable. At merely 12 or 13 years old, she had blossomed into a striking young lady. One could only imagine how breathtaking she would become in a few years. Indeed, she is beautiful. Wait, why does she look somewhat familiar? Bloodslaughter was taken aback upon seeing Kuchichi, and after a moment of scrutiny, he realized that the girl bore a striking resemblance to someone he had seen before. At that moment, he immediately squinted his eyes, delving into a meticulous recollection. After a brief pause, Bloodslaughter's countenance abruptly shifted, his gaze towards Kuchichi brimming with disbelief. You are the daughter of the Ku family, Kuchichi. How is it that you are here? Did you not already journey to the imperial capital as per the governor's orders? Bloodslaughter had recognized Kuchichi's identity as one of the 4 esteemed leaders of the Haisha gang. He had the fortune of meeting the governor of Jiangzhou on several occasions and had even facilitated numerous tasks for him. Among these was the fabrication of evidence implicating the Ku family in collusion with external enemies. It was due to this very affair that he had caught a glimpse of Kuchichi, who had struck him as an ethereal beauty, the most exquisite girl he had ever laid eyes upon. Thus, his impression of her was indelibly etched in his memory. Although the Kuchichi before him appeared somewhat altered due to her makeup, Bloodslaughter recognized her at once. Oh no. Kuchichi's expression paled as Bloodslaughter unequivocally identified her. You are indeed Kuchichi. Speak. How did you escape from the imperial capital? Why are you here? Although Kuchichi remained silent, her reaction confirmed Bloodslaughter's suspicions. His complexion darkened as he advanced without hesitation, intending to capture her. With his innate strength at the 3rd level, he was confident that subduing this girl, who was merely at the body refinement stage, would be a trivial task. However, just as Bloodslaughter brimmed with confidence, a ghostly figure suddenly darted out from the side. In the blink of an eye, to Bloodslaughter's astonishment, the figure struck him with a force that sent him hurtling away. Their enemy, Sun Tao and Zheng Ming, standing behind Bloodslaughter, were immediately gripped by terror, instinctively preparing to cry out. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of sword light silenced their voices, as they felt the blood trickle from their throats. Sun Tao and Zheng Ming exchanged glances before collapsing to the ground, slain by a single stroke. Heavenly Martial Artist, total lifespan 100 years, remaining lifespan 69 years. Absorption complete. Heavenly Martial Artist, total lifespan 100 years, remaining lifespan 71 years, absorption complete. 140 years of lifespan successfully acquired. What joy! Finally, I no longer need to watch the dwindling years pass by. The figure that had appeared in the dungeon was none other than Qin Xiaoyao. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Bloodslaughter asked incredulously upon witnessing Qin Xiaoyao's sudden appearance. This dungeon was remarkably secretive, constructed 100 meters underground. Without a familiar guide, it was nearly impossible to access. Thanks to your two subordinates for showing me the way, Qin Xiaoyao replied, casting a glance at the lifeless forms of Sun Tao and Zheng Ming. After they had escorted Kuchichi into the Haisha gang, Qin Xiaoyao, with Wei Changqing's assistance, had infiltrated the gang. He had followed Sun Tao and Zheng Ming directly into the dungeon, biding his time for an opportunity. Fortunately, with the cover provided by the 9th-level Grandmaster Wei Changqing, Qin Xiaoyao managed to penetrate their defenses and locate the imprisoned girls. It must be said that the Haisha gang was exceptionally cautious, constructing a dungeon 100 meters underground. It was no wonder that the Grand Princess had found nothing in her half-month search in Linen, hidden so deep. Even a master of the Grandmaster realm would likely struggle to uncover its secrets without direct guidance. These two fools, Bloodslaughter cursed under his breath. However, blaming them was not the priority at the moment. Moreover, with their deaths, what good would it do to cast blame? The immediate concern was to relay the news of the infiltration. Despite the fact that this individual had ambushed him, Bloodslaughter recognized that even without the ambush, he would not stand a chance against his opponent. With this thought, Bloodslaughter instinctively glanced towards a specific spot in the dungeon. There, he noticed an alarm system. If he could damage that alarm, the members of the Haisha gang would immediately be alerted to the disturbance in the dungeon. This precaution had been installed during the dungeon's construction, specifically for emergencies. Chapter 50, A Single Strike to Defeat Unmatched Sword Chi. Chi-Chi, are you alright? Qin Xiaoyao inquired with concern, standing beside Kuchichi. I'm fine, just a bit of soreness in my neck, Kuchichi replied, gingerly touching her throat. Sun Tao and Zheng Ming had shown no mercy when incapacitating her. Their strike had rendered her unconscious for over an hour. Thank goodness. Take care of yourself. I will deal with that scoundrel, Qin Xiaoyao said, gradually advancing towards Bloodslaughter. The latter's gaze had darted towards that alarm system several times, indicating its significance. He must not be allowed to approach it. While conversing with Kuchichi, Qin Xiaoyao remained acutely aware of Bloodslaughter's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the situation. In such a dungeon, the presence of an alarm system was not surprising, being situated 100 meters underground. It would be disastrous if anything went awry and no one could be notified. The absence of such a system would indeed be peculiar. All of this insight was thanks to the novels and television dramas he had consumed in his previous life. Without those inspirations, Qin Xiaoyao might not have arrived at this conclusion. Whoosh! Just as Qin Xiaoyao approached Bloodslaughter, the latter moved as well. Indeed, there was an alarm system that must not be allowed to be reached. Observing Bloodslaughter's movements, Qin Xiaoyao silently acknowledged the truth. In the next instant, he activated his minor-level Xianyao step, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards Bloodslaughter. Bloodslaughter's agility was merely at the heavenly level and far from perfected, coupled with the fact that his cultivation and techniques were significantly inferior to Qin Xiaoyao's. The latter possessed a considerable advantage in speed. Even though Bloodslaughter acted first, Qin Xiaoyao arrived ahead of him to intercept. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaoyao drew the Taishu sword from his back, part the clouds, and reveal the sun, the first stance of the Yunxiao sword technique. The Yunxiao sword technique comprises 6 stances in total, mastering the first 2 at the entry level, the 3rd and 4th at the minor achievement level, the 5th at the major achievement level, and the 6th at the perfected level. The offensive martial technique that Qin Xiaoyao wielded was the most potent of the Yunxiao sword technique, a grandmaster level skill, while Iron Sand Palm was merely a technique of the heavenly level. To swiftly subdue Bloodslaughter, Qin Xiaoyao unleashed his strongest martial technique from the outset. Swish! As the first stance of the Yunxiao sword technique was executed, an incredibly sharp sword chi erupted from the Taishu sword. What? Bloodslaughter realized he was mere moments away from reaching the alarm system. Unexpectedly, the intruder into the dungeon moved with such astonishing speed that he nearly caught up with me in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as he surpassed me, he unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy directed at me. Instantly, I, Bloodslaughter, dared not be careless and quickly drew my long blade, positioning it defensively before me. Crack! The formidable sword energy crashed against my long blade. However, my weapon was merely a yellow-grade tool, and against the sword energy empowered by a low-grade earth-level void sword, it was utterly inadequate. In but a heartbeat, my long blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, I was violently propelled backward by the sheer force of the sword energy. Qin Xiaoyao's internal power was exceedingly potent. His cultivation of the pure yang technique was among the finest even in the realm of innate martial arts, far surpassing the trashy techniques I wielded. As I was being thrown back, several shards of my broken blade struck me, compounding my injuries. Truly, the prowess of a master-level martial skill was formidable. A practitioner at the 3rd level of innate martial arts was no match for me. After landing a decisive blow, Qin Xiaoyao wore a relaxed smile, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. Whoosh! Although I was no match for him, he launched another assault against me, intent on pressing his advantage and utterly crushing me, leaving me with no chance to retaliate. With the enhancement of the minor accomplishment of the carefree step, Qin Xiaoyao's speed was astonishing. Before I had even touched the ground after being hurled through the air, he was already at my side. In the next instant, a perfected iron sand palm struck mercilessly at my dantian. This would completely incapacitate me. I must say, Qin Xiaoyao's actions were indeed decisive, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Boom. Accompanied by the force of his full-powered strike, I, still in midair, plummeted to the ground with the speed of a shooting star, kicking up a cloud of dust. You have ruined my dantian. Upon hitting the ground, and sensing the power within me rapidly diminishing, my eyes turned blood red as I fixed a furious gaze on Qin Xiaoyao, wishing I could carve him into 1,000 pieces. The dantian is the most vital part of a martial artist. Whether it be internal power or true qi, it must be stored within the dantian. If a person's dantian is destroyed, it equates to the obliteration of their entire cultivation. Such a punishment is more excruciating than death itself. As for my current feelings, Qin Xiaoyao could not have cared less. For someone as irredeemably wicked as me, any means of dealing with me would be justified. The only reason he was still keeping me alive was that I still held some value for him. Qin Xiaoyao sought to extract information regarding the case of the missing girl. Do not look at me with those eyes. They will avail you nothing. Speak. What do you know about the case of the missing girl? He demanded. If you tell me willingly, I shall grant you a quick end. Otherwise, you may find yourself experiencing the interrogation techniques of the Jinyui. Qin Xiaoyao squatted before me, his expression devoid of emotion. He also checked my mouth to ensure I bore no poison before sparing me. Huh. Dream on if you think you can extract information from me. I retorted defiantly, unyielding in the face of Qin Xiaoyao's threats. I rather enjoy your defiant spirit. I hope you can maintain it, he replied. I had anticipated his lack of cooperation. Some individuals simply do not shed tears until they see the coffin. Humph, don't waste your effort. Torturous methods will not work on me, I scoffed, dismissing the notion of the Jinyui's torturous tactics, which I considered trivial. I could withstand it. Who said I would resort to torture? Such methods are beneath me. Have you ever heard of the pleasures of dragon and sun? Imagine if I were to find someone like that to engage with you. Wouldn't that be quite entertaining? It seems one might not suffice. What do you think about having a few more? After all, you have 2 mouths. A few more people wouldn't matter. Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, though to me, his grin appeared devilish and chilling. No, you cannot do this to me. My once defiant demeanor was now replaced with sheer terror. I was unafraid of torture. Even death held no fear for me. But I would never allow myself to become a tool for someone else's amusement. That would be more painful than death. Chapter 51. I still prefer your earlier defiance. TSK. Are you frightened? This is merely the beginning. I have even more entertaining scenarios to unfold, he remarked, observing my pallid visage with evident amusement. So this is your breaking point? It appears you are not as resolute as you claim. His words made my lips twitch involuntarily, and my heart raced with anxiety. Being subjected to such humiliation was already intolerable, and yet there were worse fates to contemplate? What manner of demon was this? I will give you one more chance. Will you speak? Remember, it is a solitary opportunity. If you do not comply this time, I shall take you away from the Haisha gang. At that point, whatever you wish to say will be of no interest to me. Qin Xiaoyao's expression remained cold as he fixed his gaze upon me. It was clear that his words were not mere threats, but rather a promise of action. I will speak. Faced with Qin Xiaoyao's relentless, unyielding demeanor, I hesitated for a moment before ultimately yielding. I dared not gamble. Since he could infiltrate the Haisha gang unnoticed, it indicated that he could depart with equal ease. Should he choose to take me out of the Haisha gang, the punishment awaiting me would be dark and unimaginable. Just the thought of it made me instinctively touch my backside. I truly wish you had remained defiant, as you were earlier. To be frank, since I conceived this form of cruel punishment, no one has ever experienced it. Qin Xiaoyao sighed, revealing a hint of disappointment as I capitulated. It seemed I had missed out on a grand spectacle. This time, my lips did more than twitch, my entire body trembled. This man was undoubtedly a demon. For how else could he conceive such terrifying forms of punishment and wear a countenance that suggested he longed to witness them? Any man would likely find such an affront unbearable unless he were naturally inclined towards such inclinations. As events unfolded, I became exceedingly cooperative, answering Qin Xiaoyao's inquiries without hesitation. Through my revelations, he gleaned the intricate details of the case of the missing girl, just as they had speculated. The governor of Jiangzhou bore an undeniable responsibility in the matter. In fact, it could be asserted that the kidnapped girls were entirely orchestrated by the governor himself, with the Haisha gang merely serving as accomplices. Before Ji Jingyue's arrival, the Haisha gang had clandestinely transported the abducted girls to a stronghold outside the city each month. Due to the assistance of the governor of Jiangzhou, the Haisha gang managed to transport these young maidens out of Linen City with remarkable ease, encountering no inspections whatsoever. The stronghold outside the city was constructed specifically by the governor for this purpose. Upon delivering these girls to the stronghold, the members of the Haisha gang would return. Their sole responsibility was to abduct the young women and transport them to the outpost beyond the city. As for the final destination of these girls, the Bloodslaughter had no knowledge. Furthermore, Bloodslaughter informed Qin Xiaoyao that this batch of maidens in the dungeon was to be dispatched to the outpost in the coming days. Originally, They were supposed to be sent out 1 or 2 months ago. However, due to an unfortunate turn of events, they refrained from proceeding when the princess arrived. To ensure safety, they opted to keep them in captivity. The recent case of missing girls was merely a test to ascertain whether any repercussions would follow the princess's departure. After abducting the maidens and waiting a few days without any sign of trouble, they finally brought the captured girls back to the Haisha gang and imprisoned them in the dungeon. Once they were secured in the dungeon, the gang observed no further disturbances, which ultimately allowed them to relax and prepare to send the girls away in the next couple of days. As for Kuchichi, she was an unexpected delight. I have said all that needs to be said. Grant me a swift end. Having lost his dantian, transforming from a once formidable innate master into a mere shadow of his former self, Bloodslaughter had lost all motivation to live. Very well, out of consideration for your understanding, I shall not torment you further. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Casting a glance at the blood letter in his hand, Qin Xiaoyao ceased his interrogation and, with a single stroke of his sword, ended Bloodslaughter's life. With this blood letter in hand, he had secured evidence. Governor of Jiangzhou, your days of ease are numbered. Innate warriors have a lifespan of 200 years, remaining lifespan, 152 years. Absorption complete. The demise of Bloodslaughter granted Qin Xiaoyao an additional 152 years of life, coupled with the previous 140 years. These 3 individuals had collectively bestowed upon him a remarkable 292 years of lifespan. However, this was still far from sufficient. To upgrade his iron cloth and iron sand palm techniques, he required 1,000 years of lifespan. Additionally, reaching perfection in his cultivation would demand a significant amount of lifespan. Moreover, the enhancements needed for his free and easy steps and the cloud sky sword technique to achieve their utmost form would also require a considerable sum. To say that 292 years was inadequate would be an understatement. Even multiplying that by 10 would likely leave Qin Xiaoyao wanting. Following his breakthrough to the 4th stage of innate cultivation, Qin Xiaoyao had no intention of hastily advancing further in his cultivation. After all, rapid progression could easily arouse suspicion. Enhancing various martial skills would inherently increase his strength. Cultivation could be steadily improved without undue haste, ideally in a manner palatable to others. What lay ahead was the time for hunting. After eliminating Bloodslaughter, Qin Xiaoyao slowly rose to his feet. He intended to wreak havoc upon the Haisha gang. Having already uncovered the mastermind behind the missing girls from Bloodslaughter, and armed with the blood letter as evidence, he could undoubtedly take down the governor of Jiangzhou. Of course, prior to that, he needed to harvest some lifespan. With so many people kidnapped, the members of the Haisha gang were all steeped in malice. Such scum deserved nothing less than to be cast into hell. Chi-Chi, you and Xiaoqi take these maidens and follow me. We shall depart from the Haisha gang. With a directive to Kuchichi and Lu Xiaoqi, Qin Xiaoyao took the lead, exiting the dungeon. During his interrogation of Bloodslaughter, Qin Xiaoyao had also discovered Lu Xiaoqi's true identity. Yes, young master. Under Qin Xiaoyao's guidance, the maidens finally emerged from the depths of the dungeon, returning to the surface. Who goes there? Damn it. How could these girls emerge from the dungeon? At the entrance of the dungeon stood 2 members of the Haisha gang on guard. While Qin Xiaoyao had managed to infiltrate unnoticed, leading the maidens made that impossible. Thud thud. The 2 martial artists at the body refinement stage collapsed to the ground. However, after dispatching these 2 warriors, Qin Xiaoyao was astonished to find that he had not gained any lifespan. His expression shifted immediately. His first thought was, surely not. Has my method of gaining lifespan vanished? How would I continue to draw upon it then? Ding. Warriors below 2 stages of the host cannot yield lifespan. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the system provided an explanation. Upon seeing this clarification, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but grimace. He hadn't anticipated that there would be restrictions on acquiring lifespan. Individuals below 2 stages of his rank could not contribute lifespan. Wasn't that a cruel twist? Oh well, if there are restrictions, so be it. As long as my means of absorbing lifespan hasn't disappeared, it's not a significant issue. As long as I can still draw upon it, then it's manageable. Chapter 52. The Cloud Sky Sword Chi, slaying 2 innate warriors. Who goes there? An enemy attack. Following this, Qin Xiaoyao led the group of maidens from the dungeon entrance, charging outward. Along the way, they encountered numerous members of the Haisha gang, all of whom fell to Qin Xiaoyao's sword. His sword energy was so potent that even Bloodslaughter, who had reached the 3rd stage of innate cultivation, could not withstand it, let alone the other ordinary gang members. Throughout his path, Qin Xiaoyao claimed many lives, exactly how many he could not recall, but it was certainly not fewer than 20 or 30. Amongst those, half were postnatal warriors. These postnatal warriors provided Qin Xiaoyao with approximately 700 years of lifespan. Adding this to the previously obtained 292 years, his lifespan had once again surpassed 1,000 years. Boldly, who dares to wreak havoc within my Haisha gang? How dare you release these captives? You truly are courting death. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was in the midst of his slaughter, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the remaining 3 hall masters of the Haisha gang: Black Wind, Frenzy Demon, and Blackbone. The speaker was Black Wind. As the most formidable hall master of the Haisha gang, Blackwind held considerable influence within the organization. Captives? You dare refer to these maidens as captives? Huh, what a fine organization the Haisha gang is. Do you truly believe that by aligning with the governor of Jiangzhou, you can act with impunity? Blackwind's words incensed Qin Xiaoyao. If even the Haisha gang could behave so recklessly, one could only imagine the level of lawlessness exhibited by the governor of Jiangzhou. Who are you? I find it difficult to comprehend what you are saying. Qin Xiaoyao's retort instantly transformed the expressions of Blackwind and the other two hall masters. The relationship between the Haisha gang and the governor of Jiangzhou was a closely guarded secret. Humph, Bloodslaughter has already divulged all of your gang's secrets. I am fully aware of the heinous deeds you have conspired with the governor of Jiangzhou. Are you still intent on resisting? Qin Xiaoyao, wielding the Taishu sword, coldly regarded Blackwind and the other three hall masters. Despite facing three adversaries, he remained resolute. Yet he remained utterly unafraid. The pure yang art and the cloud sky sword technique were his greatest sources of confidence. Did you think that by eliminating the Blood Fiend, you could escape from the C-San gang? How naive. Young man, judging by your age, you can't be more than 20. A congenital expert under 20, what a terrifying talent. Alas, no matter how formidable your abilities may be, today you shall meet your demise here. Consider this a piece of advice. Do not meddle in others' affairs in your next life. Kill him, and do not hold back. Haifeng signaled to the other two hall masters. And in the next moment, the three of them launched an attack on Qin Xiaoyao simultaneously. Three streams of innate internal energy surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Faced with their combined assault, Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to underestimate them. After all, apart from Haifeng, who was at the 4th level of innate cultivation, the other two were merely at the 2nd level. If it were any other 4th level innate martial artist, they would have long been thrown into disarray. The 4th form of the cloud sky sword technique, tempestuous winds. This was the most powerful move that Qin Xiaoyao had mastered thus far. With the activation of his internal energy, a blade of sword aura, enveloped by a raging wind, materialized in the void. Under Qin Xiaoyao's control, it swept towards the trio's attack. Boom. Although Haifeng and the others had joined forces, their attack was utterly ineffectual against Qin Xiaoyao's proficient cloud sky sword technique. The moment their energies collided, Qin Xiaoyao's sword aura obliterated their combined strike with overwhelming force, continuing its relentless advance towards them. What? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Haifeng and his companions shifted dramatically. They could hardly believe that their collaborative attack was so easily dismantled by the enemy's sword aura. Qin Xiaoyao's strength was beyond their expectations. After all, this fellow was also a 4th-level innate practitioner. What they did not know was that the might of Qin Xiaoyao's sword aura stemmed from two primary factors. Firstly, the cloud sky sword technique was of a high level, having attained mastery. Secondly, it was bolstered by the Taishu sword. As a low-grade earth-tier weapon, it far surpassed yellow-tier and Xin-tier weapons in terms of hardness and strength. And it provided an unparalleled enhancement to sword techniques, a feat beyond the capabilities of its yellow and Xin counterparts. The Taishu sword, as a low-grade earth-tier weapon, granted a full enhancement of 100% to the potency of the cloud sky sword technique. If we were to say that the power derived from the cloud sky sword technique without any weapon was a mere 10, then wielding the Taishu sword would elevate that power to 20. This was precisely why the cloud sky sword chi was able to dismantle the trio's united attack with such ease. Quick evade. As shocking as it was, after witnessing the sheer might of Qin Xiaoyao's sword aura, the three did not dare to take it head on. They hastily performed their lightness skills to dodge. Rumbling. While the three managed to escape, the members of the C-Sand gang and the surrounding structures bore the brunt of the onslaught. Wherever the cloud sky sword chi passed, it left nothing unscathed, annihilating anything that stood in its path. Postnatal warrior, total lifespan 100 years, remaining lifespan 62 years, absorption complete. Postnatal warrior, total lifespan 100 years, remaining lifespan 55 years, absorption complete. Postnatal warrior, total lifespan 100 years, remaining lifespan 43 years, absorption complete. This blade of cloud sky sword chi directly claimed the lives of several postnatal warriors, providing Qin Xiaoyao with an additional 160 years of lifespan. Unmoved by this increase in his lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao executed the carefree step and instantly appeared before a member of the C-Sand gang, a 2nd-level innate practitioner known as the Mad Demon, one of the 4 hall masters. Clouds parting to reveal the sun, thrusting the Taishu sword. Qin Xiaoyao pierced the Mad Demon's body, unleashing a torrent of internal energy from the sword. The violent internal force swiftly invaded the Mad Demon's inner body, obliterating his vital organs in an instant. With his organs destroyed, that single strike claimed his life. Having witnessed his cloud sky sword chi effortlessly dismantle the combined attack of 3 adversaries, Qin Xiaoyao gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Thus, he no longer approached the battle with the same caution as before. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He knew that these 3 were no match for him. Mad Demon. Upon seeing the Mad Demon fall to Qin Xiaoyao's blade, Haifeng and Wugo were instantly struck with terror. Qin Xiaoyao was far too powerful. If three combined could not withstand him, then with the mad demon gone, they were certainly no match. In that moment, the two exchanged glances and resolutely chose to flee. Regrettably, their intentions were sound, but their speed was far too sluggish. They were employing merely postnatal level lightness techniques, while Qin Xiaoyao utilized the innate level carefree step, having achieved proficiency. In just 3 breaths, Qin Xiaoyao caught up to Wugo. Faced with Qin Xiaoyao's overwhelming might, Wugo was utterly incapable of resistance. Like the mad demon before him, he too fell to a single strike from Qin Xiaoyao. Innate warrior, total lifespan 200 years, remaining lifespan 135 years, absorption complete. Innate warrior, total lifespan 200 years. Remaining lifespan 143 years, absorption complete. Chapter 53, The Carefree Step Achieves Perfection, a surge in speed. This fellow runs exceptionally fast. After slaying Wugo, Qin Xiaoyao turned his attention to Haifeng, realizing that this individual was considerably faster than Wugo. It appeared that his postnatal lightness technique had reached a level of perfection. Although Qin Xiaoyao had dispatched Wugo in the blink of an eye, Haifeng had already put over 100 meters between them. Though Qin Xiaoyao could catch up to him, it would undoubtedly take some time. System, infuse me with lifespan. I wish to elevate the carefree step to the level of perfection. After some consideration, Qin Xiaoyao resolved to enhance the carefree step to its fullest extent before proceeding. With a perfected carefree step, he would surely be much faster in pursuit of Haifeng. Feeling your speed is insufficient, you begin to diligently practice the carefree step, enduring the harsh winter and the sweltering summer, tirelessly. After 7 years of arduous training, your carefree step finally reaches the major accomplishment level. After attaining major accomplishment, you remain unsatisfied and continue to train the carefree step. After another 18 years of relentless effort, your speed becomes elusive, akin to a specter, as the carefree step reaches perfection. End of simulation, feedback commencing. The carefree step advanced from minor accomplishment to perfection, taking a total of 25 years. Particularly from major accomplishment to perfection, it consumed 18 years to achieve. This illustrates just how challenging it is for martial techniques to attain the level of perfection. Many individuals spend their entire lives only reaching the major accomplishment stage, with no hope of perfection. Boom. As the feedback began, Qin Xiaoyao's understanding of the carefree step skyrocketed in that instant. In merely 3 breaths, the feedback concluded. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao's carefree step had also attained perfection. Whoosh. After achieving perfection in the carefree step, Qin Xiaoyao vanished from his original position like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. Such speed was indeed terrifying. The perfected postnatal body technique of Haifeng paled in comparison to the perfected carefree step, rendering it as insignificant as an ant. Visibly, Qin Xiaoyao's speed was a staggering 3 times that of Haifeng. While Haifeng had only covered 10 meters, Qin Xiaoyao had already traversed 30. With such a vast disparity in speed, merely a few breaths later, Qin Xiaoyao caught up with Haifeng. At that moment, Haifeng had arrived at the entrance of the Haisha gang, just a step away from escaping. The distance Qin Xiaoyao had crossed to reach the Haisha gang's entrance was over 1,000 meters, illustrating the vast expanse of the gang's territory. What on earth just transpired with this lad? How could he, who had only mastered the carefree step to a small degree, suddenly reach perfection in such a brief moment? Could it be that he had an epiphany? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have improved his proficiency in the carefree step so rapidly? In the darkness, Wei Changqing, who had been covertly protecting Qin Xiaoyao, was left dumbfounded by this astonishing scene. As a master at the 9th level, very few things could astonish him. This lad is indeed fortunate. An epiphany, something most people yearn for yet cannot attain, had manifested in him. If only I could have an epiphany as well. Perhaps then I could break through to the Grandmaster realm. The mere thought of an epiphany filled Wei Changqing with envy. He had been stuck at the 9th level for nearly 50 years. Masters possess a lifespan of 300 years. He reached the 9th level at the age of 130, and now, 50 years later, he remains at the same level. If he cannot attain the Grandmaster realm within the next 20 years, that is, before he turns 200, it would be nearly impossible for him to break through in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyao, his remarkable display was mistaken for an epiphany. At this moment, his focus was solely on the close proximity of Haifeng. Killing this fellow would grant him an additional century of lifespan. Die. As Qin Xiaoyao activated the Cloud Sky Sword technique, another wave of sword energy erupted from the Taishu sword. He was now at the entrance of the Haisha gang. To avoid prolonged dreams, Qin Xiaoyao unleashed the 4th form of the Cloud Sky Sword technique. The sword energy of the 4th form was significantly more powerful than that of the first, both in speed and might, enhanced by several degrees. Boom. After perfecting the carefree step, Qin Xiaoyao's speed had become so formidable that Haifeng, in his flight, was completely oblivious to his approach. By the time Haifeng sensed his presence, Qin Xiaoyao's sword energy was already behind him. In that instant, he had no choice but to brace himself. Haifeng summoned all his inner strength, creating layers of protective shields behind him, hoping to withstand the oncoming sword energy. Bang bang bang. The powerful Cloud Sky Sword energy shattered shield after shield. Ultimately, it struck Haifeng's lower back. Poof! The terrifying sword energy invaded Haifeng's body, instantly inflicting severe injury. Observing that Haifeng had not succumbed, Qin Xiaoyao seized the moment to launch another thrust. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, Guardian Yuan, save me. Feeling the lethal threat emanating from the sword, Haifeng's face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, severely wounded, he could not evade Qin Xiaoyao's strike. However, just as he believed his demise was inevitable, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence rapidly approaching from 1,000 meters away, prompting him to cry out without hesitation. At this moment, Haifeng felt fortunate, grateful that he had not been arrogant. Upon learning of someone infiltrating the Haisha gang, he had sent word to the two guardians and the gang leader. Coincidentally, that evening, the gang leader Lin Tianhai, accompanied by the two guardians, had gone to the Jiangzhou prefectural office to discuss matters. Or else Qin Xiaoyao would not have been able to kill so easily within the Haisha gang. Had Lin Tianhai been present, he would have surely intervened. Halt! Who dares to harm a member of the Haisha gang? Meanwhile, upon receiving the notification from the gang's disciples, one of the two guardians, Guardian Yuan, hastily returned from the prefectural office. To his surprise, as he approached the gang, he witnessed a youth pursuing and attacking Haifeng, the hall master. Qin Xiaoyao also heard Guardian Yuan's voice. Casting a glance at the approaching Guardian Yuan from 1,000 meters away, Qin Xiaoyao snorted coldly. In the incredulous gaze of Haifeng, the Taishu sword pierced fiercely into his body. At that moment, his inner strength erupted simultaneously. Gasping, feeling the life energy draining from his body, Haifeng opened his mouth, filled with boundless regret. Upon seeing Guardian Yuan, he felt a flicker of hope, leading him to unconsciously lower his guard. He even believed that Qin Xiaoyao would retreat upon noticing Guardian Yuan's return. After all, Guardian Yuan was a 7th-level innate warrior. If this lad did not flee quickly, once captured by Guardian Yuan, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. No matter how formidable a 4th-level innate warrior might be, they could not surpass a 7th-level innate warrior. That was a difference of 3 entire realms. Moreover, Guardian Yuan was different from him. While he possessed only postnatal martial techniques apart from his innate cultivation method, Guardian Yuan cultivated an innate method and also mastered 2 innate martial techniques. He would undoubtedly be able to subdue this lad. Alas, it was all in vain. With Qin Xiaoyao's strike, Haifeng lost his life entirely. Chapter 54, Battling Beyond Levels, Facing a 7th-level innate warrior. Innate warriors have a total lifespan of 200 years. Remaining lifespan, 132 years, absorption complete. With Haifeng's death, Qin Xiaoyao's lifespan increased by an additional 132 years. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, 4th-level innate. Martial arts, pure yang technique, innate level cultivation method, currently perfected at 5 levels. Iron sand palm, postnatal level martial technique, currently perfected. Iron cloth shirt, postnatal level martial technique, currently perfected. Carefree step, innate martial technique, currently perfected. Cloud sky sword technique, master level martial technique, currently at small success. Current remaining lifespan, 1,560 years. Glancing at his attribute panel, Qin Xiaoyao discovered that his lifespan had surpassed 1,500 years, now standing at 1,560 years. This was after consuming 25 years to elevate the carefree step to perfection. With such an abundance of lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao could not only upgrade the iron sand palm and iron cloth shirt to innate martial techniques, but the remaining lifespan should also allow for a significant enhancement in the proficiency of the cloud sky sword technique. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyao checked the lifespan required for upgrading the carefree step. Ding! Insufficient lifespan of 2,500. Upgrade impossible. To elevate an innate martial technique to a master-level technique required a staggering 2,500 years of lifespan, leaving Qin Xiaoyao utterly astounded. Such a demand for lifespan was indeed excessive. Moreover, this martial technique demands a lifespan of 2,500 years. Thus, the cultivation method is likely to require even more. Following customary practice, it may necessitate a lifespan of 5,000 years to elevate the pure yang technique to the level of a master. The mere contemplation of this figure sends a wave of discomfort through Qin Xiaoyao's mind. This is merely the lifespan consumed in advancing innate level martial arts to the master level. If one were to consider the grandmaster level, or even the celestial level, the lifespan required would likely reach astronomical proportions. Faced with such a staggering figure, Qin Xiaoyao can only lament, "I simply cannot afford such a price." Whoosh. Boom. Boldly daring to slay the hall master of the Sea Sand Gang. The boy's time is marked for demise on this very day next year. As Qin Xiaoyao reflects on the exorbitant cost of life, the guardian of the Sea Sand Gang, the kite, finally arrives, landing heavily upon the ground. The fury accompanying his descent causes the earth beneath him to crack and splinter, resembling a spider's web that spreads outward. The one who spoke so boldly just moments ago is now dead. Despite the opponent being a formidable expert at the 7th level of the innate realm, Qin Xiaoyao remains undaunted. Through his recent battles with Black Wind and others, he has ascertained the extent of his own strength. Engaging with an opponent 3 minor levels above him is, in his estimation, not an insurmountable challenge. You appear to be quite young, yet what is your origin? Why have you dared to disrupt the Sea Sand Gang? The kite squints his eyes, his expression grave as he scrutinizes Qin Xiaoyao. Earlier, from a distance, he could not discern Qin Xiaoyao's features, but now, upon a clearer view, his countenance shifts dramatically. Black Wind, possessing the strength of the 4th level of the innate realm, was utterly no match for this youth. The prodigious talent of this young man is evident, and one can only surmise that his background is equally formidable. Otherwise, he would not dare venture alone into the Sea Sand Gang. Jinui, Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao elegantly twirls his sword, his expression impassive, with irrefutable evidence in hand. He no longer feels the need to conceal his identity, nor does he fear that the governor of Jiangzhou will learn of it. What? You are a member of the Jinui. The kite's face pales at this revelation, his sharp eyes fixed on Qin Xiaoyao. He understands all too well what the presence of the Jinui signifies. Instantly, he extends his senses, and upon seeing the group of young women who escaped from the dungeon, his expression darkens further. His suspicions are confirmed. The Jinui has indeed traced their way to the Sea Sand Gang, and they likely possess substantial evidence. Damn it. I cannot allow this fellow to escape. Otherwise, not only I but the entire Sea Sand Gang and the governor of Jiangzhou will face dire consequences. With this thought, the kite narrows his eyes, a dreadful killing intent flickering momentarily within, to sweep away 1,000 armies. In the next moment, the kite unsheathes his long knife, channeling a terrifying internal force into it. A blade of energy, extending a full 40 meters, hurtles toward Qin Xiaoyao. This represents the kite's most formidable martial technique. An innate level swordplay he has mastered over 3 decades, now reaching the pinnacle of perfection, with only a single step remaining to achieve completeness. Alas, this final step looms like an insurmountable chasm. What tremendous power! Indeed, a practitioner at the 7th level of the innate realm cannot be underestimated. Faced with this 40-meter-long blade of energy, Qin Xiaoyao's heart grows heavy. The 3 minor levels of disparity are undeniably significant. Fortunately, he possesses the master-level technique, the Yunxiao sword art, along with a low-grade Earth-tier Taisu sword. Without either of these, he would lack the courage to confront an expert at the 7th level of the innate realm. Yunxiao sword art, 3rd style, clouds parting, mist dispersing. With the surge of internal force, a sword aura, equally extending dozens of meters, erupts from the Taisu sword. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, the blade of energy collides with the sword aura, unleashing a deafening explosion that reverberates through the air. Subsequently, terrifying shockwaves emanate from the epicenter of the explosion, wreaking havoc on the nearby pavilions and structures, reducing them to mere rubble. What? This boy not only possesses exceptional cultivation, but also demonstrates remarkable combat prowess. Although sweeping away 1,000 armies is not my strongest move, it ranks among my top 3. Yet he manages to withstand it unscathed. Does this not imply that his strength is on par with mine? This is impossible. He is merely at the 4th level of the innate realm. Although their confrontation is brief, the impact of Qin Xiaoyao's strength leaves the kite profoundly shaken. Is this truly the might of a practitioner at the 7th level of the innate realm? It is undeniably formidable. The 3rd style of the Yunxiao sword art is already my 2nd most powerful technique, and yet I find myself evenly matched against this individual. Thankfully, it appears that his technique is also one of his trump cards. It seems that my strength is not significantly inferior to his. In contrast to the kite's astonishment, Qin Xiaoyao finds the encounter much simpler. To contend with a practitioner at the 7th level of the innate realm while being at the 4th level is a remarkable achievement for him. Just 2 months prior, such a feat would have seemed like a mere dream. Back then, Qin Xiaoyao was only at the 9th level of body refinement. At 17 years old, reaching the 9th level is not the worst achievement, but it is certainly not impressive either. Consider Kuchichi, who, at merely 12 or 13 years old, has already attained the 10th level of body refinement. By the time she reaches 17, she will likely possess a minimum of the 10th level of the innate realm. And if she has sufficient cultivation resources and fortuitous opportunities, reaching the 12th level of the innate realm would not be an impossibility. Chapter 55, Falsehoods, All Falsehoods. I do not believe. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce exchange, both Qin Xiaoyao and the kite have gained significant insight into each other's strengths. They immediately cease to hold back, unleashing their utmost power. In an instant, sword and blade energies clash in the void, creating waves of energy that burst forth like colorless fireworks in the air. Each surge carries the potential to devastate entire structures, plunging the Sea Sand Gang's stronghold into chaos. Regardless of whether the kite emerges victorious, it is clear that the Sea Sand Gang will suffer tremendous losses. Numerous buildings will require complete reconstruction. However, all of this hinges on the kite's ability to win. If he cannot, then all is for naught. Young man, I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable. To stand on equal footing with me at the 4th level of the innate realm is something to take pride in. However, your time of triumph will be fleeting. In no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the leader of the Sea Sand Gang, and another guardian shall arrive. At that point, it will be your demise. As the kite battles Qin Xiaoyao, he attempts to undermine his focus with verbal taunts. Unfortunately for him, no matter what he says, Qin Xiaoyao remains unfazed. Having encountered a worthy adversary that compels him to unleash his full potential, Qin Xiaoyao seizes the opportunity to hone his combat experience. As for the remaining protector of the Sea Sand Gang and assisting Lin Tianhai, let Elder Wei handle it. At that time, I'll instruct Elder Wei not to kill anyone, leaving them for me to finish off. Damn it, this fellow is impervious to reason and utterly unmoved by my words. In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer. After battling with someone of the innate fourth realm for such an extended period without subduing him, it is a considerable blow to the dignity of Protector Yuan. When the other protector and the gang leader return, witnessing that he could not best a mere youth, he would feel utterly humiliated. At that moment, his gaze shifted to the group of maidens several hundred meters away. Boy, I refuse to believe that someone from the Jinyui would simply stand by and watch as I slay these maidens. With this thought, Protector Yuan let out a cackling laugh, then turned his blade towards the group of girls. Damn it, this guy intends to threaten me with those maidens. I originally wanted to continue battling you to hone my combat experience. Alas, you sought your own demise, so do not blame me for what follows. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyao instantly discerned Protector Yuan's intentions. Although it was somewhat regrettable to lose a worthy opponent for refining his combat skills, he would not gamble with the lives of those maidens. He promptly connected with the system, pouring his lifespan into the Cloud Sky Sword technique. His most formidable martial art was indeed the Cloud Sky Sword technique. In order to defeat Protector Yuan, he could only enhance the proficiency of the Cloud Sky Sword technique or elevate his cultivation level. Advancing from minor mastery to great mastery would augment its power by a staggering 50%. Coupled with the enhancement of the Taishu sword, it would be sufficient to vanquish Protector Yuan. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyao engaged with the system and began to simulate the Cloud Sky Sword technique. Realizing his insufficient strength, you begin to diligently practice the Cloud Sky Sword technique. In the 10th year, you gain a slight insight into the Cloud Sky Sword technique, enhancing its power marginally. But there remains a long road ahead to mastery. In the 25th year, you reach the pinnacle of minor mastery of the Cloud Sky Sword technique, tantalizingly close to great mastery, yet always a step behind. In the 50th year, through a fortuitous epiphany, you wield your sword, unleashing a sword energy nearly 100 meters long that pierces the heavens. After 50 years of arduous training, you finally cultivate the Cloud Sky Sword technique to great mastery. Simulation complete, feedback commencing. Buzz. It felt as though he had practiced 1,000 times. After receiving the feedback, an immense surge of internal energy surged into the Taishu sword. Accompanied by the resonating sounds of sword cries, the Taishu sword in Qin Xiaoyao's hand instinctively activated. In the next moment, a sword energy nearly 100 meters long manifested in his grasp. Hiss! This boy actually broke through in the heat of battle. This was the 5th strike of the Cloud Sky Sword technique, the sword breaking the universe. Only by attaining great mastery of the Cloud Sky Sword technique could one learn this move. A prodigy of the sword path, he was undoubtedly an unparalleled talent. How long had it been since he obtained the Cloud Sky Sword technique from His Highness? Merely a few days. In just a few days, he had brought a master-level sword technique to great mastery, a feat unprecedented in history. In the dark void, Wei Chongqing hovered in midair. Upon witnessing the nearly 100-meter-long sword energy unleashed by Qin Xiaoyao, he completely lost his composure. He had seen many prodigies, including his own princess, but never one to such an extraordinary degree. That was a master-level sword technique. Even his own princess, with her unparalleled talent in the Great Zhou Dynasty, would require 7 to 8 years to cultivate a master-level sword technique from initiation to great mastery. As for himself, he had spent decades. Yet, this Qin Xiaoyao accomplished it in mere days. This was an utterly unacceptable blow to Wei Chongqing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could your strength have increased so drastically? I refuse to believe it. This cannot be real. On the other side, the moment the 100-meter-long sword energy appeared, Protector Yuan also sensed it. When he turned around and beheld the formidable Cloud Sky Sword energy, he was instantly dumbfounded. The power of this sword energy was exponentially greater than before. After all, a 10-fold increase becomes 20. A 15-fold increase becomes 30. It seemed as though it had only improved by 50%. However, under the enhancement of the Taishu sword, the might of this sword breaking the universe had nearly doubled compared to its unarmed state. Humph, whether you believe it or not is your concern. With this strike, I will surely slay you. Qin Xiaoyao paid no heed to Protector Yuan's astonishment. Grasping the Taishu sword with both hands, he aimed it at the distant Protector Yuan and swung it down. In the next second, the nearly 100-meter-long sword energy surged forth with thunderous momentum towards Protector Yuan. Impossible. False all lies. No such genius exists in this world. Break, break, break. From this 100-meter-long sword energy, Protector Yuan sensed a life-threatening crisis. Instantly, he frantically channeled his internal energy, unleashing wave after wave of blade energy towards the 100-meter sword energy. Unfortunately, The blade energy he usually took pride in crumbled like paper before the might of this sword energy, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight that scattered into the void. After shattering Protector Yuan's blade energy, the 100-meter sword energy continued unabated towards Protector Yuan. No, in the next moment, the sword energy pierced through Protector Yuan's chest amidst his desperate cries and vanished into the ground. Crackle, crackle, as the sword energy penetrated the earth. A tremor akin to an earthquake reverberated through the surroundings. Subsequently, a crack nearly 100 meters long appeared on the ground. This was the mark left by Qin Xiaoyao's strike. Chapter 56. Apologies, but you have no future. Innate warriors have a total lifespan of 200 years. Remaining lifespan, 98 years, absorption complete. Upon seeing the information from the system, Qin Xiaoyao revealed a faint smile. This was a profitable endeavor, yielding a small gain. Although simulating the Cloud Sky sword technique consumed 50 years, slaying Protector Yuan granted him an additional 98 years of lifespan. In this exchange, he netted an extra 48 years. Coupled with his remaining 1,560 years, his lifespan had reached a breakthrough of 1,608 years. Elder Wei, accompany me to the government office, will you? This matter is nearing its conclusion. After eliminating Protector Yuan, Qin Xiaoyao addressed Wei Chongqing in the void. All right, in Linen. Within the government office of Jiangzhou, the gang leader Lin Tianhai and another Protector Ao, were currently discussing matters in the backyard with the governor, Yuningdong. As martial artists at the master level, even a first-level master could easily infiltrate the government office unnoticed. After all, a master martial artist can transform their internal energy into true qi, allowing them to traverse the skies, if they can conceal their presence. Even martial artists of the same rank would struggle to detect them, let alone innate and acquired warriors. This was one of the reasons why the Sea Sand Gang and Yuningdong's conspiracy had gone undetected for 3 years. My lord, you are putting me in a difficult position. Please forgive my utter helplessness. Where am I to find you those beautiful young women with both strength and talent? In the city of Linen, the Haisha Gang may still wield some influence, but once beyond its borders, our authority diminishes significantly. Moreover, venturing outside increases our exposure considerably. The attention of the Princess Chong has already been attracted, compelling her to personally visit Linen. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhai finds himself in a rather helpless predicament. The demands of this governor have escalated to an alarming degree. If this continues, an incident is inevitable. Currently, he and the governor are akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. Should misfortune befall him, the Haisha Gang would undoubtedly face ruin alongside him. I am well aware of your concerns. However, rest assured, did I not previously send a woman of unparalleled beauty to the imperial capital? Having received my token, they will certainly inform me should any issues arise on their end. Thus, your task is to procure at least 3 women of notable martial talent and striking beauty within a month. Fear not, once we complete this endeavor, we shall enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility, 3 years of absolute restraint. Yuningdong is cognizant that these are precarious times. However, his cultivation has reached a critical juncture, necessitating high-quality women. Should he succeed in obtaining them, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would be greatly enhanced. Achieving this breakthrough would grant him an additional century of life. For Yuningdong, this is an irresistible temptation. Who can face the prospect of longevity with equanimity? 100 years of life equates to an entire new existence for a postnatal warrior. The final endeavor, are you certain, Governor? Lin Tianhai furrows his brow at the remark. If this is indeed the last venture, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, while the governor's quality requirements have increased, the quantity has lessened. 3 within a month is certainly manageable. His earlier refusal stemmed from the belief that Yuningdong sought to elevate quality without reducing quantity. Certainly. However, I do have stipulations regarding these women. Their cultivation must be no less than the 10th level of postnatal, and they must possess beauty. Of course, if a woman of innate realm can be procured, that would also suffice. The paramount condition is that they must be youthful. Yuningdong spoke with a serious demeanor. Very well, I understand. During this period, I shall remain vigilant. Once I identify suitable candidates, I will bring them to you. Lin Tianhai nodded in agreement. Curiosity flickered within him. What, after all, could this governor of Jiangzhou want with so many women over the years? Is it for the purpose of human trafficking? To amass great wealth? Or perhaps to curry favor with various officials, paving the way for himself? He has pondered both possibilities but has yet to ascertain the truth. Naturally, despite his curiosity, he would refrain from questioning. This is the tacit understanding forged over 3 years of collaboration. Your affairs remain unspoken, and mine shall remain untouched. Very well. It is settled. Should you fulfill my request, then for the subsequent 3 years, any matters concerning the Haisha Gang will be met with unimpeded cooperation from the authorities. As long as your actions remain within reasonable bounds, we shall turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's acquiescence, Yuningdong erupted into laughter. With this ally's assistance, his breakthrough to the innate realm should be assured. Allow me to express my gratitude to you, Governor. Lin Tianhai's expression mirrored satisfaction. He had awaited this promise from Yuningdong. The Haisha gang, once formidable, had barely ranked 5th in linen. However, through 3 years of partnership with Yuningdong, the gang's growth had been exponential. Now, the Haisha gang not only ranks among the 3 major factions in linen, but stands proudly as the second among them. He believes that with continued collaboration with Yuningdong, the gang shall inevitably ascend to replace the former number 1, becoming the paramount faction in linen. No need for formalities. After all, we are partners in this venture. By the way, the women you had imprisoned in the dungeons can also be released in the coming days. They should be sent to the usual location. Upon mentioning this batch of detained maidens, Yuningdong could hardly contain his excitement. It is said that this group possesses the highest quality seen in 3 years. Over a month ago, he had yearned to acquire them. Alas, the arrival of the Princess Chong forced him to suppress his desires. He had meticulously prepared, erasing all incriminating evidence and deploying numerous personnel around the princess's palace to thwart any attempts to approach her. Anyone not under his arrangement who approached the palace would be swiftly eliminated. Rest assured, after probing, it seems the princess has left no contingency plans. In a day or 2, I shall escort that batch of maidens out of the city. Lin Tianhai gestured clearly. He then glanced at the sky, noting the lateness of the hour, and decided it was time to return. He wondered whether they had captured the audacious individual who dared to cause a disturbance within the Haisha gang. With the Guardian US innate 7th level cultivation, apprehending a troublemaker should pose no challenge. Haha, splendid. May our future collaborations continue to flourish. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's words, Yuningdong beamed with delight. It has not been easy, but he is finally poised to obtain the finest maidens available. My apologies for the abrupt interruption. It may be somewhat impolite, but I feel compelled to mention that your prospects for future collaboration may be dwindling. However, as soon as Lin Tianhai's words fell, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard of the governor's mansion. The unexpected sound caused both Yuningdong and Lin Tianhai's expressions to shift dramatically. Chapter 57. As if entering a realm uninhabited. Who dares intrude upon the governor's mansion? Do they seek rebellion? Yuningdong swiftly scanned his surroundings, his face betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. The fact that someone had approached undetected was no ordinary feat. Most critically, he and Lin Tianhai had just discussed numerous sensitive topics. Should this be exposed, dire consequences await him, ranging from official demotion to exile, or even the annihilation of his family. While the annihilation of 9 clans is an extreme punishment reserved for treason, the severity of his situation is all too clear. Not only Yuningdong, but Lin Tianhai's countenance also grew exceptionally grave. As a master-level warrior, the inability to detect an approaching presence is alarming. The implications of this are not lost on him. Clop, clop, clop. The word rebellion escaping your lips is indeed a curious phenomenon. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged, much to the astonishment of both Lin Tianhai and Yuningdong. It was none other than Qin Xiaoyao. He had long since arrived at the governor's mansion. Aware of the clandestine meeting between the Haisha gang's leader and the Jiangzhou governor, he enlisted Wei Chongqing's assistance to conceal his movements before silently infiltrating the governor's residence. It is indeed a testament to the overconfidence of both Yuningdong and Lin Tianhai that they chose to convene in such an open setting rather than a more discreet location. One cannot help but remark on the audacity displayed by the 2 individuals. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Qin Xiaoyao rendered Yuningdong's expression quite unfavorable. Recently, he had been rather overconfident, believing that even the eldest princess could uncover nothing, thus dismissing the concerns of others as trivial. To his surprise, he found himself approached without the slightest awareness. A cultivation level of the 4th stage of innate? I had not anticipated your stealth capabilities to be so formidable. Alas, your arrogance is your folly. Had you chosen to remain concealed, I might never have discovered you. However, you should never have presented yourself before me. Ao Protector, seize this young man. In contrast to Yuningdong's fluster, Lin Tianhai remained remarkably composed, having discerned Qin Xiaoyao's true strength at a glance. The 4th stage of innate? While others may regard it as impressive, before a master martial artist, he is merely a fledgling. With a single hand, he could easily crush a multitude of 4th stage innate warriors. Yes, guild leader. Ao Protector responded with an arched fist and, in a flash, surged towards Qin Xiaoyao. Upon learning that Qin Xiaoyao was only at the 4th stage of innate, the prefect of Jiangzhou could not help but exhale in relief. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The speed at which Ao Protector advanced was matched only by the speed at which he was sent reeling back, having been struck down. Damn it, I was careless. The prowess of this young man was far more profound than it initially appeared. Ao Protector clutched his injured chest, nearly succumbing to a fatal sword thrust. He had assumed this youth to be an easy target, thus he had not adequately prepared or exerted his full strength. To his astonishment, the opponent's initial strike was devastatingly powerful, catching him completely off guard, leaving no time for defense. This served as a valuable lesson, illustrating that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Someone quickly. Upon witnessing Ao Protector's defeat, Yuningdong instinctively cried out. No sooner had he spoken than over 20 figures clad in black emerged from the courtyard. These were the death warriors secretly trained by Yuningdong, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the 10th stage of acquired. Among them, the 5 leaders boasted innate cultivation, with 3 at the 3rd stage, 1 at the 4th, and another at the 5th. This was the foundation Yuningdong had built over the past decade, leveraging his position as a prefect. Despite Yuningdong's modest cultivation, his status as a 4th-rank official of the Great Zhou Dynasty rendered him incomparable to ordinary individuals. At this peak moment in the Great Zhou imperial capital, the land belonged to the sovereign. Even those from the martial world, including Lin Tianhai, the master of the Sea Sand Gang, dared not offend a 4th-rank official, showcasing the formidable power of the government. This was precisely why Lin Tianhai chose to ally with Yuningdong. It appears we have an ample number of allies. This journey to Linen has proven fruitful. One must express gratitude to the eldest princess. Without her, I would not have dared venture here. Observing the sudden emergence of more than 20 black-clad figures, Qin Xiaoyao felt a surge of exhilaration. These individuals would serve as nourishment for his burgeoning power. Of course, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Ji Jingwei. Had he not sent Wei Chongqing to protect him, he would have hesitated to come to Linen. While the innate realm is formidable, it is insufficient for one to act with impunity in the provincial capital of Linen. Without the protection of a master at the 9th stage, Qin Xiaoyao would likely have found it impossible to leave the city, let alone investigate the case. Kill him. With his death warriors now present, Yuningdong breathed a sigh of relief, assured of his safety. Yes, my lord. The warriors nodded slightly before surging forward en masse. Both innate and acquired alike, intent on attacking. You wish to kill me? What a dream. In this gathering, only Lin Tianhai, the leader of the Sea Sand Gang, posed a genuine threat. While outnumbered, Qin Xiaoyao was confident in his ability to handle the situation. Thus, rather than retreating, he charged directly into the throng, seeking death. Observing Qin Xiaoyao's audacity in confronting their numbers, a death warrior at the 3rd stage of innate revealed a ferocious gleam in his eyes. As he spoke, he leapt into the air, casting a shadowy palm strike that seemed poised to obliterate Qin Xiaoyao. Such minor skills, having bested opponents at the 7th stage of innate. How could a mere 3rd stage warrior pose a challenge? With a thrust of his Tai Su sword aimed at the void, a razor-sharp sword chi erupted from the tip, shattering the palm strike and continuing unabated toward the death warrior. Not good. The death warrior, clearly caught off guard by the effortless dismantling of his full-force attack, paled and instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, before he could react, a flash of sword light severed his head from his body. In that fleeting moment, as his head soared into the air, the warrior cast a glance at Qin Xiaoyao, his mind racing with the thought of how swiftly the young man had moved. Before plunging into eternal darkness, having dispatched 1/3 stage innate warrior with a single stroke, Qin Xiaoyao did not linger. He pressed on, unleashing a flurry of 4 or 5 sword chi aimed at the acquired warriors. If those at the 7th stage of innate could not evade his sword chi, how could these acquired warriors? In an instant, this onslaught claimed the lives of 6 or 7 individuals. Thus, within a mere moment, Qin Xiaoyao had eliminated roughly 1/3 of Yuningdong's death warriors. Amidst such overwhelming assault, he moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition. This left the observers visibly perturbed, particularly Yuningdong, whose expression was a tapestry of complexity, 3 parts fear, 3 parts sorrow, but predominantly a 4-part thirst for vengeance. Chapter 58. What? You have a son? Lin Tianhai, what are you doing just sitting there? Quickly subdue this young man. The loss of 1/3 of his death warriors, though mostly acquired, was sufficiently painful for Yuningdong. Hence, he hastily instructed Lin Tianhai, the master of the Sea Sand Gang. As a master practitioner, it should pose no challenge for him to apprehend this young man. Prefect, we cannot escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai's face contorted into a bitter smile tinged with despair. In truth, even without Yuningdong's urging, he had been prepared to act the moment he witnessed the defeat of his protector. However, just as he was about to intervene, an immense pressure descended upon him, causing him to freeze in place. This pressure was formidable. While it did not reach the level of a grandmaster, it was alarmingly close. It is evident that even if the other party is not a true grandmaster, they must be a formidable expert at the 9th level of the master realm. The term quasi-grandmaster refers to those who have reached the 9th level of master and have trained in a martial art of grandmaster caliber. Such warriors possess strength superior to that of a 9th level master, but remain incapable of rivaling a grandmaster, hence the designation of quasi-grandmaster. Nevertheless, whether one is a quasi-grandmaster or a 9th level master, they are beyond Lin Tianhai's capacity to contend with. Although both belong to the master realm, the chasm between the 1st and 9th levels is as vast as heaven and earth. Lin Tianhai, despite being a 1st level master, has merely cultivated innate techniques, and his ability to transcend the master realm is largely due to fortuitous circumstances. As for Wei Chongqing, he undoubtedly practices master-level techniques. For anyone who has attained the 4th level of mastery, it is certain they have trained in master techniques. Otherwise, they could not break through to the 4th level. Cannot escape? What do you mean? Lin Tianhai uttered nonsensically, since Wei Changqing's oppressive aura bore down solely on Lin Tianhai. Yun Yingdong felt nothing, and thus could not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Tianhai's words. My lord, there are experts above the 9th level of master present. It appears our actions have already been exposed, Lin Tianhai said bitterly, upon realizing that a master of the 9th level or above lurked in the shadows. His immediate instinct was to flee. Preserving one's life is paramount. He was still young, merely in his 70s. Masters possess a lifespan of 300 years. He still has over 200 years to live. The Haisha gang could easily be re-established. However, he regrettably discovered that the opponent's aura was omnipresent. No matter which direction he fled, he would inevitably face a thunderous strike. Lin Tianhai understood that this was due to the vast disparity between his own strength and that of his adversary. Though both were masters, in the eyes of the latter, he resembled an infant in swaddling clothes, easily manipulated at will. What? An expert above the 9th level of master. Upon hearing this, Yun Yingdong's complexion turned ashen. He recognized that his fate was sealed. A 9th level master could effortlessly annihilate the death warriors he had trained. No matter what, he could not escape. Who exactly are you? Yun Yingdong abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on Qin Xiaoyao. To have a 9th level master as a protector, this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Jinyui, 100 House, Qin Xiaoyao, he stated slowly, wielding the Tai Su sword. The Jinyui? Are you sent by Her Highness, the Crown Princess? Upon hearing this, Yun Yingdong's heart sank. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that Qin Xiaoyao was not affiliated with the authorities. Yet, he never anticipated that Qin Xiaoyao was not only a government official, but also a member of the Jinyui. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Jinyui was universally feared, for their arrival signified that the emperor had taken notice, and that too with irrefutable evidence. It seems you are not as dim-witted as I thought. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I bind you? Qin Xiaoyao disregarded the surrounding death warriors and advanced step by step toward Yun Yingdong. Quick, obstruct him. Hold him back. As Qin Xiaoyao approached, Yun Yingdong's expression shifted dramatically, urgently commanding his death warriors to intercept him. Simultaneously, he himself fled in another direction. With the Jinyui having found him and overheard his conversation with Lin Tianhai, it was as if all his schemes had been laid bare. There was no hope of retaining his official hat now. His only option was to escape. He aimed to flee to Qingzhou and seek refuge with his 2 sons. Planning to run? Did you consult with me first? Witnessing Yun Yingdong's attempt to flee, Qin Xiaoyao swiftly employed his perfected skill of carefree steps to pursue him. The surrounding death warriors, seeing this, lunged at Qin Xiaoyao one after another, striving to buy their master time to escape. Get lost! Qin Xiaoyao roared, unleashing a sharp sword aura that swept forward like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Under Qin Xiaoyao's assault, the fan-shaped area ahead was instantly cleared, with several death warriors injured by his sword aura. Whoosh! After clearing the path, Qin Xiaoyao's speed surged as he continued his pursuit of Yun Yingdong. The swiftness of perfected innate lightness skills was unparalleled. Yun Yingdong's mere 12th level postnatal strength was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiaoyao was merely 10 meters behind Yun Yingdong. Then, as he channeled his inner strength, a formidable palm imprint thundered toward Yun Yingdong. Puff! These innate death warriors could not withstand a single strike from Qin Xiaoyao, let alone the 12th level postnatal Yun Yingdong. With just one blow, he was severely injured and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This was still Qin Xiaoyao holding back. Had he unleashed his full power, that single palm strike would have claimed Yun Yingdong's life. My lord! The surrounding death warriors, witnessing Yun Yingdong's grievous injury, recklessly charged at Qin Xiaoyao. The reason they were called death warriors was that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for their master at any moment. Come on! In the face of the relentless assault from the numerous fearless death warriors, Qin Xiaoyao felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he was invigorated. These death warriors were a source of lifespan. Sword breaks the universe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unending stream of inner strength surged into the Tai Su sword. As his inner strength accumulated, the sword's body began to tremble gently, emitting a series of resonant sounds. Slice. Once his inner strength reached a sufficient level, Qin Xiaoyao swung his sword forward. Crack. Boom. Nearly 100 meters of soaring sword energy erupted once again. Wherever the sword energy passed, whether postnatal or innate warriors, all perished beneath its might. Yun Yingdong watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the sword energy unleashed by Qin Xiaoyao appeared, his expression one of utter disbelief. Could this truly be the sword energy wielded by a 4th-level innate warrior? This fellow was exceptionally monstrous. No wonder the crown princess had taken notice and dispatched him to Linen. I cannot claim to have been wronged in my defeat. Before Yun Yingdong's very eyes, Qin Xiaoyao eradicated every single one of the death warriors he had trained, leaving not a soul behind. As the last death warrior fell, and Qin Xiaoyao approached him, wielding the Tai Su sword, despair washed over Yun Yingdong's face. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my son will not let you go. Even if you are with the Jinyui, you will surely perish. As he watched Qin Xiaoyao draw closer, he could not publicly investigate the identity of this individual, for that would surely alarm the serpent in the grass. Yun Yingdong played his final card. Indeed. What nonsense. You have a son? Who is he? Chapter 59. As if no one has a son. It was unexpected that he had a son. From your tone, it seems your son must be quite strong. However, no matter who your son may be, I shall not regard him with any trepidation. In terms of talent, I am merely 17 and already possess the strength of a 4th-level innate warrior. I know not about other dynasties, but within the Great Zhou Dynasty, my talents rank either 1st or 2nd at the very least. Only the Grand Princess can be compared to me. In terms of background, I am a member of the Imperial Guard of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a personal protector of the Emperor, and now I am also a trusted confidant of Her Highness the Grand Princess. Do you truly believe that your son, no matter how formidable, can rival my prowess? In terms of cultivation and lineage, where does your son stand in comparison? Qin Xiaoyao cast a disdainful glance at Yuningdong, entirely dismissing his threats. So what if you have a son? You speak as if no one else does. Oh, I don't. That's merely because I have chosen not to have one at this moment. My younger brother has an abundance of sons. Perhaps one day, if the mood strikes me, I might just bring one forth to frighten you. Yuningdong had invoked his son in a moment of desperation, hoping to instill apprehension in his opponent. However, upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's words, he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that Qin Xiaoyao's assertions held merit, although his own son possessed remarkable talent. Even being among the rare martial geniuses of the age, there remained a noticeable gap when compared to the prodigious figure before him. As for background, who in the Great Zhou has a lineage more formidable than that of the royal family? While Qin Xiaoyao may not be of royal blood, he is backed by the emperor's most favored grand princess. Does your son have a stronger ally? Certainly not. As this thought crossed his mind, Yuningdong suddenly felt a sense of relief. He was glad he had refrained from disclosing his son's actual circumstances. Otherwise, it might have led to dire consequences for him. Son, I hope you hasten your cultivation and soon rise to become the sect's deputy leader, or even the leader. Only then will you have the slightest chance of saving your old father. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from the outer courtyard. The intense battle had not gone unnoticed by the constables and officers of the magistrate's office, who now approached with weapons drawn. How audacious! To dare infiltrate the magistrate's office and attempt to assassinate the magistrate, shouted Yuningdong's secretary upon witnessing the scene. Seize the scoundrel. Yes, sir. Though Yuningdong's secretary held no official title, as the secretary to a magistrate, his standing was above many officers. Thus, upon receiving his command, the officers and constables swiftly surrounded Qin Xiaoyao. Imperial Guard, stand back. Any interference will result in merciless consequences, Qin Xiaoyao declared. He did not intend to annihilate the officers and constables, for among them might lie innocents. To unjustly slay the righteous would be a grave sin. Though he wished for longevity, he adhered to a fundamental moral code and would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter for mere years added to his life. The name of the Imperial Guard still held significant weight. Upon revealing his insignia, the officers and constables froze in their tracks. The fearsome reputation of the Imperial Guard sent shivers down the spines of all in the bureaucratic realm. Anyone working within the magistrate's office understood that once the Imperial Guard intervened, the matter at hand was no trivial affair. The wisest course was to comply with their directives. For any rebellious thoughts could result in minor repercussions, but losing one's life would be the most grievous fate. Yuningdong, the magistrate of Jiangzhou, is implicated in the case of a missing girl, and I have now apprehended him with irrefutable evidence. As officers of the magistrate's office, you all harbor suspicion. Now, lay down your weapons and line up for my examination. Any who resist shall face immediate execution, Qin Xiaoyao reiterated. As Jiangzhou's magistrate, it was certain that within the magistrate's office were numerous loyalists to Yuningdong. These henchmen would not escape Qin Xiaoyao's grasp. While he could not execute Yuningdong yet, for he needed to escort him to the capital and deliver him to the Grand Princess, he was determined that these accomplices would not evade justice. The officers and constables exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Yes, sir. Just then, one individual dropped his weapon and tied his hands with a rope, standing obediently to the side. With the first person complying, the others followed suit. However, it was evident that some constables exchanged furtive glances, revealing their ulterior motives. Wang Lao, I leave this to you. I shall check on Chi-Chi and ensure the girls are sent home. With Yuningdong now apprehended, the next step was to return the innocent girls to their families. After enduring a series of battles, he was quite fatigued and preferred to delay the interrogation until the next day. Naturally, before he rested, he knew Chi-Chi would be yearning for her parents. He would first release her parents before addressing the matter of exoneration, which could wait until he awoke. All right, I shall handle this. With Wei Chongqing overseeing the magistrate's office, Qin Xiaoyao felt assured. If even the martial arts master Lin Tianhai had surrendered, the others posed little threat. Thus, Wei Chongqing sat cross-legged in the courtyard, meditating, while Yuningdong, Lin Tianhai, and others trembled in the darkness. Though Qin Xiaoyao refrained from further actions, all present understood that the tides were shifting in Linen. With Yuningdong's downfall, it was likely to unveil a multitude of accomplices. The Linen prison housed all offenders from the city, with numerous cells within its walls. In one such cell, A couple in their late 20s awaited their grim fate with despair. They were Qu Qiqi's parents, Qu Yuliang and Bai Susu. The transition from affluence to incarceration was a blow not easily borne. Most unbearable for Qu Yuliang and Bai Susu was the knowledge that their only daughter had been sent by that corrupt official to the capital as a plaything for the powerful. The thought of their beloved child being reduced to an object of amusement drove Qu Yuliang to madness. Alas, as a mere merchant, he had no power against the influential figures of the capital, let alone a provincial magistrate. Conspiring with foreign enemies. If I, Qu Yuliang, had such capability, would I still be but a merchant? If I were indeed conspiring with outsiders, failing to commit acts of rebellion would be an affront to the very accusation. In the stillness of the cell, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. It was the prison guard conducting a routine inspection. As part of his duties, the guard was required to check the cells each night to verify the number of inmates and ensure that no one attempted to escape. Should any prisoners be missing, he would immediately report to the warden. During this inspection, the guard paused before the cell occupied by Qu Yuliang and Bai Susu. Qu Yuliang, have you truly considered my suggestion? The guard, Su Guanghan, one of the three prominent heads of the prison, was visibly irate. In this establishment, ordinary prisoners would go to great lengths to curry favor with him. Yet this couple before him not only refrained from appeasing him, but also chose to disregard his demands, which he found utterly intolerable. Before his imprisonment, Qu Yuliang had merely been a merchant, and now, regardless of his former status, he was at the mercy of the prison's hierarchy to secure a more comfortable existence. In the absence of the warden's oversight, the heads of the prison wielded the greatest authority. Upon hearing Su Guanghan's voice, Qu Yuliang cast a glance at him, but then resolutely chose to ignore him. He was already aware of Su Guanghan's proposal, which was merely an inquiry into whether he still had hidden caches of silver outside. If such places existed, he would divulge their locations to Su Guanghan, allowing him to retrieve the wealth and, in turn, improve his own circumstances within the confines of the cell. However, after learning of his daughter's plight, Qu Yuliang's spirit had been extinguished. He was wholly uninterested in his own comfort, focusing instead on the well-being of his daughter. Indeed, Qu Yuliang possessed hidden treasures outside. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone astute merchants like him. The couple was unlikely to ever leave the prison alive, and it was possible that their lives would soon be forfeit. Any remaining wealth was destined for their daughter, Qu Qiqi. Although she may now be a plaything for a powerful figure in the capital, at least she was alive. As long as she drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope. There might come a time when she would need that money, and she was aware of its hiding place. Therefore, Qu Yuliang would never surrender his meager fortune to this avaricious guard for a fleeting sense of comfort in prison. After over a month in captivity, Qu Yuliang had come to understand the depths of Su Guanghan's greed. He would not relinquish his wealth so easily. Qu Yuliang, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Your wife is fair and beautiful. I am certain many desire her. What do you think my next move will be? Having been ignored repeatedly, Su Guanghan's patience wore thin. Casting a glance at Bai Susu beside Qu Yuliang, his eyes gleamed with an unsettling ardor. Despite enduring a month of hardship, Bai Susu remained strikingly lovely. Initially, he had refrained from making a move on her, intent on extracting money from Qu Yuliang. Yet now, as Qu Yuliang continued to defy him, he felt no compunction. He had a particular fondness for married women. You dare? Qu Yuliang's heart, once shrouded in despair, ignited with fury upon hearing Su Guanghan's words. His entire being trembled with rage. What is there that I would not dare? In this prison, I am sovereign. Those who obey me prosper, while those who oppose me perish. You are merely prisoners destined for execution, and as long as I am not the one to end your lives, even if you take your own, I shall bear no consequences. Su Guanghan's voice dripped with malice as his gaze fixated on Bai Susu, intensifying with a predatory hunger. Oh, is that so? Today, I shall witness just how powerful you believe yourself to be within these walls. As his words fell, a cold, indifferent voice emerged from nearby, cutting through the tension. It was Qin Xiaoyao. After liberating the kidnapped girls, he had returned with Qu Qiqi to the governor's office, bringing along Yun Ingdong and others to detain them in the prison. What audacity! Governor, what brings you here? Su Guanghan turned, intending to berate the newcomer, but was rendered speechless upon seeing Yun Ingdong shackled. As the head of the prison, he recognized the governor, who had visited the cells on several occasions. The crimes attributed to Governor Yun Ingdong were numerous and severe. Prepare an empty cell. For the next few days, Yun Ingdong shall be incarcerated here. Should there be any misfortune, it will be upon you, Qin Xiaoyao declared, dismissing Su Guanghan's earlier remarks with disdain. Such lowly personnel were not worth his time. Yes, my lord. Su Guanghan, recognizing the voice that had previously questioned him, was now engulfed in trepidation. The thought of encountering the Jin Yi had extinguished any desire he had for petty indulgences. Father, mother, standing beside Qin Xiaoyao, Qu Qiqi, upon receiving a nod from him, stepped forward with excitement, calling out to her parents within the cell. Qiqi, it's Qiqi. You weren't sent to the capital. Qu Yuliang, taken aback at the sight of his precious daughter, initially thought he was hallucinating. However, upon pinching himself and realizing this was no dream, he was overcome with joy. my daughter, at last I see you." Not only Ku Yuliang, but Bai Susu's previously despondent eyes also lit up at the sight of Kachichi. "Father, mother, I am well. Though I was taken to the capital, heaven smiled upon me, and I encountered Prince Qin of the Jin Yi Wei. It was he who rescued me," she explained, pointing to Qin Xiaoyao behind her. "Thank you, benefactor. We are forever indebted to you." Ku Yuliang and Bai Susu, overwhelmed with gratitude, prepared to kneel before Qin Xiaoyao in thanks for saving their daughter. "Please, there is no need for such gestures," Qin Xiaoyao interjected, using his internal energy to assist the couple back to their feet. Although Ku Yuliang and Bai Susu were only a few years his senior, the bond he shared with Kachichi rendered it inappropriate for them to bow to him. Then, casting a glance at Su Guanghan, he mused, "No wonder this man, despite his age, has only attained the position of a guard. He truly lacks discernment. Must I specifically instruct him on certain matters?" Cough, cough. "My lord, I shall open the cell door immediately." Under Qin Xiaoyao's scrutinizing gaze, Su Guanghan felt a surge of anxiety, yet he was beginning to exhibit a semblance of wisdom. Understanding the significance of Qin Xiaoyao's glance, he immediately unlocked the prison door, liberating Ku Yuliang and Bai Susu. Subsequently, a heartwarming scene of the family's reunion unfolded within the confines of the cell. Chapter 61. Your son Wen Ti happened to be named Yun Tianqing, would he? Lord Qin, I am eternally grateful for your efforts in rescuing my sister. Such a profound kindness shall never be forgotten. Early in the morning, as Qin Xiaoyao stifled a yawn and stepped outside, he was met by Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoqi, who bowed deeply in gratitude. For Lu Xiaoyao's gesture of reverence, Qin Xiaoyao made no attempt to intervene. He indeed owed him a great debt of gratitude. "Lu Xiaolu, would you care to join me in my endeavors?" Qin Xiaoyao suddenly proposed, casting a glance at him. He was on the brink of becoming a 100-household commander of the Jinyui, and barring any unforeseen events, he would likely ascend to the rank of a 1,000-household commander or even a town pacifier. Thus, he required a trustworthy subordinate with commendable capabilities. Lu Xiaolu was a commendable candidate. Not only was he astute, but he also valued loyalty deeply. Having saved his sister, Qin Xiaoyao had earned his unwavering allegiance. Although his martial prowess was somewhat lacking, it could be nurtured over time. "Lord Qin, I would be honored to accept your offer. Thank you for your patronage," Lu Xiaolu exclaimed, his joy palpable. The Jinyui, despite its notorious reputation, remained a coveted institution for many. The opportunity to join its ranks was one he could not afford to miss. Becoming a member of the Jinyui was undoubtedly a significant advancement from being a mere innkeeper's assistant. Despite the inherent dangers of the role, Lu Xiaolu was unwilling to lead a life devoid of ambition. Furthermore, after the harrowing experience of his sister's abduction, he recognized that remaining an innkeeper would render him powerless in the face of adversity. However, joining the Jinyui would empower him, serving as the emperor's guards, wielding imperial authority to act as they saw fit. "No need for thanks. Your admission into the Jinyui is a result of your own efforts," Qin Xiaoyao waved dismissively. Had Lu Xiaolu not provided him with vital information, he would not have had the opportunity to join. "Now, let your sister rest in the courtyard. You shall accompany me to interrogate Yuning Dong." As Qin Xiaoyao spoke, he strode outside, and Lu Xiaolu eagerly followed in his wake. "Governor, it is a pleasure to meet you again. I trust you understand the purpose of my visit," Qin Xiaoyao stated upon encountering Yun Ingdong once more in the prison. He was unperturbed by the thought of Yun Ingdong escaping. Prior to imprisoning him, Wei Chongqing had already left a trace of his aura upon him. Should Yun Ingdong attempt to flee, Wei Chongqing would be alerted immediately. This was precisely why Qin Xiaoyao had refrained from assigning guards to watch over him. "And if I refuse to answer, what will you do?" Yun Ingdong retorted without delay. "Most likely, I would execute you without hesitation. After all, there is another Lin Tianhai in the prison. Having collaborated with you for so long, he must possess substantial knowledge," Qin Xiaoyao mused, stroking his chin. Naturally, this was a tactic to intimidate Yun Ingdong, as he had promised Ji Jingwei to bring Yun Ingdong back alive. "You are remarkably straightforward. Go ahead and ask," Yun Ingdong replied, unable to suppress a smirk. In his quest for survival, he had no intention of withholding information. After all, it was better to live than to die. He valued his life immensely, for he had an exceptionally talented son. Perhaps, one day, his son would come to his rescue. "Why did you abduct so many young women?" Qin Xiaoyao signaled to Lu Xiaolu, who promptly fetched paper and pen to record the interrogation. "Because I am cultivating a particular technique that requires a continuous supply of primordial yin to aid my breakthrough," Yun Ingdong confessed, unabashedly revealing his motives. After all, his crimes were not of a treasonous nature. "To achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback, instinctively recalling the technique known as the art of women. During his pursuit of Yun Tianhe, this same individual had been practicing that very art. Wait a moment, Yun Tianhe, Yun Ingdong, both bore the surname Yun, and their cultivation methods necessitated primordial yin for advancement. Coupled with Yun Ingdong's earlier claim of having an exceptionally talented son, Qin Xiaoyao could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this remarkable son he spoke of be the illustrious Yun Tianqing? If so, what a small world it was indeed. Is the technique you are practicing the art of women? Qin Xiaoyao inquired after a moment of contemplation. How do you know? Yiningdong was taken aback. He had not mentioned the name of the technique. Just a fortunate guess, Qin Xiaoyao sighed inwardly, realizing his suspicions were confirmed. He was almost certain that the esteemed intersect senior brother of Qin Yun's sect, Yun Tianqing, was indeed the exceptional son Yiningdong had referred to. What a shocking revelation. If you were to share a technique, why not provide something more respectable? The art of women, what a farce. And to give it to your father, no less. What kind of son bestows such a technique upon his father? How desperate must you be for maternal affection, having had so many stepmothers arranged for you? Just a fortunate guess? I do not believe it. Have you encountered Tianhe? What have you done to him? Yun Ingdong, ever the astute former governor, deduced from the slightest hint. Oh, nothing much, just like you. He has been locked up, Qin Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. If previously he had only been 90% certain, the moment Yun Ingdong uttered the name Tianhe, Qin Xiaoyao could now assert with complete confidence that Yun Ingdong was indeed the father of Yun Tianqing. Of course, he did not disclose this revelation, as he still had questions that required clarity. If he were to learn that his son had perished, what would happen if Yun Ingdong refused to cooperate? Next, Qin Xiaoyao pressed for more information regarding other matters, such as why he had targeted merchant families. Yun Ingdong was quite forthcoming, explaining that his actions were driven by financial desperation. Wealth is needed to support martial pursuits. The resources required for martial cultivation were exorbitant. With his meager salary, it was impossible to make ends meet. Even embezzlement could hardly suffice. Thus, merchant families became his targets, particularly those without influential connections, as this minimized the risks involved. In addition to these inquiries, Qin Xiaoyao also urged Yun Ingdong to reveal the names of corrupt officials complicit in his schemes. Whether regarding the case of the missing young women or the unjust persecution of merchant families, these were significant matters. Even as the governor of Jiangzhou, Yun Ingdong could not conceal everything. It was evident that other officials were involved in the region. This point is indisputable. The recent interrogation lasted an entire fortnight, involving countless officials. However, none of this required Qin Xiaoyao's attention. He merely needed to return with the testimonies to the Grand Princess, and the court would naturally dispatch someone to address the matter. The Jinyui would not be involved in these affairs. Once these matters were concluded, Qin Xiaoyao finally found the leisure to enhance his own abilities. The bountiful lifespan he acquired from that night of relentless battles was indeed substantial. During these past few days, he had been preoccupied with interrogations, leaving him no time to properly augment his strength. Contemplating this, Qin Xiaoyao directed his gaze towards the attribute panel, curious about what transformations awaited his iron cloth and iron sand palm upon their upgrade. Chapter 62. A new function in the system? Previously, while en route to the governor's office, his lifespan had surpassed 1,600 years. Upon arriving at the office, he had dispatched a considerable number of dead soldiers, specifically 25 in total, 5 of whom were innate and 20 acquired. These 25 individuals had bestowed upon Qin Xiaoyao nearly 2,000 years of lifespan, instantly propelling his total beyond 3,000, reaching 652 years. System, upgrade iron sand palm and iron cloth, Qin Xiaoyao commanded without hesitation, initiating the enhancement of these two postnatal martial arts. The iron cloth is a defensive skill. With an increase in defense, his survival rate in combat would significantly improve. During his life-and-death duel with Zhao Wenbin, it was the perfected iron cloth that had enabled him to vanquish his opponent. As for the iron sand palm, its elevation was equally essential. As a member of the Jinyui, he would inevitably find himself in close combat, making the mastery of such skills paramount. As a novice, comprehensive development was of utmost importance. He could not afford any weaknesses. Ding, deducting 500 years of lifespan, commencing upgrade of iron cloth. Upgrading 10, 30, 70. Ding, upgrade complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the innate level martial art, Golden Bell Shield. Ding, deducting 500 years of lifespan, commencing upgrade of iron sand palm. Upgrading 10, 30, 70. Ding, upgrade complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the innate level martial art, Diamond Palm. In no time, both postnatal martial arts ascended to the realm of innate skills. Qin Xiaoyao first examined the Golden Bell Shield, which comprised 10 tiers. Layers 1 to 3 served as the foundational level, 4 to 6 as minor accomplishments, 7 to 9 as major accomplishments, and the 10th layer represented perfection. Practicing the Golden Bell Shield not only refined the physical body with internal energy, enhancing its robustness, but also allowed one to envelop oneself in a protective golden bell during combat. Once mastered to perfection, even an adept at the 9th level of innate could not breach its defenses unless they possessed a master-level martial skill and had achieved at least a minor accomplishment. Even then, it would merely breach the shield, and to inflict significant harm on Qin Xiaoyao would require their skill to reach a major accomplishment. The strength of the Golden Bell Shield was remarkable. Upon reaching perfection, it would grant him an impenetrable shell akin to that of a tortoise. Within the innate realm, barring those exceptional talents capable of mastering master-level techniques to a high degree, no one could inflict damage upon him. Upon observing the capabilities of the perfected Golden Bell Shield, Qin Xiaoyao felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to channel his lifespan into its cultivation. For the first 10 years, having practiced iron cloth to perfection, you effortlessly ascended the golden bell shield to the 4th layer, entering the minor accomplishment stage. After 30 years of arduous training, you elevated the golden bell shield to the 5th layer, at which point you ceased to underestimate its cultivation difficulty. At the 60th year, you advanced the golden bell shield to the 6th layer. By the 100th year, you broke through another layer, attaining the major accomplishment stage. After an additional 150 years of diligent practice, you reached the 9th layer. However, you remained at a loss as to how to break through to the 10th layer. Aware of your limited aptitude, you persevered with great determination, spending another century, ultimately achieving the 10th layer of the golden bell shield, thus perfecting it. End of simulation, feedback commencing. As the feedback initiated, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted from within him, relentlessly honing his physical form. The strength of Qin Xiaoyao's body began to escalate at an unfathomable pace. After 5 breaths, the feedback concluded. In that moment, Qin Xiaoyao felt an explosive surge of power. He surmised that a casual punch could unleash a force equivalent to 100,000, or even several 100,000 units. Should he encounter the Guardian Yu or the Protector Ao again, he believed that his physical prowess alone would suffice to defeat them. This clearly illustrated the monumental enhancement to his strength after perfecting the golden bell shield. However, after expending 380 years to attain perfection in an innate martial art, Qin Xiaoyao lamented once more about his inferior aptitude. To be candid, although the golden bell shield is merely an innate level martial art, its cultivation difficulty far surpasses that of the master level Yunxiao sword technique. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao pressed on, investing 120 years of lifespan to elevate the diamond palm to perfection. The total expenditure for both martial arts amounted to 500 years of lifespan. Coupled with the 1,000 years spent on upgrades, Qin Xiaoyao had consumed a total of 1,500 years of lifespan. Glancing once more at the attribute panel, he noted that apart from the Yunxiao sword technique, all the martial skills he had acquired had reached the stage of perfection. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaoyao decided to invest more lifespan into the Yunxiao sword technique, initiating its simulation. This endeavor would cost him 100 years of lifespan. Fortunately, he still possessed ample lifespan to afford this expenditure. After a total depletion of 1,600 years of lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao resolved to temporarily conclude this journey of enhancing his strength. He intended to hold on to the remaining 2,052 years of lifespan for any unforeseen circumstances. In truth, Qin Xiaoyao yearned to pour all 2,000 years of his lifespan into cultivation. With such fervent training, even with mediocre aptitude and without master-level techniques, he could elevate his prowess to the 3rd level of the master realm. However, such an escalation would be excessively extravagant. After all, he was not alone. He had an elderly father to consider. Should his extraordinary rate of cultivation become known, Qin Xiaoyao believed he would be beset with countless troubles, ones that even the Grand Princess could not avert. Thus, the enhancement of his abilities would need to be approached with caution. Of course, should he encounter any dire threats, Qin Xiaoyao would not hesitate to act decisively. When the moment calls for a sacrifice, one must sacrifice wholeheartedly. What use is longevity if one has lost their life? Is it merely to gather dust? Preserving life is paramount. After enhancing his abilities, Qin Xiaoyao cast another glance at his attribute panel. Name, Qin Xiaoyao. Age, 17. Current realm, innate 4th level. Martial arts, pure yang technique, innate level skill, currently perfected at the 5th stage. Diamond palm, innate level martial technique, currently perfected. Golden bell shield, innate level martial technique, currently perfected. Carefree steps, innate martial technique, currently perfected. Cloud soaring sword technique, master martial technique, currently perfected. Remaining lifespan, 2,152 years. However, just as Qin Xiaoyao finished reviewing the attribute panel, his expression suddenly shifted. He discovered that after perfecting the cloud soaring sword technique, 2 upward arrows had emerged. Initially, he thought he must have misread. Yet, after scrutinizing it twice, he realized he had not erred. Indeed, 2 arrows had appeared behind the cloud soaring sword technique. This sparked a profound curiosity within Qin Xiaoyao. What could the additional arrow signify? Could it be that the cloud soaring sword technique could upgrade twice more? Or was this a new feature introduced by the system? Chapter 63, The Power of Intent. Regardless of whether it was a new feature, it was worth investigating. He glanced at the attribute panel and clicked on the first arrow behind the cloud soaring sword technique. Ding, lifespan insufficient, unable to upgrade. What? To upgrade the cloud soaring sword technique to the Grandmaster level, it required a staggering 10,000 years of lifespan. This was exorbitant. He would likely need to slay 100 innate experts to accumulate such lifespan. How outrageous. Moreover, the crucial point was that if a martial technique required 10,000 years of lifespan to upgrade, then would a skill upgrade to Grandmaster level necessitate 20,000 years? The mere thought of such a figure made Qin Xiaoyao feel dizzy. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. How much lifespan would be required to elevate all the martial arts he currently possessed to the Grandmaster level? At least 50,000 years. Never mind, he thought. It was best not to dwell on it. The more he thought, the more horrified he became. After all, the Grandmaster level was still a distant aspiration for him. He would set it aside for now. Next, he intended to explore the newly emerged arrow. He wondered what this arrow could signify. Ding, lifespan sufficient. Do you choose to comprehend the power of intent? The moment he touched the arrow, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. The power of intent? What is this power? I have not heard of it before. Qin Xiaoyao scratched his head. It was his first encounter with the concept of the power of intent. Since his lifespan was sufficient, should he attempt to comprehend it? Truth be told, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of this newfound power. Human beings are invariably curious about the unknown. System, I choose to comprehend. With his decision made, Qin Xiaoyao hesitated no longer and directly opted for comprehension. Ding, deducting 2,000 years of lifespan. Comprehension begins. Wait, what do you mean by 2,000 years of lifespan? System, can I opt out? Upon hearing that the system would deduct a whopping 2,000 years of lifespan, Qin Xiaoyao was immediately taken aback. He currently possessed only 2,052 years of lifespan. If 2,000 years were deducted, would that not mean that his gains from this journey to Linen would be entirely consumed? He had initially intended to reserve this lifespan for emergencies. Yet now, to comprehend this so-called power of intent, it would cost him 2,000 years. This was utterly outrageous. However, before Qin Xiaoyao could voice his concerns, an unfathomable sensation surged within him. The next moment, he was immersed in a state of enlightenment. As the enlightenment commenced, the words he had not finished speaking faded away into silence. In the boundless void, Qin Xiaoyao stood suspended in midair. Surrounding him were endless streams of sword qi. Each wave of sword qi was infused with a unique power. This power was none other than the power of intent. The power of sword technique intent is referred to as sword intent. It is worth noting that the power of intent typically only begins to manifest upon reaching the 9th level of mastery, when one is preparing to condense the 3 flowers. To genuinely succeed in comprehending the power of intent requires stepping into the Grandmaster realm, and even then, success is not guaranteed. Of course, there are exceptional individuals who grasp the power of intent prematurely. These individuals are often prodigious geniuses, such as Ji Jinghua, who comprehended sword intent a year ago while only at the 5th level of mastery. Returning to the matter at hand, when Qin Xiaoyao appeared in the void, the sword qi imbued with intent began to shoot toward him, each one penetrating his body. With each wave of sword qi that entered Qin Xiaoyao's being, his understanding of intent deepened incrementally. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, when the final wave of sword qi infused with intent entered his body. Instantly, his mind underwent a cataclysmic transformation, as a tempest of terrifying sword qi wreaked havoc within his soul. This tempest of sword qi raged for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding. As the storm of sword qi came to a halt, a sword-shaped phantom materialized in Qin Xiaoyao's mind, continuously rotating in place. Buzz. The moment the sword-shaped phantom appeared, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Qin Xiaoyao's body. This surge of sword intent shattered the roof of the building he occupied and soared skyward. In an instant, everyone within a radius of several dozen miles in Linen City experienced a suffocating sensation. Even innate experts were not exempt. Where the sword intent passed, all felt as though their hearts were gripped by invisible hands. What is happening? Why do I feel so anxious, as if calamity is about to befall us? Oh, you feel it too? I thought it was just me. Look, my sword is trembling. Am I imagining things? No, it's not just your sword. Mine is trembling as well. What on earth is happening? Why is there such an anomaly? The citizens of Linen City looked skyward, eager to uncover the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. Sword intent. Someone has comprehended sword intent. Linen City truly lives up to its reputation as a provincial capital, teeming with hidden talents. Within the government office, Wei Chongqing, who was stationed there, suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Being part of the Long Princess's court, Wei Chongqing was undoubtedly aware of what this phenomenon represented. Someone had comprehended the power of intent, and it was none other than sword intent. He had personally experienced this power a year prior when the Long Princess comprehended sword intent. Who could it be that has been so fortunate as to grasp the power of intent? Wei Chongqing murmured enviously. His envy stemmed from the fact that once a martial artist comprehended the power of intent before reaching the Grandmaster realm. Thus, it equates to boarding a direct express to the realm of the Grandmaster. As long as one's cultivation is sufficiently profound, the ascent to the Grandmaster realm can be achieved without hindrance. However, comprehending the power of the realm before attaining the Grandmaster status is an arduous endeavor, achievable only by a select few prodigious talents. In summary, not every martial artist who becomes a Grandmaster possesses the power of the realm. Conversely, those endowed with such power are destined to become Grandmasters, provided they do not fall midway. Unbeknownst to Wei Chongqing, the individual who comprehended the power of the realm was none other than his charge, Qin Xiaoyao. The eruption of sword intent following Qin Xiaoyao's realization reverberated throughout the entire Linen City, leaving ordinary observers utterly oblivious to its source, thus remaining unaware of the one who grasped the power of the realm. Only those who have already attained such comprehension can accurately sense the direction of the sword intent's eruption and subsequently navigate towards it, ultimately identifying the individual who wields the power of the realm. While Wei Chongqing stood in astonishment, Qin Xiaoyao gradually retracted his unleashed sword intent and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, shimmering sword rays flickered within his gaze, a phenomenon characteristic of one who has just grasped the sword intent, indicative of a normal state. As Qin Xiaoyao became more accustomed to the sword intent, the radiance in his eyes would eventually wane. Chapter 64, Beyond the Prodigy. To his astonishment, the power of the realm turned out to be none other than sword intent. Although he had sacrificed 2,000 years of lifespan, this was an undeniable boon. After a brief interval of acclimating to the power of the sword intent, the brilliance in Qin Xiaoyao's eyes gradually dissipated. Though he had yet to engage with sword intent directly, his extensive reading of novels in his previous life had imparted an understanding of its formidable nature. Fundamentally, sword intent is an essential attribute of the powerful. Anything associated with it bears no weakness. Moreover, his own comprehension of sword intent had cost him a full 2,000 years of lifespan. Had that lifespan been entirely devoted to cultivation, he might have confidently progressed from the innate 4th stage to the Grandmaster realm, with even the possibility of reaching the 3rd tier of Grandmaster. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyao cast another glance at his attribute panel and was taken aback to find an additional category labeled Power of the Realm. Age, 17. Current realm, innate 4th stage. Martial arts, pure yang skill, innate level technique, currently perfected at the 5th stage. Diamond palm, innate level skill, currently perfected. Golden bell shield, acquired level skill, currently perfected. Carefree steps, innate skill, currently perfected. Cloud sky sword technique, Grandmaster skill, currently perfected. Power of the realm, sword intent, 1 point of sword intent, entry level. Can be enhanced. Remaining lifespan, 52 years. 1 point of sword intent. Could it be that there are 3 points or even 5 points of sword intent? Goodness. Could it be that my 2,000 years of lifespan merely grazed the surface of sword intent? Gazing at the text on the attribute panel, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He then glanced at the phrase indicating enhancement and instinctively clicked on it. Ding. Insufficient lifespan of 2,000 years. Enhancement not possible. Goodness, to have only comprehended 1 point of sword intent after expending 2,000 years of lifespan is one thing. Now, to enhance the sword intent, an additional 2,000 years of lifespan is required. My word, compared to martial skills and techniques, it seems that sword intent is indeed the most taxing on lifespan. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao gained a clear understanding of the extensive consumption associated with sword intent. It is yet another insatiable abyss for lifespan consumption. Nevertheless, despite the considerable expenditure, one cannot deny the formidable amplification that sword intent provides to his strength. If, prior to this, wielding the Tai Su sword and executing the perfected Cloud Sky sword technique yielded a power level of 30, then with the augmentation of sword intent, the might of the perfected Cloud Sky sword technique would soar to 60, a remarkable doubling. And this is merely the power of the perfected Cloud Sky sword technique. Now that Qin Xiaoyao has perfected his technique, its potency will be even more formidable. Furthermore, this is only the enhancement from 1 point of sword intent. What if he were to attain 2 points of sword intent? How immensely powerful would that be? Qin Xiaoyao dared not even contemplate it. At this moment, he felt that if he were to exert himself to the fullest, he could contend even against a practitioner at the innate 9th stage. To cross 5 minor realms and engage a practitioner at the innate 9th stage, this level of power, if disclosed, would surely create tumultuous waves throughout the Great Zhou Dynasty. One must remember that even the Great Zhou Dynasty's renowned first martial talent, Princess Ji Jinghua, did not dare claim she could battle against an innate 9th stage practitioner during her own innate 4th stage. To contend with an innate 7th stage practitioner was her utmost limit. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, or indeed in this realm, a martial artist who can battle and emerge victorious across one realm is deemed a genius. Those who can combat and triumph over 2 realms are referred to as prodigies. And those who can transcend 3 realms and achieve victory are classified as monstrosities. Ji Jinghua is such a prodigy. Before comprehending sword intent, Qin Xiaoyao was also regarded as such a prodigy. As for those who could surpass 3 realms and win, such occurrences have never been heard of. Naturally, encountering a practitioner who comprehends sword intent at the innate level is even more unheard of. Therefore, to be precise, Qin Xiaoyao's current situation should be classified as beyond that of a prodigy. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed since Qin Xiaoyao's comprehension of sword intent. Following nearly a month of scrutiny, the bureaucratic landscape of Linen City underwent a significant cleansing. Any official with ties to Yun Ingdong faced rigorous interrogation. Remarkably, around 80% of the officials bore some connection to Yun Ingdong. One cannot deny the formidable administrative prowess of Yun Ingdong. as he managed to ensnare so many colleagues. However, even the mightiest must face their twilight. With the conclusion of the cleansing, Qin Xiaoyao prepared to return to the imperial capital. The remaining affairs no longer required his oversight. In truth, throughout this month of inquiries, his role had merely been supervisory. The actual work was carried out by others. Since Qin Xiaoyao departed the imperial capital, nearly 2 months had elapsed. This expedition for case resolution marked the longest absence Qin Xiaoyao had from the imperial capital. He wondered how his father was faring now. After consuming the creation pill, had he fully recovered from his injuries? Indeed, the creation pill bestowed by Ji Jingyue had been given to Qin Hanxing. Though his father initially resisted, he could not withstand Qin Xiaoyao's insistence. In fact, to compel Qin Hanxing to relent, Qin Xiaoyao had resorted to using force, pinning him to the table and prying his mouth open to administer the pill before escaping. To this day, he vividly recalls the exasperated and pained expression on his father's face. For this, Qin Xiaoyao felt no concern. A single creation pill is but a trifle, given his capabilities. He could easily procure 10 or 8 in the future. His mother passed away early, departing when he was merely 10 years old. Now, his father is his only remaining kin, and naturally, he wishes to shield him from any misfortune. Lao Lu, prepare yourself. It is time to return. In the small courtyard, Qin Xiaoyao stretched lazily, his heart set on homecoming. Understood, boss. Although he was unaware of why his superior preferred to call him Lao Lu instead of Xiao Lu, he accepted it nonetheless. But who compelled him to follow the leader? Whatever the leader decrees, that shall be the law. After a considerable time, Qin Xiaoyao embarked on a luxurious carriage towards the imperial capital. His initial journey was shrouded in discretion, necessitated by an ongoing investigation. However, on the return leg, such reticence was rendered unnecessary. Comfort was the order of the day. Naturally, with the inclusion of Lu Xiaolu, the role of coachman was duly entrusted to him. This time, a considerable number of individuals accompanied Qin Xiaoyao back to the imperial capital. Not only did the siblings Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoqi join him, but also the entire Ku family. After all, it was unthinkable for Lu Xiaolu to leave his only sister behind in Linen. As for the reason the Ku family chose to follow, it was because Keqiqi astutely recognized that their safety hinged entirely on Qin Xiaoyao. With his departure, the potential for hidden threats from Yuning Dong remained a grave concern. Should there be any lurking dangers, their family would be in peril. With such a cautionary tale in mind, the next time they might be dealt with, it could well be a descent into hell rather than mere imprisonment. Thus, for the sake of her own safety and her parents', Keqiqi had no choice but to accompany Qin Xiaoyao, willingly serving as his personal maid. Indeed, a personal maid. Not only had young Master Qin rescued her, but he had also saved her parents. Such immense gratitude warranted a life of servitude in repayment. Qin Xiaoyao did not decline Keqiqi's choice. What man would refuse the company of such a captivating and graceful young maid? Moreover, this maid possessed notable martial talent. At just 12 years of age, she had already reached the 10th level of physical training, far surpassing Qin Xiaoyao's own martial aptitude prior to his fortuitous enhancements. If nurtured properly, she could very well become a prodigious martial genius in the future. This trip to Linen not only granted him over 3,000 years of life, propelling his strength to new heights, but also bestowed upon him a stunningly talented personal maid. It was an extraordinary gain. He could only hope for more such fortuitous encounters. Of course, aside from these individuals, a few prisoners were shackled in a cart. Among them were Yun Ingdong, Lin Tianhai, and the law enforcer Ao Hu. Chapter 65. Young Master, Calamity Strikes. Father has been captured. Qingzhou, Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect is situated atop a majestic mountain beside the entrance to the Great Wilderness Mountain Range in Qingzhou. This mountain towers over 1,000 meters high, hence the name Qingyun Mountain. Its location at the entrance of the Great Wilderness is strategic, facilitating the disciples' training. As members of the sect, the primary training grounds for the disciples are within the Great Wilderness, teeming with innumerable demons and bandits who prey on the unwary. Qingyun Mountain boasts 3 peaks. The central peak, Qingyun Peak, is where the sect leader resides. The other 2 peaks stand on either side, home to the 2 vice leaders of the sect. As one of the 3 major sects within the Great Zhou Dynasty, Qingyun Sect is graced by 3 grandmasters. They are the leader Qi Xiaodian and the 2 vice leaders Ji Xiaojing and Yin Qinghe. Among them, Qi Xiaodian is the strongest, boasting a mastery at the 7th level of grandmaster. The next in line is Ji Xiaojing, holding the 4th level, while Yin Qinghe is the least formidable, at the 2nd level. It is precisely due to these 3 grandmasters that Qingyun Sect has ascended to be one of the 3 prominent sects of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With the presence of 3 grandmasters, Qingyun Sect is further divided into 3 branches, with the disciples of the leader's lineage being the most powerful. This is largely attributed to the emergence of an unparalleled talent from the leader's branch, Yun Tianqing. At merely 23 years of age, he has already attained the 9th level of innate mastery and is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to grandmaster. Should he succeed, he would ascend to the position of the sect's young master, second only to the 3 grandmasters. Even some of the elder deacons would find themselves subordinate to Yun Tianqing in status. As the inner sect's eldest disciple, he is indeed the future young master. Yun Tianqing possesses his own independent courtyard atop Qingyun Peak. For the past 3 months, he has been sequestered in meditation to break through to the Grandmaster realm. After an extensive period of seclusion, he has made significant progress and harbors a premonition. Within a month at the least, or 3 at the most, he will officially step into the Grandmaster realm. Knock, knock, knock. Master, there has been an incident. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Yun Tianqing's meditation. Lin Bo, what is the matter? Yun Tianqing inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lin Bo, assigned by his father as his steward, had been overseeing his day-to-day affairs since his arrival at the Qingyun sect. All communications with his father were also arranged by Lin Bo. He was aware of Yun Tianqing's current endeavor to break through to Grandmaster. If it were not a matter of utmost importance, Lin Bo would never disturb his seclusion. Master, your father has been captured. He was taken by the Jinyui. Lin Bo exclaimed, filled with urgency. What? My father has been captured? Has his covert activities been exposed? Yun Tianqing's body jolted at the revelation. As the son of Yuning Dong, he was acutely aware of his father's undertakings. After all, it was he who had provided the concubine control technique to his father. Despite his father's ordinary martial aptitude, he had previously devoted his efforts to literary pursuits. Ultimately, he became the governor of Jiangzhou, a 4th-rank official in the Great Zhou. However, his lifespan was no different from that of an ordinary person. As Yuning Dong's eldest son, Yun Tianqing naturally wished for his father to live long. Thus, he had entrusted him with the concubine control. With this technique, as long as there was sufficient primordial yin, his father could certainly shatter the innate bottleneck and extend his life by a century. In Yun Tianqing's eyes, those mundane women who could serve as sustenance for his father's entry into the innate realm were indeed fortunate. It was an honor for them to contribute, even if it meant their own lives. Indeed, just over a month ago, the Jinyui arrived in Linen and apprehended his father. Recently, they had escorted him towards the imperial capital for execution. Upon learning of Yuning Dong's predicament, Lin Bo promptly began to gather intelligence. After his inquiries, he had uncovered the entirety of the situation's context. The Jinyui, a pack of court hounds, dares to seize my father. They truly do not know their own limits. Upon hearing the name Jinyui, Yun Tianqing's brow knitted, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Lin Bo, procure the list of the Jinyui involved in my father's capture and present it to me. Those who dare to seize my father must pay the price. Furthermore, investigate where they are taking my father. He must not be allowed to enter the imperial capital. Otherwise, not even I could save him, unless my master intervenes. Despite Yun Tianqing's lofty self-regard, he held the Jinyui in contempt. However, he was acutely aware that once his father entered the imperial capital, any hope of rescuing him would be utterly futile. Unless, of course, he could enlist the aid of his venerable master. With the prowess of a grandmaster at the 7th level, his master could effortlessly infiltrate the capital to save a single soul. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to trouble his master unless absolutely necessary. Yes, young master, I shall investigate at once. Lin Bo nodded slightly, already discerning Yun Tianqing's intentions. This was a plan to ambush the prisoner transport. The strength of the Jinyui escorting his father was undoubtedly formidable, likely comprising experts at the grandmaster level. Relying solely on his own abilities, it seemed improbable that he could rescue his father. To ensure a successful rescue, it appeared he would need to solicit the assistance of the Grand Elder. After Lin Bo departed, Yun Tianqing pondered for a moment before making his way to a separate residence on Qingyun Peak. The Grand Elder was the most formidable presence beneath the Grandmaster of the Qingyun sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Grandmaster. He had also mastered a martial technique of Grandmaster caliber. One could assert that he was a practitioner of quasi-Grandmaster status. With his intervention, the Jinyui would surely be unable to thwart them. Disciple Yun Tianqing pays respects to the Grand Elder. Come in, came the response. At the border of Qingzhou and Zhongzhou, a group was advancing at a measured pace. A luxurious carriage led the procession, followed by an ordinary cart, behind which trailed a vehicle containing 3 prisoners. This group comprised Qin Xiaoyao and his companions. Elder Wei, have you informed Her Highness the Princess? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao was not seated in the carriage, but riding a spirited steed alongside Wei Changqing. I have notified her. Tell me, Qin lad, are you not being overly cautious? With me by your side, do you still fear a potential ambush? Wei Changqing's tone bore a hint of irritation. This young man did not seem to trust his capabilities, resorting to seeking assistance from the princess. After all, he himself was a grandmaster at the 9th level and had been bestowed with a grandmaster-level martial technique due to the princess's favor, making him a veritable quasi-grandmaster warrior. No one beneath the grandmaster level could rival him. It is merely a precaution, Qin Xiaoyao replied with an apologetic smile. Ever since he learned of the relationship between Yun Ingdong and Yun Tianqing, he had an inkling that the journey back to the imperial capital with Yun Ingdong would not be smooth sailing. Given Yun Tianqing's status within the Qingyun sect, summoning a few grandmasters to ambush the transport was likely not a daunting task. Moreover, more than a month had elapsed since Yun Ingdong's capture. Even if Yun Tianqing's response was somewhat delayed, He surely must have received word by now. During their previous discussions, he had discerned that the father-son bond between Yun Tianqing and Yun Ingdong was quite strong. Thus, the probability of Yun Tianqing attempting a rescue was high. Consequently, Qin Xiaoyao felt compelled to prepare in advance. He always believed that in any endeavor, a prudent approach was essential for longevity. Chapter 66. It is you who captured my father? Lord Yun, we are but 200 miles from the imperial capital. Are you not anxious? The prisoner cart held Lin Tianhai, who cast a worried glance at Yun Ingdong. As a grandmaster-level warrior, he felt utterly useless. From Qin Xiaoyao's tumultuous encounter with the Haisha gang to Yun Ingdong's capture and the subsequent imprisonment of all, he had not been afforded a single opportunity to intervene. He had been suppressed by Wei Chongqing from the very beginning. However, Lin Tianhai was not overly distressed. As Yun Ingdong's partner, he was acutely aware that Yun Ingdong had an exceptionally capable son, and their relationship was notably strong. Now that Yun Ingdong was in distress, his son would undoubtedly not remain idle. Do not worry, my son will not abandon me, Yun Ingdong reassured him. Yet, deep down, Yun Ingdong was indeed anxious. After all, it had already been a month since his predicament began. Why had Tianqing not yet come to his aid? Could it be that he had not received word? It was indeed a possibility. 3 months prior, Yun Tianqing had communicated his intention to enter seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster level. If that were the case, the likelihood of him not receiving any news was quite real. However, should he be taken to the imperial capital, the cost of his rescue would be substantial. Of course, despite his worries, Yun Ingdong would never divulge his concerns to Lin Tianhai. He was confident he would be rescued eventually. As for Lin Tianhai, his fate would depend on luck. If he were to enter the capital, his son would likely focus solely on rescuing him, disregarding Lin Tianhai's fate. He would never allow his son to risk himself for another. If, before reaching the capital, Tianqing could come to his aid, it would signify that Lin Tianhai's life was not yet forfeit. At that point, perhaps they could rescue him as well, given that he was a grandmaster warrior and would certainly possess some value. Lord Yun, you often claim your son possesses extraordinary talent, a rare martial genius. How does he compare to this Jinhui? Lin Tianhai inquired, casting a curious glance at Qin Xiaoyao. He was aware that Yun Ingdong had a son with formidable martial talent, but he lacked specifics. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's question, even the protector, Ao, perked up. He was a grandmaster at the 7th level, yet he had been defeated by a 4th-level practitioner. The blow to his pride was profound, a realization that he had encountered a prodigious talent. Yun Ingdong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to assert that his son was superior, but upon reflecting that Qin Xiaoyao had already achieved the 4th level at the tender age of 17, he was reminded that his own son had not even reached the innate stage by that age. Yet, he was reluctant to praise Qin Xiaoyao. Thus, he found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Comparing the son of a criminal to my own, do you truly believe he is worthy? At that moment, a derisive voice from the front interrupted, clearly having overheard their conversation. Although he had never met Yun Tianqing, the fact that the latter shamelessly promoted a self-serving technique like the beauty's art for his father and brother to practice revealed his character. He was undoubtedly no virtuous individual. Qin Xiaoyao held no regard for such scum and deemed him unworthy of comparison. What do you mean he is unworthy? How can my son not be compared to you? Yun Ingdong retorted vehemently. You may insult me, but you shall never insult my son. He is the most gifted martial genius I have ever encountered. Originally hesitant about how to respond, Yun Ingdong was now flushed with indignation, fiercely defending his son. Yun Tianqing was the greatest pride of his life, and he would not tolerate anyone belittling him. The most gifted martial talent? Who are you to bestow such a title upon him? When you uttered those words, did you consult Her Highness the Princess? Qin Xiaoyao scoffed, disinterested in continuing the argument with Yun Ingdong. Although entering the innate stage at 18 was indeed impressive, it was not without its flaws. However, it can only barely be considered a prodigy. To compare it with someone of my caliber is utterly laughable. Even when juxtaposed with Ji Jingyue and Yun Tianqing, it falls short. Previously, when I had just slain Yun Tianhe, I may have harbored some trepidation towards Yun Tianqing. Yet, following this recent journey to Linen, Qin Xiaoyao has completely shed any fear of Yun Tianqing. Now, with unwavering determination, I am capable of contending with experts at the 9th level of innate mastery, even prevailing over them. As a prodigy, Yun Tianqing's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary 9th level innate master, but at most, he is merely a notch above me. The prospect of eliminating me is utterly impossible. And this is merely a temporary state. Given a little more time, I could easily dispatch someone as inconsequential as Yun Tianqing with a mere flick of my hand. The comparison of my talents to that of the Princess Chong is not something one like you, a mere commoner, should dare to discuss. Boom. No sooner had Qin Xiaoyao's words fallen than a resounding voice echoed from afar, at least 1,000 meters away. Tianqing, it is indeed Tianqing who has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Yun Ingdong was instantly filled with excitement. He was all too familiar with his son's voice. Young Qin, you have indeed guessed correctly. Formidable foes are approaching. Meanwhile, Wei Chongqing had also arrived at Qin Xiaoyao's side, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. Although the adversary was still over a kilometer away, as a martial artist at the 9th level of mastery, he sensed an aura of a warrior approaching rapidly, one that was on par with his own. Besides this formidable presence, there were also 3 or 4 other auras hastening toward them. While these were significantly weaker, each one could likely suppress Qin Xiaoyao with ease. Coupled with the ominous tone of their approach, Wei Chongqing understood that their intentions were far from benign. Indeed, Yun Tianqing had truly come. As expected, Yining Dong held considerable weight in his mind. Fortunately, I had previously instructed Old Wei to notify the Princess Chong. Otherwise, today might not end well. Qin Xiaoyao did not respond to Wei Chongqing's words, but instead regarded the distance with a similarly grave expression. With his keen eyesight, he could already discern several figures quickly closing in from over a kilometer away. How audacious Yun Tianqing was, coming to snatch prisoners without the slightest pretense. Did he not fear the repercussions from the court? Or did he intend for none present to leave alive? In that moment, Qin Xiaoyao pondered many thoughts. Whoosh. For an ordinary person, a distance of a kilometer might take a substantial amount of time to traverse. However, for Yun Tianqing and his companions, it would merely take a few breaths. Moreover, since Yun Tianqing was being escorted by several masters, their speed was even more accelerated. You dare to capture my father? The genie Wei? Upon landing, Yun Tianqing first glanced at Yining Dong, relieved to find that his father was unharmed, albeit somewhat disheveled. He then fixed a fierce gaze upon Qin Xiaoyao, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Clearly, Qin Xiaoyao's earlier conjecture had been correct. This man did not conceal his murderous intent upon arrival. He likely intended to eliminate everyone present. Chapter 67. Let me release them? Offer the Grandmaster's blade technique in exchange. Your son is indeed so arrogant? He dares to compare himself with the Princess Chong? Qin Xiaoyao, uninterested in Yun Tianqing's words, shifted his gaze to Yining Dong. If he had not misheard, it seemed this fellow was implying that his own talents could rival those of Ji Jingwei. Although his words were not an exact match, their essence conveyed that meaning. My son has confidence is not arrogance, it is self-assurance. Were it not for Ji Jingwei being the princess, enjoying boundless resources for cultivation, how could she have achieved such heights? If my son had access to similar resources, he would likely not fall short of Ji Jingyue's accomplishments. Now reduced to a captive, Yining Dong found himself in direct opposition to the court, especially with his son attempting to rescue him. Thus, he felt no need to show Ji Jingyue any further respect. No wonder your son is so arrogant. I now understand the reason. So it is Yun Tianqing, is it? Your Qingyun sect dares to ambush the Jin Yiwei escorting a prisoner. Do you intend to make enemies of the Jin Yiwei and the court? Qin Xiaoyao was left speechless by this family, each one convinced of their own exceptional talents. When they could not match others, they blamed their lineage. While there is truth to this, who can they blame for their own humble beginnings? Rather than seek the cause within themselves, they instead lament their fate. It is no wonder they achieve little in life. Sometimes, confidence is a virtue, but excessive self-assurance borders on hubris. Enemies of the court? We would not dare. However, as the saying goes, there is always room for negotiation. Name your price. How can we secure the release of Tianqing's father? Just as Yun Tianqing was about to voice his thoughts, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect suddenly interjected, fixing his gaze sternly upon Wei Chongqing. At this, Yun Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, casting a discreet glance at the Grand Elder. He had intended to assert that opposing the court mattered little. For if they were all slain, who would know it was the Qingyun sect responsible? However, he had not anticipated the Grand Elder's sudden interruption, which stifled his forthcoming words and adopted a tone of negotiation. It should be noted that prior to their departure, he and the Grand Elder had resolved to eliminate everyone involved in the escort of his father. To that end, they had mobilized 4 masters, with the Grand Elder possessing the 9th level mastery, making him the most formidable among them. The remaining 3 masters were also not to be underestimated, 1 at the 7th level and 2 at the 6th level. Such overwhelming power, in Yun Tianqing's eyes, should have been sufficient to obliterate the escort. However, from the Grand Elder's tone, he sensed an underlying implication. There were individuals among them whom the Grand Elder also feared. This revelation vexed Yun Tianqing. He had initially thought that deploying such formidable strength would make his attempt at rescue effortless, yet now it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Why are you looking at me? If you have questions, direct them to Yang Qin. He is the one making the decisions. Indifferent to the Grand Elder's scrutiny, Wei Chongqing yawned languidly before pointing to Qin Xiaoyao. A mere 4th level innate master as the decision-maker? Was Mr. Wei jesting with me? The Grand Elder, clearly recognizing Wei Chongqing, immediately addressed him by name, revealing disbelief in his statement. Given his familiarity with Wei Chongqing, he was well aware of his affiliation with the Princess Chang's household. Such an identity, how could it possibly heed the commands of a mere Jinyue? Even if this young man appears quite youthful, it is inconceivable for someone on the brink of becoming a Grand Master to take orders. Beside him, Qin Xiaoyao touched his nose, realizing he had been underestimated. However, he remained indifferent, acknowledging his own limited cultivation. Young Qin, Why do you remain silent? You are usually quite talkative. Since they have spoken, how do you wish to respond? Wei Changqing disregarded the Grand Elder and instead turned his gaze towards Qin Xiaoyao. During this expedition to Linen, the Grand Princess had instructed that regardless of the circumstances, Qin Xiaoyao possessed the authority to make decisions, and Wei was merely to comply. Upon hearing Wei Changqing's words, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Casting a horrified glance at Qin Xiaoyao, could it be that this young man is in charge? This is impossible. Who exactly is he? If an exchange is to occur, then let it be for a Grand Master level sword technique. Qin Xiaoyao stroked his chin in contemplation before articulating his request. Although Yuningdong had been designated by the Grand Princess for return to the imperial capital, if he could procure a Grand Master martial art in exchange for Yuningdong, then surrendering him would likely not provoke any ire from the Grand Princess. In fact, she might even be pleased. After all, Grand Master level martial arts are a rarity, even within the royal family. As for any potential threats from releasing Yuningdong, Qin Xiaoyao was unperturbed. He could easily eliminate a mere Yuningdong. Regarding the menace posed by Yun Tianqing, Qin Xiaoyao was even less concerned. The possibility of reconciliation between himself and Yun Tianqing was long gone. Not to mention the fact that he had already toppled Yuningdong. The revelation of Yun Tian's death at his hands would undoubtedly incite Yun Tianqing's wrath. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Eventually, Yun Tianqing would uncover the truth about Yun Tian's demise. At that point, their relationship would remain one of irreconcilable enmity. Thus, if he could leverage Yuningdong to acquire a Grand Master level martial art, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Such a technique could potentially save Qin Xiaoyao a millennium of lifespan. If Qin Yun's sect were willing to oblige, he would not hesitate to make the trade. After all, Yuningdong was inconsequential to Qin Xiaoyao. Whether to release him depended entirely on the allure of the offer presented. Grand Master level sword techniques? You must be dreaming. The moment Qin Xiaoyao's words fell, Yun Tianqing erupted in furious roars. Grand Master level martial arts are the closely guarded secrets of every sect. Within the Qin Yun sect, aside from the 3 sect leaders and the junior leader, only elders who have made significant contributions to the sect are granted access to such knowledge. It is known that even the most inferior Grand Master martial arts are worth over 100 million taels of silver. Qin Xiaoyao's demand for a Grand Master sword technique is nothing short of exorbitant. Cannot pay? Then there is nothing more to discuss. Step aside and do not delay my mission to present these criminals to the Grand Princess. Qin Xiaoyao scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the notion of being granted a Grand Master martial technique while expecting him to release the prisoners. What a ludicrous proposition. Young man, are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me, Yun Tianqing? You would do well to contemplate this. Should you oppose me, you shall face the animosity of the entire Qin Yun sect. Even the Jinui at your back will likely be unable to protect you. After all, the experts of the Jinui cannot shield you at every moment, can they? As Yun Tianqing saw Qin Xiaoyao remain unfazed, he finally lost his patience and resorted to threats. As the inner sect's eldest disciple and the future junior leader of the Qin Yun sect, Yun Tianqing possessed the authority to utter such words. Threaten me? You dare to threaten me? How frightening. In a mockingly playful tone, Qin Xiaoyao responded, to ease my nerves, how about lending me a finger, Lord Yun? Chapter 68. Come, I await your attempt to slay me. In the face of Yun Tianqing's blatant threats, Qin Xiaoyao would never acquiesce. To do so would be to tarnish the reputation of the Jinui and the dignity of the Grand Princess. However, unlike Yun Tianqing, who merely engaged in verbal sparring, Qin Xiaoyao chose to act decisively. With a swift flick, a glimmer of the sword flashed, and a pinky finger soared through the air before landing on the ground, a severed pinky. Oh, my hand. The anguished scream of Yun Ingdong echoed as he belatedly realized his little finger had been severed, a consequence of Qin Xiaoyao's lightning-fast strike. Yun Tianqing stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the audacity displayed by Qin Xiaoyao. For as long as he had been with the Qin Yun sect, his martial prowess had been nurtured, and he had faced no opposition from his peers. Even many elders treated him with favor. Thus, he had grown arrogant and dismissive, unable to fathom that a mere Jinui would dare negotiate terms with him. How dare you harm my father? He bellowed, fury igniting within him. I will kill you. After a moment of shock, Yun Tianqing finally regained his composure, leaping towards Qin Xiaoyao with a lethal palm strike. Clearly, he was not merely making idle threats. He intended to kill Qin Xiaoyao. With his innate 9th level cultivation and employing a master level palm technique, he could easily dispatch the 4th level Qin Xiaoyao. Yet, just 3 meters from his target, he abruptly halted midair, descending as Qin Xiaoyao's sword was poised at Yuningdong's throat. Why have you stopped? Continue. I am eagerly awaiting your attempt to slay me. Qin Xiaoyao taunted, nudging his sword against Yuningdong's neck. A thin line of blood appeared, leaving Yun Ingdong pale with terror. Stop. Do not kill my father. The fear was palpable not only in Yuningdong, but also in Yun Tianqing, who dreaded the prospect of Qin Xiaoyao's hand trembling and sealing his father's fate. You think saying stop is enough? You frightened me just now, and thus, I require compensation for my emotional distress. Qin Xiaoyao was not one to passively accept threats. Dare to intimidate me? Prepare for a significant price to pay. Emotional distress? What is that? Yun Tianqing asked, momentarily taken aback and confused. Emotional distress, a term I have coined. Essentially, I was startled by you, and now my mental state is somewhat disturbed. To remedy this, you must provide me with adequate compensation. Should I find it unsatisfactory? One cannot predict what irrational actions I might take. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyao's explanation, Yun Tianqing fell into a profound silence. Extortion. This is nothing short of blatant extortion. What a farcical pretext for mental anguish compensation. In truth, this fellow merely seizes the opportunity to demand favors. This is no longer the work of the Jinyui. It is akin to brigandage. Not just Yun Tianqing. Even Wei Changqing cast a surprised glance at Qin Xiaoyao, as if seeing him for the first time. How could he utter such shameless words with such audacity? Even as an adversary, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Yun Tianqing. Why provoke him when there was no need? Now, he finds himself in a precarious position. Refusal to compensate? There's no telling if your father's life might be at stake. Don't assume this lad is jesting, though their time together has been brief. Wei Changqing is well aware that this young man is indeed a man of his word. When he speaks of killing your father, he does so without a hint of hesitation. Do you dare? Yun Tianqing erupted in fury for the first time in his life. He was subjected to such a threat. You can wager whether I would dare or not. Qin Xiaoyao retorted, pushing the Taishu sword forward. The mere sight of it sent a shiver down the spine of Yuning Dong. He contemplated pleading for mercy, but the thought of losing face in front of his son compelled him to suppress the pain that surged through his neck. Here are 3 Xingyuan pills, each capable of elevating a congenital martial artist by 1 minor level of cultivation. This should suffice. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tianqing tossed a jade vial towards Qin Xiaoyao. Although he believed that Qin Xiaoyao would not truly harm his father, he dared not gamble with such stakes. After all, it was his father's life at risk. Should he lose this wager, he would have nowhere to weep. Not bad. You show some sense, Qin Xiaoyao remarked, glancing at Wei Changqing, who nodded in agreement. Before accepting the Xingyuan pills, just as he was troubled by a lack of lifespan, he had not anticipated Yun Tianqing would present him with such a boon. 3 Xingyuan pills should theoretically allow him to ascend from the 4th to the 7th level of congenital mastery. However, Qin Xiaoyao was aware that the efficacy of the Xingyuan pills diminishes with each subsequent consumption. The first yields the best results, the second is halved, the third further reduced, and by the 4th, it becomes ineffective. Thus, these 3 pills would only permit him to reach the 5th level at most, without even breaching the 6th. Nevertheless, in a situation where his lifespan was dwindling, consuming these pills remained a commendable choice. At least the gain was legitimate. I trust you can now release my father. Yun Tianqing implored once more. Are you dreaming? These 3 Xingyuan pills merely constitute my compensation for mental distress. They bear no relation to your father's release. You cannot truly be so naive as to think that such a trifling offering would suffice to free him, can you? Let me be clear. Not only the door will be barred, but the very windows as well. To reclaim your father, you must present me with one condition, a grandmaster level sword technique or another form of martial art. Should it fall below this value, do not even bother to negotiate. Qin Xiaoyao is a man of principles. Adhering to his word has always been his guiding tenet. Although at times his principles may veer off course, in this instance, they are decidedly righteous. You are mocking me. The loss of 3 Xingyuan pills for this response nearly caused Yun Tianqing's chest to explode with fury. He was incensed. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao. Chapter 69, A Bloodless Prophet. No, no, no. How could one say I am mocking you? Rather, I am merely toying with you. Qin Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, donning an innocuous smile. Such egregious provocation, it infuriates me. To hell with you. Qin Xiaoyao's relentless teasing finally stripped Yun Tianqing of his rationality. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Without regard for Qin Xiaoyao's status, he launched an immediate counterattack. Boom. As the inner sect's senior brother of the Qin Yun sect and the future heir, Yun Tianqing's strike exuded an extraordinary presence. His cultivation method is that of a grandmaster level, complemented by the mastery of 2 grandmaster techniques, rendering him virtually unmatched among his peers. He stands atop the pyramid of the younger generation, save for Ji Jinghua, who can firmly suppress him. Few within the Great Zhou Empire would dare claim their strength and talent surpassed that of Yun Tianqing. In the face of Yun Tianqing's sudden assault, Qin Xiaoyao remained unperturbed. He had anticipated this moment. Moreover, he was eager to gauge the extent of his own combat prowess and the disparity between himself and Yun Tianqing. While he felt confident in his ability to contend against a practitioner of the 9th level, such as Qian Lei, he feared he might fall short against a prodigious talent like Yun Tianqing, who had mastered several grandmaster martial skills. Unless, of course, he elevated his own cultivation level. A modest enhancement would suffice. Qin Xiaoyao believed that reaching the 6th level would enable him to subdue this fellow. Youngster, do you presume I am invisible? Yet before Qin Xiaoyao could act, Wei Changqing interjected. Without any visible effort, he merely waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent Yun Tianqing hurtling backwards. Yun Tianqing, merely at the 9th level of congenital mastery, could not withstand the prowess of Wei Chongqing, who stood at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Regardless of his martial aptitude, he could not bridge this chasm. In Wei Chongqing's presence, Yun Tianqing's strength appeared akin to that of a mere child. This discrepancy extended beyond mere cultivation levels. It encompassed the vast divide between inner strength and true energy. Wei brother, is it truly appropriate for you to intervene in a contest among the younger generation? The elder of the Qingyun sect remarked, promptly employing true energy to catch the flung Yun Tianqing. What constitutes a contest among the youth? This lad is merely 17, while how old is he? There is a gap of at least 6 or 7 years between them, and you dare to speak of fairness? Should we invite the crown princess to compete with him and demonstrate what fairness entails? Wei Chongqing paid no heed to the elder's protests. To others, the Qingyun sect might seem a formidable entity, but in the eyes of Ji Jingyue and the court, it is not but a mere sect of the Jianghu. Should the Qingyun sect overstep its bounds, the court would not hesitate to replace it with another sect. Despite having 3 grandmasters, the Qingyun sect pales in comparison to the court. It bears noting that the Jinyui alone boasts 3 grandmasters, not to mention other martial institutions like the Six Doors. What? He is merely 17. This cannot be. Upon hearing Wei Chongqing's words, the elder's first reaction was disbelief. Qin Xiaoyao had already reached the 4th level of congenital mastery. How old had he been when he broke through? 16? 15? By this reckoning, his martial talent was even more astonishing than Ji Jingyue, who had achieved the congenital realm at 16. This is impossible. It is absolutely inconceivable. Besides Ji Jingyue, how could such an extraordinary genius emerge? I refuse to believe it. It is utterly implausible. If the great elder's shock was merely astonishing, then Yun Tianqing found himself questioning his very existence. All along, he had prided himself on his unparalleled martial talent, dismissing even prodigies like Ji Jingyue as mere beneficiaries of fortunate circumstances, endowed with resources beyond his reach. Thus, he attributed their elevated cultivation levels to these advantages. Yet now, a mere 17-year-old, Qin Xiaoyao, boasting a congenital 4th realm cultivation and hailing from the Jinji, had emerged. Yun Tianqing was left utterly dumbfounded. He was acutely aware of what the Jinji represented. Although they served as the Imperial Guard, the resources available to them paled in comparison to those enjoyed by him, the inner sect's eldest disciple of the Qingyun sect. How could it be that someone with lesser resources had entered the congenital realm before him? To any observer, it was evident that Qin Xiaoyao's martial talent eclipsed his own by a significant margin. This was something Yun Tianqing could not accept. He would not permit anyone to outshine him in prowess. Nothing was impossible. If you did not believe, it merely revealed your ignorance. Now, one could understand why he was deemed a decision-maker. Over the past 2 months, Wei Chongqing had witnessed Qin Xiaoyao's extraordinary feats far too often, and thus had grown somewhat numb to the spectacle. In contrast to the astonishment of the great elder and Yun Tianqing, he remained remarkably composed. Enough. Clear the way. We must return to the imperial capital, he declared, showing little interest in further disputes with the Qingyun sect. He signaled to Qin Xiaoyao, and they proceeded on their journey. Could you possibly administer some medicine to me? I fear I cannot endure much longer, came the feeble voice of Yuning Dong. After Qin Xiaoyao had severed his fingers, he had been overlooked, treated like a mere bystander. Now, witnessing his once proud son unable to rescue him, he hastily sought aid. If he did not receive medication soon, he feared he would bleed out. However, Qin Xiaoyao merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting his gaze, choosing to ignore the plea entirely. Criminals possess no rights, especially those like Yuning Dong, who had caused untold suffering. It was already a mercy that Qin Xiaoyao had not resorted to torture. The audacity to request medicine? How naive. Did he think medicine was free? With the funds for that, he could enjoy a delightful tune at a pleasure house instead. Besides, it was merely a severed finger. What was so catastrophic about that? Some individuals, even with an arm lost, could still embrace their aunt. Qin Xiaoyao, if you refuse to provide my father with medicine, I shall administer it myself. Yun Tianqing retorted, struggling to contain his fury. He could not produce a grandmaster's martial arts technique, and thus felt hopeless in saving his father, hoping instead for a slight improvement in his condition. I regret to inform you that, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I cannot allow anyone to approach the criminal. Who knows if you intend to rescue him? Qin Xiaoyao replied without hesitation. With both sides now adversaries, he could not simply grant such a request. Yun Tianqing inhaled deeply, his countenance darkening. Yet, he found himself powerless against Qin Xiaoyao. With Wei Chongqing, a figure whose strength rivaled that of the great elder, protecting him, even if he wished to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao. It was an impossibility. This is a high-grade healing elixir. Surely, I can administer it to my father now. Yun Tianqing forcefully restrained his anger as he produced a vial of elixir. A high-grade healing elixir was a rarity even for him, and the thought of it being handed over to Qin Xiaoyao was profoundly distressing. Yet, he could not stand idly by while his father suffered. Of course, it can be done. Ah, as expected of the inner sect's eldest disciple of Qin Yun's sect, you possess quite a substantial stock, Qin Xiaoyao grinned. The high-grade healing elixir, though not as exquisite as the transformation pill, was still valued at hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. At the very least, it was considerably more expensive than the congenital pill. With the healing elixir in hand, Qin Xiaoyao was generous enough to prepare some wound medicine for Yuning Dong. In exchange for a few taels of silver's worth of wound medicine, he had traded for a healing elixir worth hundreds of thousands of taels. What a lucrative transaction. Chapter 70. The Strongest Foundation, Celestial Beings of Power. Damn it, I shall kill him. He must die? Upon witnessing Qin Xiaoyao escorting his father away, Yun Tianqing's eyes instantly turned red with fury. At that moment, his hatred for Qin Xiaoyao reached its zenith. Whether it was the fact that Qin Xiaoyao's talent surpassed his own or the plight of his father, both fueled his desire for vengeance. He could not allow someone with superior martial talent to continue existing in this world, nor permit anyone who harmed his kin to live. However, despite his fervent wish to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao, Yun Tianqing recognized that the time was not yet ripe for action. He could not obliterate these individuals. Any confrontation would lead to dire consequences. Though powerful, the Qin Yun sect was still dwarfed by the might of the imperial court. Thus, the only course of action was to bide his time. He planned to ambush Qin Xiaoyao the next time he undertook a mission. He could hardly believe that every assignment would be shadowed by a grandmaster's protection. Moreover, aside from ambush tactics, there were other ways to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao. He was well aware that the Great Zhou Dynasty was not a monolithic entity. With factions abounding, it was likely that some would not wish to see Qin Xiaoyao rise. After all, the royal family already had a prodigy in Ji Jinghua. If a more formidable martial talent emerged beneath her banner, it would conflict with the interests of many. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In any case, Yun Tianqing had resolved that by any means necessary, he would bring about Qin Xiaoyao's demise. Until this person was removed, his thoughts would remain unsettled. With his mind in turmoil, it would not bode well for his imminent breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. Initially, he anticipated entering this realm within a month, or at most 3. Now, however, he feared that Qin Xiaoyao's appearance would delay his ascension. This was one of the primary reasons for Yun Tianqing's determination to eliminate Qin Xiaoyao. Very well, this time our preparations were inadequate. We believed that with so many people, we could stealthily rescue your father. Who would have thought we would encounter that Wei Changqing? The great elder mused, contemplating Qin Xiaoyao's prodigious talent with a shiver of unease. It was not the formidable background of such prodigies that was alarming, but rather those who rose from obscurity. Great elder, with our Qin Yun sect's foundation, can we truly not contend with the imperial court? Yun Tianqing expressed his dissatisfaction. Previously, he had encountered challenges that the sect could resolve, but now, faced with the court, he realized the sect's impotence, leaving him deeply discontented. He also recognized that the Qin Yun sect, which appeared powerful, was in fact diminutive when confronted by the Great Zhou Dynasty. Though our Qin Yun sect is a top-tier sect, we possess 3 grandmasters. However, when compared to the imperial court, we are utterly incomparable. The number of grandmasters in the court far exceeds our expectations. Unless our Qin Yun sect can produce an unparalleled expert of the celestial realm, it would be a mere fantasy. At that point, not only could we consider releasing your father, but even arranging for Ji Jinghua to wed you would be but a trivial matter. When the celestial realm was mentioned, the Grand Elder's tone was filled with longing. Alas, he would never achieve such a realm in this lifetime. In fact, 99% of this world's population, or rather, 99% of grandmasters, have little hope of ever reaching it. Historically, those who have transcended to the celestial realm are indeed extraordinary martial talents, emerging only once in a myriad. Fortune, innate talent, and luck are all indispensable elements. Why has the Great Zhou Dynasty endured for millennia without faltering? It is because the dynasty has continuously birthed powerful beings of the celestial realm. As long as such figures persist, the Great Zhou will never decline. Ultimately, those of the celestial realm represent the strongest foundation of any power. Everything else is but illusion. The celestial realm. Yun Tianqing silently echoed this phrase. This realm is the lifelong pursuit of his master. Despite his master, Qi Xiaodian, being a superlative grandmaster of the 7th tier, the leap to the celestial realm remains uncertain. That daunting chasm has thwarted countless individuals, including prodigious geniuses. Enough, let us return to the Qin Yun sect. As for how to rescue your father, that requires careful deliberation. This time, our intelligence was insufficient. Had we known that Wei Changqing was involved, we should have summoned a vice sect master for assistance. Unfortunately, it is too late now. After the Grand Elder spoke, he led Yun Tianqing away. Before departing, Yun Tianqing cast a distant glance in the direction where Qin Xiaoyao had headed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This time, the failure to gather intelligence allowed you to escape unscathed. Next time, I shall not repeat the same error. When we meet again, it will be your demise. Meanwhile, not long after Qin Xiaoyao and the others continued on their path, they encountered Ji Jinghua. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. What transpired? Wasn't it said that there were captors? Ji Jinghua inquired, puzzled by the unscathed group before her. They did not appear to have engaged in any battle. I must apologize, Your Highness. I did not anticipate that the strength of those sent by the Qingyun sect would be so inadequate. Qin Xiaoyao stepped forward, scratching his head in embarrassment while elucidating the situation. Although he had anticipated Yun Tianqing would come to rescue captives, he had not foreseen the incompetence of Yun Tianqing's entourage. Aside from their initial bravado, they were subdued by him and Wei Lao throughout. Truth be told, Qin Xiaoyao felt rather disappointed. Had a fight truly ensued, he might have harvested some lifespan. Yet, upon realizing Wei Lao's formidable strength, Yun Tianqing and his companions understood they could not annihilate everyone present, and thus retreated from their attempt. However, none of this mattered as Qin Xiaoyao was completely unprepared for Ji Jingyue's personal arrival for support. It seems this extraordinary martial talent has some weight with the princess. I see, that is understandable. It is likely that the Qingyun sect did not anticipate I would dispatch Wei Changqing to protect you. Since you have returned safely, that is splendid. Ji Jingyue dismissed her concerns with a wave of her hand after hearing the explanation. She then scrutinized Qin Xiaoyao closely, eager to ascertain whether he had advanced in strength to the 5th tier of the innate realm over the past 2 months. This cannot be possible. However, after a thorough examination, a tempest of astonishment surged within her, refusing to settle. She felt she must have misperceived him. Yet, the tremor within her soul assured her that her perception was indeed correct. Casting a deep glance at Qin Xiaoyao, Ji Jingyue opted not to voice her doubts at that moment, deeming the current company too numerous and intrusive for such inquiry, planning to discuss it upon their return to the imperial capital. Subsequently, she approached Yuningdong. Lord Yun, my initial conjecture was correct. You are indeed the one controlling affairs in linen. Gazing at Yuningdong, Ji Jingyue felt a lingering displeasure. This man had consumed more than half a month of her time. No, to be precise, if one accounts for the round trip, it amounted to a month of her time. Yuningdong, upon hearing this, remained silent, well aware that with Ji Jingyue's appearance, his chances of survival had diminished significantly. Now, he could only hope that his son could persuade a grandmaster from the Qingyun sect to come to his aid. Of course, compared to Yuningdong, Lin Tianhai was the most vexed of all. Initially believing that the appearance of Yuningdong's son would herald his salvation, he soon found himself confronted with a farcical outcome. He had approached with great fervor, only to depart in disgrace, losing a finger in the process. To Lin Tianhai, this entire rescue operation was nothing short of a grand joke. Alas, how could I have been so foolish as to collaborate with this man? Now, even if I regret it, it is too late. Ji Jingyue noticed Yuningdong's lack of response and chose not to press further. With a wave of her hand, the main force turned to return to the imperial capital. Chapter 71. I have a bold idea. In the imperial capital, at the residence of the Grand Princess. Upon Qin Xiaoyao's return, Ji Jingyue led him inside, while others tended to Yuningdong and the rest. Arriving at her usual training grounds, Ji Jingyue dismissed all attendants and fixed her piercing gaze upon Qin Xiaoyao. What does this mean, Your Highness? Why do you look at me so? Qin Xiaoyao pondered, his thoughts spiraling. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Surely not. I merely solved a case. She wouldn't take a liking to me. But what if she did? What should I do then? Should I agree, consent, or promise? As Ji Jingyue's penetrating gaze bore into him, Qin Xiaoyao could not help but indulge in wild speculation. Just then, Ji Jingyue suddenly uttered with grave seriousness, Qin Xiaoyao, look into my eyes. Hearing her words, Qin Xiaoyao instinctively raised his head, locking eyes with Ji Jingyue. Buzz. Yet, at that moment of their gaze locking, a terrifying aura erupted from Ji Jingyue. In that instant, Qin Xiaoyao felt he was not gazing upon a mere individual, but rather a sword, forged through countless trials and tribulations. This was Ji Jingyue's sword intent. Buzz. In the face of this sword intent, the sword-shaped phantom within Qin Xiaoyao's mind seemed provoked, instinctively unleashing its own power. Boom. The collision of their two sword intents sent sand and stones flying throughout the training ground, with countless sword energies ravaging the air. Should an unqualified practitioner stand here, they would likely be torn to shreds by the onslaught of sword energy in an instant. This vividly illustrated the tremendous power of their clash. Indeed, you have comprehended the essence of the sword. After drawing forth Qin Xiaoyao's sword intent, Ji Jingyue retracted her own, restoring her serene countenance. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, no one could fathom the profound shock that resonated within her heart. 17. He is merely 17 years old. Astonishingly, he has already grasped the sword intent, and in the realm of innate mastery no less. At this moment, even if Ji Jingyue remained skeptical, she could not help but concede one undeniable truth. Qin Xiaoyao's martial talent may very well surpass her own, by a considerable margin. While cultivation realms can be augmented through resources, the understanding of sword intent is solely reliant on one's comprehension. There exists no shortcut. Even she, at the age of 24, merely a year prior, had only just attained the realization of sword intent. When she first grasped the essence of the sword, the entire royal family was shaken. Achieving such an understanding at 24 is an extraordinary talent. For thousands of years, the Great Zhou has never witnessed a genius of such caliber. Even their formidable ancestor from the Ji clan, who reached the celestial realm, did not comprehend the essence of the sword until he was 30. Ji Jingyue once believed herself to be the most prodigious genius in the world, rivaled only by the exceptional talents of other dynasties. Little did she anticipate that, within the Great Zhou, in the imperial capital, and among the Jinyue, a martial genius of ordinary origins, yet far more exceptional than herself, would emerge. At this moment, even Ji Jingyue's typically unperturbed disposition experienced an overwhelming shock. She had stumbled upon a treasure. Once again, this thought blossomed in her mind. Indeed, nothing escapes the notice of the princess. As Qin Xiaoyao observed Ji Jingyue retract her power, he too hastily withdrew his sword intent, his heart unable to quell its astonishment. He had not expected that even a master of the ninth layer like Elder Wei could not discern his sword intent, yet the Grand Princess recognized it at a glance. Truly, she is the foremost prodigy of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Such strength and insight are unparalleled. I can detect it due to my own mastery of sword intent, and also because you have only recently comprehended it, allowing for my perception. In time, once you have fully mastered your sword intent and can wield it with ease, even I will not be able to detect it unless you choose to reveal it. Ji Jingyue provided a brief explanation, to which Qin Xiaoyao nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder Elder Wei, a quasi-grandmaster, could not perceive it, while the Grand Princess could. It was indeed because she also possessed sword intent. He also recognized that the crux of the matter lay in his inability to control the sword intent with finesse, which had exposed him. Just as earlier, when faced with Ji Jingyue's provocation of sword intent, his own had involuntarily erupted. This was indicative of not having cultivated to a level of mastery. I am grateful for your guidance, Your Highness. Qin Xiaoyao bowed sincerely to Ji Jingyue. This gesture was imbued with genuine gratitude. He understood well the significance of her mentorship. If not for Ji Jingyue's bestowal of the Yunxiao sword technique, he would likely never have perfected it, and without that perfection, he could not have comprehended sword intent. Though his own efforts had brought him to this juncture, without Ji Jingyue's assistance, his progress would not have been so swift. Fear not. You are, after all, one of my own. It is only natural that I guide you. You should have mastered the Yunxiao sword technique to perfection by now, correct? Ji Jingyue waved her hand dismissively before inquiring with an expression that was both curious and affirming. Indeed, I have attained perfection, Qin Xiaoyao replied without reservation. Ji Jingyue was not surprised by this. To comprehend sword intent, one must at the very least have mastered a grandmaster-level sword technique to perfection. Otherwise, it would be utterly unattainable. What astonished Ji Jingyue, however, was that Qin Xiaoyao had managed to perfect a grandmaster-level martial art in the mere span of 2 months. She herself had labored for several years to achieve such a feat, yet, in comparison to grasping sword intent, the perfection of the Yunxiao sword technique seemed to pale in significance. It appears your comprehension surpasses your cultivation aptitude in a most formidable way. Thus, to celebrate your understanding of sword intent, you may request a reward from me. What is it that you desire? Ji Jingyue, brimming with delight, resolved to increase her investment. Can any reward be requested? Qin Xiaoyao gazed at Ji Jingyue, suddenly struck by a bold notion. Only those rewards pertinent to martial arts manuals, divine weapons, or elixirs that would assist in cultivation, Ji Jingyue replied, seemingly anticipating his thoughts. This revelation left Qin Xiaoyao feeling somewhat disappointed. His audacious idea appeared destined to remain unfulfilled. Very well, then grant me a grandmaster-level blade technique, Qin Xiaoyao declared, having long desired mastery in blade arts. As a member of the Jinyue, how could he not possess a blade technique? You truly dare to ask. Alas, even I do not possess a grandmaster-level blade technique. While the royal treasury may hold such a treasure, even as the Grand Princess, I cannot freely bestow it upon others. To acquire a grandmaster-level blade technique, one must either render significant contributions to the Great Zhou or belong to the royal family, possessing extraordinary talent, Ji Jingyue exclaimed, taken aback by Qin Xiaoyao's boldness. This young man certainly did not hold back, immediately requesting a grandmaster-level blade technique. Unfortunately, even if she had such a technique, it would not be so easily given away. Chapter 72, The 7 Styles of the Heavenly Blade, Annihilation of All Directions. Thus, while I cannot provide you with a grandmaster-level blade technique, a master-level one is certainly within reach. Please wait a moment, Ji Jingyue stated before departing momentarily, returning shortly with a tome in hand. The text contained a master-level blade technique known as the 7 Styles of the Heavenly Blade. Each style surpasses the last, culminating in the final technique, Annihilation of All Directions. A devastating strike capable of rending heaven and earth asunder. To wield this technique effectively, one must possess at least the 9th layer of mastery and fully cultivate the blade technique to unlock its potential. Thank you for your generous reward, Your Highness. While it may not be a grandmaster-level blade technique, a master-level one is still a valuable acquisition. At the very least, this blade technique is worth several 100,000 taels of silver. Moreover, had I set out to find a technique of innate or acquired caliber, the time and lifespan required for cultivation would be considerable. Not to mention, The 2,500 years of lifespan required to upgrade an innate martial technique to master level is a staggering figure. This is rightfully yours. As for the case concerning the Qin sect, I shall entrust it to you. When you deem the time ripe, you may personally confront the Qin sect and bring Yun Tianqing to justice. As for those impediments, you need not concern yourself in the slightest. The Jinhui and the Great Zhou Dynasty stand as your most formidable allies. The case concerning the Qin sect, as mentioned by Ji Jingyue, pertains to their indulgence of disciples who have wreaked havoc upon virtuous young women. Although the outer disciples led by Yun Tianhe were eliminated, who can ascertain that those disciples were the entirety of those practicing the art of seduction? Moreover, the primary instigator, Yun Tianqing, who provided the seduction technique, remains at large. Thus, the case remains far from conclusively resolved. Should Qin Xiaoyao wish to investigate, he can readily raid the Qin sect to apprehend Yun Tianqing and compel his cooperation in the inquiry. However, such an action would amount to slapping the entire Qin sect in the face, resulting in an irreconcilable conflict. Typically, neither the Jinhui nor the Lushan men would dare to so thoroughly offend a major sect. Yet, given Ji Jingyue's regard for Qin Xiaoyao, she naturally wishes to lend her support in light of the grievances between him and Yun Tianqing. Thank you, Your Highness, Qin Xiaoyao acknowledged. Well aware that Ji Jingyue's words signified her unwavering backing in the contest against Yun Tianqing, this assurance emboldens him to proceed without trepidation, knowing that any repercussions will be shielded by the Jinhui, and if they falter, she, as the esteemed princess of the Great Zhou, will bear the burden. In any case, he shall not be wronged. Very well, after 2 months away, I presume you long for home. I shall grant you a 3-day reprieve. After 3 days, report to the Nanzhenfu and retrieve your position as 100 households. Having conveyed all that was necessary, Ji Jingyue intended to dismiss Qin Xiaoyao, for she needed to visit the palace to see her father. The emergence of such a martial genius within the Jinhui is indeed a blessing for the Great Zhou. Yes, I shall take my leave, Qin Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod. After casting one last glance at Ji Jingyue's exquisite visage, he reluctantly departed from the princess's residence. Although Kachichi was also quite beautiful, at merely 12 years of age, she had yet to fully bloom. Compared to the 25-year-old Ji Jingyue, she simply did not measure up. At the very least, in Qin Xiaoyao's eyes, Kachichi was akin to a little sister, eliciting no particular thoughts from him. However, Ji Jingyue was an entirely different matter. Her figure, her beauty, should he be able to hold her in his embrace? Qin Xiaoyao felt he would willingly sacrifice a decade of his life. This fellow truly possesses audacity, harboring such thoughts toward me. Had I not imposed limitations earlier, might he have made some outrageous demands? After watching Qin Xiaoyao depart, Ji Jingyue revealed a playful smile. While she was ardent about martial arts, it did not imply she was oblivious to her own beauty. Countless admirers within the imperial capital would not be an exaggeration. The offspring of noble lords alone numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands, not to mention others. However, Ji Jingyue held little regard for those men. Though she was the Great Zhou's esteemed princess, her day of marriage would inevitably come. Of course, with her exceptional talent, she could dictate the nature of her future spouse. Unlike other princesses, who, lacking martial prowess, must defer to the decisions of the Great Zhou Emperor, Ji Jingyue's criteria for a partner were rather straightforward. First, he must be stronger than her among her peers. Second, he must be pleasing to her eyes. Had Qin Xiaoyao harbored any inappropriate thoughts upon their initial encounter, Ji Jingyue would certainly not have met him with kindness. However, now, one must admit, sometimes possessing talent can indeed be an alluring asset. I'm back. Upon leaving the princess's residence, Qin Xiaoyao made his way home. 2 months had elapsed, and he wondered how his father was faring. Young master, you're back. Kachichi, having returned home before him, had seamlessly transitioned into the role of Qin Xiaoyao's personal maid. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Xiaoyao said, affectionately ruffling her hair before proceeding to the hall. You little rascal, you finally returned. So what was the purpose of the princess's summons? After scrutinizing his son, Qin Hanxing felt a sense of relief. Although he was unaware of the specifics of this mission, he understood the perilous nature of the journey to Linen and feared for his son's safety. Nothing much. Just that I performed exceptionally well on this mission and was rewarded with a master-level martial technique, Qin Xiaoyao replied, producing the 7 styles of breaking heaven and displaying it before Qin Hanxing. Another master-level martial technique. My son is truly flourishing. Who would have thought that our Qin family, after 4 generations of striving, would not secure a single innate martial art? Yet you've only been with the Jinhui for a little over a year and have already obtained 2 master-level martial arts from the princess. The combined efforts of your grandfather, great-grandfather, and myself over 3 generations do not begin to compare to your achievements in just 1 year. Qin Hanxing's heart swelled with pride upon hearing this. It is said that every parent wishes for their child to become a dragon. Now, my son has indeed become a dragon, rendering such aspirations unnecessary. The future of our Qin family is bound to flourish. Father, it seems you have recovered quite well, Qin Xiaoyao observed his father, noting the marked change in his complexion after 2 months. His face was now radiant and healthy, a a stark contrast to the pallid hue he had previously exhibited. That is largely thanks to the creation pill you provided. Without it, my recovery would not have been so swift. Now, not only have I fully healed, but I have also progressed to the 3rd level of innate strength. Alas, lacking an innate level technique means I could potentially have reached the 4th level, Qin Xiaoyao exclaimed. Excitement bubbling forth as he spoke of the creation pill. Not only did it possess healing properties, but it also elevated the user's cultivation by a decade. With the aid of the creation pill, Qin Xiaoyao not only restored his innate 2nd level, but also advanced to the 3rd level, a truly fortuitous turn of events.